Outside the door, Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were still stumped by the array. Li Yuntao racked his brains and used all the array knowledge he had learned over the years, but he still couldn't find a single flaw in the array. Li Shihong didn't dare to rush him at first, but as time went by, his patience became worse and worse. "Elder Tao, how is the situation? Is there any way?" Li Yuntao was already sweating profusely, and his level of array skills was indeed not high, but Li Shihong now has such high expectations of him, and what they had to do was so important. If he says he couldn't do it, he didn't see how disappointed Li Shihong would be, and in turn he was worried that it will also affect his own status in the mind of the patriarch. In desperation, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I'll try again, there is one last way. If it doesn't work, we can only use destructive methods to directly destroy the array from the outside. If the damage is not serious, they still have time to take a look at the situation inside the array before slipping away immediately. Li Moying and Huang Yueli may not be able to catch up with them." While Li Yuntao was thinking, suddenly, there was a loud rumbling noise from the array. Immediately afterwards, the entire ground began to tremble. The expressions of the two changed at the same time. Not good. It must have destroyed the pattern that shouldn't be touched just now. This time, the entire array will collapse. It's a pity that although they knew it in their hearts, they had no time to react in action. A powerful and unparalleled profound force suddenly gushed out from the array. The two of them clinging to the outside of the array, there was no room to dodge at all, and they were directly blown into the air. Both of them are strong in the Tao profound realm. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be thrown away so easily. However, they were unprepared before, caught off guard, and flew several hundred meters before falling from midair. There was a resounding bang. The two fell on the roof of a house, and even smashed through the roof. Oops! Where did we fall? It's over, it's really over now. The moment they landed, Li Shihong and Li Yuntao finally remembered that they were not in the Amethyst Paramount Palace in cloudy Qilin Clan continent, but in the residence of Floating Sea. Amethyst Paramount Palace occupies a huge area with few people. They were thrown hundreds of meters away without attracting anyone's attention. However, the residence of Floating Sea was immensely huge. They flew a few hundred meters and flew directly to another courtyard. Every room in this courtyard was filled with members of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Suddenly, two people fell from midair and smashed through the roof. Such a huge movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. The cultivators who had already fallen asleep were all awakened. They all picked up their weapons and rushed out immediately. "It's not good, someone came in, is it a spy? It may also be a high-level spirit beast rushing in from outside. Everyone, be careful, this place is too dangerous. Everyone, quickly surround this room." Li Shihong and Li Yuntao fell to the ground. Before they could recover, they were surrounded by people, and all kinds of profound skills were thrown towards the room they were in without any words. "Damn it! Stop it! You dare to be so disrespectful to the patriarch, don't you want to live?" Li Yuntao's face was livid, and he immediately scolded them sharply. Li Shihong's expression became even uglier, but he didn't stop Li Yuntao from speaking out. The two of them were humiliated and thrown home anyway, and they no longer cared about what others would say about them afterwards. The most important thing was to get out of the current predicament first. Sure enough, the fighters besieging them outside stopped their movements after hearing Li Yuntao shout. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao learned their lesson from Li Moying's small courtyard, seized this opportunity, and jumped out of the house suddenly. Seeing the two suddenly appear, the cultivators were all on guard. "WH. Who? Damn, it's really the Patriarch and Elder Tao. No way? How could the Patriarch and Elder Tao fall from the sky? Are you dreaming? If you don't believe it, just have a look for yourself." Fortunately, there were people with sharp eyes. Despite the darkness, they managed to recognize the two in front of them. These young cultivators still respect the patriarch and elders, although no matter how hard they think about it, they can't figure out what kind of tricks they are playing when they descend from the sky. Even their beards were blown off. However, facing the two elders of the clan, they still bowed down very respectfully. Seeing the performance of these people, Li Shihong and the others let out a long breath. Li Yuntao coughed hard twice. Ahem, I have some things to do with the patriarch. You should leave, it's so late, you should all go back, it's time to rest or spend the little time left to cultivate. The cultivators present had countless questions in their hearts. However, they did not dare to disobey Li Yuntao's order. After hesitating for a while, they retreated and prepared to leave. Li Yuntao and Li Shihong hadn't had time to relax when they heard a burst of chaotic footsteps not far away, as if someone was hurrying towards them. A bad premonition arose in their hearts. It was at this moment when the sweet voice sounded. It turned out to be Patriarch and Elder Tao. I thought I was wrong just now. What do you two mean today? Do you have any opinion on me? Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao showed panicked expressions on their faces. However, there was nowhere to hide even if they wanted to hide now. The girl clad in an ethereal lilac dress had already walked towards this side, followed closely by Li Moying behind who had on a solemn expression. Seeing this, the cultivators present took the initiative to give way to them. At this moment, one person stopped and those who were going to leave also stayed behind. What happened today? Not only the patriarch and elder who had descended from the sky, but even the young master and the future young madam appeared. It seemed that they even had a dispute with the patriarch and elder. Seeing that there was definitely a hot gossip topic, no one was willing to leave like this. Li Shihong coughed a few times, and went forward bravely. Ahem, young Miss Li, what happened today was actually a misunderstanding, Don't get angry, let me explain to you slowly. Huang Yueli was full of anger, walked up to the two of them and stopped, and said angrily, all right, Patriarch Li, then explain in front of everyone what happened. When I was cultivating in the Qi gathering array, you wanted to hide outside and peek. It's fine to peek, but to actually destroy my array. Wow. Peeking? What young Miss Li means is that the patriarch and elder Tao were hiding to watch her. Or else? Is there any other explanation for the word peek? The cultivators talked a lot, and the two old men couldn't hold back their expressions, and their faces were full of embarrassment. Young Miss Li, you misunderstood, we were really not peeking. They never dreamed that one day they would fall into such an embarrassing situation. Both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were decent people, and they have been very respected in the clan all their lives. Who knew they would be accused of peeping by a little girl in front of all their clansmen? Moreover, what the other party said was still true. This time, they really couldn't prove their innocence. Li Yuntao said, young Miss Li, I can't explain this matter in a few words, why don't we find a place to sit down first, and I will explain to you slowly. That's unnecessary. If you really have a valid reason, you don't have to be afraid of being heard by others. Which of the cultivators present here is not a talented cultivator carefully cultivated by your cloudy Qilin clan, the best of the younger generation? Even if there is something confidential, I'm not afraid of them telling it. Huang Yueli crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes as she looked at them with an expression of I'll see how you explain it. Li Yuntao hastily winked at Li Moying, hoping that he could say something nice in front of Huang Yueli, and first control the situation before speaking. At the very least, Huang Yueli should be persuaded to leave the crowd first. However, he stared so hard that his eyes almost cramped, but Li Moying remained expressionless and didn't even look at him. Ahem, Moying. You should know that I am with the patriarch. We are definitely not some perverts who peep at girls. This matter is really a long story. Young Miss Li has a bit of a temper, can you help us out? The hint was unsuccessful, so in desperation, Li Yintao could only choose to speak out. But Li Moying didn't answer him at all. After glancing at him, he spoke in a cold tone. Elder Tao, I also really want to know what the hell you and the Patriarch are doing. First you sneaked close to my courtyard, and then took the opportunity, when I walked away, to run outside to my lady's wing. If it wasn't a premeditated spying on her, what other explanation could there be? Li Yintao was tongue-tied, never expecting that Li Moying wouldn't give him any face. He didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only turn his attention to Li Shihong for help. Li Shihong noticed Li Yuntao's gaze, and couldn't help but want to curse. This guy Li Yintao usually looks clever, why was he not at all right now? Such a manner of forced explanation was actually pushed to the Patriarch. Don't take the blame when it's time to take the blame. He cleared his throat, ahem, this, Moying, didn't I already tell you when I was in your courtyard earlier? Elder Tao, and I just went to see you and tell you, it's just a little bit of information about other forces, nothing malicious. As for going to see young Miss Li practice, it's just. He hesitated for a while, then suddenly remembered an explanation, and said quickly, yes, it's just curiosity. Because you said that the Qi gathering array arranged by young Miss Li not only works very well, but also shields the surrounding profound energy fluctuations. I was curious for a while, so I went to have a look. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen later. After finishing speaking, he touched his beard and looked at Li Moying. Moying, don't you believe us? Li Moying looked cold and did not speak. Huang Yueli sneered directly, patriarchally, what you said sounds nice. Is it just curiosity? Will pure curiosity destroy my array? The two of you have outstanding cultivation bases and extensive knowledge. Don't you know that when one is cultivating, the sudden explosion of the Qi gathering array will affect the practitioners in it? If you are not careful, the other party may suffer from a backlash and suffer from Qi deviation. Anything more serious, it may kill someone. She spoke harshly and looked extremely angry. Li Moying cooperated tacitly with his wife, and also said, Patriarch, Elder Tao, I really can't figure it out. Where did my little Lear provoke you, and you actually want to hurt her like this? Don't tell me that you intend to kill her? This was very serious. When the cultivators' onlookers heard this, they couldn't control themselves and were in an uproar. No one expected that what they heard was such amazing gossip when they stayed behind out of curiosity for a while. Li Shihong and Li Yintao actually wanted to kill the future young madam, young Miss Li? This? No matter what it is for, if it is true, then those who know the secret will not be silenced, right? Seeing the terrified eyes of the young cultivators, Li Shihong's expression turned extremely ugly. Moying, how can you think like this? Are we such people? Young Miss Li, this is really a misunderstanding. Sigh, I also put down this old face and don't want to tell you the truth. Yes, Elder Tao, and I really made a fool of ourselves this time, because we were provoked by someone with a few words, so we did such a wrong thing. By now, he didn't care about face anymore, so he could only tell the real reason in detail. Otherwise, after tonight, rumors of him murdering Li Moying's fiancée might spread throughout the entire God realm. Regardless of whether such a thing was true or not, once it gets out, it will be impossible to tell. At that time, whether it is other forces or the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan, they will suspect that the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan was not in harmony with the young master, and the strength of the entire clan will be affected by this. Anyway, I was thinking about this matter. I didn't know what was going on at the time, and I listened to the nonsense of that shameless villain as soon as I thought about it. Now that I think about it, he is definitely a secret agent sent by the Sacred Phoenix clan to sow discord between us. At this moment, Li Shihong completely believed that Huang Yueli was a cultivator who majored in wood attributes. At that time, at the moment the array was shattered, strong wood attribute energy suddenly burst out. Even the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard of the residence were affected, and they grew a lot taller all of a sudden. This was definitely the strength only a god-level genius can have. He didn't know that although Huang Yueli also had a bit of wood attribute talent, her wood attribute talent was far from the god level. At that time, she was able to burst out such a powerful force in an instant by fusing the wood attribute profound energy of Li Moying and Lu Bian through arrays. If she was asked to do it a second time, she would definitely give up. However, Li Shihong never thought of this. At this time, he had already misunderstood Huang Yueli because he had listened to the villain's slander, and he felt extremely guilty, wishing he could find a hole in the ground and go down there. Li Yuntao was also full of shame. Young Miss Li, you can't blame the patriarch for this matter. I am a fool, not only failed to dissuade the patriarch, but also came up with stupid ideas. If you want to blame, blame me. What the patriarch has done is all for the young master, there is absolutely no malice. Huang Yueli raised her chin, glanced at him coldly, and said mockingly, that's right, you are all thinking about Li Moying, and I'm afraid that I don't know where the vixen came from and abducted you. Young master. I understand too much. Hearing her say I can understand, the cultivators present didn't know why, and none of them felt relieved. Instead, they all felt their backs drenched in cold sweat. After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she dodged, passed through the crowd, and walked straight towards the gate. Li Moying showed a shocked look on his face. Little Lear. What's wrong with you? Where are you going? Huang Yueli's voice came coldly. Aren't your clansmen worried that I will bring you down? If that's the case, let's just split it up. I can't bear this charge. You, young Master Li, have a bright future, is the future hope of the entire Cloudy Qilin clan, is there any woman to find? Let's leave now. Hearing this, both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao turned pale with shock. They never expected that after this incident, Huang Yueli would be completely angered, and she would actually want to separate from Li Moying. Then how come? If this young Miss Li really dumped Li Moying, where would they go to find a second girl with god-level talent to marry Li Moying? Moreover, Huang Yueli said unceremoniously, by the way, don't you suspect that I am a spy of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Just in time, I heard that Huang Jueshuan, the genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, is also one of the top geniuses of the God clan. Even if he's not as good as Li Moying, he's pretty much the same, and he's also a handsome man. Why don't I just go to him? It's not too insulting to me. As soon as these words came out, Li Shihong almost lost his temper on the spot. The fact that the Cloudy Qilin clan was able to find two god-level geniuses at the same time was definitely a blessing from their ancestors. If, as the patriarch, he not only failed to seize this opportunity, but also pushed the god-level genius he had already obtained to the Sacred Phoenix clan, even if he died, he would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He was so anxious that his hands were shaking. Young Miss Li, calm down, calm down. We already know we were wrong, we really know we were wrong, you can't just sentence us to death because of such a momentary negligence. Seeing Huang Yueli's complete indifference, he could only turn to Li Moying. Moying, why are you standing there stupidly? Why don't you hurry up and stop young Miss Li? Are you willing to let young Miss Li go like this? It's true that I was thinking about it, but you didn't offend young Miss Li, she might still reconsider because of you. Things have come to such an extent, if there was any way to keep Huang Yueli, they could only rely on their young master's looks. A god-level genius like young Miss Li will be confessed to wherever she goes. However, if she wants to find a husband who matches her, apart from Li Moying, it is impossible to find a better one. Li Shihong's reaction was quick, and he immediately realized that this was the biggest bargaining chip currently held by the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, after Li Moying heard his words, the expression on his face was still very cold. Patriarch is right. I really don't want to miss young Miss Li just like this, so if she must leave, I will just go with her. Go? What do you mean? Li Shihong's eyes widened in consternation. Li Moying said calmly, "It means literally. If the Cloudy Qilin clan really can't tolerate young Miss Li, then I won't force it. After all, there are so many members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, I can't be too selfish. However, it is impossible for me to separate from her. Therefore, I am willing to give up my identity as the young master and follow her wherever she wants to go." Upon hearing this, all the cultivators present were shocked. No one expected that Li Moying would say such a thing. Being able to become the future patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan was the dream of any cultivator in the God realm. If such a goal could be achieved, they were willing to pay any price. However, Li Moying didn't take this identity seriously at all, and gave up easily. He said he would give up, just to be with a girl? After being shocked, everyone turned their attention to Huang Yueli, and then fell silent again. To be honest, if there was a woman like young Miss Li, it was also a good thing that can't be dreamed of. It was really difficult for people to choose. So, it doesn't seem strange that Li Moying would make such a choice. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were more shocked than any cultivator present. Because they know Li Moying best, and they know that with his character, he either doesn't speak up, and once he speaks up to make a decision, no one can change it. Since he said he wanted to go with young Miss Li, he definitely didn't talk about it, nor did he threaten the family to make concessions, but just informed everyone. The two suddenly panicked. "Moying, Moying. Calm down, calm down. How can you leave the Cloudy Qilin clan?" "That's right, Moying, you really don't have to be so impulsive. We never said that we can't tolerate young Miss Li's words. This is really all a misunderstanding. Moying, didn't you listen to what I said just now? I was really deceived by the villain. At that time, my brain wasn't working and I didn't know what was going on, so I was confused. But now I know I was wrong. I can swear to young Miss Li that such a thing will never happen again in the future." Li Shihong's mind was still spinning very fast, and he immediately realized that it would probably be useless to keep Li Moying and work on himself. However, if Huang Yueli can be persuaded to stay, then Li Moying will naturally follow. He quickly winked at Li Yuntao. Li Yuntao understood. The two walked up to Huang Yueli together, bowed to her in salute, cupped their hands, and apologized sincerely. "Young Miss Li, today's incident is indeed the responsibility of our Cloudy Qilin clan, which offended you. I am really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Young Miss Li, please be magnanimous and forgive us this time." After hearing Li Shihong's words, there was another burst of confusion and commotion in the crowd. Young clansmen, no one expected that the majestic patriarch and elder of the Cloudy Qilin clan would show such a respectful attitude, bowing and apologizing to a girl who is not yet 20 years old. With their identities, even if they have offended the principles of other forces, it is impossible for them to apologize like this. But now. However, thinking of Huang Yueli's identity and what happened just now, no one thought it was strange. Things have gotten to this point. If the Cloudy Qilin clan doesn't take the initiative to apologize sincerely, then maybe Huang Yueli will really leave. Once she leaves, it's not just her own business, but also their young master, Li Moying. Two god-level geniuses left at the same time. If the Cloudy Qilin clan has never had a god-level genius, then there hasn't been one from the beginning to the end, and that was nothing. But now there were two, and they were lost at the same time in one night. The blow to the Cloudy Qilin clan was huge. Originally, it was definitely possible to become the #1 force in the god realm in the future, but after the two god-level geniuses left, it would become a complete joke. At that time, not only will the strength be greatly damaged, but their face will also be ruined. Heaven knows what people in the entire god realm will talk about their clan. Huang Yueli left very quickly. Even when Li Moying said that she would go with her, she didn't look back. However, it was not too difficult for the two Dao Profound Realm experts to stop her. Seeing the two people bowing their heads sincerely, Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks. Li Moying also walked out from the crowd and quickly chased after her. After Huang Yueli exchanged a look with him, her attitude gradually softened. Patriarchally, Elder Tao, why do you two do this? You are all elders, and I can't bear your salutes. I don't want to blame you for today's incident. After all, you did it all for the Cloudy Qilin clan. It is always right to be cautious. However, it is indeed inappropriate for me to stay in the Cloudy Qilin clan, so please understand. What Huang Yueli said was neither humble nor overbearing, and she didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. But the more she behaved like this, the more shame Li Shihong and Li Yuntao felt. I think you should take a look at. What a magnanimous and generous girl. Even if she wasn't a god-level genius, with her knowledge and mind, she stood at the helm, far from any ordinary cultivators. Apart from being ashamed, they hoped to keep Huang Yueli even more. The Cloudy Qilin clan has Li Moying, and now there's her. That is definitely a soaring rhythm, no matter what price to pay for it, it's worth it. Young Miss Li, you must not leave. We can really guarantee that what happened today will not happen again. In order to express the sincerity of our Cloudy Qilin clan, we came to Floating Sea this time and brought several treasures from the ancient times. I will present these to you on behalf of the clan. When the God Realm's grand meet is over and I return to the Cloudy Qilin clan, I will distribute the clan's property to you. In short, your treatment is the same as Moying, no, better than Moying. Li Shihong patted his chest and promised. Now that he has given up everything, in his heart, there is nothing more important than Huang Yueli. Even Li Moying himself can't match Huang Yueli's status. Because Li Moying had already expressed his attitude earlier, that he would follow Huang Yueli to advance and retreat together. By keeping Huang Yueli, Li Moying was also kept. But in reverse, it may not be true. Li Shihong proposed various preferential conditions one after another, and also asked Li Yuntao to immediately fetch all the promised treasures, and he had to honor them on the spot. A smile finally appeared on the corner of Huang Yueli's mouth. This patriarchally is so sincere, how can I embarrass you? Li Shihong was overjoyed when he heard her embarrassed words. Young Miss Li, it's an honor for our entire family to have you stay. From now on, you will be the young madam of our Cloudy Qilin clan. In the middle of Li Shihong's words, Huang Yueli coughed twice and interrupted him. Patriarchally, we're not married yet, so it's better not to address me as such. Li Shihong immediately came to his senses. Yes, I was in a hurry. Even though this is already a firm matter, it is still inappropriate to call you young madam. Lu Bian, who was mixed in the crowd, watched Huang Yueli and Li Moying's performance the whole time, with an incredulous expression on his face. Whoa, that's what it means to sell someone, and that person being sold still counts the money for you. Seeing my junior sister laughing so happily, it must be for the sake of treasures. Alas, poor Patriarchally took all the treasures at the bottom of the box. In the end it was really given to the Sacred Phoenix clan. Lu Bian felt that he really couldn't stand it anymore. If Huang Yueli hadn't been his junior sister, he really wanted to expose their true colors. Who told them that in addition to cheating people, they also show affection in front of him every day? The crisis that day finally subsided as Li Shihong and Li Yuntao desperately apologized and gave gifts. Not only did Huang Yueli dispel the suspicion of her from the Cloudy Qilin clan, but she also earned a fortune. She was in a good mood, and happily went back to rest with her husband in arm. But Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were full of anger. Of course, this anger was not directed at Huang Yueli, but at Steward, he who dared to provide them with fake news and sow discord. From their point of view, things were now very clear. Young Miss Li was indeed a human god-level genius with the wood attribute. To deliberately mislead them by saying that she was a person with the fire attribute was an obvious move that he harbored ulterior motives. It can be said with 99% certainty that he was a spy sent by the Sacred Phoenix clan. The purpose was to create a rift between them and young Miss Li. I think you should take a look at. As soon as Li Shihong returned to his room, he angrily ordered the guards around him. Come on, hurry up and bring Steward He over here. Immediately. Li Shihong swore inwardly again that as long as the guards brought Steward He would definitely send that Sacred Phoenix clan to work on it carefully. But not long after, the guard came back empty-handed. Patriarch, when the subordinates arrived at Steward He's residence, there was no one in the room, and I don't know if he left for a short while. Left for a short while. This guy is clearly running away. Li Shihong slapped the table vigorously, smashing a rosewood round table into pieces. Seeing this scene, the guards shuddered secretly. As the Patriarch, Li Shihong's temper is relatively peaceful among Dao Profound Realm cultivators, and it is rare to see him in such an angry state. Li Shihong paced back and forth in the room, and when he saw something that was not pleasing to the eye, he smashed it all into pieces. He was really annoyed in his heart, hating how he would listen to such clumsy slander. Fortunately, young Miss Li has a lot of them, otherwise, he would have no way to end today. At the same time, he also regretted that after seeing through the scheme of the Sacred Phoenix clan, he didn't think of it earlier and asked people to arrest Steward He. Now, where can he go to find someone? If you want to find someone to take revenge, there is no way. You bastards of the Sacred Phoenix clan, wait for me. See you when we meet in the God realm. On the other side, Steward He has been walking through the narrow alley for quite a while. He couldn't figure out why the seemingly foolproof plan would go wrong. Why did Li Shihong and the others not only fail to arrest young Miss Li after they ran to the small courtyard to peep, but instead flew out one by two in disgrace? And the suspicion on young Miss Li's body was completely cleared away. What the hell is going on here? How did young Miss Li become a wood attribute? Could it be that the information Elder Sambai told me was wrong? It can't be, as I am an important pawn. Steward He's current position cannot be replaced by anyone in the entire Sacred Phoenix clan. His exposure will inevitably cause heavy losses to the Sacred Phoenix clan. Therefore, Steward He never thought about the possibility of Huang Sambai entrapping him. Seeing that the residence of the Sacred Phoenix clan was right in front of him, Steward He finally secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally reached. He showed his identity token to the guard at the gate, entered the garrison, and immediately rushed to Huang Sanbai's small courtyard. When Huang Sanbai saw him, he was also taken aback. You. Steward He, why are you here now? Didn't we agree to implement that plan tonight? Steward He said with a pale face, Elder Sanbai, don't you know? Our plan has completely failed. That's why I escaped. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, otherwise, I would have been arrested by the Cloudy Qilin clan now and tortured by them. Huang Sanbai's face suddenly changed. How is it possible? How could the plan fail? He thought that this plan to sow dissension was perfect, and it was impossible for him to fail. I think you should take a look at. In other words, even if Li Shihong and the others were discovered by Huang Yueli, they would only feel that they were not cautious enough, and they would not suspect the Sacred Phoenix clan at all. Steward He shook his head. Actually, I'm a little confused. I don't dare to get too close, so I listened to what other people said. Steward He told what he knew. He was not at the scene, and he only heard that an explosion suddenly occurred in Li Moying's small courtyard. Even the surrounding Dao Profound Realm masters were blown away. Later, young Miss Li got angry and ran to the two of them to argue. Obviously, the so-called temptation was successful, but the result was different from what they expected. Although Steward He didn't explain everything comprehensively, Huang Sanbai still knew Huang Yueli quite well. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. damn it, Steward, he must have done things unreliably, and the news leaked out. He must have been used by that damn girl. She set up a trap for Li Shihong and the others instead. This damn girl is really too cunning, she can't even fix her like this. This is really a big trouble. No, I will definitely let her get the ranking of the God Realm's grand meet like this, otherwise it's really over. Thoughts flashed quickly in Huang Sanbai's mind, but Steward, he didn't know what he was thinking, he just felt that his face was strange. Elder Sanbai, what do you think is going on here? What's wrong? Huang Sanbai came back to his senses, and waved at him. Come closer, I'll tell you secretly. Steward, he didn't doubt that he was there, and leaned over. But immediately after, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. When he lowered his head, he saw a dagger deeply inserted into his abdomen. For a moment, Steward, he couldn't react at all, and stared blankly at the dagger, not knowing what happened. After a while, he raised his head and stared at Huang Sanbai in disbelief. Elder Sanbai, you. However, it was too late for him to react at this time. The dagger had been specially soaked in a fast-acting poison that would be deadly within a few breaths. Therefore, Steward, he fell backwards without even finishing a sentence. His body hit the ground heavily and remained motionless. Until his death, he didn't understand why Huang Sanbai, one of the most esteemed elders of the family, would suddenly attack him. He obviously did everything according to Huang Sanbai's request, and things would go wrong because the information provided by Huang Sanbai was wrong, not his responsibility. TSK, I didn't expect that dead girl to be very capable. She can even see through such a scheme. It's really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, this old man is simple-minded, and everything has been exposed. He hasn't seen what's wrong yet. He even ran back to me. Otherwise, if the things I did behind my back got to the Patriarch and the others, it would be hard to explain. After being frustrated, Huang Sanbai felt somewhat fortunate. He pulled out the dagger from Steward, he wiped off the blood on it and frowned in thought. Such a big trouble. The failure of the plan is not the worst in itself. The main problem is that I must have alarmed Huang Yueli now. That damn girl must have prepared herself, and she might be thinking about a way to deal with me. No, I must think of a better way, and it is best to kill her immediately. Huang Sanbai's expression was hideous, with his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth in the room. I think you should take a look at. After walking back and forth several times, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. There is no other way. This time, we can only put all our eggs in one basket. Either she dies, or I die. There is no room for maneuver. Huang Sanbai made up his mind, and couldn't wait for dawn, so he immediately took advantage of the darkness and slipped out of the Sacred Phoenix clan's residence. The direction he was heading towards was the house located in the center of the Gravity Island, where all the stewards of Floating Sea lived. Carefully avoiding pedestrians, he came to one of the courtyards and secretly knocked on the door. Who is it? Come here in the middle of the night, the guard guarding the gate asked strangely. Huang Sanbai tightened the cloak on his body, and pulled down the hat on his head, covering most of his face, then lowered his voice and said, I am an old friend of your steward Jean, please help me inform him, this is a token. He took out a suet jade token and handed it to the guard. The guard glanced at him suspiciously. Although he felt that this person was very suspicious, but after hearing what he said with certainty and the so-called token in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, and went in to report. Not long after, Steward Jean greeted him personally. Oh, isn't this Elder Huang? Rare guest, really a rare guest. I knew that you came to Floating Sea along with your clan, but according to our Floating Sea's rules, I can't meet with friends privately before the God Realm's grand meet. That's why I didn't come to visit. Unexpectedly, you came here in person. Steward Jean looked very surprised. However, when he saw Huang Sanbai, he was more joyful than surprised. Without asking any further questions, he was welcomed into the living room. Elder Huang, I haven't seen you for so many years. Your cultivation seems to be getting better and better. It seems that you are at least in the late stage of the Dao Profound realm, right? You really make us juniors very envious. Steward Jean asked Huang Sanbai to sit down, and asked the maidservants to serve tea and refreshments. Then, while exchanging greetings with Huang Sanbai, he guessed his reason for coming. According to common sense, they, the stewards of the floating sea, cannot meet privately with the cultivators of the major forces participating in the competition. He has seriously violated the rules of the floating sea by letting Huang Sanbai in today. If the island master pays attention, it would put him in serious trouble. However, Huang Sanbai has saved his family's life. This kindness has been going on for hundreds of years, and he had no chance to repay it. Therefore, Steward Jean couldn't say no to Huang Sanbai. It's just that Steward Jean doesn't understand. Huang Sanbai is not a stunned young man who doesn't understand the rules, and it's not the first time he has come to Floating Sea. He should be clear about the rules here, yet he still came? There must be some reason for this. It's not easy for Steward Jean to ask questions, so he can only say some irrelevant things. But Huang Sanbai, after experiencing today's failure, couldn't hold his breath any longer. He couldn't even drink a sip of tea, so he opened his mouth directly. Stop talking, Steward Jean, I'll just ask you. I, Huang Sanbai, have an important matter to ask for your help today, will you help? Upon hearing this, Steward Jean hurriedly said, of course. Elder Huang, if you have anything to do, just tell me. You know me. I have been trying to repay you for so many years, but I have no chance. If you are willing to give me this opportunity, I can only wish for it. I think you should take a look at. Huang Sanbai didn't tell the matter right away, but asked again, even if this matter is likely to cost your life. Steward Jean nodded without hesitation, that's right. As long as it's Elder Huang's request, I will be willing to put my life down for it. You saved not only me, but also my wife and 3 children. Our family owes your kindness to us. Even if I paid back with my life, I still earned. Huang Sanbai nodded, but still hesitated. Steward Jean took the initiative to urge, Elder Huang, just tell me, there are shielding arrays around my place, and they won't spread. Only then did Huang Sanbai slowly say, this matter, it's really embarrassing to talk about. I heard that the first round of the God Realm's Grand Meet will be the same as the previous few times. Everyone will gather in one place for a massive knockout match, isn't it? Since there are too many cultivators who signed up for the God Realm's Grand Meet, it would take several years of hard work to select through one-on-one competitions, and it may not be possible to decide the first, second, or third. Therefore, there would be a huge elimination round to filter out all the good seeds. Everyone will be thrown into the same arena, and only the remaining 1,000 people will enter the next match. Through such a round of simple and rough competition, at least 90% of the contestants would be eliminated. Hearing this, Steward Jean nodded, that's right, that's true. Then you stewards, like in previous years, are responsible for monitoring and protecting the participating cultivators in this round? Steward Jean nodded again, that's right. He quickly remembered something, Elder Huang, do you want me to make things easier for the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan? According to the rules of the God Realm's Grand Meet, for the sake of fairness, all competitors are not allowed to carry any equipment other than standard spirit weapons, and even the pills for supplies are regulated. These regulations are all for the sake of fairness. Otherwise, the advantages of cultivators with a powerful background would be too obvious. If everyone has the same level of cultivation, one was carrying a treasure while the other was using a low-level spiritual weapon, then there is no need to compare. Huang Sanbai came to him at this time, and asked about the elimination round as soon as he opened his mouth. Therefore, Steward Jin's first reaction was that Huang Sanbai, for the sake of the family interests of the Sacred Phoenix clan, hoped that Steward Jean would be lenient and let the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan bring in some prohibited things. Steward Jean immediately frowned. Elder Huang, this favor. To be honest, if you insist on asking me to help you, it's not impossible, but it's meaningless to do so. With the genius level of the Sacred Phoenix clan, they should be able to pass the round without much problem. Besides, it is no longer the number of people who pass the elimination round that determines the status of a powerful force like the Sacred Phoenix clan, but the ranking of the top talents. Isn't the Sacred Phoenix clan aiming for the top 10 rankings? For such a small matter, it was not necessary to use the favor of life-saving kindness as repayment. Steward Jean felt that this was unreliable. Huang Sanbai shook his head. No, I want your help. Naturally, it's not such a small favor. I hope that you can help me find the position of a certain cultivator during the elimination round, and then open the array at the right time to let me get into the arena. The arena of the elimination round was covered by a huge array. Because the stewards of Floating Sea are responsible for protecting the safety of the contestants, they all have the authority to check the location of the contestants, and they can also slightly open the array to reveal the gap, and teleport the fighters in the array. This can save lives in an emergency. Upon hearing this, Steward Jean was taken aback. I think you should take a look at. He stared at Huang Sanbai, thinking about it quickly. Suddenly, he thought of an astonishing possibility, and his whole body trembled. Huang. Elder Huang. You can't be the one who wants to deal with the Cloudy Qilin clan. Steward Jin's face became extremely pale. Although he had already guessed when Huang Sanbai asked him if he was afraid of dying, Huang Sanbai's request might be astonishing. However, he didn't expect that it would be so shocking. It seems that Huang Sanbai actually wants to enter the elimination round in person to deal with Li Moying, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. At this moment, Steward Jean still remembered the rumors he heard when chatting with someone a few months ago. It was said that Huang Sanbai had already dealt a poisonous hand against Li Moying before, and even caused the only god-level genius in the god realm to be seriously injured and unconscious for a long time, almost killing him. However, in Steward Jin's mind, Huang Sanbai has always been an upright and majestic old man, so he didn't believe such nonsense at all, and even scolded the person who said it. But looking at Huang Sanbai's reaction now, could it be, all those are true? Huang Sanbai looked at the change on Steward Jin's face, but he was still very calm. He shook his head. No, you made a mistake. The cultivator I want you to inquire about is not Li Moying, but the girl beside him. Girl? You mean, that fiancé of young Master Li? Huang Sanbai nodded with a serious expression. That's right, it's her. Steward Jean frowned suspiciously. Is there something wrong with young Miss Li? Look at her young age, she is not outstanding, except for being pretty. Besides, she is really arrogant. You must have heard about what happened at the trial array yesterday, right? She actually said that she is also a god. Speaking of which, Steward Jean suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, his eyeballs almost popped out, and he opened his mouth wide, with a look of shock on his face. Could it be that what young Miss Li said is true? She is really a god-level genius? That's why you. Steward Jean was not a fool, and quickly analyzed that the most likely reason is that young Miss Li is also a true god-level genius. If this is the case, it's no wonder that the Sacred Phoenix clan is so nervous, and even made such a bad move, sending a top powerhouse like Huang Sanbai to deal with her. If the Cloudy Qilin clan really has two god-level geniuses at the same time, what will happen to the Sacred Phoenix clan? He simply did not even dare not think about it. The corner of Huang Sanbai's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Steward Jean, neither confirming nor denying it. Anyway, this reason has little to do with you, and you don't have to guess wildly. I just want to know if it's possible for you to do what I just said. Steward Jean managed to recover from the shock, frowned, thought for a while, and said, "It shouldn't be difficult to check the location of young Miss Lee. However, when the competitors are sent into the arena, their locations are random, and she may not be sent to my assigned area. It really depends on the situation at the time. I will find a way to exchange positions with the corresponding steward, but there is no guarantee of success." Huang Sanbai pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Even if she doesn't land in your area, it's not a big problem. The safe area on the field will gradually shrink, and the area where she can move will become smaller and smaller. There's my chance." "Then this matter, it's settled." Huang Sanbai looked at Steward Jean. "I think you should take a look at." But Steward Jean had a look of hesitation on his face. "This. What's the problem? Are you planning to go back on your word?" Huang Sanbai frowned in displeasure. Steward Jean hurriedly said, No, Elder Huang, you misunderstood. Of course I have no problem here, but have you really considered it? If you really do it in the elimination round, you will almost certainly be discovered. You know the strength behind our floating sea. Even if you are an elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan, it is very difficult to escape the responsibility. Maybe your life may be in danger." Huang Sanbai snorted coldly. "You don't need to worry about that, I'm already prepared. Besides, I'm already at this age, so what does it matter if I lose my life for the clan?" After hearing what he said, Steward Jean immediately became serious. Elder Huang is indeed the humorous of the Sacred Phoenix clan. It is really a blessing for the Sacred Phoenix clan to have a senior elder like you. For a while, the image of Huang Sanbai in his heart became even taller. There were really too few cultivators who could sacrifice their names for the future of the clan. What's more, Huang Sanbai still has such an identity. Making such a choice was even more commendable. Seeing that Steward Jean was completely fooled by himself, Huang Sanbai finally showed a smile. "That dead girl. This time, she will definitely not be able to escape." 4077, the start of the Grand Meet, 1. The next morning, Huang Yueli and Li Moying also heard the news of Steward He's disappearance, and felt a little pity. This guy should have been sent by Huang Sanbai. Now that he's gone, he's definitely not going to survive. Huang Yueli sighed. "Oh, if we can detain him earlier, maybe we can get some information. I don't know what kind of tricks Huang Sanbai will do next." Li Moying frowned slightly. With Huang Sanbai's cunning personality, he probably didn't tell the truth to Steward He, so even if he was caught, he probably wouldn't be able to tell us anything. Huang Yueli nodded, expressing her agreement. Husband is so right. However, Huang Sanbai can definitely guess that I will reveal my identity after the God Realm's Grand Meet, so if he wants to make a move, he will probably choose it during the God Realm's Grand Meet, and the sooner he starts, the better. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Yueli had already guessed a large chunk on Huang Sanbai's next move. In the preliminary round of elimination, there were many contestants. Hundreds of thousands of people will be thrown into the middle of a large array at the same time. It would not be surprising if one or two people disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, no one would notice. At this time, it was definitely the most appropriate time to do it. If it drags on to the next round, a one-on-one round-robin match and knockout match will begin. Moreover, as the number of participants decreases, each match will attract more and more attention. At that time, no matter what means are used, they will take even greater risks. Li Moying obviously also thought of this, and his face suddenly became a little dignified. This is a bit troublesome. During the elimination round, after everyone is teleported, they will all appear in a random position. It's impossible for us to teleport to the same place, and we can't contact each other. I can't protect you at all. Huang Yueli looked at her husband's furrowed brows, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She walked up to Li Moying, and raised her hand to massage his furrowed brows to smooth them out. Husband, don't worry, I'm still at the middle stage of the heart profound realm now. Besides, my actual combat ability is also very good, and many fighters in the Dao Profound realm may not be able to match me. This elimination round is against me. It is not difficult for me, even if Huang Sanbai wants to play tricks, it will be difficult to pose a real threat to me. When she said this, she was not boasting, but purely seeking truth from facts. Floating Seas rules are very strict, and the island master is very authoritative. None of the stewards dare to disobey his orders. And as long as there are no problems with the steward, what tricks can Huang Sanbai come up with? Looking for cultivators from the Sacred Phoenix clan to besiege her? To be honest, even if a heaven-level genius comes to fight, that person is no match for her at all. It can only be said that person was suicidal. If Huang Sanbai really did such a stupid thing, after the attempt failed, he would definitely become a sinner of the clan. This old guy is insidious and cunning, it's impossible for him to be so stupid. Huang Yueli thought for a while, but couldn't think of what Huang Sanbai would do. It doesn't matter, it's useless to guess now. I'll bring more hidden weapons and medicinal pills, just be prepared. Huang Yueli smiled, not taking it seriously at all. However, her husband kept frowning. I always feel that things won't be that simple. No, I'm still worried. Is there no way to create a spirit armament so that we can communicate in the big array? 4080 The start of the grand meet, 4. Huang Yueli only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she saw clearly again, she had disappeared from her original position and had already arrived on Paradise Island. She stood up straight, looked left and right and observed the surrounding environment. Judging from the scene in front of her, she should be in a clearing in the woods, surrounded by tall and short trees, and the roars of spirit beasts could be heard from time to time not far away. Well, it is said that the entire Paradise Island is a large forest. Except for a large plain in the center of the island, it is surrounded by trees. Therefore, the most I can judge now is that I was not randomly placed in the center. As for others, it's impossible to judge. Huang Yueli thought about it for a while, and the information she got was very limited, even less useful. The only thing she knew was that the poisonous mist would enclose them from the edge of the island to the center. Therefore, if she had been sent randomly to the center at the start, then there was no need to move and dodge from time to time, just sit and wait for the competition to enter the final stage. She obviously didn't have such good luck. Of course, for ordinary cultivators, being randomly assigned to the center position cannot be said to be a completely good thing in itself, it can only be said that there were advantages and disadvantages. Because, there must be more and more people in the central position, and the possibility of battles was also the highest. Most probably, from the first hour of entering, they will start to face various battles. People with slightly weaker abilities will probably be eliminated from the very start of the competition. For an ordinary person who was randomly sent to a relatively marginal position, they would be worried to be besieged with all sorts of attacks. However, for a person like Huang Yueli, she would be able to survive no matter what. For a strong exponent like her, as for fighting? Nope, she had never been afraid. Sigh, since it's already like this, there's nothing I can do. I don't know how far I am from the center, and which direction is the correct direction to go. So, for now, I can only wait. Huang Yueli sat down cross-legged under a tree out of boredom, wanting to pass the time by cultivating first. But she didn't sit for a long time before she suddenly opened her eyes. Somebody is coming this way? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Huang Yueli's first reaction was to climb up a tree and hide. One thing more was no worse than one thing less. She has no interest in bullying those ordinary fighters in the elimination round. It was more enjoyable to bully those geniuses in the final round. So, try not to get in touch with these people, it will save a lot of trouble. As soon as she climbed up the tree, she saw a youth with short black hair coming from the end of the forest. He was not very old, just an ordinary human. His face was full of vigilance, he looked around very warily, and walked forward slowly. Huang Yueli didn't say a word, just waiting for him to pass by. But who knows, not long after, there was another sound of footsteps. This time, a young man in a purple robe appeared in her field of vision. Huang Yueli checked his aura, and felt that he should be a cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan. The two met on a narrow road, and Huang Yueli immediately felt sorry for that human cultivator. Alas, it's a pity, he was going to be sent out as soon as he came in. Sure enough, as soon as the Empyrean Fox cultivator saw the human youth, he immediately attacked him without saying a word. Now that everyone has entered the elimination round, they are competitors. Less than a quarter of an hour after the human youth came in, he was sadly knocked unconscious, and was then teleported out soon after. 4081, the start of the Grand Meet, 5. Not only that, but a spirit armament in the human youth's hand fell to the ground during the battle. The victorious Empyrean Fox clan cultivator smiled, strode over, and picked up the weapon. Ha ha, today is really my lucky day. Although this spirit armament is standard equipment, it has obviously been improved. It should be an improved spirit armament that's been newly developed by the military that has been circulating in the God realm recently. This thing is worth a lot now. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and looked around very vigilantly. Huang Yueli immediately retracted her protruding head. She was a little excited when she saw the weapon she designed, and wanted to see it clearly. Unexpectedly, the cultivators of the ancient god clans had some skills after all, so they could sense her peeping. The cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan looked left and right, but couldn't find anyone nearby. He finally felt relieved and happily put away the spoils. After he left, Huang Yueli came out from her hiding place. However, she was very cautious and found a hidden place to rest. Although the battle just now ended very quickly, it also explained a truth. On Paradise Island, all cultivators are hostile to each other. They don't even need to have any disagreement with each other, as long as they simply encounter another cultivator, they will attack each other. Therefore, even if she was strong enough to crush almost all cultivators on the island, the best way to pass the elimination round was to be as cautious as possible. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators on this island. Who knows what kind of accident will happen? In previous God Realms Grand Meet, there were cases where the favorite to win was knocked out in the chaotic elimination round. Just like that, Huang Yueli simply sat cross-legged behind a big tree. During this period, some cultivators passed by one after another, but none of them noticed her existence. 6 hours later, she suddenly stood up from the ground. It seems that the location I teleported to is still very close to the edge of Paradise Island. I have to leave so soon. Within the range of her vision, a mass of light green mist could already be seen slowly drifting towards her position. Huang Yueli patted away the grass on her body, then strode in the opposite direction. Since all the cultivators in the vicinity were escaping from the poisonous mist, they were all moving in the same direction. Therefore, Huang Yueli found that she met more and more cultivators. However, under the current situation, there was no fighting between cultivators, and everyone ran forward with one mind. The poisonous mist was not far behind, and no one dared to attack others rashly. Huang Yueli's movement was much faster than others. After running forward for a while, when she looked back, she could no longer see the shadow of the green mist. Well, you should be able to rest for a while. Moying told me earlier that the poisonous mist will only spread towards the center every hour. After a while, it will stop spreading and continue until the next hour. It should be safe for now. Huang Yueli was thinking about where to spend another hour. But at this moment, a male voice suddenly came from behind her. Hey! The girl in front, please stop. This man was not polite. Huang Yueli frowned, not planning to talk to him. However, the other party seemed to have set his eyes on her and quickly chased after her. 4082, the start of the Grand Meet, 6. Hey, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Huang Yueli finally stopped in her tracks, and when she looked back, she found that it was still a person she had an impression of. It was the first battle she witnessed when she first entered Paradise Island, the cultivator from the Empyrean Fox clan. Huang Yueli had no expression on her face. She glanced at him and asked, I don't seem to know you, right? What do you want? He stared at the short sword hanging on Huang Yueli's waist, and said with a chuckle, You are a cultivator of the human race, right? It's not bad for the human race to save enough money to travel all the way to the floating sea to participate in the competition, and you don't want to be eliminated at the beginning, do you? So, what do you mean? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. With a conniving smile, he continued on, It's very simple, you give me that short sword as a tribute, and I will let you stay here. Otherwise, I will send you out early. Huang Yueli looked at the greedy gaze in his eyes, and she felt a little more enlightened in her heart. Obviously, when this Empyrean Fox cultivator first came in, he got an improved version of the standard spirit armament by killing that human youth. This unexpected windfall made him even more greedy. Now this can be regarded as a robbery. After all, if the opponent was killed directly, the opponent's weapons and equipment may not necessarily fall off, or they may be held in the hand and transported out of the array together. In this way, he wasted his profound energy in vain and won't get anything. Blocking and robbing was different. As long as you specifically choose a young human cultivator, the opponent's strength was limited, and when suppressed by his strength, 99% of them will be forced to hand over their weapons. I don't know how many human cultivators this guy had used this insidious method to deal with during the previous period. Huang Yueli pretended to be terrified, and blinked her big eyes several times, as if she was quite frightened. What do you want to do? If I give you this sword, will you really let me go? The Empyrean Fox cultivator originally wanted to simply rob her sword, but after a closer look, he discovered that Huang Yueli was extremely beautiful and his gaze changed again. Such an outstanding beauty, even in the Empyrean Fox clan, which was famous for their beauty in the god realm, was very rare. A sinister glint flashed across his eyes as he looked at her lewdly and continued his arrogance. It's not enough just to give me the weapon. Accompany me and make me happy, then I will not only let you go, but also let you form a team with me and go to the center together. Huang Yueli almost scolded all 18 generations of his ancestors in her heart. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the array, she had encountered such a disgusting scoundrel. The Empyrean Fox cultivator thought that Huang Yueli was thinking about it, and added with satisfaction, You have to think clearly, following me, it will only be good for you and not bad for you. A little girl like you, moreover you're still a human, I guess your real strength is at the middle stage of the dream profound realm at most, right? In the arena of the God Realm's Grand Meet, it is really not very outstanding. It is a fluke that you can survive these 6 hours, and continue to the central area later, anyone can kill you instantly. Others are not as sympathetic as I am. Huang Yueli was so disgusted that she almost vomited out. She chuckled and said, What you said is quite reasonable. I never thought I would meet such an expert as you, so come here, let's get close. When the cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan saw the beauty smiling, he was immediately entranced as he stood there in a daze for a moment. Huang Yueli shook her head helplessly. If there was a way to communicate, I would have gone to refined spirit armaments long ago. But the fact is that there are spirit armaments for communication, but there are countless shielding arrays in Floating Sea's massive array, which can completely counteract the effects of these spirit armaments. This massive array was handed down from ancient times, and it is said to be the masterpiece of an array master in the life profound realm. I can't even guarantee that I can crack this kind of array. After hearing this, Li Moying was obviously disappointed. He glanced at Huang Yueli, hesitating to speak several times. Huang Yueli glared at him, don't try to persuade me to give up the competition. If I dare not even participate in such an important competition because of a possible threat, then this will definitely become my inner demon. Having won will prevent me from making more breakthroughs in future. Of course Li Moying knew that what his little Lear said was correct. However, as her husband, he was really worried about her, and wished he could stay by her side every moment to protect her from the wind and rain, instead of letting her face the deadly threat of a famous and powerful man in the god realm. However, he knows better that his little Lear is a phoenix soaring above the 9 heavens, rather than a canary bird that was locked in a golden cage and kept at home. Therefore, his love must not be an obstacle to her reaching the peak. Although he knew that as long as his attitude was strong enough, Huang Yueli would definitely compromise with him in the end because she loved him, but he would never do that. In the end, Li Moying could only shake his head. I don't mean to let you give up the competition. However, you must listen to me these few days and make some preparations. Huang Yueli naturally nodded happily. All right, I will listen to my husband. 3 days later. I think you should take a look at. After the last few days of intense preparations for the battle, the God Realm's Grand Meet officially started. This match was destined to be a grand event in the entire God Realm. Not only did the major forces send the most talented fighters to participate, but even the most important personnels in the clan all came to Floating Sea. In addition, the dignified island master, with unfathomable strength, also came here in person. His appearance made all cultivators present feel a deep pressure. For almost everyone, a strong person at the life-profound realm was an unattainable height. Only Li Moying and Huang Yueli quickly returned to normal after the initial discomfort. They all looked eagerly in their eyes, and looked in the direction of the island master. After all, the life-profound realm was the goal that they were pursuing, and it was also an achievable goal. However, for some reason, when they met the island master's gaze, they felt that the island master's gaze stayed on Huang Yueli for a while longer, as if he was thinking about something. Huang Yueli frowned slightly. It must be an illusion. The right protector of Floating Sea was the main person in charge of this God Realm's Grand Meet. He walked to the high platform in the middle of the square, first said some polite words to welcome all cultivators to come to participate in the competition, before he then quickly spoke on the preliminary round of elimination without further ado. Starting today, the God Realm's Grand Meet will officially begin. The first round is the elimination round. This competition is no different from previous years. To put it simply, all competitors will be randomly teleported to a certain location on Paradise Island. The entire island of Paradise Island has been shrouded in a large array. Your competition will be conducted in this large array. There were 7 islands of different sizes in the Floating Sea. Among them, Gravity Island, where they were now, was the largest one, and it was also where the island master's mansion was. There were many houses built on the Gravity Island, which can accommodate a large number of cultivators to live in. Except for the Gravity Island, the other 6 islands were basically deserted islands. It was left uninhabited, and there were a lot of spirit beasts and spirit plants growing. It was a good place for experience. However, apart from time where the God Realm's Grand Meet was held, these 6 islands did not allow cultivators from other forces access. Paradise Island was the largest of the 6 deserted islands. On Paradise Island, all of your cultivations will be uniformly suppressed at the early stage of the heart-profound realm, and the gap in cultivation between each other will disappear. What will play a decisive role will be your actual combat ability, and this depends on your comprehension of the laws of attributes as well as understanding the application of combat techniques and the ability to adapt to changing situations. 2 hours after you enter Paradise Island, a green poisonous mist will appear on the island. Anyone who touches this poisonous mist will immediately become powerless, and the profound strength of the whole body will be suppressed immediately, and they will completely lose their fighting power. If you don't detoxify within 3 hours, you will die immediately. Therefore, once you get poisoned, you have to release the signal flare immediately, and let the steward come to rescue you. At the same time, leaving Paradise Island also means that you will be eliminated in the competition. Moreover, this poisonous mist will continue to spread inwards, that is to say, in order to ensure that you will not be brought down by it, you must escape from the range where the poisonous mist is located. This range will definitely become smaller and smaller. At the end of the round, a large number of you will all be squeezed into a small area. At this time, you have to find a way to throw others into the poisonous mist, forcing them to withdraw from the competition, and the remaining 1,000 people will enter the semifinals, understand? Most of the cultivators present had some understanding of the rules of the competition. After listening, there was not much expression on their faces, and they all nodded to express their understanding. The Right Protector was still worried and frowned, earnestly repeating the importance of his words. Please understand, although in the protection of the big array, even if there is a fight between you, in most cases it will not hurt your life, but you still have to try to avoid causing fatal injuries to your competitors. I think you should take a look at. Please don't take advantage of the problem to resolve personal grievances in the grand meet organized by our floating sea. If you don't listen to our advice, we can punish you in floating sea. The Right Protector spoke very calmly, neither slow nor fast, but the deterrent force in his words was still very powerful. After all, the person standing behind him was the island master. Not many people would dare to disobey the words of those at the life-profound realm. All the cultivators present nodded their heads in a hurry, expressing their agreement with the rules of the competition. The Right Protector just nodded and announced, "All right, then, the competition will officially begin. All contestants, please take out the tokens you received when you signed up, and hold them firmly in your hands. That is the medium of your transmission." Huang Yueli and Li Moying also took out the tokens as they said. The teleportation array has been activated. Following the order of the Right Protector, teleportation flashes were everywhere in the square. Huang Yueli and Li Moying only had time to look at each other before they were sent out at the same time. Without a second thought, he immediately walked towards Huang Yueli quickly. "Ha ha, I knew it, you are a smart girl." As the Empyrean Fox cultivator said, he stretched out his greasy right hand towards Huang Yueli, and was about to touch her fair and tender face. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He didn't have any time to react, but could only feel a burst of profound force slamming into his chest. An excruciating pain hit him and he felt as if all the bones and internal organs in his body had been crushed in an instant. Immediately, he was sent flying back. It took a while for him to fly in the air, before he landed on the ground heavily with a reverberating bang. There was a burst of dizziness in his mind, and he felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining. He couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Immediately after, he was teleported out of Paradise Island. Never would he have imagined in his dreams that a robbery that he thought would be foolproof would directly kick him out of the competition. Now that the competition has only been going on for 6 hours, not many had been eliminated, and 99% of them were from the human clan, and there were very few cultivators from the ancient god clan. He was eliminated like this. It can be said that he suffered a shameful defeat. After Huang Yueli threw the man into the poisonous mist, she clapped her hands, casually, without looking back. She was too lazy to argue with these ordinary cultivators. Fighting with them was like an adult bullying a child. So boring. However, if the other party comes knocking at her door, she doesn't mind letting the other party know what a real peerless genius was. I think you should take a look at. It seems that there are still too many people here. How about I walk inside and find a quiet place? Huang Yueli was thinking about it, and was about to walk into the forest to the east. At this moment, someone stopped her again. This lady in front, please stay." Huang Yueli couldn't help frowning. Why did she just dismiss a scoundrel who didn't have eyes, and then ran into someone else to make trouble so soon? She turned around and looked towards the person who spoke. This time, it was a young man who stopped her. Wearing a long robe with silver and white borders, he looked good-looking and talented. However, what attracted Huang Yueli's attention was not his appearance, but the aura that naturally exuded from him. Although on Paradise Island, the cultivation of all cultivators was affected by the array, turning them into the same early stage of the heart-profound realm. However, there was still a big difference between the strong and the weak, and anyone with a little knowledge can easily tell the difference. For example, the human race youth who was eliminated when he first came in, obviously only had an initial cultivation level in the dream profound realm, so it was not surprising that he would become cannon fodder in seconds. And the cultivator from the Empyrean Fox clan who attempted to rob her just now was much more powerful. Huang Yueli speculates that his real cultivation base is at the early stage of the heart-profound realm, which was consistent with the cultivation base simulated by the array. This kind of cultivation is actually the most advantageous in the competition, because it was no different from one's usual strength, and one can fully display in battle. In addition, that person was still an ancient god clan cultivator and has learned several profound skills, so he was so confident. As for the silver-robed cultivator who stopped her now, Huang Yueli focused her gaze, thoughtful. This person's true cultivation was in the middle stage of the heart-profound realm, which was very rare for cultivators of his age. 4084, the start of the Grand Meet, 8. In the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Liyun and Li Zijuan were the only ones who could achieve this level of cultivation. So, this person should be one of the seed players of his clan, one of the top batch of god-level geniuses in the god realm. You called me. What's the matter? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. Such a person stopped her, it was definitely not with the intention of robbing her. A genius like this needs face, and generally won't do such low-end things. Besides, his strategy should be the same as hers in the finals, that is, hide your strength and bide your time, avoid fighting ordinary fighters, preserve your strength, and wait until the finals to exert your strength. The young man nodded towards Huang Yueli, and said, "This girl, I am in Mingyan, a cultivator from the Whitefin clan. It was a coincidence that I saw you make a move just now." Huang Yueli frowned slightly. What? Can't I send that obnoxious guy away? And Mingyan hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, this lady, you misunderstood me. I just saw your outstanding skills, and I want you to join my team and go to the central area with us." He just came here to explore the way, but he happened to see the dispute between Huang Yueli and that Empyrean Fox cultivator. Originally thought that this delicate human girl would definitely not escape the fate of being humiliated, but who knew that the situation was reversed instantly in just a few breaths. The one who was sent flying was actually that cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan who had a fairly good cultivation base and strength. Moreover, this human girl shot decisively and fiercely. She sent her opponent flying at least a few hundred meters in one fell swoop. He couldn't even see where the opponent landed. It is estimated that the cultivator will definitely be eliminated on the spot. And Mingyan saw it, and immediately thought of soliciting her. Seeing that Huang Yueli didn't speak, he immediately explained, "This lady, I don't know which faction you belong to. Have you heard about the elimination round before? Because the elimination round has to eliminate so many cultivators, you must fight alone. It will soon be unbearable, so many cultivators will form a team and help each other. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, and if there is a confrontation at that time, the chances of winning will be much greater." Huang Yueli naturally understood what he meant. A team of people fighting is definitely stronger than a single person. If a single cultivator meets a team of cultivators like in Mingyan, 99% of them will have to escape for their lives. Moreover, once he escaped a little slower, he would be eliminated on the spot. Of course, this does not mean that the more people in the team, the better. Bringing cultivators who are not strong enough in the team can only be a burden. Not only can it not improve the strength of the team, but it may also cause various variables. Besides, there are only 1,000 people who can pass the elimination round in the end. 1,000 people were selected out of hundreds of thousands, which was a 1-in-1 ratio. After the safe area is reduced to a certain extent, the weaker members of the team will definitely be eliminated. When the time comes, whoever protects and who abandons will cause disputes. Therefore, when forming a team, there should not be too many people, and all of them must be elites. Huang Yueli thought for a while, then smiled. I never thought that you, a heavenly genius of the ancient god clan, would invite a human cultivator like me to form a team. You. And Ming Yan showed shock. After he entered Paradise Island, he used some treasures to cover up his cultivation. He initially thought that unless he met someone who knew him, he wouldn't be seen through, but he didn't expect that Huang Yueli would break down his facade in one sentence. And Ming Yan couldn't help but look at Huang Yueli more highly. To be able to judge his cultivation so accurately is either because her vision was very sharp, or because she possessed a rare treasure. Regardless of the situation, it shows that Huang Yueli was not an ordinary cultivator. And Ming Yan looked Huang Yueli up and down, trying to guess her identity. Although the cultivators of the human clan were generally not as talented as the ancient gods, they were superior in their numbers. The combined number of the 12 ancient god clans was only a few tenths of that of the human S. Moreover, the understanding of the human clan was relatively high, which was a very obvious advantage. With such a large base, the humans has also established several top forces. The talented cultivated by these forces may not be comparable to the ancient god clans in terms of talent, but in terms of strength, there were quite a few who could compete with the top geniuses of the god clans. I don't know, which force does this lady belong to? I really have no impression. And Ming Yan pondered for a while, then gave up. In his opinion, although Huang Yueli's strength was not bad, there was still an obvious gap with a genius like him. It's no problem to form a temporary team, and he can still suppress her. He showed a friendly smile towards Huang Yueli. This lady, to be honest, among the cultivators I have met so far, there are not many cultivators who can compare with you. Our alliances and teams only depend on strength, not all are from the same clan. We have some from the human clan and some from the god clans. Are you a resident of the god realm? Why should you be so particular about it? Hearing this, Huang Yueli looked at him with admiration. During the time she came to the god realm, almost all the cultivators from the god clans she met looked down on the humans. And Ming Yan's ability to say such words, no matter whether he was completely sincere or not, it also shows that he still has a heart. I think you should take a look at. And Ming Yan saw that she was a little moved, and continued to persuade. Besides, you can't bring in too many pills in the elimination round. If you really encounter a more dangerous situation and you are alone, you can only choose to give up the competition. It will be different with us. 3 of my team are from the Whitefin clan, and our clan are all cultivators of the wood attribute who are good at healing and can save lives at critical moments. This point was definitely very tempting to ordinary cultivators. There was a doctor in the team, and a doctor who can heal instantly during the battle. That's the dream of all cultivators. And Ming Yan has 3 here at once. If it was someone else, he would definitely not care about thinking about anything and agree to join without hesitation. However, Huang Yueli didn't attach much importance to these things. She herself also has the wood attribute, so she can perform some simple healing techniques, which was usually enough, and she doesn't really need the help of the Whitefin clan. However, after thinking for a while, she nodded. All right, then I'll join your team, let's go together. She walks alone. No matter how low-key she is, she will inevitably be targeted by greedy people like just now. If frequently forced to take action, her strength would be exposed eventually and will be easily besieged by others. But following a team was different, especially when there was a master like an Ming Yan in the team. Ordinary cultivators definitely took a detour when they saw them, and relatively fewer dared to come up to provoke them, which would save her a lot of trouble. And Ming Yan showed joy on his face. "All right, please follow me. By the way, I haven't had time to ask for this lady's name?" Huang Yueli said casually. "Oh, my name is Li Yue Huang." Li Yue Huang? Hearing this name, and Ming Yan couldn't help frowning slightly. What a name, she's such a good-looking lady, yet she has such an awkward name, that sounds like a man. Huang Yueli chuckled, and said, "Nonsense, when I was young, I was relatively thin. People said that I had to be called a boy's name in order to survive." "No. That's pretty accurate." "Oh, so that's the case." And Ming Yan nodded, not sure if he believed it. After a while, he inquired again, then, "Young Miss Li, which faction are you from?" "I'm not from any great power. I just cultivated alongside with my parents and elders since I was a child. This is the first time I have left my hometown and come to such a far place. Sigh, Floating Sea is such a lively place, there are so many people. In the small village where I was born, there are not as many people living in the same courtyard as Floating Sea." Huang Yueli said seriously. Although Ming Yan was a well-informed ancient god clan genius, he was taken aback by her. Not long after, they came to a clearing in the forest. In the open space, 2 men and 2 women were sitting together. Seeing Ming Yan approaching, everyone showed excitement and stood up. "Young Master Ming Yan, you are back. You have been away for so long, we are all a little worried." A pretty girl in a blue dress was the first to greet him enthusiastically. "I think you should take a look at." And Ming Yan nodded at her. "Young Miss Meng, please worry about it. This time I went a little farther, and there was an accident on the way, so I wasted some time." It was only now that young Miss Meng saw that there was a person behind Ming Yan, her expression suddenly changed, her gaze that landed on Huang Yueli was very unkind. "Young Master Ming Yan, who is this?" Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows when she heard her blunt words. TSK, this young Miss Meng seems to have an unusual liking for Ming Yan, otherwise, she wouldn't be so disgusted with the women around Ming Yan. And Ming Yan had an upright face, as if he didn't notice anything unusual at all. He was still gentle and polite, and introduced Huang Yueli to his teammates. "Everyone, this young Miss Li Yue Huang, I met when I was exploring in the woods just now. I happened to see young Miss Li make a move and knocked out a cultivator from the Empyrean Fox clan. She is not weak, just as we are still short of manpower, I invited her to join our team and walk along with us." Hearing this, the 4 people present all frowned, with a hint of resistance in their eyes. "This? Young Master Ming Yan, isn't this a little thoughtless? Although there are many strong people, but that doesn't mean the more people in the team, the better." A slightly obese cultivator said with a scowl. "That's right, this. Young Master Ming Yan, why don't you discuss it with everyone first, before making such a decision? We are together, and it is easy to attract the attention of other ancient god clan teams. It may not be a good thing for young Miss Li to follow us. Maybe it is not as safe as walking alone." 4087 Trash of the Human Clan, 3. Several people spoke one after another, and although they spoke from different angles, they all expressed their opposition to Huang Yueli's joining. Huang Yueli shook her head secretly, feeling that she might have made this trip in vain. Seeing Ming Yan's gentle, polite and personable manner, she thought that Ming Yan's teammates were similar to him. Now, it seems that she was thinking too simply. During the elimination round, the locations where everyone teleported in were random. Even if Ming Yan was a well-connected cultivator, it was impossible for them to be randomly placed together. These so-called teammates should be cultivators from the same clan or forces with a relatively close relationship. They were formed together when they met temporarily. They are probably not familiar with each other, and naturally, they will not agree with each other. If so many people object, she probably won't be able to stay in this team. It's a pity. At first, she thought she could save some trouble by mixing in. Huang Yueli was already ready to leave, but who knows, when Ming Yan heard these objections, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and his always gentle expression became serious. Guys, I personally invited young Miss Li to join our team. You are driving her away without asking any questions. Are you deliberately against me? Have you ever thought about how unhappy young Miss Li will be when she hears these words? Anyway, that's all I have to say. Young Miss Li's strength is what I have seen with my own eyes. She will not hold back the team. I will definitely keep her in the team. If anyone doesn't want to follow me, they can leave here, I will never stop it. As soon as these words came out, the 4 ancient god clan cultivators were all stunned. No one expected that Ming Yan would suddenly become so tough. Huang Yueli couldn't help but look at him with admiration. This kid was not only talented, but also has a strong leadership ability that's very rare in the Whitefin clan. It seems that he was a very promising person. Several cultivators wanted to continue to oppose, but after seeing Ming Yan's firm gaze, they softened one by one. Although they were all from the ancient god clan, the disparity in strength was huge. Ming Yan is one of the most outstanding heaven-level geniuses of the Whitefin clan, and his strength will absolutely crush any one of them. It's hard to say how far they can go without Ming Yan. Only by following this team can they hope to enter the next match. Seeing that everyone had shut their mouths, Ming Yan nodded and turned to Huang Yueli, young Miss Li, I was really sorry just now. Young Master Ming Yan. You actually threatened us in such a manner. We are also doing it for your own good. This is the first match of the God Realm's Grand Meet, and it is not an ordinary experience. It is possible to enter the battle at any time. With such a person, everyone's safety will be affected. Young Master Ming Yan, you may be so fascinated by her, because you see that she is so beautiful. Ming Yan was just about to apologize to Huang Yueli, when young Miss Ming couldn't help but stand up and said aloud. As she spoke, she cast Huang Yueli several unkind glances. Ming Yan frowned, young Miss Ming. Before he could say anything, the fat cultivator pulled young Miss Ming from behind. Enough, stop talking. Brother, what are you pulling me for? Young Miss Ming frowned. Young Master Ming Yan has already made a decision, and it's useless for you to object, it can only make him feel disgusted. The fat cultivator said. A look of struggle flashed in young Miss Ming's eyes, but seeing the obvious displeasure on Ming Yan's face, she became a little uneasy. She glared at Huang Yueli again, and walked away reluctantly. In this way, despite some twists and turns, Huang Yueli finally joined Ming Yan's team and became the most unpopular member of the team. The few of them had rested enough, and after getting to know Huang Yueli for a while, they felt that they would continue to set off and head towards the center. The ancient god clan cultivators in the team were obviously unwilling to talk to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli naturally knew very well that the biggest reason these people ignored her was that they looked down on human cultivators. Even though Ming Yan repeatedly emphasized that her strength was very good, these ancient god clan cultivators were always arrogant. Before they saw her make a move, they wouldn't believe it. They probably already decided that Ming Yan decided to bring her along because she was young and beautiful, and some even felt sorry for her. Huang Yueli didn't care about this at all. If these people were too enthusiastic about her and kept asking questions, she wouldn't know how to answer them. It's not good to lie to others, but if she tells the truth, no one will believe it. Since it was like this, no one cared about her, she could happily follow the team without much effort. However, she walked around and eavesdropped, and she roughly figured out the composition of the team. Captain Ming Yan was indeed one of the famous heaven-level geniuses of the Whitefin clan. Not only was his talent outstanding, but he was already an earth-level pharmacist at a young age. In terms of the level of elixir skills, Lu Shuji may not be able to tell. Down. He was really the proud son of the god realm. As for his two clansmen, their strength was relatively ordinary, and they were all just earth-level geniuses. However, they were very lucky. In such a round, they actually met with the genius that their clan had worked hard to cultivate. And Ming Yan had to give them a hand as they were from the same clan. The other two, young Miss Meng and the fat cultivator, were both from the Ice Snake clan. They were a pair of brothers and sisters. The younger sister was called Meng Yuer, and the older brother is called Meng Qixing. I think you should take a look at. Although Meng Qixing was not as outstanding as in Ming Yan, he was still a genius at the top of the sky and belongs to the second echelon of the family. The Ice Snake clan and the Whitefin clan have always had a lot of contacts, and they were very close to each other, and even marriages often occur between the clans. And Ming Yan valued Meng Qixing's strength and took the initiative to lure him into the group, and Meng Yuer also followed. This pair of brothers and sisters are really lucky, they can be together despite being sent randomly. Huang Yueli felt a little envious. It would be great if her husband could be with her. In terms of fighting, she doesn't need Li Moying's help, she can handle it easily by herself. However, this competition was really too boring. It will take 7 days for the poisonous mist to completely spread. In other words, it will take 7 days before the candidates for the next match can be determined. How boring. If Li Moying was by her side, she would be able to cheer up, at least looking at his handsome face would also refresh her mind. Just as she was dreaming in a daze, someone suddenly patted her heavily on the shoulder. Hey, the one surnamed Li. Hearing Meng Yuer's high-spirited voice, Huang Yueli frowned. Meng Yuer sneaked up on her like this, her instinctive reaction was to knock her out. Fortunately, she remembered that she was in the team in time and controlled herself. 4089 Trash of the Human Clan, 5. Huang Yueli glanced at Meng Yuer without any expression before she turned around and prepared to leave. In the first place, everyone was barely behaving like a team, moreover, she wasn't interested in talking nonsense with someone who was obviously finding fault with her. However, Meng Yuer didn't let her go at all, and turned in front of Huang Yueli with one stride, blocking her way. Hey you, the one whose surname is Li, didn't you hear this lady calling you? Why didn't you reply? Are you humans all so rude? Meng Yuer raised her chin and glanced at Huang Yueli with disdain. Huang Yueli chuckled, I'm overwhelmed, young Miss Meng, if you say that I was rude, I can't compare to you, someone who is from the ancient god clan. You just addressed me as the one whose surname is Li. If people who didn't know, they'd think it came from some shrew who came from the slums who's talking. You. What did you say? You said I was a shrew? Meng Yuer was so angry that she almost jumped up, glaring at Huang Yueli, wanting to hit someone. Huang Yueli didn't move, her voice was still very calm, looking at you now, did I say something wrong? You. Meng Yuer choked, suddenly. She had already clenched her fists, ready to give this human a lesson. But now, Huang Yueli has run over her. If she is really an adult, wouldn't she really take her seat and become the shrew she calls? Meng Yuer was in a dilemma for a while. Huang Yueli didn't bother to talk to her, raised her hand, trying to push her away. All right, please make room for me. Didn't you see that other people have already walked to the front? Beware of falling behind. Only then did Meng Yuer regain her senses, and remembered the purpose of coming to find Huang Yueli. Li Yuehuang, I warn you, stay away from young Master Ming Yan. Don't think that you can hook up with young Master Ming Yan just because you are pretty. What is young Master Ming Yan's identity? Speaking out will scare you to death. He is one of the most respected talents, not something you can climb up to. I've seen a lot of human women like you who want to climb high. They're all daydreams. At most, you're just a bed warmer with no name or title. Young Master Ming Yan took you in this time, but it's simply because he is kind-hearted, he just takes pity on you, so don't be too sentimental. She warned Huang Yueli aggressively. After hearing this, Huang Yueli didn't show any embarrassment as Meng Yuer expected, but couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Meng Yuer couldn't help feeling panicked when she looked into her eyes. You. What are you looking at me for? She was just a cultivator of the human clan, why was the aura in her eyes so scary? Huang Yueli smiled calmly and said, I can't climb up to Ming Yan, what about you? Young Miss Meng from the Ice Snake clan, can you make young Master Ming Yan look at you differently? Meng Yuer never expected that not only was Huang Yueli not frightened by her threats, but instead she looked calm and exposed her inner thoughts. A blush of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her face. Want you to take care of it? What do you know? Huang Yueli clasped her arms around her chest, and said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, your brother is still a genius with some strength in the Ice Snake clan, but you are far behind, right? Seems like, you're not considered a good match with young Master Ming Yan? You. What are you talking nonsense about? Meng Yuer suddenly became angry when she stepped on her sore spot. With Meng Yuer's natural strength and status in the family, it was indeed impossible to come into contact with a genius like Ming Yan. Although top heaven-level geniuses were not as rare as god-level geniuses, they were definitely at the top of the training list of the first echelon in the family. This was absolutely beyond the reach of an earth-level cultivator like Meng Yuer. It is also because of this that after Meng Yuer met Ming Yan on Paradise Island this time, she took the initiative to stick to him, trying to please him in every way. Because she knew very well in her heart that if she wanted to marry such an honorable cultivator, this was her only chance. That's why when Huang Yueli, who suddenly appeared and was so beautiful, became a thorn in her flesh. Hey you, with the surname Li, stop talking nonsense here. I am at least from the ancient god clan, with a clean family background, and a brother who is a heaven-level genius. Our Ice Snake clan and Whitefin clan have always been friends and often intermarried. I naturally have much more hope than you. Meng Yuer said through gritted teeth. What she said was very firm and loud. She herself did not know if it was to convince Huang Yueli, or to convince herself. Huang Yueli shook her head amusedly, all right, if you think there is hope, and it's none of my business. I'm not interested in Ming Yan, please don't bother me again. You're not interested in young Master Ming Yan? Who would believe you? You were standing and talking with him so intimately yesterday. Meng Yuer didn't believe it at all. Huang Yueli shrugged, if you don't believe it, don't believe it. Why should I care? Get out of the way, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, she didn't look at Meng Yuer again, and directly used her skills to bypass her. Meng Yuer was startled by her sudden move and was taken aback for a moment. I think you should take a look at. Obviously, she didn't expect that a human cultivator could have such a high agility. She didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly, and she disappeared. After she reacted, she became even more angry. What the hell? It's just a trash of the human race. If it weren't for young Master Ming Yan's kindness, she would have been eliminated by now. Our team protected her, and she didn't even have a heart of gratitude. Sooner or later, I will show her some colors. Seeing that the others had disappeared without a trace, Meng Yuer could only stamp her feet and chase after them. Huang Yueli followed this team and walked on for 3 days. The poisonous mist spreads out every hour, forcing the cultivators on the island to gather towards the central area. So, as time went by, they encountered more and more cultivators on the road. However, the deterrent force of Ming Yan's team is indeed very strong. Along the way, very few teams dare to provoke them. A single martial artist, seeing their 6-person team, would have no time to escape, so naturally they would come to their door without eyesight to send them to death. Most of the cultivators in the team are knowledgeable. Once they saw the aura of An Mingyan and others, they knew that this team was not easy to mess with, and they would take the initiative to avoid them. Only a very small number of teams who don't have a clue in their minds, or those who feel that they have a large number of people and can crush a team of 6 with crowd tactics, will run over to provoke them. Of course, their ending was also very tragic. An Mingyan looks gentle, but the moment he shoots, it was very powerful and often sends these people out of the game in a few breaths. In this way, the team marched on safely for 3 days. By this time, the poisonous mist had actually occupied more than half of Paradise Island. The battles encountered by the 6-member team also became more frequent. However, Huang Yueli never made a move from the beginning to the end, and stayed at the back of the team. At the beginning, she actually thought about whether she wanted to fight a little bit and fulfill the obligations of a team member a little bit. But later, she realized that she really didn't need to do anything extra. Because the cultivators in the team all liked to show off, as if they were afraid that others would not see that they were very strong, so they all scrambled to make a move. Huang Yueli was happy to have some leisure time, so she just watched the play on the sidelines. Of course, Meng Yuer couldn't understand her like this, and she would taunt her from time to time, "TSK, you can actually follow us with a peace of mind? You don't even want to lift a finger. But that's right, with your fighting power, I guess you can't fight against any ancient god clan cultivator, casually. Any one of us can knock you out of the game, and you can't even take a single move. It's better to stay away. I really don't know what young Master Mingyan thinks. With you as a drag, our combat effectiveness has not improved at all, not to mention, there is an extra burden." Meng Qixing couldn't take it anymore, and couldn't help but give his sister a stern warning, "Yuer, stop talking. Am I not right?" Meng Yuer raised her chin unconvinced. Meng Qixing looked at his spoiled younger sister and said with a wry smile, "Yes, you are right. But, what will young Master Mingyan think when he hears it? Young Master Mingyan might have regretted taking this person a long time ago. It's just that he's an upright person, so he's too embarrassed to go back on his word. If I help him drive this woman away, maybe young Master Mingyan will thank me too." "Oh, don't worry about it." Meng Qixing frowned. "I think you should take a look at." At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the woods ahead. Meng Qixing quickly made a silent gesture to Meng Yuer. Then, he told her and Huang Yueli to hurry up and catch up with the 3 White Fin clan cultivators at the front of the team. When An Mingyan saw them, he lowered his voice and said, "Qixing, did you hear the footsteps on the other side? It sounds like the other side's strength is not weak." Meng Qixing nodded, "Yes, the strength is very strong, and the number is no less than ours, there should be 6. And Mingyan said, "Judging from their aura, they are probably the most combative White Tiger clan. If this is the case, we will be in big trouble today." His face looked a little solemn. Along the way here, in fact, only half of the elimination round had just passed. As one of the top 10 geniuses in the clan, it would be a very shameful thing if he were to be eliminated here. So, if he meets a strong opponent here, things will be very troublesome. I hope that the other party is like us, and wants to reach the central area safely first, and will not take the initiative to provoke a fight." And Mingyan said. "It's a pity that although his wish was beautiful, it is just a fantasy." While they were discussing, a loud man's voice came from the other side of the woods. "Hey, over there, what are you mumbling about? Have you discussed it? Hiding in the woods, you want to learn how to be a tortoise and shrink into its shell? If you are afraid of us, you can jump into the poisonous mist by yourself, and it will save us a lot of effort." And Mingyan's expression changed. 4092, do you want to shrink like a tortoise? 2. Even if An Mingyan doesn't want to cause trouble, he was still one of the top geniuses of the ancient god clans. He has been called a shrinking tortoise. It was definitely impossible for him to continue hiding. He coughed heavily, and said, "The friend on the other side really knows how to joke. Why do we have to hide? It's you who should really be more careful. You didn't even see who your opponent is, and say such provocative words. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into big trouble?" "Ha ha ha ha, I'm afraid of getting into trouble? If you are really capable and send me out, I won't say anything. Unfortunately, unless you are Li Moing from the Cloudy Qilin clan, otherwise, if you want to send me out, I'm afraid it's simply impossible." In the woods, and Ming Yan and the others turned pale when they heard this. What's going on? This voice sounds familiar? Could it be him? No way. We can't be so unlucky, can we? If it's really that person, our team will probably be eliminated today. What's even more unfortunate is that he's not alone. He also has teammates. Even if we want to besiege him, we probably won't be able to escape. Huang Yueli didn't take it seriously at first, she just hid in a corner and sighed. Her husband was really popular. As the saying goes, the name of a person was the shadow of a tree. Her husband was actually so famous that in a random battle on Paradise Island, the two sides shouted and even brought Li Moing's name in. It seems that after mentioning Li Moing, they would suddenly become very powerful. After sighing, she noticed the conversation of her teammates. She couldn't help leaning over and asked curiously, "Young Master Ming Yan, who is the person on the other side? Why? Even you can't handle it?" Seeing her coming, Menguer was already unhappy, and when she heard her question again, she immediately showed disdain and sneered. "Hee, humans really don't have any knowledge at all. Young Master Ming Yan has already said just now that there should be cultivators of the White Tiger clan on the opposite side, and the other party's tone of voice is so arrogant, so it can only be the one of the strongest person in combat at the helm of the White Tiger clan genius, Jing Xiaojue." Jing Xiaojue? What's his relationship with Jing Xiaoyuan? Huang Yueli blinked and could not help but ask. She suddenly remembered that when Li Moing and Li Moing were in Empyrean Fox continent, they seemed to have met Jing Xiaoyuan, a cultivator known as the #1 master of the White Tiger clan. At that time, this Jing Xiaoyuan was so abused by her husband that he couldn't lift his head. Even his fiancé was slapped in the face by her. Alas, now that she thought back about it, it was really pitiful. Menguer laughed exaggeratedly. It's not easy. You actually know Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan is the #1 genius of the White Tiger clan. For this God Realm's grand meet, he'll surely enter the top 10 masters. Jing Xiaojue is his younger brother, his talent is not much worse than his, and he is also the best among heavenly geniuses. Oh. After hearing this, Huang Yueli suddenly lost interest. After working on it for a long time, the guy on the other side was not as good as Jing Xiaoyuan, was he? That's definitely not a master, it's boring, and it's not worth her making a move herself. Then young Master Ming Yan should be about the same strength as him, right? Why are you so worried? Menguer said angrily, are you really stupid? The Whitefin clan is of the wood attribute and has strong healing power, but its attack power is the last among all the ancient god clans. The White Tiger clan is different, with strong metal attributes. Their combat power is second only to the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli rubbed her chin, thoughtfully, so it's like this. Speaking of which, it was a moment of negligence on her part, she didn't think of it. Her senior brother Liu Bian was actually not very powerful in combat, but when he was in the lower realm, his cultivation base crushed his peers, so the disadvantage in terms of attributes was not so obvious. Once in the god realm, things were a little different. Seeing her disapproving look, Menguer couldn't help but sneered coldly, you understand now? Country bumpkin. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense here, just hide away. You can't help anyway, come on at such a time, just don't get in the way and influence young Master Ming Yan. Huang Yueli ignored her, but went directly to Mingyan. "Young Master Mingyan, how is the discussion going?" She totally ignored Mangyuer, and this infuriated her so much. Who did this woman think she was? After being warned by her, she still dared to ask young Master Mingyan to ask him about everything. She didn't think about her own strength, and she still made trouble here. Even if young Master Mingyan has a good personality and loves her, but at such a critical moment, how can he have the time to pay attention to her? She was so annoyed. It won't be long, she will definitely be chased away by young Master Mingyan. However, when Mingyan heard Huang Yueli's voice, he was not as displeased as Mangyuer imagined. "I think you should take a look at." He looked at Huang Yueli, and said politely, "Oh, young Mesli, we are in big trouble this time. I didn't expect to provoke Jing Xiaojue, that evil star. Now that our two teams are so close, we definitely won't be able to run away, but if we really want to fight, we are definitely not opponents, and it seems that we must be eliminated. Speaking of which, it's because I invited you along the way. If it weren't for following my team and the goals too obvious, you wouldn't have encountered such troubles, and you wouldn't have been eliminated so early." Others don't know about Huang Yueli's ability, but Mingyan has indeed seen Huang Yueli's attack with his own eyes. Although, in Mingyan's opinion, Huang Yueli's cultivation was definitely not as good as his, but Huang Yueli's combat skills still left a deep impression on him. It can be seen that Huang Yueli belongs to the combat faction. Such people usually have special means of hiding and escaping in such complex terrain as the dense forest. They were very difficult to deal with. It is also often possible to find another way in such a large-scale knockout competition, and become a dark horse in the end. Mangyuer's eyes widened when she heard the conversation between the two, thinking she had heard it wrong. Huang Yueli didn't even look at her, and continued to say to Mingyan, "Young Master Mingyan, you are overthinking. I just heard someone say that this young Master Jing Xiaojue's status in the clan is similar to yours. The strength should be about the same. You haven't fought yet, how do you know you will lose?" And Mingyan waved his hand, "Young Mesli, you don't know something." Huang Yueli interrupted him, "I know that would attribute cultivators have disadvantages, but now it's a team battle, not a single fight. If we cooperate with each other, we may not be unable to win. Besides, the opponent seems to be getting impatient, just respond directly." Hearing this, Mangyuer finally couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up and said, "Li Huang, what right do you have to dictate here and influence young Master Mingyan's decision? With your strength, what do you know? 4094, do you want to shrink like a tortoise?" 4. Young Miss Meng. And Mingyan frowned, and said sharply, "Young Mesli is my distinguished guest, you are not allowed to speak of her like that." Mangyuer's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Mingyan would say that about her. This was not the time when they were in a safe situation before. The battle with Jing Xiaojue's team is just around the corner. In terms of combat effectiveness, although she, Mangyuer, was not very good, she was still 100 times stronger than that delicate young Mesli, right? And Mingyan actually chose to defend Huang Yueli, not her. Could it be that he was really fascinated by the face of this human vixen? "Brother." Mangyuer turned to Meng Qixing for help. However, Meng Qixing didn't stand by her side either, but glared at her, frowned and said, "What kind of situation is it? See what the other party has to say before you can deal with it." And Mingyan nodded, and accepted the suggestion decisively. He raised his voice and shouted, "All right, friends, we didn't want to cause trouble at first, but since you insist on fighting with us, then we are not afraid of trouble. We are just waiting here. How do you compare? Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures slowly walked out from the woods. Huang Yueli glanced quickly. The 6 people on the opposing team had the same number as their side. Therefore, neither side has a numerical advantage, so they can only rely on strength. Among these 6 people, the very arrogant-looking young man standing in the middle should be Jing Xiaojue. He resembled at least 70% of his elder brother Jing Xiaoyuan, and both have red hair, which was very conspicuous in the crowd. After just one glance, Huang Yueli quickly made a judgment. Jing Xiaojue's strength was indeed very strong. Although his real cultivation may only be at the early stage of the heart-profound realm, he indeed had an aura as like a sharp blade, which can be felt even at such a long distance. His profound strength attribute was very special, and, obviously, he has worked hard on his fighting skills. Moreover, Jing Xiaojue was not the only master in this team. There were 2 young cultivators of the White Tiger clan beside him. Judging from the aura on their bodies, their strength was not weak. Although they may not be as strong as in Ming Yan, it was definitely easy to defeat a cultivator of Meng Qixing's level. Dealing with the rest of their team was even more effortless. TSK, it seems that in Ming Yan and the others are really in trouble. Huang Yueli couldn't help shaking her head. No wonder Jing Xiaojue's attitude was so arrogant just now. Of course, it's because he does have the capital to be arrogant. Huang Yueli was not the only one who realized this. In order to intimidate in Ming Yan's team, Jing Xiaojue and the others deliberately exposed their aura, so that people can see at a glance how strong they are. A cultivator with ordinary strength like Meng Yuer also understood what they were about to face, and her face suddenly turned pale. In contrast, Ming Yan seemed much calmer. Although he also felt in his heart that his team must be in danger, he didn't show any fear because of this. And Ming Yan cupped his hands at Jing Xiaojue. It turns out that it's the son of the White Tiger clan. Speaking of which, we still have such a fateful encounter. 4095, do you want to shrink like a tortoise? 5. Jing Xiaojue narrowed his eyes, stared at Ming Yan for a long while before his face finally showed an expression of revelation. I was still wondering who you were. So you are from the White Fin clan. And Ming Yan, right? Yes, that's right. I remember you came to our White Tiger continent last year, when our clan had a competition. How many moves did the geniuses compete with each other? At that time, I was really surprised that none of you could win. Hearing what he said, the 2 White Tiger clan cultivators beside him also laughed maliciously. Haha, it is said that the White Fin clan is the weakest of the ancient god clans. I didn't really believe it. I didn't expect that they could not win even a game between the geniuses of the 2 clans. It's a pity. When the White Fin clan came last time, I couldn't get a rank in the top 20 in the clan, so I didn't get to see that competition. Otherwise, I can also see how powerful the White Fin clan is. Jing Xiaojue chuckled, and said, what's the pity then? Isn't today an opportunity? This young master Ming Yan in front of us is one of the most outstanding geniuses of the White Fin clan. His status in the clan is no less than mine. But, in terms of combat power, maybe he can't beat any of you. Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly remembered that Ming Yan was on the side, and said exaggeratedly, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Young Master Ming Yan, you won't be angry because I told the truth? Actually, I respect the White Fin clan very much. After all of your clan are all spirit medicine masters. However, the competition in the God realm is not about medical skills, it all depends on strength. This is really not the place you should come to. He looked behind Ming Yan again, haha, there are actually 2 ice snakes. The ice snakes are a little stronger than the White Fin clan, but unfortunately, these 2 in your team are trash. And another one, let me see, ha 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 ha. Jing Xiaojue's gaze fell on Huang Yueli, and he couldn't help it, so he burst out laughing. What's going on, Ming Yan, why do you still have humans in your team? No matter how weak you are, with your title of a spirit medicine master, you won't even be able to find a teammate? You still have humans on your team? However, if you take a closer look, this girl is pretty enough, TSK. You came all this way to participate in the God Realm's grand meet, and you still care about women? All of Mingyan's teammates had been despised by him. Except for Huang Yueli, everyone had an angry expression on their faces, wishing they could rush up on the spot and tear Jing Xiaojue and the others to pieces. Only Huang Yueli kept smiling, not knowing what she was thinking. Even when Jing Xiaojue ridiculed her for being a useless human who hooked up with Mingyan by virtue of her beauty, she didn't show any anger. Huang Yueli has rich experience, so it was easy to see through it. Jing Xiaojue was a guy who was mean-spirited and aggressive, but he didn't curse people for no reason. Talking to stimulate the opponent before doing anything was also a strategy in itself. Let the opponent gradually lose their minds under the irony and contempt, that has a lot of fighting power, and that person affected may only display 60 to 70% of their strength at most. It seems that Mingyan's strength should not be as bad as Jing Xiaojue said. Otherwise, Jing Xiaojue probably wouldn't waste time talking nonsense. Wouldn't it be much easier to just rush out and knock them all unconscious and throw them into the poisonous mist? And Mingyan obviously saw this too. With a calm face, he glanced at Jing Xiaojue and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. I have never heard before that cultivators of the White Tiger clan like to satirize others so much. Could it be that you are afraid of losing, so you deliberately said these words to embolden yourself?" Jing Xiaojue never expected him to be so calm, so he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. But soon, he sneered, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Since you are not afraid, let's talk about it quickly. How are you going to decide the outcome with us? Or just fight casually? However, if you attack directly, it will not benefit both of us. I don't think you are so foolish, right?" And Mingyan said, "When the two sides meet, they will fight directly." This, of course, was the easiest and most direct way to decide the winner. However, for a team like them, it was the least cost-effective method. Because, if you fight like this, it was impossible for the two sides to stop fighting until the last person in one team falls down. In the case of a huge gap in strength, it doesn't matter, the weaker side will soon be completely knocked down. But now that the strength of the two sides is close, when the losing side is all down, it is estimated that there will be no more than 2 people left on the winning side. Jing Xiaojue snorted, and said, "All right, then I won't be foolish, let's just say it. Let's use the group arena rules to decide the winner. The rules are very simple. Each team will fight in order, and the winner will win. Every person in the team will take turns to fight, and the loser will be out, and when everyone in the team is out, then it's considered that that team has lost. What do you think?" And Mingyan frowned, but didn't immediately agree. "I want to discuss it with my teammates. I think you should take a look at. This trivial matter still needs to be discussed? Aren't you the captain? It is said that the people of the Whitefin clan are indecisive and not like men. It seems that this is not a lie." And Mingyan ignored Jing Xiaojue's ridicule, turned around and returned to the team. Everyone gathered together to discuss. The method of the group arena is not impossible. Speaking of it, it is fair. And Mingyan first expressed his attitude, "What do you think?" Meng Qixing thought for a while, then shook his head, the group arena itself is fair, but for us, it is a complete disadvantage. Young Master Mingyan, think about it, there are 3 masters on the opposite side, and their strength is above us, that is to say, to beat their team, you need to beat the 3 of them consecutively. Meng Qixing didn't have the nerve to say it clearly, but everyone understood the meaning. Within Mingyan's strength, it was no problem to deal with Jing Xiaojue's followers, but the consumption will definitely not be small. After defeating 2 followers in a row, more than half of his profound strength has been consumed, and if he faces Jing Xiaojue again, wouldn't that be more ominous? And Mingyan said, "That's true, but now I can't think of any other way. I can only force myself to try." Everyone discussed for a while, but they had no choice but to agree. And Ming Yan nodded. All right, then, let's make arrangements and wait for the order of appearance. The teammates fell silent and listened to his arrangement. The outcome of the group arena is not only related to strength, but also has a lot to do with the arrangement. Generally speaking, the common arrangement was to have the weakest person to appear first, and the strongest to be the last. This can ensure that when one's own strength exceeds that of the opponent, they will not lose due to accidents. This was a strategy commonly used by the dominant team. However, in doing so, the disadvantages were also obvious. If the strength of one's own team was not very good, with such a step-by-step order, naturally, there will only be one loss. If faced with this situation in a formal match, the disadvantaged side would arrange the order of appearance according to the weakness of each cultivator in the opposing team. But now, they met Jing Xiaojue and others, by accident, and they don't know the specific strength of the other party. Naturally, such a tactic was impossible. And Ming Yan suddenly fell into a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. There is no other way now. Let's place an order according to our strength. Anyway, the overall strength of our team is really not as good as that of the opponent. If we really lose, there is nothing we can do. If you fight well, even if you are eliminated, you will have an explanation to yourself. The teammates all turned pale and nodded silently. In fact, everyone already had a hunch in their hearts that this match should be their last time on Paradise Island. And Ming Yan forced himself to calm down, and began to assign, young Miss Meng, you take the lead, and Qixing, you are second, and Qiming, third, young Master Meng, and then I invite you to play fourth, and then I have to trouble young Miss Li. Before Ming Yan finished speaking, his teammates were already in an uproar. Meng Yuer couldn't bear it anymore, stood up and said, young Master Ming Yan, did you make a mistake? That Li Yue Huang, she is just a human race. How much strength does she have that you placed my brother before her? Isn't this too childish? I think you should take a look at. Just now, when Ming Yan placed her to be the first to battle, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Although Ming Yan was very careful and said that he was leading the battle, it still couldn't change the fact that she was the first to appear. What Ming Yan said before, the first one to appear was the one with the weakest strength in the team. However, Meng Yuer knew that her strength was indeed far behind Meng Qixing, and the two cultivators from the Whitefin clan beside Ming Yan seemed to have some strength. So, although she was dissatisfied, she could only hold back. But later, Ming Yan actually arranged for Huang Yueli to appear fifth, just ahead of himself. Even placed her further behind Meng Qixing's position. This made it completely unacceptable for Meng Yuer. Although the other cultivators in the team were not as angry as Meng Yuer, they all felt that Ming Yan's actions were too unreasonable, and they all protested. Young Master Ming Yan, do you have any special intentions in making such an arrangement? Otherwise, it's too unreasonable, right? Isn't it? This game is related to our survival in the elimination round. Although most of them may lose, isn't there still a chance of survival? How can we give up now and arrange the order of appearance indiscriminately? That's right, young Master Ming Yan, this matter is no joke. I don't know if young Miss Li's strength can match that of young Miss Meng, or should I arrange for her to appear second? After hearing this, Meng Yuer almost vomited blood. The person who said this was actually her own brother Meng Qixing. Meng Qixing actually suggested to let that vixen play behind her. Could it be that he thinks that woman is stronger than her? In fact, Meng Qixing didn't think that much at all. In his opinion, although the order of the first and second one was different, the effect was the same. They were all pure cannon fodder, there was really no difference in his eyes. Therefore, in order to save Ming Yan's face, it is not a big deal to arrange Huang Yueli as the second one, which was better than the first one. Others in the team also nodded in agreement, urging Ming Yan to quickly change the order. No one noticed the ugly expression on Meng Yuer's face. Although they usually take good care of Meng Yuer, but now it's a serious life and death match. Who would care about Meng Yuer's little thoughts? But who knows, after Ming Yan listened to everyone's suggestions, his attitude was still very firm. I understand what you mean, but I think you really misunderstood. Who told you that young Miss Li is very weak? Who told you that she is on par with young Miss Meng? Since I arranged it this way, naturally I have my reason, but you all don't want to believe it. Hearing Ming Yan's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Huang Yueli in shock. And Ming Yan's meaning is not difficult to understand at all. It is to explain that the strength of that extremely delicate-looking human girl was at least higher than that of Meng Qixing. But, how's this possible? Although Meng Qixing's strength is indeed far behind that of masters like Ming Yan and Jing Xiaojue, but no matter what, he was still a heavenly genius from the ancient gods. Among the cultivators of the humans, only those at the top can barely surpass him. I think you should take a look at. Can young Miss Li have such strength? It's unbelievable. But it's this time, and it's impossible for Ming Yan to just tell lies to fool everyone. For a moment, everyone had expressions of surprise and uncertainty. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe it, Ming Yan turned his head to look at Huang Yueli, and asked, "Young Miss Li, I arranged for you to appear on the 5th stage. You should be fine, right? No problem?" He asked this question to reassure everyone. Satisfied, Huang Yueli would definitely nod her head immediately, expressing her agreement, and giving everyone reassurance. But to everyone's expectation, Huang Yueli shook her head when she heard this. Young Miss Li? This time Ming Yan was stunned, unable to react. What did she mean by this? He had seen Huang Yueli make a move with his own eyes. Judging from her explosive strength at that time, surpassing Meng Qixing was definitely a sure thing. Moreover, she definitely didn't use her full strength. If she really made a move with all her strength, she would definitely be stronger. With such fighting strength, why didn't she dare to be the 5th? Meng Yuer sneered even more. You still have a little self-knowledge. You are not stupid enough to continue to drag down our team. Well, you should be the first to take the shot, don't be wordy. Before she could finish speaking, Huang Yueli suddenly said, I'll be the last one to appear. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened and they stared at her, unable to recover for a long time. What did you say? The last one to appear? And Ming Yan thought he heard it wrong. Huang Yueli nodded calmly, that's right, I'm the last one, and you are the 5th one. This arrangement is a little better. In fact, she was not so obsessed with the number of appearances. Such a trivial matter was completely out of her scope of consideration. In fact, she appearing first or last had exactly the same ending. With her crushing strength, for someone like Jing Xiaojue, she can beat 10 of them at once. In her opinion, the team on the opposite side was really vulnerable. However, she still doesn't know if Huang Sanbai will think of another trick to deal with her, and she doesn't want to expose the strength of a god-level genius too early. So, she did not plan to be so exaggerated as to fight against a team alone. It doesn't matter if she was the last one, if Ming Yan was strong enough to kill Jing Xiaojue by himself, it would save her a lot of effort. If there was really no other way, if she insists on making a move, the one she has to deal with should be Jing Xiaojue, who has suffered both losses after the duel with Ming Yan. In this way, even if she defeated Jing Xiaojue in a few strokes, she could still explain it and not stand out too much. Her considerations were naturally inhumane. So, as soon as her request came out, all her teammates were stunned. What Ming Yan said just now, in fact, everyone somewhat guessed, knowing that Huang Yueli should still have some strength. Maybe she can really be a bit stronger than Meng Qixing. Such strength is already considered outstanding among human cultivators. But who knew, Huang Yueli didn't know how to write words like modesty and shame. After Mingyan complimented her a few words, she actually drifted away, and dared to say that she would be placed behind Mingyan. Did she make a mistake? Who does she think she was? I think you should take a look at what kind of strength Mingyan had. She who was a human cultivator, had no idea at all. The frog in the well dares to speak such wild words, before she has seen a real genius. You. What are you talking nonsense about? Are you out of your mind? Manuel couldn't believe that there is such a woman in the world. The other cultivators also wanted to persuade them again. But at this moment, Xianxia and the others on the opposite side couldn't wait any longer, and urged loudly, "Hey, it's been a quarter of an hour, have you guys come up with any results after discussing it? Could it be that you deliberately wanted to delay the time? Right? Think we're idiots? That doesn't work." And Mingyan gritted his teeth, and took one last look at Huang Yueli. "Young Miss Li, are you sure you want to be the last one to appear?" Among all his teammates, he certainly believed in Huang Yueli the most. Although he didn't quite dare to believe that the strength of a human cultivator could surpass him. However, he was very clear that if their team wanted to escape this catastrophe, their only hope was, what Huang Yueli said was true. If she is really better than himself, Jing Xiao is probably the one who will be unlucky today. Huang Yueli nodded solemnly. Hey, the tortoise on the opposite side. Have you decided whether to stick out your head? If you don't stick out, we'll just kick ass. These cowards must have been cowardly. Ha 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 ha. I said a long time ago that the strength of the Whitefin clan and Ice Snake clan should have long since ceased to exist. They are the waste of our ancient god clan. And Mingyan's face turned livid. After being scolded like this, who can bear it? He simply turned around and strode towards Jing Xiaojue. Alright, stop talking nonsense there. It's not proper for a cultivator of the ancient god clan to scold the street like a shrew on the street. We've already discussed it, let's compete now. Oh? Do you really want to compete? Jing Xiaojue showed an arrogant smile. You really don't regret it? The cultivator beside him laughed loudly and said, Young Master Zhu, you're asking for nothing. Can they not compete? It's not up to them to choose. That's true. Jing Xiaojue laughed loudly. Whether or not there is a competition, they'll also be out. Although the Whitefin clan and Ice Snake clans are trash, but they still have to be given some face, right? Don't you think so too, young Master Mingyan? And Mingyan was terribly angry, but the Whitefin clan was of the wood attribute, and most of them have a relatively peaceful personality. How could it be possible to scold people better than the White Tiger clan, which has always been known for their arrogance and rudeness? After holding back for a long time, he couldn't hold back a few curse words, so he could only say, hurry up and start. Then the winner will be judged by the result of the competition. If we lose, we will take the initiative to enter the poisonous mist and withdraw. If you lose it, of course we will take the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Don't worry, our White Tiger clan values credibility the most, and if we lose, we will still resign. I, Jing Xiaojue, can never afford to lose credibility. Jing Xiaojue said loudly. And Mingyan nodded, alright, let's start. Although there was no third party here as a witness, and Mingyan does not doubt the authenticity of Jing Xiaojue's words. The White Tiger clan's arrogance was definite and was especially hated by others, but they really mean what they say. This was the case with those with the metal attribute. They were very direct, most of them don't even know how to turn a corner. This was especially evident in Jing Xiaojue. His elder brother Jing Xiaoyuan was not as straight-hearted as he is. The teams on both sides moved back a little, and gave way to the open clearing before them as the venue for the competition. The first competitors from both sides soon came to the center of the arena. On Jing Xiaojue's side, a cultivator from the Empyrean Fox clan appeared on the stage, facing Manuel. The ending has no suspense at all. I think you should take a look at. Meng Yue herself did not cultivate very hard. This opportunity to participate in the God Realm's grand meet was obtained through her brother's face. When she met an opponent who was stronger than her, she was defeated within 2 rounds. Finally, for the sake of seeing that she was a girl, the other side didn't hit her hard, but just forced her out of the competition field. In the first round, it looks like we won, Jing Xiaojue said casually. And Ming Yan didn't speak, and continued to signal the second person on his side to come on stage. The second match lasted a little longer, but in the end, and Ming Yan lost again. Hee, sorry, we won again. Hearing the smug voice from the opposite side, and Ming Yan still tried his best to maintain his composure. And Qiming, you're next. And Qiming glanced at Qixing, who had just appeared on stage, feeling a little apprehensive. He and Qixing's strengths were not the same. And Qixing has lost, so what suspense can he have? Because there was a little fear in his heart beforehand, when he made a move, he was timid. Instead, he couldn't even display his true strength, and he was quickly defeated. This time, Jing Xiaojue laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. No way? Our side only has made 1 appearance and defeated the 3 of you. 4103 Why don't this little beauty follow me? 3. If because of this, she was actually played by a beast like Jing Xiaojue, then he has really committed a crime. I'm afraid I will feel guilty in my heart in the future. The second cultivator on Jing Xiaojue's side soon came to an end. I don't know if it was intentional perfunctory, but this cultivator didn't intend to fight hard at all, and was knocked out by Meng Qixing after a few hits. Immediately afterwards, the third person performed exactly the same. The fourth cultivator is the cultivator of the White Tiger clan. Although he is not as powerful as Jing Xiaojue, he was more than enough to deal with Meng Qixing. Meng Qixing had already prepared for a hard fight, and even thought it through. Most likely he would be defeated here. But who would have thought that this fourth cultivator was no different from the previous 3? He just punched a set of punches laughing and joking, and then was beaten down by him with very exaggerated acting skills. The same goes for the fifth cultivator. Not long after, Meng Qixing stood alone in the middle of the open space, looking around in a daze. He still couldn't accept that he suddenly became such a master. Actually, in just half an hour, 1 person defeated 5 opponents. 1 to 5. If it was really possible to accomplish such a feat in the ring, even if it is not a formal competition, it will be enough for people to proudly go out and brag about it for a while. However, Meng Qixing didn't feel any excitement in his heart. Because he already knew very well that Jing Xiaojue was not defeated by him at all, and even, the other party never took him seriously. It was clear that they were not serious at all, and the purpose was to speed up the progress of the competition and give Jing Xiaojue a chance to show his skills in front of the beauty. Sure enough, after the fifth cultivator was defeated, he immediately ran to Jing Xiaojue and said with a smile, "Lord Xiaojue, am I fast enough? Now it's your turn to play." He thought he was flattering very well, but Jing Xiaojue didn't give him a good face. "TSK, don't you guys look like you? Although I said I want to fight in Mingyan quickly, but it doesn't mean I want to fight that Meng Qixing. You can't do anything, get that trash out first. You still have to waste my strength to beat him. What use are you for?" Well, it was only then that everyone realized that they were being flattered, and their expressions became a little stiff. "Forget it, anyway, it won't waste much effort, I'll solve it myself," Jing Xiaojue said, and walked to the center. Meng Qixing naturally listened to all their conversations, and couldn't help showing a look of despair on his face. The people from Jing Xiaojue really didn't take it seriously. The only reason why they are so confident is naturally because they were strong enough to kill him in seconds. And when Jing Xiaojue stood in front of him, Meng Qixing became even more desperate. Jing Xiaojue exuded incomparably sharp metal attribute profound energy, and his whole body was like a blade, ready to go. Even if he hasn't made a move yet, as an opponent, he could feel a slight sting. That was the damage caused to him by the coercion of profound force that escaped into the air. Meng Qixing felt his legs go weak at that time. What? Are you going to throw in the towel and get out, or do you want me to beat the shit out of you before you get out? Jing Xiaojue said disdainfully. This time even Ming Yan couldn't maintain a calm expression. He originally thought that even though his and Meng Qixing's strengths were somewhat different from those of the three opposing experts, at least Meng Yuer and the others should be no different from the weaker teammates in the opposing them. Unexpectedly, the average strength in his team was stronger than his team. Now it was going to be troublesome. And Ming Yan glanced at Meng Qixing beside him, with a very worried expression on his face. Young Master Meng, it seems that we are definitely going to lose this time. In this case, when you make a move later, you should be careful and protect yourself. Don't get yourself seriously injured in such a fight. Since the outcome of being eliminated cannot be avoided, there was no need to work too hard. Although they were in the big array on Paradise Island, their bodies are protected to a certain extent, so they will not be fatally injured. However, when it comes to life and death, it was still possible to be seriously injured. Being careful had no harm in itself. Meng Qixing looked sad and nodded. All right, I understand. Then I'll go first. Well, let's go. Meng Qixing came to the center of the clearing, and the Empyrean Fox cultivator on the opposite side had already defeated 3 people in a row. This was the time when he was most proud. When he saw him, his expression was a little arrogant. Hey, so soon, the 4th person will come up? Since you are in such a hurry to die, then hurry up. I never thought that the strength of the Whitefin clan and Ice Snakes was so weak. A chance to sweep away the heavenly geniuses? Ha 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 ha. He raised his head and laughed exaggeratedly. With a straight face, Meng Qixing said in a cold voice, "Stop talking nonsense and watch the punches. I think you should take a look at." He didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists flew out. The cultivator on the opposite side didn't expect that he would strike so quickly and decisively. He didn't react for a while, so he couldn't even talk about defense. With a bang, Meng Qixing's fist slammed into his face. The cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan was beaten to the side on the spot. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he fell to the ground. There was an uproar in Jing Xiaojue's team, and some even shouted, accusing Meng Qixing of a sneak attack. Meng Qixing looked calm. Sneak attack? How can this be called a sneak attack? Didn't I just say that the 4th match will officially start? I am standing here as a living person, so he can't see me or what? It is obvious that he himself talks too much nonsense and is not ready for battle at all, so how can he say that I am doing a sneak attack? Damn it, who knew that you would make a sudden move? I don't accept it. Let's compete again. The cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan shouted. To him, this was a blow to the head. How proud he was when he won 3 in a row just now, how embarrassing he was now. Before the excitement was over, he was punched in the face and lost. It really doesn't get more frustrating than this. Moreover, he thought from the bottom of his heart that he should not have lost in the first place, and it was all because he was not prepared. Before Meng Qixing had time to express his opinion, Jing Xiaojue had already grabbed the man's clothes, and said coldly, "All right, let's go aside, isn't it embarrassing enough?" Xiao, young master, Xiaojue? I really just... All right, stop talking nonsense. The 7-star young master of the Ice Snake clan is a heaven-level genius after all. Do you still want to beat him? It's too much to look down on a heavenly genius. Jing Xiaojue had a cold face, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? He is a heaven-level genius? Hearing this, the cultivators of the Empyrean Fox clan came back to their senses. They didn't dare to provoke Meng Qixing anymore. They quickly lowered their heads and returned to their team. Jing Xiaojue glanced at Meng Qixing, but he spoke to Ming Yan. Young Master Ming Yan, it seems that there is really no one in your team. So soon, it's Meng Qixing's turn to play. Unfortunately, in my opinion, strength is still not ranked. I am afraid it will not help you at all. Today you will definitely be sent out. And Ming Yan knew that although Jing Xiaojue's words were harsh, they were the truth. So, even though he was extremely aggrieved, he couldn't find any way to refute it. Who is out? We have to wait and see after the fight. Is it too early for young Master Xiaojue to say such a thing now? Or, you are actually very worried that you will lose to us, so you said such a thing on purpose? Come to attack the confidence of our fighters? Huang Yueli couldn't bear to watch any more. She walked out from the shade of the tree, and said calmly. Jing Xiaojue frowned immediately, and said displeasedly, it's just a human race, and you dare to talk to me like this, are you courting death? However, after he saw Huang Yueli's face clearly, Jing Xiaojue's face showed obvious astonishment. He was stunned for a while, and then suddenly smiled. Hee, let me just say, why did Ming Yan insist on bringing a human woman in the team? It turns out. He unscrupulously looked Huang Yueli up and down, as if he was looking at an item in an auction house. She is really a stunning beauty, even if I, this young master, have never seen such a beauty. Beauty, follow a waist like Ming Yan has no future, he will be sent out today. Why not follow me? At least, I can guarantee you to pass the elimination round and enter the semi-finals. If you serve me well, after the end of the God Realm's grand meet, maybe I will also bring you back to the White Tiger clan and be my concubine. How about that? I think you should take a look at. After hearing this, Huang Yueli's smile disappeared instantly, and her eyes were filled with coldness. No matter where you go, you will meet such lustful scum. You want me to follow you? It's simple, as long as you can beat me, I will agree. Huang Yueli said with a sneer. Jing Xiaojue couldn't help laughing. There are too many men who can win you, little girl. However, since you don't believe in my strength, I don't mind showing it to you. Wait a minute, I'll let you get to know me better. As he said that, he urged his team members, who was the second one to end. Hurry up, hurry up. If you lose, it doesn't matter. I will end everything up in person later, and let the little beauty see for herself, is Ming Yan the best, or am I the best? The team members under him all started booing. Young Master Xiaojue is really lucky. You can meet such a beautiful woman in this filthy place. Little beauty, stop talking and just follow our young master, right? And Ming Yan, that trash, looks like a soft-legged shrimp at first glance. Can he satisfy you? That's it. And Ming Yan's face flushed red with anger, and he felt very guilty towards Huang Yueli. He was the one who pulled Huang Yueli into the team, but in the end he was about to be eliminated. Although Meng Qixing was afraid in his heart, he was still a righteous person after all. He also heard Jing Xiaojue's blatant words towards Huang Yueli just now, and felt that he had an obligation to protect the girls in the team. Although he definitely couldn't win, he couldn't just walk away like this. So, he still bit the bullet and said, since it's a group arena, we have to fight, for a while, right? Brother! What are you talking about? Come down, come down. Meng Yuer couldn't help but yelled, that woman is not from our clan, she doesn't care about our business whether she lives or dies. Why do you have to risk this for her? What if you get injured? Come down quickly. However, Meng Qixing pursed his lips, but still didn't say a word. Jing Xiaojue sneered and said, if you have the guts, then I'll let you go happily. He took a sudden step, and struck Meng Qixing's chest with all his might. Meng Qixing had been on the alert all along, and when he saw the opponent making a move, he immediately put on a defensive stance. When Jing Xiaojue made the move, he didn't have much skill, so Meng Qixing happened to be in the right position. A gleam of joy flashed in his eyes, and he just wanted to be happy that his judgment was correct. But who knows, in the next breath, he won't be able to laugh anymore. Jing Xiaojue's attack power was so fierce that it directly shattered his defensive cover. Although the palm was somewhat hindered, it still accurately landed on Meng Qixing's chest. Meng Qixing couldn't resist at all, and flew backwards, spitting blood in midair. "Brother!" Meng Yuer turned pale with fright, and hurriedly chased him to see his situation. "I think you should take a look at." Jing Xiaojue had a relaxed expression on his face. It seemed that he just sent Meng Qixing flying, and it didn't take much effort at all. He smiled, and his provocative eyes fell on An Mingyan. "Young Master Mingyan, I don't know if the next one will end up. Is it you, or this little beauty?" "It's me. It's me." The two spoke at the same time. And Mingyan was obviously stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Huang Yueli. "Young Miss Li, didn't you agree just now? Let me make the first move. If I can't deal with it, we can talk about it later." Huang Yueli shook her head with a smile, and said, "It was just now, now is now. I now feel that I was too arrogant when I said that earlier. With my strength, I should strike before you, young Master Mingyan." "That's what I said, but the real reason is that she was really too lazy to make a move before, so she put herself behind An Mingyan. Now, Jing Xiaojue has completely violated her taboo. She can't wait to get out of the game quickly and beat him to death." Moreover, looking at the way Jing Xiaojue dealt with Meng Qixing just now, this guy's moves were very aggressive and An Mingyan's strength was not known. If there was any accident, An Mingyan may end up very badly. Huang Yueli still has a good impression of An Mingyan, and everyone knows him because of fate. She doesn't want An Mingyan to pay the price of serious injury because of her. However, An Mingyan had a completely different idea. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, he shook his head desperately. "No, no. Young Miss Li, you will be the last one. It's all agreed, how can you change your mind? It's too late for you to regret it now, just follow the previous order." He was a gentleman, and he was afraid that Jing Xiaojue would do something shameless to Huang Yueli, so he was determined to do his best to deal with Jing Xiaojue. Huang Yueli wanted to say something more, but An Mingyan had already strode to the middle of the open space. "All right, your next opponent is me." He looked at Jing Xiaojue sternly. Jing Xiaojue was a little surprised. "TSK, young Master Mingyan, I'm going to look at you with admiration now. You do not only have just ordinary feelings for a woman, are you prepared to give up your future? I'm really curious, what kind of charm does she have that can fascinate you like this? After I eliminate you all, I will be able to experience it well, ha 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 ha." Hearing Jing Xiaojue's arrogant laughter, and Mingyan's face turned ashen. "Shut up, I don't have such dirty thoughts as you. Stop talking nonsense, since it's a competition, let's start." Jing Xiaojue laughed a few more times before he stopped laughing, but his gaze towards An Mingyan was still full of disdain. An Mingyan gritted his teeth. A powerful profound force suddenly burst out from his body, and suddenly attacked Jing Xiaojue. Jing Xiaojue underestimated the enemy too much and was caught off guard by him. The long sword in An Mingyan's hand slashed directly across his shoulder. Jing Xiaojue's expression changed immediately. Obviously, he did not expect An Mingyan's speed to be so fast. However, his gaffe only lasted for a few breaths, and soon, a smile appeared on his face again. "Hee, I underestimated you. A cultivator with wood attributes can have such a fast speed. You are indeed one of the top heaven-level geniuses. You must have put in a lot of hard work in terms of body skills, right? But, it's quite a pity, no matter how fast your speed is, what's the use of such a low attack power? You see, this small wound you left doesn't affect me at all." Jing Xiaojue's words are not false at all. Although An Mingyan caught him off guard, he managed to injure him. However, the wound was very shallow, nothing more than a flesh trauma. To a cultivator with rich combat experience, it was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. Although the attack did not have the desired effect, and Ming Yan's expression was still calm and focused. Without saying a word, he clenched the long sword in his hand, and soon made a second move. This time, Jing Xiaojue was already prepared, so he dodged in a timely manner. And Ming Yan was not discouraged at all, and made 30 or 50 moves in succession, beckoning and attacking. Huang Yueli watched from the side, and couldn't help shaking her head secretly. And Ming Yan's basic skills are indeed very solid. It can be seen that he usually practices very hard. However, the disadvantage of the wood attribute is too obvious. His speed is not much different from Jing Xiaojue, so when he has the upper hand, he can only occasionally hit the opponent. But his attack power is really bad. These few hits only left Jing Xiaojue with a few shallow wounds and a few drops of blood. There was no effective damage at all. If this continues, and Ming Yan will soon be defeated. Sure enough, after dodging a few moves, Jing Xiaojue gradually grasped the rules of Ming Yan's moves, and simply accepted the move. At the same time, he changed his defensive posture into an attack. And Ming Yan stabbed Jing Xiaojue's shoulder with a sword, and before he could be happy, he felt a strong metallic energy suddenly approaching his chest. The metal attribute was extremely destructive, and against the softwood attribute, they were completely polar extremes. And Ming Yan only felt a surge of energy and blood rush up in his chest, and retreated several steps in succession before barely standing still. Jing Xiaojue laughed out loud and didn't give him any time to catch his breath, and immediately made another move. When Ming Yan had the upper hand, he still couldn't gain an advantage. Now being attacked by Jing Xiaojue one after another, it is even more difficult to resist. He was forced to retreat step by step, and was about to be forced into the woods. All the team members on Ming Yan's side were downcast, and some even covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Originally, they had high hopes for Ming Yan. Although they knew that the wood attribute was different from the metal attribute, and the difference in cultivation was not too big, wood attribute fighters would probably lose, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, they have to accept the reality that they are really going to be eliminated. Just when everyone was almost desperate, Jing Xiaojue's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! With his shot, his body suddenly soared into the air. Everyone was taken aback and turned around quickly. In the end, they saw Jing Xiaojue's body being rolled up by a thick vine and hanging in the air. And Ming Yan's body exuded extremely pure wood attribute energy, which was sending it to an ivy plant below Jing Xiaojue with all its strength. Huang Yueli was also taken aback for a moment before she understood. It seems that Ming Yan was a very adaptable cultivator. He was forced to the edge of the woods by Jing Xiaojue, so he simply took advantage of the terrain and directly stimulated the growth potential of the ivy with wood attribute energy, causing it to suddenly grow a thick vine, which swept Jing Xiaojue away. Jing Xiaojue obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen. His face was extremely ugly, and he struggled desperately in midair. Damn it, damn it. Let me down, let me down. However, these vines couldn't understand human words, and they were still under Ming Yan's control, wrapping him tightly, and getting tighter and tighter. It was so tight that Jing Xiaojue even felt that the air in his lungs was squeezed out little by little, and the ribs in his chest seemed to be broken. When Ming Yan's team members saw this scene, their emotions, which had already fallen to the bottom, suddenly recovered, and they were all very excited. Young Master Ming Yan, you are really amazing. Don't listen to him, don't let him down, just hang him like this, hang him to death. Throw him into the poisonous mist, they have already lost. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Huang Yueli couldn't help shaking her head secretly. It's too early to be happy now, isn't it? Jing Xiaojue's ability should be more than that, right? Things were just as she said. And Ming Yan was doing his best to control the vines, trying to throw Jing Xiaojue into the poisonous mist, but Jing Xiaojue's expression changed, and the profound strength around him rose again. Boom, came a loud noise. The entire vine was completely blown away by Jing Xiaojue's fierce metal profound energy. The profound energy that Ming Yan sent into the ivy was swallowed back into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant and fall to the ground. Of course, Jing Xiaojue wasn't completely free. Blowing up those vines also consumed a lot of his profound energy, and he fell from such a high place all of a sudden, and was somewhat injured. However, none of his injuries were serious. Compared with the backlash suffered by Ming Yan, it can be said to be a world of difference. Soon, he got up from the ground and walked towards Ming Yan. How about it? Do you want to continue the competition? I don't want to become enemies with the Whitefin clan, so let's go here. Take your team members and go to the poisonous mist by yourself. Jing Xiaojue waved his hand, his expression full of arrogance. By the way, leave that little beauty to me. His eyes turned to Huang Yueli, looking her up and down, his eyes were full of covetousness. Although he is one of the top geniuses of the ancient god clan, and has an outstanding status in the family, there were countless beauties rushing to follow him, which can be regarded as countless people. However, he has never seen a beauty like Huang Yueli before. Being able to get her was one of the biggest achievements of this elimination round. And Ming Yan was obviously very unwilling, and gritted his teeth. No. You can't treat young Miss Li. What? Are you really planning to die for a woman? Let me tell you, if the fight continues, I won't be able to show mercy. You know that even in a large array, sometimes people will be killed. You really insist on continuing the fight? Jing Xiaojue sneered. Before Ming Yan could speak, Mengyuer couldn't help shouting, "Young Master Ming Yan, you, don't do this, you are a body of gold, how can you take such a big risk for a human?" Even Meng Qixing frowned, "Young Master Ming Yan, let's go to the poisonous mist. If young Miss Li doesn't want to, she can choose to retire." Is it possible that young Master Jing can still insist? And Ming Yan still shook his head, "No, I can't do this kind of thing. Jing Xiaojue, let's continue." Wait. Just when Meng Qixing and the others were extremely anxious and unable to do anything, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Young Master Ming Yan, you clearly lost just now, so you can't play tricks, right? If you lose, you lose. You have to admit it." And Ming Yan was obviously stunned for a moment, because it was none other than Huang Yueli who said this. "Young Miss Li, you are." He never thought that Huang Yueli would say such a thing. Mengyuer said in a strange way, "Young Master Ming Yan, you heard that too, right? Young Miss Li probably wants to follow young Master Jing herself. Some women just want to see who is strong and has a high status, and they can't wait to stick to it. You still do it for her. Why bother to gamble next time?" Huang Yueli ignored Meng Yuer's ridicule and walked directly to the center of the clearing. When Jing Xiaojue saw the beauty walking towards him, his eyes almost went straight. "Haha, young Miss Li, you are very knowledgeable about current affairs. Don't worry, if you follow me, I will not treat you badly. Come here first and let me give you a kiss." Jing Xiaojue went to meet him, and without even thinking about it, he wanted to touch Huang Yueli's face. That beauty's little face was fair and tender, smooth like tofu, and it had already made his heart itch. But who knows, before his fingers touched the beauty's face, he saw the figure of the girl in front of him flash. Immediately afterwards, he felt a strong force coming from his buttocks, and his body suddenly fell forward. There was a plop. Jing Xiaojue fell to the ground in the posture of a dog eating shit, with his face facing the ground, making a big hole. And on his butt, there is a very delicate footprint. This scene happened so suddenly that none of the cultivators present could react, and they all stared blankly at the ground. Jing Xiaojue was stunned. It took a while before I came back to my senses and realized that he had been kicked. This time, he actually didn't fall hard, and he wasn't even injured as badly as the one stabbed by An Mingyan. However, this posture was really embarrassing, so embarrassing. Jing Xiaojue jumped up from the ground all of a sudden, and shouted angrily, "Who dares to plot against me behind my back? Don't want to live anymore?" Huang Yueli stood in front of him, with a smile on her lips, and said unhurriedly, "Young Master Xiaojue is really joking. How can you say it's a conspiracy in a formal ring competition?" Jing Xiaojue was startled again, then frowned. "It was you just now? How is that possible?" Previously, Huang Yueli was clearly standing in front of him, but the force that kicked him down came from directly behind him. If it was Huang Yueli who made the move, she would have to dodge behind him at that moment, and then make the move immediately. If it's really her, this agility is not at the level that ordinary people can achieve. Jing Xiaojue frowned and looked around, and found that other people were standing far away from him, so he had to accept this fact. The frivolous look on his face faded a bit, and he looked at the girl in front of him for the first time. "You really did it?" Huang Yueli said calmly, "Can it still be false?" "Alright, don't waste time, let's start the competition quickly." "Competition? What competition?" Jing Xiaojue frowned suspiciously. Not only him, but the other cultivators present also looked dazed when they heard Huang Yueli's words, unable to react. Huang Yueli's eyes were filled with impatience. "Hey, let me tell you, you are all stupid, right? Didn't you agree just now? Our two teams are in a group arena match, and if all the members of one side lose, it is considered a loss. Whoever loses will voluntarily jump into the poisonous mist, isn't it?" Jing Xiaojue nodded. "That's right, so you have already lost. Which eye of yours saw us lose? Isn't it obvious that our team has 6 people? There's a 6th one." Huang Yueli frowned. The cultivators present all stared at her blankly, and gradually came to their senses. "Wait, so speaking of it, indeed 5 people on An Mingyan's side has participated? This young Miss Li hasn't. What? What's the situation? An Mingyan isn't the last one?" "That's right, there is indeed someone else on An Mingyan's side, and he hasn't lost yet. Even if that young Miss Li can still participate, so what? Just because she is a delicate human beauty, can she defeat our young master Xiaojue?" After Jing Xiaojue understood, he also looked relaxed. TSK, young Miss Li, you actually come in person and compete with me?" "I don't think so. Why do such a rude thing when you are such a juicy little girl? If you get hurt, I will be distressed." Huang Yueli looked at the winks he threw over to her and almost vomited out last night's meal. It was true, ugly people do more tricks. She suppressed her nausea and said, "The rules of the competition are like this. If you dare not fight with me, you just admit defeat. You can go to the poisonous mist yourself." When Jing Xiaojue heard this, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, young Miss Li, are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? Ask us to admit defeat? Alright, since you insist on fighting me for one match, I naturally have to accompany you." Jing Xiaojue walked to the center of the clearing with a frivolous and wanton smile on his face. "Young Miss Li, then I'm going to make a move. But don't worry, I'm an affectionate person and I won't deal a heavy blow. As for you, you can hide as much as you can. If you can't, just say a few words to beg me for mercy, and I will not really hit you hard." He was still talking triumphantly there, thinking that he was personable and generous, and he would definitely make the little beauty feel a little bit of admiration for him. But who knows, before he finished speaking, a silver light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Jing Xiaojue immediately felt the danger and hurriedly retreated back to dodge. The experience he gained in actual combat over the years saved him. The blade of the long sword passed through his arm, and blood gushed out immediately. However, at least he managed to avoid the fatal position on his chest and abdomen. Jing Shaojue's expression changed in an instant. He couldn't believe it. He was hurt by the little beauty opposite without even seeing how she moved. Moreover, the wound was so deep that it almost sliced off a piece of flesh from his arm. It was completely incomparable to Mingyan's limp sword move just now. You, little girl, your body skills are pretty good, and your sword speed is also very fast. It seems that you have really put in a lot of effort in swordsmanship. There are not many swordmasters amongst the humans. Who is your master? Jing Shaojue's face became more serious. Although, he still felt that the main reason why he would be injured was that he was bewitched by the beauty just now. In fact, his strength was naturally far higher than Huang Yueli's. However, the angle of Huang Yueli's sword was very tricky, and it was silent, which indeed showed extremely advanced sword skills, which made him a little curious. Huang Yueli said with a smile, "My master never taught me swordsmanship, I learned it from my husband." So, your husband is a master of swordsmanship. At this point, Jing Shaojue suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, what did you just say? What husband? Are you married? Huang Yueli nodded, that's right. Jing Shaojue's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. However, it didn't take long for him to calm down, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alright, I know you don't want to follow me, so you made up this kind of lie, but you can't lie to me. For a cultivator of your age, and such a talent, look at the spirit armament you use, you must be from a powerful human force. How could you get married at such a young age? What kind of husband is a master of swordsmanship? So what? Under my hands, you can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Huang Yueli couldn't help laughing. You're quite confident in yourself, aren't you? If Li Moying heard such words, she probably wouldn't be angry, but would just find it ridiculous. She didn't lie just now, her swordsmanship was indeed taught by Li Moying. Li Moying has studied swordsmanship intensively since he was a child, and his attainments in swordsmanship, even in the God realm, few people can match him. Huang Yueli didn't really like swordsmanship that much, but after staying with Li Moying for a long time, sometimes out of curiosity, she also learned a few tricks. Huang Yueli didn't want to reveal her identity, so she decided to use a few sword skills to fight Jing Shaojue. Unexpectedly, Jing Shaojue misunderstood her. Of course, Huang Yueli had no intention of explaining. She flicked her wrist, casually, drawing a few dazzling glints of her long sword. Stop talking nonsense, if you don't make a move, I will. Jing Shaojue had no idea what kind of little witch he was facing, and he was still pretending to be magnanimous. Alright, young Miss Li, please first. I can let you do 3 tricks first, and after 3 tricks, I will. Jing Shaojue was halfway through speaking when his expression suddenly changed. Huang Yueli's long sword had already pierced his chest, and within an inch, it would pass through his chest. Jing Shaojue hurriedly tried to dodge, and at the same time, waved his hands in Huang Yueli's direction. The powerful metal profound energy was extremely strong, forming waves of air currents that surged forward and hit Huang Yueli's fragile sword edge. The cultivator's onlookers suddenly let out an exclamation. Young Master Shaojue's shot is too heavy, isn't it? It's over, that little beauty is miserable. And Mingyan's face was even paler, and he couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Huang Yueli's swordsmanship was indeed very outstanding, but the fact that she was able to hurt Jing Shaojue was obviously because Jing Shaojue did not really make a move. But now, Jing Shaojue was cornered and used his true strength all at once. How could this be something that a human cultivator like Huang Yueli could resist? However, a scene that no one expected happened. The metal profound energy collided with Huang Yueli's long sword, making a buzzing sound. However, the long sword in Huang Yueli's hand didn't break, and even didn't shake a bit, it was still stretched out straight. The seemingly fragile sword edge was extremely tough and indestructible. Jing Shaojue's profound strength stopped in mid-air, unable to push it out. He froze for a moment. When he made the move just now, he already regretted it, and was worried that he would kill the little beauty on the spot. Unexpectedly, Huang Yueli not only did not fall down, but also took this move head-on. Just as he was in a daze, Huang Yueli flicked her wrist lightly and a green light shone from the bottom of her wrist, and then moved forward along the blade of the long sword, wrapping the whole sword in the middle. She stretched her wrist forward and stabbed out with the long sword. Jing Shaojue's sharp and fierce metal profound energy was cut open like tofu under her sword's edge. Ugh! Jing Shaojue's profound strength was defeated, and he suffered backlash immediately. His face turned pale. Looking down in shock, he discovered that Huang Yueli's sword had once again pierced his chest. Jing Shaojue wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a pft, the sword's edge pierced into Jing Shaojue's chest, and bright red blood splashed out. Young Master Shaojue! Stop! Stop quickly! The team members on Jing Shaojue's side uttered terrified screams one by one, wanting to come up to save him, but they were standing too far away, and there was no time to come over, so they couldn't help showing expressions of despair. However, Huang Yueli didn't intend to kill anyone. The long sword pierced his chest less than an inch, so she listened and stopped. What's with all this howling like ghosts? I know this is a group fight, not a life and death match. How could I kill people casually? Shut up. She held the long sword in one hand, and picked her ear with the other, complaining impatiently. Jing Shaojue's people quickly shut their mouths, with panicked expressions on their faces. Although in front of them was still that delicate little beauty human cultivator, but now, no one dares to say anything against her. Because, the long sword in Huang Yueli's hand was still at Jing Shaojue's chest. If there was any slip-up due to loss of attention or even a trembling hand, it could stab Jing Shaojue to death. Jing Shaojue was even more tongue-tied, staring fixedly at Huang Yueli. The expression on his face was a mixture of shock, surprise, fear, and confusion. He couldn't believe that he was actually defeated by a little girl from the human race. Moreover, within 2 moves, he was stabbed in the chest by the opponent's sword. If the opponent hadn't shown mercy, he would already be a corpse now. How was this possible? If it weren't for the wound on his chest that was burning like fire, Jing Shaojue would have thought he was having a nightmare. He was one of the most outstanding genius cultivators of the ancient god clan, and he can be ranked among the top 10 geniuses among the young cultivators of the White Tiger clan. How could it be possible to lose to a human? You. Jing Shaojue opened his mouth, but couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Huang Yueli glanced at him. Let's stop all this awkward gawking. Let me ask you, did you lose this match? Do you admit defeat? Jing Shaojue choked. He immediately realized that if he admitted defeat, their entire team would be eliminated. He couldn't say that. Of course, the more important reason is that if he were to admit defeat to such a weak-looking beauty, he really couldn't bear this face. You don't admit defeat, right? Well, if you don't admit defeat, then... Huang Yueli paused. Then he continued, then I can only let you go to hell. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist, and the long sword stabbed towards Jing Shaojue's heart. Jing Shaojue was almost scared to death, and quickly yelled, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Young Miss Li, don't be impulsive. If you kill me, the White Tiger clan will definitely retaliate against you in the future. Huang Yueli stopped her hand in time and put away the long sword. Isn't it better to admit defeat early? Had to waste so much of my saliva. Really? Jing Shaojue almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He never expected that Huang Yueli would be so resolute that she would kill someone if she wanted to. Generally speaking, shouldn't the second half of the sentence be if you don't admit defeat, then fight again? How did Huang Yueli become "I'll send you to hell if you don't admit defeat"? After Huang Yueli heard that Jing Xiaojue had conceded, she stopped talking to him. She turned and walked towards An Mingyan. "Young Master Mingyan, it's good luck. I've dealt with Jing Xiaojue, where do you think we should go next?" And Mingyan was still in a sluggish state, unable to recover, let alone answering Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli frowned. "Young Master Mingyan?" She yelled several times before An Mingyan suddenly woke up. "Ah? Li? Young Miss Li? You really defeated Jing Xiaojue?" Seeing his expression of seeing a ghost, Huang Yueli couldn't help being a little funny. "I said. Young Master Mingyan, you are also a genius of the ancient god clan. You have seen the world. It's just an informal competition, not a formal competition. Is there any need to be surprised like this?" And Mingyan still had a look of astonishment on his face. "What did you just do? You are also of the wood attribute, right? Why can you defeat metal attribute cultivators?" Huang Yueli was startled, and then remembered that in order to conceal her identity as much as possible just now, she used wood attribute profound strength. Her wood attribute was actually not too strong. In terms of cultivation skill, she is not much different from An Mingyan. Moreover, An Mingyan's affinity and ability to use wood profound energy was far beyond her reach. Through some extreme manipulation methods, she easily defeated burst of Jing Xiaojue's metal profound energy. Such a thing was very common to her, as instinctive as eating and drinking, but to An Mingyan, it was quite a shocking thing. The Whitefin clan was not war-driven, and has always used their ancestral elixir techniques as their main inheritance. Therefore, most geniuses were not as enthusiastic about fighting skills as other clans. When they can't beat others, they often comfort themselves by saying that the wood attribute was not suitable for combat. But seeing Huang Yueli make a move today, she gave An Mingyan a shocking lesson. Huang Yueli smiled, and said, "This is just a little fighting skill. With young Master Mingyan's cultivation, as long as you practice hard, you can definitely do it. In fact, the wood attribute does not only have the ability to heal. It may not be very tough, but I wouldn't say that it's much worse than metal. Let's talk about this later, we'll deal with Jing Xiaojue and them first." Only then did An Mingyan remember the business, and nodded. "Let me deal with this matter. Don't worry, the White Tiger clan won't take their word for it." He walked towards Jing Xiaojue and said a few words to him. Jing Xiaojue was filled with unreconciliation, but he still led his team members, turned around and walked in the direction of the poisonous mist. However, before he left, his eyes still lingered on Huang Yueli's face reluctantly. Huang Yueli frowned. "Tisk, if you lose, you lose. You keep looking at me, do you want to remember my face to take revenge? A big man with such a small belly?" And Mingyan felt that she was a little funny when he heard this. "Young Miss Li, you made a mistake. I think young Master Xiaojue really likes you." The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. "Young Master Mingyan, you must have read it wrong. Jing Xiao is definitely just looking for fun, I have seen this kind of arrogant face of a dude a lot." And Mingyan shook his head and said, "That was just now. He thought you were an ordinary woman under my protection, so he was attracted to you. Seeing your extraordinary strength now, he must have other thoughts." The cultivators of the ancient god clan valued talent and strength the most. The love for the strong was engraved in their bones, and they have received such edification since childhood, and their aesthetics were highly consistent. Not to mention Jing Xiaojue, even An Mingyan was quite moved after seeing Huang Yueli's demeanor just now. However, An Mingyan knew that his strength was not as good as Huang Yueli's, so he quickly threw this notion out of his mind. But Jing Xiaojue has always been used to being domineering. Even if he lost this time, he actually didn't feel that he was inferior to Huang Yueli, but felt that he was careless. Therefore, he did not intend to hide his thoughts at all. Huang Yueli's eyes widened and she looked at An Mingyan. Young Master Ming Yan, what you said can't be true, right? If Jing Xiaojue is really interested in me. Alas, he is really miserable. He will definitely be taught by my husband so that he can't take care of himself. It's too miserable. Hearing this, and Ming Yan was obviously taken aback. You're really married? Didn't you just talk nonsense on purpose? Huang Yueli shook her head. What nonsense? Of course it's not nonsense. I've already. She originally wanted to say that she had been married for more than 2 years, but suddenly remembered that Ming Yan was from the ancient god clan, and it would be bad if he leaked the word and spread it to the sacred Phoenix clan. So, she changed her words. Anyway, I'm going to get married soon, and my future husband is a very jealous person. But you are only 20 years old, right? Are you 20 years old? And Ming Yan looked her up and down suspiciously. Huang Yueli said indifferently, it's not important, anyway, I'm going to get married. Hearing this, and Ming Yan couldn't help showing a bit of worry. This, young Miss Li, maybe I'm overthinking, but I still want to remind you. What do you want to remind me of? Huang Yueli asked, strangely. And Ming Yan said, you also saw Jing Xiaojue's appearance when he left just now. He must not be reconciled to being defeated by you, and he is deeply in love with you. He will definitely come to you in the future. If he knows that you are going to get married, maybe he will kill your fiancé. Jing Xiaojue has always been ruthless, because he is from an ancient god clan, he can do anything, you must be careful. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and then said with some amusement, young Master Ming Yan, you really don't have to worry about me. I just said that if Jing Xiaojue dares to come to me, he must be the one who is unlucky. My husband is very strong. I think he will still cherish his life. Young Miss Li, don't be careless. I know you are very powerful, and the man you are willing to marry is definitely not bad. However, behind Jing Xiaojue is the entire White Tiger clan. His brother Jing Xiaoyuan is the #1 master of the generation of the White Tiger clan, and has the strength to compete for the top 3 in the God Realm's Grand Meet. If you offend him, even if you are from the top forces of the human race, you will not be able to please. Seeing that Huang Yueli was a human, and Ming Yan deduced that her husband was also a human cultivator. No matter how talented a human cultivator was, he can't afford to offend the ancient god clan. He had good intentions, and was grateful to Huang Yueli for saving their team's spot in the competition this time, so he tried his best to persuade her. Seeing that Huang Yueli couldn't explain this clearly, she could only falter and haw a few times before dismissing Ming Yan. Alright, the eye-obscuring guy has left, we should continue on the road, right? How are your injuries recovering? Huang Yueli walked to the edge of the forest and glanced at the few people who retreated just now. These people all looked up at her in a daze, unable to say a word, obviously they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. After a while, Meng Qixing finally recovered his voice, but his speech was still intermittent. You, young Miss Li. You really defeated young Master Xiaojue just now? But... And Ming Yan coughed twice and interrupted him, but what? Didn't you guys see it with your own eyes? Are you still asking this kind of question? Are you still doubting young Miss Li's strength? No. How could we doubt young Miss Li's strength? Meng Qixing shook his head like a rattle. However, it was because they saw it with their own eyes that they were even more surprised. Especially him. He personally fought against Jing Xiaojue just now, but he was defeated in one move. Moreover, when Jing Xiaojue dealt with him, he obviously didn't care, he just waved his hand casually. But even so, he was completely unable to bear the unparalleled profound force, and he almost could not hold on and was defeated. There was no suspense in the defeat, and there was not even a chance to delay for a while. He never dreamed that Jing Xiaojue, who seemed so powerful and invincible, could not even contend 3 moves before Huang Yueli. In fact, what Meng Qixing didn't know was that Huang Yueli was already deliberately suppressing her own cultivation, and she was very restrained in her actions. Otherwise, Jing Xiaojue probably wouldn't be able to even take a slap from her. It took a lot of effort for the other cultivators to accept this fact. While everyone was resting and Ming Yan walked to the edge of the forest, observed the terrain, and walked back. It doesn't feel very safe here, the concealment is too poor, and it's easy to be discovered by others. We can't spend the night here, so let's hurry up. After he finished his opinion, he suddenly changed the subject and looked at Huang Yueli. Young Mesli, what do you think? Although he still wears the title of captain, and Ming Yan has already started to ask Huang Yueli for her opinion before making a decision. For the strongest in the team, their opinions had always been the most important. And Ming Yan did this entirely out of instinct. And the other people in the team were not dissatisfied at all. They all looked at Huang Yueli together, waiting for her to make the final decision. Huang Yueli nodded. All right, it's getting late, we have to hurry up, before we leave. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone immediately stood up and prepared to move. Even Meng Yuer, who had always disliked her and made all kinds of criticisms, stood up reluctantly. After the previous group fight, although Meng Yuer looked at Huang Yueli with admiration, she actually hated Huang Yueli even more. Because she could tell that Ming Yan looked at Huang Yueli with a little more enthusiasm than before. If Meng Yuer was dissatisfied with her only because she suspected Huang Yueli was interested in Ming Yan before the group fight, then now, she can already believe that it is Ming Yan who has thoughts about Huang Yueli. Of course, it is the instinct of the ancient god clan to love the strong, and she can't change anything, but she will still secretly scold at her in her heart. What's the matter? Even my brother was fooled by that woman. She's actually not that powerful at all, and it's not because of how strong she is in fighting that she can defeat Jing Xiaojue. I think it's because Xiaojue fell for her. Her beauty trick will only fail if she underestimates the enemy. TSK, how could even young Master Ming Yan be tricked by her? However, let her be proud for a few days. After we reach the central area, we will encounter more and more opponents. Her beauty trap will not work sooner or later. It's a pity that Meng Yuer's curse never came true. After defeating Jing Xiaojue's team, their team seemed to have been favored by the goddess of luck. Walking all the way towards the central area, during the several days of traveling on the way, they did not encounter a strong team challenge again. Occasionally, they ran into provocations from a few short-sighted teams, but the difference in strength was too great. Just Meng Qixing and the others dismissed them, not even Ming Yan made a move, let alone Huang Yueli. Just like that, on the 5th day of the competition, their team arrived at the center of Paradise Island. The central area, as the name suggests, was an open space with a radius of about 10 miles in the center of Paradise Island. And outside this open space, there was a dense forest. As the poisonous mist gradually spreads, it won't be long before the central area will become the safest place on Paradise Island. At the same time, it will be the most dangerous and fiercest place to fight. Without the shelter of the forest, cultivators fighting in the central area don't even have an obstacle to hide from. Every battle will be very fast and intense. Only the real strong can only be revealed under such circumstances. Walking to the edge of the woods, everyone in the team stopped walking when they saw that the central area was within reach. And Ming Yan turned to look at Huang Yueli. Young Mesli, the central area is ahead, what are your plans? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. What else can I plan? We've already arrived at this place, our team should be disbanded, right? After all, everyone has their own clans and influence, so there must be cultivators from the same clan waiting here. That's right, young Mesli, it seems that you are very familiar with the God Realm's grand meet. And Ming Yan smiled and said, when we get to the central area, we are indeed going to join our clan's forces, but I was wondering if you would like to go with me to the White Fin clan. White Fin clan? But I'm not a member of the Whitefin clan? Huang Yueli was a little surprised. And Ming Yan explained, I may be a little offensive by saying this, but I don't know which major force of the humans you are a disciple of, but no matter which force it is very difficult to survive the final stage of the elimination round. I think you should take a look at. You should know that there are not many masters of the humans, and there are so many forces, and the relationship is complicated. Until the last moment, the ancient god clans will attack the human cultivators and eliminate them first. If you follow your own forces, the possibility of passing the elimination round is very small. Even if you are so strong, it is still very dangerous. I am not scaring you. However, if you are willing, I can take you to the Whitefin clan. As a cultivator of the Whitefin clan, other ancient god clans will show mercy to you. As long as there are no accidents, you will be able to pass the elimination round. You saved me and my 2 clansmen. Our Whitefin clan also knows how to repay their kindness. After listening to Ming Yan's remarks, Huang Yueli finally understood. Daring. And Ming Yan was afraid that she would be eliminated and wanted to help her. She smiled and shook her head. No need, young Master Ming Yan, there is really no need. Don't worry, I will definitely pass the elimination round. We will be separated after we leave the forest. We will see each other again if we are destined. Seeing her resolute attitude, and Ming Yan frowned, knowing that she couldn't be persuaded, so he could only give up. The 6 people got out of the forest, they waved goodbye to each other, and walked towards their respective forces. Huang Yueli stood on the sidelines and observed for a while, and found that in this land, the human race and the god race were clearly divided into 2 parts. The ancient god clans occupied the 3 directions of south, east and west. Each ancient god clan has established its own camp, with clear boundaries, and the camps are very neat. There are people patrolling the gates, and their own clan emblems were displayed, so that the clansmen who come to meet can recognize them at a glance. But the human clan was completely different. The number of humans was obviously more, but they could only occupy the northmost corner. Except for a few big forces, the other human clans could only set up tents in the fringe area, which looked very chaotic. However, Huang Yueli did notice that the camps of the powerful human forces in the middle looked very organized, but they were not as extravagant as the ones of the ancient god clans, and everything else was pretty much the same. Such a force should be able to cultivate a few amazing talented cultivators, right? I don't know if we will meet in the finals. After the several people in the team separated from each other, and Ming Yan and the others turned left without hesitation and walked towards the camp of the ancient god clan. Out of curiosity, Huang Yueli looked at the human camp a few more times. When the humans saw her, the eyes of the cultivators at the gates of the major forces lit up. Although Huang Yueli suppressed her own strength, she was definitely considered a top genius among the humans. Moreover, she was still such a stunning beauty. It aroused discussions among those cultivators on the spot, and soon someone even walked towards her and spoke to her. This lady, may I know which faction you are from? Is it Heaven's Crest Pagoda, or Myriad Demon Thorpe? Your cultivation seems to be quite strong. Is it close to the Heart Profound realm? This lady, did you come here with cultivators from the ancient god clan just now? Why are you with them? Seeing that you are alone, are you a descendant of a hermit strongman? If you don't belong to any power, why not join us? Ahem. Huang Yueli was speechless for a while, not knowing how to answer. I think you should take a look at. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so curious. She had to be curious and looked around, but now she did not know what to do. At this time, Meng Yuer, who had already walked to the gate of the Ice Snake clan's camp, also heard the movement not far away, so she simply stopped and turned her head to look over. She couldn't help but sneered, TSK, the human clan is after all the human clan. Although she pretended so much along the way, she still doesn't show her original shape now? She can only hang out with the people of the human clan. I think she will be eliminated sooner or later. Hearing it from this side, Meng Qixing couldn't help frowning and stopped her. Yue, what are you talking about? Young Miss Li helped us a lot along the way, how can you talk like that? Meng Yue looked unwilling. Where did I say something wrong? That's the truth. Along the way, she never saw Huang Yueli pleasing to her eyes. However, after automatically defeating Jin Xiaojue, all the cultivators in the team respected Huang Yueli very much, and she didn't dare to speak ill of Huang Yueli publicly, so she could only hold back. After holding back for several days, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, Huang Yueli finally avoided the cultivators surrounding her, and walked towards the ancient god clan area. Seeing this, Meng Yue couldn't help but walk out, stopped in front of her, and sneered. What's the matter? Li Yue Huang, didn't you swear just now that you don't need young Master Ming Yan to help you? Now you're back on your word? It seems that you finally understand that you are just a human clan. If you want to pass the elimination round, you have to ask our ancient god clans to come out to help you. Huang Yueli was startled, and glanced at Meng Yue. It's none of your business, get out of the way. Meng Yue sneered and said, I won't let you go. I won't let you go to young Master Ming Yan, it will only hurt him. Even if he is the object of the family's efforts to cultivate, but if you, from the human clan insist to stick your thick face along, you will still have to pass through his clan and also cause him to offend his own clan. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was extremely surprised, and then burst out laughing. I said, Meng Yue, are you thinking too much? Why did I go to the camp of the ancient god clans, to join in Ming Yan? Could it be that you really want to go to the camp of the White Fan clan, but unfortunately they didn't invite you? Are you disappointed? You. Meng Yue was stabbed in the sore spot by her words, and her expression turned a little ferocious. If you don't look for young Master Ming Yan, who else can you look for? You are just a human clan, even if you have some strength, but you don't know how many people like you are in our god clans. Who will take you seriously? Young Master Ming Yan has a good heart, so he wants to give you a hand. Meng Yue's face was full of disdain, she didn't believe Huang Yueli's words at all, and felt that she was just being stubborn. Huang Yueli shrugged, it doesn't seem to be your business, does it? Are you going to let me go? Do you want to fight with me here? I made it clear in advance that we are no longer teammates, but competing for places to appear competitors. It is reasonable for me to knock you out directly. Meng Yue's expression changed all of a sudden. Although she looked down on Huang Yueli's background and belittled Huang Yueli in various ways, but if she really wanted to fight Huang Yueli, she would never have the guts. Even Jin Xiaojue fell into this woman's hands inadvertently. How could she, Meng Yue, be her opponent? Seeing Meng Yue's aggrieved face, unable to speak, Huang Yueli smiled coldly, walked over while brushing past her. Meng Yue felt extremely uncomfortable, and couldn't accept that she was so ignored by a human. Damn bitch, I want to see what kind of power you can gain if you don't go to the White Fan clan. The thighs of the ancient gods are not as easy as you think. Meng Yue stared at Huang Yueli's back without blinking her eyes. Actually, she was not the only one staring at Huang Yueli. Regardless of whether it was the ancient god clan's camp or the human clan camp, there were countless pairs of eyes on Huang Yueli, watching her every move. This was a very competitive arena. Every newcomer entering the center will be scrutinized by the major forces, guessing and judging their strength. And Huang Yueli was particularly eye-catching. At a young age, her strength doesn't look weak, and she was expected to be among the top 1,000 seed players entering the semifinals. Besides, she was so beautiful, enough to make all male cultivators want to move. Everyone was very curious, wanting to know which faction such a beauty, with both talents and looks, belonged to. Huang Yueli walked around Meng Yue, looked up at the direction, and walked towards the south. There stands the largest camp in the entire central area, and it also had the best facing. Although everyone was from the ancient god clan, the area occupied by the Cloudy Qilin clan was more than double that of other ancient god clans. Moreover, it also occupies the geomantic treasure land in the south. There was not only the highest concentration of heaven and earth profound energy, but also the only spring in the central area. The Cloudy Qilin clan was so domineering and arrogant, but even the most hot-tempered White Tiger clan, no one dares to jump out and fart. Because everyone knows that right now, in this camp, lives the only god-level genius in the god realm, Li Moying. On Paradise Island, where only cultivators under the age of 50 can enter, he was the well-deserved #1 master. Moreover, maybe the top masters of other ancient god clan may not be able to compete with him. In the god realm where the strong are respected, it is not an exaggeration for a strong man like Li Moying to receive any special treatment. Huang Yueli glanced at the surrounding environment roughly, and immediately understood. She couldn't help but curl her lips up. Her husband was becoming more and more like he was in the lower realm back then, very strong and domineering. However, she just likes him like this. Huang Yueli walked straight towards the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The cultivators around thought she had gone the wrong way, but after seeing her steady pace, they realized that she was really going to join the Cloudy Qilin clan. For a while, many people showed disdain. TSK, another one who actually wants to find the protection of the Cloudy Qilin clan again. These people are too whimsical, right? The Cloudy Qilin clan is indeed very powerful now, but there is no shortage of masters at all, and all cats and dogs go there to defect. Don't they ever think why should they accept them? That's right. Probably another woman who wants to hook up with young Master Li just because of her beauty? To be honest, this little girl is indeed very beautiful, but just because of this, do you want a peerless genius like young Master Li to look at her differently? That is thinking too much. What kind of woman has young Master Li not seen? How did she think she could get into his eyes? Isn't it? Besides, now is an important moment for the God Realm's grand meet. How could young Master Li delay the business, because of women? Seeing that Huang Yu was only a few steps away from the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan, all the cultivators showed playful smiles on their faces. Meng Yuer was even more excited. She didn't even blink her eyes, just waiting to see Huang Yueli be chased away by the guards of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Unexpectedly, this young Miss Li is even more stupid than I imagined. It's not good for her to go to any faction, and she wants to go to the Cloudy Qilin clan. She will soon know how to write the word shame. Under the gaze of everyone, Huang Yueli stopped at the gate of the Cloudy Qilin clan's camp. I think you should take a look at. It's going to happen, it's going to happen. Meng Yuer looked excited. In the end, she saw the young cultivators at the entrance of the Cloudy Qilin clan's camp, all of them standing up straight. Then, they neatly bowed towards Huang Yueli and saluted at the same time. Young Miss Li. Li Tianyi, the most important guard around Li Moying, had a respectful expression on his face, and told Huang Yueli, Young madam, the young master has been waiting for you for a long time, and has been very worried about you. If you don't come soon, he will go out to find you himself. Huang Yueli raised the corners of her lips and shook her head. He just likes to make a fuss. Why worry about me? Paradise Island is full of young cultivators, who can do anything to me. Li Tianyi agreed with Huang Yueli's words, but he didn't dare to respond casually, so he could only laugh wryly. Young madam, don't say that, the young master loves you so much that he is always worried about you. That's right. Huang Yueli thought that she would soon see her husband who had been separated for several days, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Is Moying in the camp? Hurry up and take me to see him. She followed Li Tianyi into the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The cultivators who were waiting behind her to see her jokes were all petrified. Although when Huang Yueli and Li Tianyi were talking, both of them lowered their voices, outsiders couldn't hear them clearly. However, at least they all have eyes, and they all saw the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan saluting to Huang Yueli. Which of the cultivators of the ancient god clan weren't arrogant, let alone the Cloudy Qilin clan, who was now in the limelight? Even the offshoots of the clan, when they see other ancient god clan, they can't wait to turn their nostrils to the sky. Paradise Island was full of the most outstanding geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan. How could it be possible to show such respect and give such a great gift to a human girl? What was the identity of that girl? Manuel's eyeballs almost fell out after witnessing the scene. How is this possible? She is just a human. Meng Qixing glared at his younger sister, and said displeased, I told you earlier, this young Miss Li doesn't look simple, I told you not to mess with her. You still don't listen to me. Remember now, no matter what young Miss Li's identity is, you stay away from her. Otherwise, even I will be implicated by you. Dear husband, the most beautiful, cutest and most understanding lady in your family is here, why don't you come out to greet her? In the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying was cultivating in his tent. Hearing the girl's sweet voice, he was shocked. He immediately got up and walked out with big strides. Huang Yueli threw herself into his arms and said excitedly, Moying, do you miss me? Li Moying looked at the delicate face of his beloved in his arms, her dull eyes staring at him, her gaze full of admiration for him. His gaze became deeper, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He wrapped his arms around Huang Yueli's slender waist, hugged her tightly, and lowered his head to kiss her slightly blushed face. Well, I've been missing you. I think you should take a look at. Hearing her husband's deep and sexy voice say such words, even Huang Yueli, with a thick skin, feels a little hot on her face, so she quickly buried her face in Li Moying's chest. At the same time, she took the opportunity to rub her face and took some liberties. The guards following the two of them all had expressions of being struck by lightning. They all regretted it very much. Why did they follow the young madam to be courteous when they had nothing to do, and they insisted on sending her in? What were they going to do now? They've been abused miserably by the young master and young madam with such public display of affection. It felt as if their eyes were going to go blind. After getting close for a while, Li Moying let go of the lady in his arms slightly, and scanned her carefully from tip to toe. Little Lear, why did it take you so long to come here? Did something happen on the way? He frowned. Seeing his worried expression, Huang Yueli quickly shook her head, it's all right, it's just that I was unlucky. When I randomly teleported, I was teleported to the edge of Paradise Island. It's really a bit far to come here. However, everything went well on the way. Although she still saw a few flies like Jing Xiaojua along the way, she really didn't pay attention to these people. After hearing this, Li Moying confirmed that she was indeed unscathed, so he was relieved. That's good. Now that you've reached the central area, you should take a good rest and adjust your state. On the last day, there will definitely be a big fight. Yeah, I know. Huang Yueli nodded repeatedly, not afraid at all, but rather excited. Regardless of the fact that Li Moying is in charge of the Cloudy Qilin clan, no one dares to mess with them now. However, on the last day of the competition, the situation will definitely be different. There are only 1,000 places to pass the elimination round, and cultivators from so many forces were eyeing them. Although Li Moying was powerful, he was only one person after all, and it was impossible to take care of everyone in the Cloudy Qilin clan. So, on the last day, there will definitely be more and more people taking risks. After all, there's only one chance for everyone to compete in the God Realm's Grand Meet. In order to get a higher ranking, everything will be thrown in. Li Moying watched his little fox's busy eyes, which kept darting around, and could completely guess what she was thinking. He raised his hand to pinch the tip of her small nose, and shook his head helplessly. I know, you've wanted to move for a long time. However, you'd better take it easy when the time comes, you don't want to reveal your identity in the elimination round, do you? Huang Yueli murmured, got it. Why are you making me sound like some kind of a violent person? I don't like fighting, it's because others insist on coming to trouble me, I have no choice. Li Moying chortled. His little fox seldom takes the initiative to attack, but her mouth was too vicious. If anyone offends her, that person would definitely be ridiculed severely, making that person so angry that he or she could not help but want to hit someone. He doesn't know if she did it on purpose. Li Moying brought his wife back to the tent, originally intending to continue to cultivate. However, when the geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan heard that the future young madam had arrived at the camp, they rushed over to pay their respects one after another. Although the status of these young cultivators in the family was quite high, compared with young Master Li, they were still far behind. More importantly, the matter between Huang Yueli and Li Moying was only recently reported. These cultivators have never had the chance to meet this legendary future young madam. I think you should take a look at. Out of politeness and awe on the one hand, and out of curiosity on the other hand, Huang Yueli was completely reduced to the object of onlookers. After everyone came, they all stared at Huang Yueli fiercely, and after watching, they all had expressions of admiration. Huang Yueli's expression became increasingly ugly. Seeing that his little fox was about to go mad, Li Moying coughed heavily. All right, you have already met young Miss Li. We still have to cultivate next, you can go. The cultivators who were overwhelmed by Huang Yueli's beauty just woke up like a dream, and hurriedly said goodbye and left. They couldn't wait to go far, and as soon as they stepped out of the gate, they couldn't help discussing secretly. So that's young Miss Li. It's really worth seeing once. She's really the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. No wonder even our young master is fascinated by her. Listen to you talking nonsense here. I heard from my grandfather that young Miss Li is a god-level genius of real value, and she matches the young master very well in every way. It's a match made in heaven. I also heard that young Miss Li is a god-level genius. But, well, I still can't believe it. She is after all still a human, and she looks so delicate. I really envy the young master for being able to find such a lady. Speaking of which, the young master drove us away in such a hurry, and even said that he wanted to cultivate with young Miss Li. Wouldn't it be that kind of cultivation? Although they had lowered their voices, how could Huang Yueli and Li Moying's five senses, which were so keen, not hear them? At first, Li Moying was quite happy when he heard them praise his wife. But when he heard the end, his expression changed. These little bastards. They really deserve a beating. Tianny, go grab that kid and beat him up. Because of Liu Baiyan's slanderous words, for more than a month he was nowhere close to being able to enjoy that kind of cultivation. Li Tianny shook his head helplessly. He really didn't have any vision at all, and he had to step on the young master's pain all at once. Being beaten up was not wrong at all. For the next day and night, Huang Yueli and Li Moying quietly cultivated in the tent. Of course it was not that kind of cultivation, but a serious meditation to gather qi and adjust the flow of profound energy in the body. The final day of the competition is about to enter. Although it is impossible for them to be eliminated, it was not so difficult to protect so many people from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Sure enough, in the early morning of the seventh day, before dawn, Li Tianny hurried out of the tent. He didn't dare to come in and disturb the two of them, for fear that he would bump into something he shouldn't have seen, so he could only speak respectfully outside. Young master, young madam, it's not good. Something happened. Li Moying suddenly opened his eyes. What's the matter? Li Tianny said, just now, a flare was raised in the southeast direction. It seems that members of our Cloudy Qilin clan are in danger and are asking for help from the experts of the clan. A powerful force like the ancient god clan would equip their cultivators with items such as signal flares before they entered Paradise Island. Once they were in danger, they could contact each other and rescue each other. However, in most cases, such things were simply psychological comfort and wouldn't play much role. After all, if the two sides were separated by hundreds of miles, even if they saw the signal, they would never be able to rush there in time. Moreover, if they weren't strong enough, they might not be rescued, but themselves might get dragged down instead. I think you should take a look at. Because of this, when Mingyan and the others were in distress a few days ago, they didn't even think about firing a flare. Because it was really useless. But the situation is different now. The poisonous mist keeps spreading, and the area of the safe zone keeps shrinking. The cultivators who can still send out rescue signals at this time must be very close to the central area, and it is estimated that they are only an hour away at most. If they rush there right away, maybe they could still be saved. It was because of this consideration that Li Tianyi risked angering Li Moying and came here to report. However, after hearing what he said, Li Moying didn't even lift his eyelids. If you are willing to save people, you can do it yourself. What does it matter to me? But, young master, the subordinates know that you are dissatisfied with, but, after all, this is the arena for God Realm's grand meet. If that one is eliminated like this, maybe the Patriarch and the others will have some ideas. So what? Li Moying snorted coldly, not paying attention to the Patriarch and elders at all. Huang Yueli was sitting cross-legged opposite Li Moying. She was also cultivating just now. However, as soon as Li Tianyi spoke, she stopped the flow of profound energy and listened to the two of them talking. Hearing this, she couldn't help showing some confusion. Wait, what are you two talking about? Who is this person who sent the rescue signal? Hearing Li Tianyi's hesitation in speaking, she instinctively told her that there must be something wrong with the person who asked for help. This? Li Tianyi quickly closed his mouth, not daring to speak. A trace of panic also flashed in Li Moying's eyes. Ahem, lady, this matter is not important. I don't plan to save anyone anyway, let's continue to cultivate. Li Moying wanted to brush off the matter. After saying those words, he was about to forcibly change the subject. Little Lear, I feel that the profound energy fluctuations in your body have become stronger again. Has it improved again these days? My wife's cultivation talent is really too strong. However, the more he behaved like this, the more Huang Yueli felt suspicious of him. She blinked her eyes, fell into contemplation for a while, and suddenly understood. I see, the person who asked for help couldn't be Li Zijuan? Li Moying almost choked on his own saliva. Ahem, little Lear, how do you know? Why don't I know? Huang Yueli glared at him and said angrily, after this person sent a distress signal, Li Tianyi and the others insisted on coming to you instead of saving the person on their own initiative. This goes to show that the person who called for help is very talented, and the reason that the flare was released means that the opponent is stronger. This makes your guards feel that only you can save the person. Therefore, the person who calls for help must be a top heaven genius. In addition, I just asked who this person is, and you immediately acted so guilty, which means that this person should be a woman. Moreover, she is also a woman who has had conflicts with me. There are only a dozen top heaven-level geniuses in your Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Zijuan is the only one who can meet other requirements, right? Li Moying was stunned, then shook his head and sighed, oh, I really can't hide anything from you. With such a smart wife, it's impossible for him to do anything bad. Of course, he didn't have any double-mindedness, so he wasn't afraid of his wife's supervision. Huang Yueli lifted her chin and snorted, of course. Besides, who do you think I am? Am I so narrow-minded? Although Li Zijuan offended me, but now, after all, she is a heaven-level genius from your Cloudy Qilin clan. In the elimination round, it will affect your family's competition results. Can I tell you not to save her? I think you should take a look at. Li Moying frowned slightly. Little Lear, don't get me wrong. I don't want to save her, it has nothing to do with you. Of course he knows that his little fox has a big heart. To put it bluntly, he won't take a mere Li Zijuan seriously. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Zijuan to come to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. At that time, at the training grounds, Li Shihong had already proposed that Li Zijuan's qualification to participate in the God Realm's grand meet should be disqualified, and she should face the wall for 10 years as punishment. It was Huang Yueli who interceded for her so that Li Zijuan could stay here. However, Li Moying himself was upset when he saw Li Zijuan. Dare to bully his wife, did she treat him as a dead person? Still want him to rescue her? Humph. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, I'm not strong enough, and I'm not wronged if I'm eliminated. How can I save you? Well, Tanny, you can step back. Wife, let's continue. Continue? What are we going to continue? The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. Although she understands her husband's intentions very well, why should he make his words so ambiguous? After hearing this, the people outside thought that the two of them were doing something indescribable in the tent, so they didn't want to save Li Zijuan. Li Zijuan is your clansman after all, and it's not easy to make it to the last day. Let's go out and see the situation. Anyway, even without her, we probably wouldn't be able to cultivate quietly today. It is estimated that the central area will soon become chaotic. Only after seeing Huang Yueli standing up neatly and straightening her hair in front of the mirror did Li Moying get up unhurriedly and follow behind his wife. Well, if you want to save her, of course I'll listen to you. In any case, the wife has the final say in their family, but what? Huang Yueli turned her head and raised her eyebrows in doubt. Li Moying sighed, I think Tanny and the others came here on purpose. I'm afraid they didn't want me to save people at all, but wanted you to go. Me? Huang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise, and she pointed to her nose. Li Moying nodded, today is the last day of the competition, and various battles will break out in the central area immediately to eliminate the redundant cultivators. So, I can't actually leave here. As long as I leave to save people, these clansmen in our camp will definitely become besieged by other ancient god clans immediately. Originally, without the existence of Li Moying, who is against the sky, the strength of the Cloudy Qilin clan would be about the same as that of other ancient god clans, so it would not be so hated. But now, they have a god-level genius. As soon as Li Moying leaves, all the ancient god clan will form a group to besiege the Cloudy Qilin clan, and first eliminate as many of them as possible. This is also human nature. After all, when Li Moying comes back, they will have nothing to do with the Cloudy Qilin clan. So, of course, they have to take advantage of this opportunity to act first. Huang Yueli also understood this truth. As soon as Li Moying said it, she realized it. However, she didn't take it seriously at all, and said with a smile, what's the big deal? It's just saving someone. With her strength, she could leisurely go around Paradise Island. Saving people was actually effortless. It is nothing more than less time spent in cultivation. However, Li Moying still had a face full of reluctance. Why waste time on such idle people? You are my wife, shouldn't you be with me? Huang Yueli looked at his tense-side face, shook her head amusingly, leaned over and kissed him quickly on the cheek, and said, I've been with you all day and night. I'll only leave for an hour, I'll be back soon. I think you should take a look at. With that said, she lifted the curtain in front of the tent door and walked out. Li Moying's face was still not very good-looking after being kissed by his wife. Why did it feel like Huang Yueli sent him away like a kitten or puppy? Moreover, for some reason, he always felt an ominous premonition, and instinctively didn't want to be separated from his wife. But this feeling is really unreasonable. Among the young cultivators on Paradise Island, none of them has the strength to hurt him and little Lear. Going out to save someone was no different from going out for a stroll. Could it be that he really thought too much? Li Moying followed Huang Yueli and walked out. When Li Tianyi saw the two of them, he felt relieved, and exhaled exaggeratedly. He was really afraid that the young madam would be jealous and refused to save Li Zijuan. Although the young master didn't need to explain to others, and he didn't dare to speak out, but it still affected his prestige in the clan to some extent. All the cultivators in the camp surrounded them. Huang Yueli said directly, "I have already told Brother Moying about the matter of someone asking for help. This matter is not difficult to deal with. I will set out to save people now." Li Tianyi and the others had seen the perverse talent and strength of the young madam firsthand, and after hearing what she said, they were relieved and surrounded her to compliment her. However, most cultivators had never seen Huang Yueli make a move before, and now they heard that she was going to save someone, and they were a little worried. "Young Miss Li, are you really going to save people? How many people are you going to take? Since the young master is staying here to sit in command, the camp must be safe. You can bring a few more experts, like Master Tianyi and the others." Huang Yueli shook her head. "No need, I can go there by myself, it will be faster." She didn't want to be separated from her husband for too long at all, so she planned to make a quick decision. "But, young Miss Li, isn't it too risky for you to do this?" "Yes, if something happens to you, how can we explain it to the young master? Li Zijuan can be regarded as a first-rate genius. There are very few in our clan who can surpass her in strength. Anyone who can drive her into a corner and even send out a signal bomb must be a peerless genius with extraordinary strength. You must not underestimate the enemy." Hearing these words, Huang Yueli felt a little helpless, and turned to look at Li Moying, hoping that he could speak for her and clarify. Unexpectedly, Li Moying also nodded. "You'd better take a few people with you, Tianyi will follow you, and then bring." "I don't need to bring people, they are too slow." "Don't you want me to come back earlier?" Huang Yueli pouted and interrupted him. She should have known earlier that her husband would make a fuss if she was involved. Hearing this, all the cultivators present looked at Li Tianyi in astonishment. The commander of the guards next to the young lord is actually one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but in the end, Huang Yueli thought he was too slow. Could it be that the rumors were true? Was she really as powerful as the young master? Li Tianyi lowered his head in shame after being stared at by so many people. "I think you should take a look at." Huang Yueli didn't pay attention that much. She smiled flatteringly at Li Moying. "All right, I'm leaving now, don't be upset, I'll be right back." "All right, be careful on the road," Li Moying said reluctantly. "Yeah, I know. Huang Yueli waved her hand indifferently, and was about to leave. "Wait, I'll send you." Li Moying grabbed her hand from behind. Huang Yueli was really speechless. "No need? I'm just heading off somewhere nearby, there's no need to send me." Her husband was really getting clingier. Li Moying took her by the hand and walked outside the camp with her. At this moment, the central area has become very chaotic. It is completely different from when Huang Yueli first arrived the day before yesterday. Big and small battles were happening everywhere, and the slightly weaker cultivators have been mercilessly eliminated. Some forces were even completely eliminated, and even the camps were leveled. The battle was so fierce, but Li Moying's appearance still attracted the attention of many people. "Young Master Li." It's young Master Li who came out. Is it really young Master Li? I've been here for 2 days, and this is the first time I've seen him come out. Even young Master Li has appeared. Could it be that the Cloudy Qilin clan is also preparing to join the battle? But it's too early, right? Don't the ancient god clans usually wait until the last 2 hours to make a move? Number 4125 Save 1. 4125 Save 1. The appearance of Li Moying caused panic. Many cultivators had reached the point of life and death struggle. Seeing him, they couldn't help but stop in the midst of battle and were on full alert. Although they knew that it would be useless for them to be on guard against a peerless genius like Li Moying, this was their instinctive reaction. Li Moying ignored these idlers at all, and kept holding his wife's little hand tightly, sending her outside the camp before stopping. "Little Lear, do you really not need me to accompany you?" Huang Yueli had tried several times to pull her hand back, but she was unsuccessful. After finally getting outside, Li Moying not only did not let go, but also said such things. The corner of her mouth twitched. "All right, young Master Li, if you don't let me go, your clansmen will be lost. When I rush over, maybe even the day lily will be cold." Li Moying took a deep look at her, and then let go of her hand. At this time, the entire central area was already silent. Many people still remember the scene when Huang Yueli arrived a day ago. At that time, this outstanding beauty attracted the attention of various forces. Many powerful human forces wanted to draw her into their camp. However, she declined all of them and walked towards the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan without hesitation. Everyone thought that she would be kicked out on the spot, but in the end, she was invited in respectfully by the guards of the Cloudy Qilin clan. At that time, many people were guessing her real identity. But no matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess that Huang Yueli was actually Li Moying's woman. What's going on here? Am I dreaming? There are so many heaven's proud girls who have a crush on young Master Li, and I've never seen him look at any of them. Now this is considered, what's going on? You actually hold the girl's hand and don't let go? This is too incredible. The location that Li Moying randomly teleported to was very close to the central area, so he arrived here on the second day of the competition, and gradually gathered the arrived Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators, and established a camp. In fact, before this competition, Li Moying hadn't shown himself in front of the major forces in the God realm. Most of the geniuses had never seen him at all. So, in the beginning, it wasn't that no one in the central area challenged him. It's just that after Li Moying made a thunderous attack, everything calmed down. In the face of absolute strength, even these arrogant ancient God clan geniuses can only bow their heads and admit defeat. At the same time, many female cultivators also moved their minds, thinking of various ways to get close to Li Moying. From their point of view, with a peerless genius like Li Moying and such an outstanding personality and appearance, it is worthwhile to follow him even as a concubine. It's a pity that no matter how they explicitly hint, Li Moying treats them as if they don't exist. After almost all the cultivators from the Cloudy Qilin clan arrived, they simply stayed in the camp and did not come out. Now, on the last day of the competition, young Master Li finally showed up. However, there was an extra girl beside him, no to mention, the two of them were still so close. Think of Li Moying's frosty expression when he faced the daughters of various powers a few days ago. The contrast was so great that it was completely unbelievable. They even thought there was something wrong with their own eyes, and recognized the wrong person. Number 4126 Save, 2. 4126 Save, 2. Huang Yueli sensed the gazes of the people around her, guessed the reason, and couldn't help but smirk. At this moment, she suddenly felt a tug at her wrist and she was pulled back again. Li Moying quickly pecked her lips before letting her go. Huang Yueli was caught off guard, and was successfully attacked. She was a little annoyed immediately, and glared at Li Moying. She threw him away, fully utilized her agility skills, and quickly ran into the woods. And all the cultivators on the scene were already petrified at this time. For a moment, they even forgot that they were killing each other just now. Well, I'll be. What did I see just now? What I saw must be a fake young Master Li. Before the elimination round started, I heard rumors that young Master Li already had a fiancé and was born in the human clan. I thought it was someone lying to me. Could it be true? As young Master Li, why did he find a human woman as his fiancé? Could it be that he is just like those vulgar ordinary men who only look at appearances? It's not surprising to just look at the face, right? Since ancient times, heroes have been harmed by beauty, and young Miss Li is really a stunning beauty. Li Moying kept staring at Huang Yueli's back until he could no longer see her, before he reluctantly pulled his gaze away. But his brows were still furrowed. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Young master? Li Tianyi reminded him when he saw that he had not moved. Li Moying said, "You should follow to see if there is any situation. Come back and report to me right away." Yes. Li Tianyi responded respectfully, turned and left. At the same time, at the periphery of Paradise Island, Huang Sanbai was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, with an anxious expression on his face. Standing beside him was Steward Jean with a nervous and cautious expression. "Steward Jean, have you checked out Liu Huang's situation? It's already the last day. If this goes on, my plan will come to nothing. Damn it. She has already arrived in the central area. Why didn't I find her whereabouts a few days earlier? Now, it is impossible for her to come out. Is there really no other way?" Huang Sanbai cursed in frustration. But who knows, when he really arrived on Paradise Island, things were far from being as simple as he thought beforehand. Paradise Island was huge, and there were a lot of cultivators on the island, at least hundreds of thousands of people. Trying to find Huang Yueli among so many people was simply finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they didn't have much time, only 7 days in total. During these 7 days, due to the elimination system of rounding the competitors with the poisonous mist, the closer to the mist, the fewer cultivators and the easier it was to find someone. However, if Huang Yueli reached the central area before being found, then he would have no chance to make a move. After all, there were many cultivators in the central area, and the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely stand by Huang Yueli's side. Even if he makes a move, he may not be able to kill her, and there will be tens of thousands of witnesses. At that time, even if he wants to turn black into white to justify himself, there would be no way out for him. Huang Sanbai waited outside the array for several days, and the more time passed, the more desperate he became. It was the last day, and he was 99% certain that Huang Yueli had joined Li Moying. The fact was exactly as he thought, and the news brought by Steward Jean just confirmed it. Although he had a premonition, Huang Sanbai still felt extremely depressed. Damn, let this dead girl escape again this time. This is really a big problem. When she leaves here, she will definitely be with people from the Cloudy Qilin clan every day. Next, the competition will be held in succession. It's impossible to find another chance. Am I destined to fall into her hands? Huang Sanbai was so anxious that he almost fainted. At this moment, Steward Jin's eyes lit up suddenly, and he yelled loudly. "Elder Huang, there is a chance. The person I arranged for sent me a voice transmission, saying that young Miss Li left the central area alone for some reason." What? There is such a thing? The good news came so suddenly, Huang Sanbai couldn't believe his ears. Steward Jean nodded, "It should be true. I speculate that she may be going to rescue the trapped cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It won't take long for this to be done, Elder Huang. If you have something to do, I'm afraid hurry up. I'll just go there. This time. I really have to trouble you." Huang Sanbai made a decisive decision without hesitation. Steward Jean wanted to persuade him a little, but in the end he just let out a long sigh and didn't speak. Paradise Island. Huang Yueli carried a token on her body to help her point out the direction of Li Zijuan and others. After leaving the central area, her footsteps were fast, and she arrived in a quarter of an hour where it would take more than half an hour for ordinary geniuses to reach. From a distance, she heard the clashing sound of weapons. Violent profound energy fluctuations swept all around, many trees were directly overturned and in some places, even the ground was cracked. It could be seen at a glance how fierce a battle took place here just now. Li Zijuan took 4 Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators and hid behind a towering giant tree, barely resisting the attack from the opposite side. Young Miss Zijuan, I can't stand it anymore, let's give up, we're going to be eliminated anyway, if you resist like this, it won't be good if you leave permanent wounds. A girl who was desperately gasping for breath said. Li Zijuan's tone was extremely firm. No, we finally got here, how could we be eliminated just like that? If we didn't even pass the elimination round, we wouldn't even rank in the top 1,000? Everyone, hold on. The distress signal has been sent out, and someone will come to rescue us soon. Li Zijuan was different from the cultivators around her. She was also a first-class top genius in the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although she couldn't compare with Li Moying, it was still no problem to enter the top 50 in the God Realm's Grand Meet, and she could even strive for a place in the top 10. With such strength, yet she was eliminated in the elimination round? How could this make her happy? However, the others weren't as optimistic as she was. Young Miss Zijuan, our enemy is, not anyone else, but Huang Beiqing, who is also known as the first genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Even young Miss Liyun was not his opponent at the beginning. Unless the young master comes in person, no one will be able to save us. We can only implicate them and be eliminated together. Li Zijuan also understood this, but she still held some hope in her heart. No matter what, she was not willing to give up like this. Then at least the young master can deal with him. It's the last day now, most of the clansmen must have reached the central area, and the young master must be able to guess that I'm the one who is trapped. I also understand that the enemy before us is powerful and only he can deal with it. The girl frowned, but still couldn't agree with Li Zijuan's point of view. But, young master, if he leaves the central area, it will be bad for the other cultivators in the clan. He will definitely not casually. Before she could finish speaking, there was a sneer from the other end of the giant tree. I've said it before, have you made up your mind? It's better to come out quickly and go to the poisonous mist by yourself. If it weren't for the sake of the few of you being women, I would have disabled you a long time ago, and I can still make you struggle until now? The person who spoke was a man in his 30s, and his cultivation was already at the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. To be able to achieve such a level of cultivation at this age, his strength was still higher than that of the number 1 expert of the White Tiger clan, Jing Xiaoyuan. As soon as he opened his mouth, the next few followers behind him couldn't wait to flatter him. Young Master Beiqing, you really know how to cherish jade. You are so kind, even when facing a woman from the Cloudy Qilin clan, you are willing to show mercy. You are really admirable. Hee, isn't that right? Our Sacred Phoenix clan has always been kind, which is different from the Cloudy Qilin clan. I say. Li Zijuan, you can be regarded as a beauty, and your strength is not bad, how about you just follow our young Master Beiqing? I heard that your young Master Li doesn't like you at all, so don't waste your time any further. Li Zijuan looked ashamed and indignant. Don't daydream, the hypocrites of the Sacred Phoenix clan really make me sick. I will never surrender to you. When the young master comes, he will definitely show you some colors. Hearing what she said, Huang Beiqing not only didn't panic at all, but even laughed out loud. At this time, do you think that Li Moying will risk leaving the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan for you alone? This notion of yours should be extinguished. Besides, I am not afraid of him coming, but I am afraid that he will not come. Humph, he's been hailed as a so-called super genius, but he's just an ascendant from the lower realm. I've long wanted to see him. The followers also laughed. Li Zijuan's face flushed with anger. It was fine for her to be inferior to others, but these people dared to insult the young master. She started to wonder if the young master can kill them all with one finger. After Huang Beiqing persuaded for a long time, Li Zijuan didn't intend to admit defeat, and he finally lost his patience. Forget it, although I don't like to attack women, but if you don't know yourselves, then you can't blame me. With a flash of his figure, like a ghost, he instantly bypassed the giant tree and came to Li Zijuan. With a lift of his right hand, a fire dragon appeared from mid-air, rolling towards Li Zijuan and others. The blazing fire attribute energy made the surrounding air scorching hot. Li Zijuan and the others struggled to hold on, but they could only retreat step by step. At this moment, Li Zijuan was very upset. Unexpectedly, the geniuses of the Sacred Phoenix clan were already so strong, but she was only thinking about how to hook up with the young master. Now that the strength gap between the two sides has reached such a degree, could she really be left with no other choice and be eliminated? Stop. Just then, a sweet voice sounded. Both sides who were engaged in battle could not react in time. A smug smile appeared on the corner of Huang Beiqing's mouth, and he was waiting to see Li Zijuan and others kneel at his feet. However, just as his fire dragon rushed in front of Li Zijuan, it suddenly seemed to hit a wall, unable to move forward even a meter. Huang Beiqing's expression immediately changed. What happened? Before he could figure it out, a powerful force rushed towards him. His fire attribute energy couldn't bear it at all, and he was directly defeated. Huang Beiqing's was shocked in his heart as the violent backlash made him spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his body was thrown backwards. Young Master Beiqing. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan all let out a horrified cry as they rushed towards the direction where he landed. But Li Zijuan and the others stood there in a daze for a while, not realizing what happened. The recoil force that Huang Beiqing received was enormous, but as the current number one genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, his strength was indeed extraordinary and he used a special technique to shield at the critical moment. Upon landing, the wound he had was not too heavy. He struggled to get up, stared at the direction of the giant tree, and shouted sharply, "Li Moying. Are you here? Why are you hiding in the corner and making a sneak attack? Do you dare to come out and fight face to face?" Although at that moment just now, he seemed to have heard a girl's voice. However, Huang Beiqing's first reaction was that the person who fought against him just now was Li Moying. In his heart, only Li Moying can beat him. Behind the giant tree, there was a disdainful sneer. "You actually want to confront my husband head-on? Who do you think you are? You deserve to fight him?" Humph. Hearing this voice, Huang Beiqing froze for a moment. It never occurred to him that it was a girl who answered him. Immediately afterwards, a slender girl stepped out from behind the giant tree. She was wearing a long flowing dress and walked gracefully. Even though the surrounding dust was whirling around her, her body was still spotless. She raised her chin slightly and looked towards Huang Beiqing. Huang Beiqing was involuntarily stunned, a slight blush even appeared on his face. The girl in front of him was really beautiful. With a pair of sparkling, bright eyes, skin fair as snow, and a graceful figure. What was even more amazing was that the aura emanating from her body made people feel like a spring breeze blew by. This was the aura that only top-wood attribute cultivators had. Huang Beiqing originally claimed to be a romantic young man who cherished jade, but when he saw such a beauty, he even lowered his voice a bit. This lady, may I ask who you are?" Huang Yueli glanced at him. "Aren't you going to confront my husband?" "Your husband? Are you married?" Huang Beiqing's eyeballs almost fell off. After thinking about it, he recalled what Huang Yueli said just now, and was even more shocked. You and Li Moying." At this moment, Li Zijuan and the others also came to their senses, and came out from behind the giant tree. With Huang Yueli, a god-level genius here, they were no longer afraid of Huang Beiqing. Li Zijuan stepped forward and said, "Huang Beiqing, do you think that our Cloudy Qilin clan has only one god-level genius? Then you are so naive. This young Miss Li is our young master's fiancée, and she was the one who made the move just now. She looked at Huang Yueli with a complicated expression, and couldn't believe that Huang Yueli would rush over to save her. In the Cloudy Qilin clan, she provoked Huang Yueli several times, and later, she completely offended the future young madam in the training place. After Huang Yueli's talent was exposed, the entire Cloudy Qilin clan had already recognized Huang Yueli as Li Moying's fiancé, and Li Zijuan's status plummeted. Moreover, because she had conflicts with Huang Yueli, many people in the clan did not dare to get close to her, and even deliberately alienated her. Of course, Li Zijuan's own strength was still very good, so at most, the clan ignored her, but no one dared to do anything rude to her. But for Li Zijuan, who has always been the proud daughter of heaven, such kind of vague hostility had already made her very uncomfortable. Even so, Li Zijuan did not dare to complain to Huang Yueli at all. A god-level genius. She was already in a different world with the others, and she could not afford to offend her. If she had known earlier that Huang Yueli was a god-level talent, she would not have had the urge to provoke her. Besides, Huang Yueli also helped her. After the gambling in the place of experience, Li Shihong originally wanted to disqualify her from participating in the God Realm's Grand Meet, but it was Huang Yueli who stopped him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Zijuan to appear on Paradise Island. Huang Beiqing's eyes widened, his face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't even speak. What? Don't tell me, the one who made the move just now, how is it possible? Isn't Li Moying's fiancé a waste who can only brag? A few days ago, Li Moying took his fiancé to queue up to sign up, and the rumor that the test array was destroyed in the end has become widely known. Almost no one believed that Li Moying's fiancé was a god-level genius. They only thought that his vision was too poor to actually fall in love with such an unreliable woman. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were gloating even more. They joked about this after every meal, and they had already described Li Moying as a brainless man who relied on his lower body to think. As a result, now listening to what Li Zijuan said. Could it be that Li Moying's fiancé was really a god-level genius? How can this be? Huang Beiqing stared at Huang Yueli, his mind already full of violent storms. After thinking about it, he still felt that Li Zijuan's words could not be true. Probably because Li Moying didn't come, they were afraid that he would continue to attack, so they deliberately made up such words, trying to scare him away. If he really left because of Li Zijuan's words, he would really become the laughingstock of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Thinking of this, Huang Beiqing sneered, "What you said sounds convincing, even I almost believed it. Unfortunately, I am not a fool, how could I believe such outrageous things? Don't try to lie to me. You must be eliminated today." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot again. Just now when Huang Yueli came back from the shock, he attributed his failure to being too careless and being attacked by surprise. This time, he was extra cautious and used almost 10% of his power. The surroundings were filled with fire attribute energy, and even the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees began to burn. Li Zijuan's complexion became ugly, unable to bear such power. Huang Yueli pulled her behind her, stood up and faced Huang Beiqing. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. That's not necessarily the case. The profound pressure around Huang Yueli's body suddenly soared. The giant trees in the forest were all affected by the wood attribute energy she emitted, and their branches and leaves grew wildly upwards. The wood energy collided heavily with the fire energy of Huang Beiqing. There was a deafening explosion. The violent vibration knocked the cultivators with lower cultivation levels in the two teams to the ground, rendering them unable to get up for a long time. Huang Beiqing's face suddenly became extremely pale. Under the impact of Huang Yueli's profound energy, even though he had tried his best, he still couldn't stabilize at all. He retreated several hundred steps in succession before he fell down on the ground. Several bones in his body were broken, his meridians were also injured and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. You. Huang Beiqing clutched his chest, his whole body was throbbing violently, and his mind was even buzzing. The serious injury of the body was secondary, the more serious trauma came from the mind. Huang Beiqing has always boasted that he was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the god realm. Even for Li Moying, who was a god-level genius from the Cloudy Qilin clan, he still was faintly unconvinced in his heart. He always felt that the gap between the two sides could not be as big as the rumors said. If they were to engage in a face-to-face battle, maybe he was even better. But who knows, he hasn't even seen Li Moying's face now, and he fell into the hands of such a weak and slender girl. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? Huang Yueli glanced at him, then said lightly, strong? It's not that I'm strong, it's that you are too weak. In order to avoid revealing her identity in front of Li Zijuan and the others, she deliberately used the wood attribute to fight against Huang Beiqing this time. Her wood attribute talent was nothing more than a heavenly level, and she usually practices casually, mainly for the convenience of alchemy. When she made the move just now, she was still a little worried, for fear that she would lose out. Fortunately, the result was still satisfactory to her. After hearing her words, Huang Beiqing vomited another mouthful of blood on the spot. This time it wasn't because of the injury, it was purely out of anger. He has always been more sympathetic to the fairer sex, and he doesn't like to attack women. It's not because he respects women, but because he thinks women are weak. Even with the same talent, he still feels that female cultivators were weaker than male cultivators. However, this time, he was defeated by a female cultivator, and he was defeated so badly that there was no room for him to struggle. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan around Huang Beiqing showed horrified expressions one after another. Apart from Li Moying, the Cloudy Qilin clan actually has such a powerful master. This news was simply too terrifying. What should the Sacred Phoenix clan do in the future? Wouldn't it be that there will never be a bright future? Of course, they were the most unlucky ones. Falling into the hands of Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators, they didn't know how the other party will torture them. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get out into the poisonous mist, lest I have to do it myself. Huang Yueli curled her lips. Hearing this, all the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were taken aback. This girl actually let them go? Is there a mistake? Why don't you beat them up and humiliate them first or something? Huang Yueli glanced at them strangely. What? Do you really want me to do it myself? No. Several people shook their heads hastily, helped up Huang Beiqing that had fallen to the ground, and were about to leave. But at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly felt that danger was approaching. The next moment, an astonishingly fierce aura rushed towards her back. This force was so powerful that the hairs on Huang Yueli's back stood on end. She reacted extremely quickly. Seeing that she couldn't dodge in time, she couldn't care less about other things. She quickly rolled behind the giant log. However, the cultivator behind her was determined to take her life, and followed her closely like a shadow. Seeing that she avoided the most sudden first attack, the opponent made a second move and a third move. There were bursts of screams from around. Young Miss Li. What's the situation? Who is it? Young Miss Li, quick, run away. Huang Yueli turned a deaf ear and concentrated all her attention on dodging the opponent's attack while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The strength of the other party far exceeded her expectations, but fortunately she was now in a forest with complex terrain, and she skillfully used these trees to cover her and deal with the attacker behind her. She didn't know how far she ran, and the screams of Li Zijuan and others behind her could not be heard, so she found an opportunity to seize the opponent's opening, and the longsword suddenly thrust out, hitting the opponent's chest. The man let out a muffled snort, and quickly backed away, dodging Huang Yueli's back move. However, Huang Yueli was able to take this opportunity to turn around and see her attacker clearly. This person was wearing a black robe. His whole body was wrapped in black cloth, even his face was covered by black cloth, only his eyes were exposed. "Who are you?" Huang Yueli snapped. However, the other party did not answer. After a pause, he continued to attack her. This time, Huang Yueli was on guard. She was not as embarrassed as before, and formally fought the opponent with a few tricks. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This person's strength was really too strong. If it was outside Paradise Island, she might not be the opponent's opponent at all, because from this short fight, she could feel that the opponent was at least a strong person above the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm. Fortunately, now that they were affected by the Paradise Island array, their cultivation had been suppressed to the early stage of the Heart Profound Realm, so Huang Yueli was able to fight with each other. Huang Yueli quickly looked around, making sure that Li Zijuan, Huang Beiqing and the others had been left behind, and then a strong fire attribute energy burst out quickly, and counterattacked towards the opponent. And the enemy on the other side obviously didn't want to hide their strength anymore. The two fire clouds intersected in midair and a violent explosion occurred. The two sides were evenly matched, and each took a few steps back, staring at each other. Huang Yueli felt the strong fire attribute energy, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and cried out, You are Huang Sanbai. Haha, Huang Yueli, we meet again. You are indeed a smart person. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Huang Sanbai simply tore off the black cloth on his face. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Yueli understood the cause and effect. You actually managed to sneak into the Paradise Island array just to kill me? Why, the last plan to sow discord didn't work. You have nothing to do, so you can only take risks like this? Do you think you can cover up what you did by killing me? Don't forget, this is floating sea. Do you think the island master is a dead man? Huang Sanbai sneered and said, I don't need to bother you. Your current identity is Li Moying's fiancé. As long as I can kill you, I will become a hero of the Sacred Phoenix clan. The patriarch will naturally use the power of the whole clan to protect me. Tell me, can the island master still be an enemy of the entire Sacred Phoenix clan? Huang Yueli's face darkened. Elder Sanbai is really calculating. Even I can't help but admire you. The floating sea has strict rules and regulations. The island master has controlled the floating sea for many years with absolute strength and strong means. Therefore, she really never thought beforehand that Huang Sanbai would actually have such abilities and be able to sneak into Paradise Island. The person who let him in would most probably die. She even wondered what kind of relationship was it that made that person take such a big risk to help him. However, it was pointless to pursue this. Huang Sanbai showed a haughty look on his face. The matter has come to this point. It is useless for you to resist any longer. You should hurry up and capture it. As long as you obediently cooperate with me and hand over Empyrean Foxongju, I will naturally give you a good time. Huang Yueli sneered coldly, you have a good idea, but unfortunately, this is Paradise Island. Even if you are a strong person in the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm, you can't show your full strength. Do you really think you can kill me? Huang Sanbai couldn't help but raise his head and laughed loudly. Huang Yueli, you are too naive to think like this. The strength of Tao Profound Realm cultivators is not only reflected in their cultivation. Even if you are a god-level genius, you are still too young after all, don't think. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a silver light flash in front of his eyes, and hurriedly backed away. It turned out that while he was speaking, Huang Yueli flipped her fingers, and the long sword had already stabbed out without a sound. After all, Huang Sanbai was a cultivator in the Tao Profound Realm, and his movement and reaction was very fast, hence he avoided the vital parts in time. However, he was still stabbed in the shoulder by Huang Yueli. This time, she struck fast and hard, leaving a wound that was deep enough to see the bones, and blood kept gushing out. Huang Sanbai's face changed abruptly. The complacency just now was like a slap on his face. He was in pain, as shame and anger filled him, making the ferocity hidden in the depths of his heart explode. Damn girl, you actually dare to sneak attack. Humph, I'll let you see the true strength of Dao Profound Realm cultivators right now. Huang Sanbai tightly held the long sword with his right hand, and gestured with his left hand, and the rich profound energy of heaven and earth began to surge towards him. Huang Yueli's expression also became serious. It has been hundreds of years since Huang Sanbai stepped into the Dao Profound Realm, and it was definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivators who have just entered the Dao Profound Realm. Even if the cultivation base is the same, Huang Sanbai has cultivated for many years and has mastered a large number of top-level profound skills of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and his strength was extraordinary. Moreover, what worries Huang Yueli the most is that Huang Sanbai looks too confident. She didn't think that Huang Sanbai would be so stupid. His strength has been suppressed to the early stage of the Heart Profound Realm, and he dare not say that he was 100% sure of defeating Huang Yueli, let alone his current goal is to kill her. Therefore, Huang Yueli speculated that Huang Sanbai must have some other cards in his hand. It's just that, at this moment, she racked her brains and couldn't figure out what the whole card was. When Huang Yueli was distracted for a moment, she was hit by Huang Sanbai, her chest burst with blood, and she almost vomited blood. She quickly got rid of distracting thoughts, focused, and dealt with Huang Sanbai's attack. The two quickly went through dozens of moves, and Huang Yueli gradually gained the upper hand. As time went by, Huang Sanbai's face became more and more ugly, and he was extremely shocked. He never expected that Huang Yueli's strength would improve so quickly. The first time the two fought against each other was only half a year ago. At that time, Huang Yueli had just ascended to the upper realm not long ago. She only had a cultivation level in the middle stage of the Mind Profound Realm, and the profound skills she cultivated were all inheritances left over from the lower realm, so they couldn't compare with the exquisite martial arts of the God Realm. Therefore, Huang Sanbai could defeat her without any effort. If not for the fact that she had a phoenix as her contract beast which was out of his expectations, the grass on Huang Yueli's grave would have grown quite tall by this time. Later, they fought again, at the edge of the secret realm near Forest Shade Town. At that time, Huang Yueli's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and even under the repeated attacks of Huang Xuanyu and the others, she could delay for a long time. It's just that Huang Sanbai attributed all of this to Li Moying beside her, thinking that she was able to persevere until the end mainly because of Li Moying's protection. However, today's fight made Huang Sanbai really feel scared from the depths of his heart. On Paradise Island, Huang Yueli used the most common spirit armament, but she was able to easily withstand every attack he made, and gained the upper hand more and more. Huang Sanbai could even feel that if he continued to delay, he might be defeated by Huang Yueli today. The talent of a god-level genius has actually reached such a perverted level. Cold sweat broke out on Huang Sanbai's forehead. Because of anxiety and fear, there were more and more flaws in his moves. Huang Yueli also seized the opportunity and rushed to attack, causing Huang Sanbai to retreat steadily. Just when she felt that the situation was improving, Huang Sanbai suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. Huang Yueli saw it and couldn't help being startled. Huang Sanbai was about to lose, yet he still laughed. But almost at the next moment, she knew why Huang Sanbai was smiling. A thick green mist, with a faint fishy smell, rushed over here at some point. Moreover, the poisonous mist spread very quickly, like a tide, rushing over. Huang Yueli's face changed slightly. She almost forgot that the biggest threat on Paradise Island was actually the poisonous mist. Moreover, as the competition entered the final day, the poisonous mist spread much faster than the previous few days, and within a few hours, it would completely cover the central area. If she gets caught in this poisonous mist, she will lose her ability to move in an instant, and even if she was not killed by Huang Sanbai, she will lose her qualifications for the competition. Thinking of this, she couldn't care less about Huang Sanbai anymore, and swung her sword several times at Huang Sanbai to force him back. At the same time, her figure flashed and was about to run in the opposite direction. But what she didn't expect was that Huang Sanbai didn't dodge and was stabbed in the chest by her. At the same time, taking advantage of the short moment when she slowed down due to the accident, her way was blocked. Huang Yueli, where do you want to go? Enter the poisonous mist for me. Huang Sanbai went all out, burning all the profound energy in his body, desperately attacking Huang Yueli, and even made no defense at all. Huang Yueli had already guessed his plan, and also burned her profound energy, trying to break through his obstruction. However, Huang Sanbai had already made preparations. How could she be given this opportunity? In addition, the poisonous mist spread faster and faster. Huang Yueli accidentally stepped into the range of the poisonous mist. Almost at the same time, she felt that the profound power in her body was rapidly draining, and her body began to become stiff. She clenched her teeth, trying to use the last bit of strength she had left to use her agility skills to escape. However, Huang Sanbai actually followed her into the poisonous mist and blocked her. With this, Huang Yueli's only chance to escape from the poisonous mist also disappeared. The feeling of weakness soon permeated every part of her body. Huang Yueli exhausted all her willpower, trying to stand firm, but the poisonous mist from Paradise Island was too poisonous, and she still succumbed to it and gradually fell to the ground. The moment she fell to the ground, Huang Yueli's first reaction was to take out the distress token. At this point, saving her life was the most important thing. Whether she will be eliminated was no longer her concern. It's just that, even if the distress signal was sent out through the token, it will take some time for the steward to rush over. At this point in time, although it was impossible for the poisonous mist to poison her to death, Huang Sanbai is still eyeing her. The moment she took out the token, suddenly, a flame lit up from midair and directly bombarded her token. This token is not a spirit armament at all, it is very fragile, and it was burned to ashes in an instant. Huang Yueli was startled, and then her face sank. Although the steward may not be able to arrive in time, this was her only hope of survival, after all. Hee, God-level genius, how do you feel now? Aren't you exceptionally talented, so lucky that you can escape from death several times? Now? What else can you do? In the thick green mist that seemed to be unable to disperse, Huang Sanbai slowly walked over, all the wrinkles on his old face squeezed together as a smug smile emerged on his face. Although Huang Yueli couldn't move, the poisonous mist didn't have any erosive effects on her mind, and she was still thinking clearly. Huang Sanbai was able to move freely in the poisonous mist. It seems that he made up his mind from the very beginning, relying on this poisonous mist to bring her down, so he prepared an elixir that can detoxify in advance. This also proves from another angle that there must be Huang Sanbai's person among floating sea stewards. Because such a kind of detoxification pill can only be obtained by people from floating sea, and it was a secret of floating sea. In order to prevent cultivators from cheating in the God Realm's grand meet, the control of the pill was very strict. Before Huang Yueli came to floating sea, she had studied with Liu Bian and wanted to make a detoxification pill. It's a pity that they have never been exposed to this kind of poisonous mist before, and they don't even have samples of the poisonous mist, so they naturally have no way to start. Huang Sanbai walked up to her and looked down at her. Humph, you have finally fallen into my hands. This time, no one can save you. As long as I can get the Sky Phoenix ring, I will be the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. I've waited too long. If you can contribute to my ascension to the patriarch's throne, it's worth dying for. He flipped his wrist, pulled out his long sword, and was about to stab Huang Yu in the heart. Huang Yueli originally half closed her eyes, but at this moment she suddenly opened them and said, "Wait. If you kill me like this, it's impossible to get the Sky Phoenix ring." A trace of disdain flashed in Huang Sanbai's eyes, and he sneered coldly, "What? Death is imminent, what are you still planning? Think you can fool me?" Having said that, when he heard the word Sky Phoenix ring, he still subconsciously withdrew his hand, and the long sword stayed 3 inches from Huang Yue's heart, and did not stab immediately. It was hard for him to catch Huang Yue, and he was only 1 step away from getting the Sky Phoenix ring. At this time, he did not dare take any risks. No one has ever seen a legendary artifact like the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Sanbai was really not sure what the consequences would be if Huang Yue was killed directly. If the master of the Sky Phoenix ring died, would it automatically leave her body? What if it doesn't work? Huang Sanbai's heart skipped a beat. Even though he knew that Huang Yue was delaying time, he still couldn't help asking, "How can I get the Sky Phoenix ring? Tell me clearly. Hand over the Sky Phoenix ring and I will let you have a quick death." Huang Yue rolled her eyes and laughed, "Elder Sanbai, do you think I'm stupid? If I tell you, I'll be doomed? I can only tell you that if you kill me, you will definitely not get the Sky Phoenix ring." Huang Sanbai's face instantly turned livid. "Are you kidding me? Do you think you can't do anything if you don't tell me? Sure enough, you came from the lower realm. I don't know how many tricks the God realm has. Even if you don't want to tell me, I just need to use the soul search technique, and I can still do it. Get the information I want from your memory." Hearing this, Huang Yue's pupils suddenly dilated, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Huang Sanbai sneered, "How is it? Now you finally know how to be afraid, right? The person whose soul is searched suffers terribly during this process. I heard that it's as if 10,000 sharp knives were being stabbed into the brain, each stab excruciating. Not only that, after the soul search is over, this person will directly turn into an idiot. But you don't have to worry, I will definitely kill you anyway. It's better than letting you, a god-level genius of the ancient god clan, turn into a crazy woman and run around. Otherwise, if you are insulted by those lowly bred men outside, you will lose face to our sacred Phoenix clan." He looked down at Huang Yue, who was lying on the ground from a high position, and spoke in a condescending tone, as if it was her honor to be killed by him. Huang Yue gritted her teeth and said, "Huang Sanbai, you dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" With a ferocious smile on his face, Huang Sanbai put away the long sword in his hand, bent down, and moved closer to Huang Yue. He stretched out his hand to the top of Huang Yue's head, just about to perform the soul search technique on her. But before he touched Huang Yue's hair, he suddenly felt a huge energy burst out from Huang Yue's body. What happened? Huang Sanbai's expression changed and hurriedly dodged, trying to dodge backwards. However, the distance between him and Huang Yue was too close, and he thought that Huang Yue was completely helpless, so he was not prepared at all. Caught off guard, he was directly bombarded in front of him by the sudden burst of fire attribute energy. Huang Sanbai's body was like a kite with a broken string, and it flew straight out for an unknown distance. Because the mist was so thick, Huang Yue couldn't even see where he flew to. It wasn't until quite some time later that she heard a loud bang, and she didn't know where Huang Sanbai hit. After solving Huang Sanbai, a smile appeared on the corner of Huang Yue's mouth. "You think I'll let you get the Sky Phoenix ring from me? Humph, I'd rather die than let you succeed." The moment she came into contact with the poisonous mist, Huang Yue knew that she might not be able to escape this time, so she simply closed her 5 senses and isolated the remaining profound energy in her body from the outside world. Then, she tried to lure Huang Sanbai closer, and then burst out the profound energy in an instant. In this way, even Huang Sanbai couldn't resist. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, this move also completely overdrew Huang Yue's profound strength. The poisonous mist poured into her body continuously. Huang Yueli coughed for a while as her eyes fluttered close. In the forest, Li Zijuan and others were stunned by the sudden situation. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. They could only watch in a daze as Huang Yueli started fighting with the man in black who suddenly appeared. In fact, even if they reacted quickly enough, they wouldn't be able to help at all. The skills of Huang Yueli and the man in black were obviously far superior to them, and the speed of the two's fighting was astonishingly fast. Only Li Zijuan and Huang Beiqing could barely see the silhouettes of the two of them, but there was absolutely no way to intervene. While fighting, Huang Yueli and the man in black moved quickly, like a whirlwind passing in front of them, and disappeared into the depths of the forests not long after. It wasn't until they left that the cultivators present gradually came to their senses. All of them were full of astonishment. What the hell is going on? Who the hell was it just now? Why did a person suddenly appear to attack young Miss Li? No, this is terrible. The man in black is so strong. I don't think young Miss Li may be his opponent. What should we do now? Let's go and save her right now. Rescue? How to save? A cultivator who can fight young Miss Li inseparably can crush us to death with one finger. Even if we follow, we will only hold back young Miss Li. Li Zijuan and the girls in her team all looked nervous and worried. Huang Yueli had just rescued them, and none of them had a chance to say thank you, but suddenly, such an astonishing change happened. Although they also knew that with their strength, it was impossible to save Huang Yueli. But, let them stand here and watch Huang Yueli fight to the death, wasn't that unreasonable? Fortunately, Li Zijuan reacted a little faster than the others, and quickly made a decision. If there is anyone else who can save young Miss Li, it is only our young master. We should hurry up and go to the central area and report this matter to the young master. Ah, yes, yes. The other girls also reacted and nodded. They turned around and were about to leave. But at this moment, a figure rushed out from the side, just blocking their way forward. Ladies, are you leaving now? It's a pity. I won't let you leave. You should obediently go to the poisonous mist by yourself, and don't force me to be violent. Li Zijuan's expression changed suddenly when she saw Huang Beiqing popping up suddenly. Huang Beiqing, what do you mean? You lost to young Miss Li just now. It's you who should go into the poisonous mist, right? Hearing this, Huang Beiqing couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, you ladies are all talented cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and it's not the first day coming out to experience the world. Why are you so naive? Young Miss Li did beat me just now, but now that she can't save her own life, do you think I will be so stupid as to give up? Li Zijuan's face was pale. Actually, there was no need for Huang Beiqing to speak so bluntly. As soon as he stood up, Li Zijuan already guessed his plan. It's nothing more than that Huang Yueli is in danger now and can't control them anymore. Huang Beiqing was going to renegade. Although he seems to be of low character in doing so, it was also human nature. If Huang Yueli was not here, Huang Beiqing was the strongest one present. In front of him, Li Zijuan and others can only be bullied. They had already resigned to their twist and fate for them to enter the poisonous mist and be eliminated. Although they were not reconciled, they could only admit that they are inferior to others. But the news of young Miss Li's distress could not reach the young master's ears in time. If the best rescue time was missed, and young Miss Li was really killed, how can they have the face to see the young master? The expression on Li Zijuan's face changed again and again, and she gritted her teeth and said, Huang Beiqing, what did your sacred Phoenix clan do? Your clan sent that man in black just now, right? Your clan has a god-level genius as well? Well, it's a clear violation of the rules. Are you not afraid that you will become the public enemy of the ancient god clans? Young Miss Zijuan's words are ridiculous. I don't know where that lady of yours provoked such a powerful enemy, and even went to Paradise Island to hunt her down. I think she must have failed too much in her usual life. Of course, it may also be caused by your young master. Don't just pour dirty water on our sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Beiqing showed disdain and said solemnly. Of course, he did not know anything about Huang Sanbai's plan. Now he was actually more puzzled than Li Zijuan. He doesn't understand why someone would suddenly fall from the sky and take away that young Miss Li just when he was about to be eliminated. Could it really be the peerless genius hidden in the clan? He couldn't figure it out, but he still understood one thing. That means he won't be eliminated. Moreover, he had to stop Li Zijuan and the others. Whether or not they were eliminated is a trivial matter, the key is that Li Moying must not be allowed to come and save people. He had seen Huang Yueli's astonishing strength just now, and knew what kind of devastating blow would be brought to the sacred Phoenix clan if such a talented girl really combined with Li Moying. Now God is helping them, let that girlie be hunted down. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he will become a sinner of the sacred Phoenix clan when he returns. Li Zijuan looked at Huang Beiqing's aggressive appearance, and her heart turned cold. It's over, it's really over now. Huang Beiqing doesn't even need to do anything, just eliminate them. As long as there is a delay of several hours, Huang Yueli will most likely be dead. Huang Beiqing showed a smug smile. All right, ladies, don't hesitate, any further delay will not benefit us all, so please. Just when Li Zijuan was in despair, suddenly, a scream came from the woods. Young Miss Zijuan. You are actually here. Li Zijuan felt that the voice was a bit familiar, so he turned around in astonishment, and couldn't help being startled. Tanny, Commander Tanny? Naturally, she would recognize the commander of the guards, beside Li Moying, but why did he appear here? But Huang Beiqing couldn't recognize Li Tanny at all. His status in the Sacred Phoenix clan was extremely high, and he was equivalent to the existence of the young master. To be able to catch his eyes, he must be a first-class genius, such as Li Zijuan, a second-class genius in the God clan. He is not a genius at all. Just no impression. He frowned. Who are you? When Li Tian saw him, he was taken aback. Huang Beiqing? It's you. No wonder you were able to stop young Miss Zijuan. Young Miss Zijuan, how are you doing? Li Zijuan hurriedly yelled, Commander Tanny, hurry up and go find the young master. Li Tanny never expected that Li Zijuan would be so excited when she saw him. He didn't understand why, hence he did not leave, but even kindly explained to Li Zijuan. Young Miss Zijuan, the young master can't leave the camp now, but you don't have to worry, the young madam has already come to save people in person. It's just, she obviously left before me, and her footsteps are much faster than mine. She should have arrived before me, how is she still not here? He knew that Huang Yueli didn't like others following her. Therefore, even if Li Moying ordered him to follow Huang Yueli, he deliberately walked a little slower and kept a distance so as not to be an eyesore to the young madam. In the end, he followed and he arrived, but the young madam was nowhere to be seen. Li Tianyi looked puzzled, and Li Zijuan was so anxious that she was on the verge of screaming. Seeing this, Huang Beiqing laughed loudly. Tsk, you are still daydreaming here, thinking that young Miss Li will come to save people? Let me tell you, young Miss Li has already come here just now, and she really defeated me, but a man in black suddenly appeared out of nowhere and he is extremely powerful. Even your young Miss Li is no match, he was chasing her all the way, so now the both of them have disappeared, but from the look of things, I think young Miss Li is most probably gone. What? What did you say? Li Tianyi cried out in shock. Li Zijuan didn't know the inside story, so she didn't know how serious the matter was. However, as Li Moying's most trusted guard commander, he was very clear that the man in black was 99% related to Huang Sanbai. Even if it wasn't him himself, it must have been sent by him. Huang Sanbai had 10,000 reasons to put Huang Yueli to death. If he sneaked into Paradise Island, then their young madam would really be in big trouble. Li Tiany's face suddenly changed, and he immediately said, "Young Miss Zijuan, let's go quickly. We must tell the young master the news as soon as possible." However, before he could turn around, a fiery blade rushed towards his chest. "Want to leave? It's too late." Unexpectedly, there are still people who throw themselves into the trap. "Now I have eliminated one more, Cloudy Qilin clan bastard, ha ha ha." Huang Beiqing's loud laughter came from behind him. Li Tiany reacted immediately, and swayed suddenly, dodging the attack of the fire blade. Huang Beiqing couldn't help but let out a "huh," with a look of surprise on his face. He thought that Li Tiany was just a little-known ordinary cultivator of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Even if he was Li Moying's bodyguard, he was just running errands for Li Moying, and his strength must be very average. After all, the real top genius in the family, who would be willing to follow others as a bodyguard? Therefore, he only used 60% of his power to release a fire blade, thinking that this would be enough to seriously injure Li Tiany. But who knows, not only was Li Tiany not seriously injured, he didn't even lose a single hair. As soon as Li Tiany was stopped by him, knowing that he would not be able to leave easily this time, his face suddenly became a bit serious. However, he didn't show any fear at all. He just said to Li Zijuan beside him, "Young Miss Zijuan, I will stop Huang Beiqing. Please run ahead, and you must tell the young master about the young madam's distress." "Ah?" Li Zijuan was stunned for a moment, but... However, with Li Tiany's strength, how could he stop Huang Beiqing? Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Beiqing already sneered and attacked Li Tiany again. "Just you? You still want to stop me? It's a fool's dream." Before he finished his words, a sea of flames ignited around Huang Beiqing. The raging fire attribute energy burst out instantly, sweeping towards Li Tiany. Li Zijuan's face suddenly changed. "Commander Tiany, quickly, retreat." The fire attribute was also an attribute with powerful attack power. Even Li Zijuan herself can hardly catch up with Huang Beiqing's sudden attack, let alone Li Tiany, who was not as good as her. Even if Huang Beiqing was injured by Huang Yueli before, and its strength was at most only 60% of its heyday, it was definitely not something Li Tiany could compete with. However, Li Tiany did not seem to be frightened by such an attack at all. He had no intention of hiding at all. He clenched his long sword tightly with his right hand, as if preparing to attack Huang Beiqing. Li Zijuan couldn't stand it anymore. It's over now. She thought Li Tiany would at least bring young Miss Li's news to the young master when he came. But she didn't expect him to be so stupid that he would choose to fight Huang Beiqing at this point in time. Did this not spell their doom? Li Zijuan bit her lips, made up her mind, and gestured to the girls behind her, signaling them to run away. In any case, Li Tiany probably won't be able to escape. It would be great if any of them managed to slip through and escape. As for Li Zijuan herself, she also drew her long sword, wanting to help Li Tiany block Huang Beiqing together. She took a few steps forward, just about to look for an opportunity to attack. But when she looked up, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Li Tiany slashed the long sword with his right hand across the air, a dazzling lightning fell from the sky, merged with his long sword, and immediately met the sea of flames from Huang Beiqing. When the two forces collided in the air, Huang Beiqing and Li Tiany each retreated a few steps. Such a result, they were actually evenly matched. Li Zijuan's eyeballs almost fell out. Li Tiany's strength almost surpassed hers. If she was not injured, she didn't dare to say that she was stronger than Li Tiany. Now that she was injured, she was even worse than him. But, how was this possible? Among the family's geniuses, Li Tiany can only be regarded as a second-rate to third-rate genius. In terms of strengths, only solid basic skills stand out. How could it be possible that after just over a year with Li Moying, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds? To this extent? Just when Li Zijuan was stunned, Li Tianyi and Huang Beiqing had already fought dozens of rounds. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched. However, Huang Beiqing was previously defeated by Huang Yueli. Although the injuries he suffered were not fatal, they were quite serious. It was already very strenuous to forcefully stop Li Zijuan and the others. Now that he has used so many tricks one after another, his body was getting more and more exhausted and he was gradually losing. On the other hand, Li Tianyi was very steady and cautious, not at all hasty and aggressive, and no one could find any flaws. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the opponent, Huang Beiqing gritted his teeth and a burst of flame suddenly burst out from his body, heading directly towards Li Tianyi's face. Li Tianyi stepped back a few steps in a flash. Huang Beiqing seized this opportunity, retreated violently to the rear, and at the same time shouted to his teammates, "Hurry up, everyone! Don't be eliminated by them. Damn it, you guys want to run? Stop!" Seeing the reversal of the situation, Li Zijuan suddenly became excited as she yelled and wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and keep the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Li Tianyi grabbed her tightly. "Young Miss Zijuan, don't waste time, let's go back and find the young master." Li Zijuan snapped back to her senses and quickly said, "That's right, I was completely confused." The few of them didn't care about chasing Huang Beiqing and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the center. At this time, the central area was already in chaos. As the elimination round entered the final moment, almost everyone couldn't sit still any longer. They began to gather their forces and attack other contestants, hoping to eliminate them as soon as possible. Only the Cloudy Qilin clan, who had been sitting by firmly, as no one dared to attack them. Because Li Moying was staying in the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although he had never made a move, the deterrence was still sufficient and no one dared to provoke a strong man like him. What outsiders didn't know was that the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan was not as peaceful as it looks from the outside. At this time, Li Tian'er and several other guards were kneeling on the ground, trying to stop Li Moying, who was already on the verge of going berserk, and prevent him from leaving the camp. Young master, please calm down. The young madam is extremely powerful. Except for you, it is impossible for anyone else to hurt her. You don't have to worry so much." "Yes, young master. Young madam is not only extremely powerful, but also intelligent and quick-witted. How could something happen on Paradise Island? Although 2 hours have passed, how could something have happened to the young madam? Maybe she discovered some opportunity on the island, and it's not necessarily true that she went to investigate it herself. Young master, if you leave now, the camp of the Cloudy Qilin clan will be lost." Everyone talked and tried to persuade them. It has been 2 hours since Huang Yueli left the central area to save people. Originally, everyone thought that she would be able to rescue the person in an hour at most, but in the end, she didn't even see her for such a long time. Li Moying became visibly irritable. The longer the time, the uglier his face became, and finally he couldn't help but jump up, ready to leave the central area to find someone. Upon hearing the news, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were all shocked, and hurried over to stop him. To be honest, no one believed that something happened to Huang Yueli, and they all thought it was their young master who made a fuss. How could Li Moying not understand what they said? However, Li Moying felt uneasy in her heart, always feeling that something was about to happen. His face darkened. "That's enough, you all get out of the way. You don't even listen to my orders, what's the use of you?" "But, young master." Li Tian'er swallowed his saliva, trembling with fear, not knowing what to say. It's strange to say that not only did the young madam not come back, but his elder brother also didn't come back, which was indeed a bit unusual. Just then, there was a sound of panicked footsteps outside the camp. Li Tianyi and Li Zijuan rushed in first. They were so fast that they left other teammates behind. As soon as he saw Li Moying when he entered the door, Li Tianyi plopped down on his knees and said loudly, "Young master, it's bad. The big thing is bad. The young madam was attacked by a black-robed man just now, and she's now missing." "What did you say?" All the cultivators were stunned when they heard his words. Li Tianyi was stunned for a moment. "Brother, what are you talking about? What black-robed man? The young madam is extremely powerful, can't she beat him?" Li Zijuan hurriedly stood up and said, "Young master, I saw with my own eyes just now that this black-robed man suddenly rushed out to attack the young madam, and he was extremely powerful and fast. Young madam fought with him for more than a dozen moves in a row, but there was no clear winner. Later, they fought and entered the depths of the forest, but they couldn't find it." Before she could finish speaking, Li Moying already dodged and rushed out of the camp. Everyone was unprepared. When they regained consciousness, his figure had disappeared before their eyes. All the cultivators present were stunned. What's going on here? The young master just left? Didn't you listen to what Commander Tianyi just said? Something happened to the young madam. The young master loves the young madam the most. Hearing that something happened to her, how could he still sit still? But, then what shall we do? How old are you? Can you compare with the young madam? A bunch of people surrounded Li Zijuan and Li Tianyi, asking them about the details at that time. Li Zijuan said it quickly, and then, with a worried look on her face, "I'm not exaggerating at all, that black-robed man is too skilled. If I didn't know the rules of Paradise Island, I'm afraid I would have thought that he is a strong man in the Dao Profound Realm." "A strong Dao Profound Realm exponent? How is that possible? Isn't it possible that only cultivators who participate in the God Realm's Grand Meet can enter Paradise Island? So, I just thought. But, no matter what the other party's cultivation level is, he must be a master, beyond our imagination. No wonder the young master is so anxious. This is really weird. The young madam is already a god-level talent, who can match her? Is there a third god-level genius in the world?" When Li Tianyi saw the crowd gathered together, he hurried over. "All right, stop guessing. This matter is not as simple as you think. Let's make arrangements for the next step." He knows the inside story, and has already guessed that this matter is related to the Sacred Phoenix clan, but he couldn't say it clearly. Li Moying was not here. The highest status in the clan was Li Zijuan, followed by Li Moying's bodyguard, Commander Li Tianyi. Everyone looked at Li Zijuan. However, Li Zijuan turned to Li Tianyi. "Commander Tianyi, I don't dare to command the young master's guards, you should do it. The ancient god clans has always respected the strong." After seeing Li Tianyi's strength just now, Li Zijuan's attitude towards him was a bit more polite. Li Tianyi did not refuse, and nodded immediately. "All right, then I will not be polite. Everyone is divided into 2 teams, and one will be led by young Miss Zijuan. Those who stay in the camp and are responsible for resisting the attacks of other forces around. After young master leaves, other forces will definitely seize the time to attack us, so you must be extremely careful." Li Zijuan couldn't help frowning when he heard the words, there is no young master here. With my strength, I only bring half of the people. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold the fort. Besides, we may not need this camp. Perhaps with a more mobile operation, can we have more clansmen survive? The purpose of the battle is not to defend the camp, but to survive to pass the elimination round. Li Tianyi shook his head. "If you don't want to be eliminated, it's better to stay in the camp. A large number of arrays have been set up around this camp, all of which were arranged by the young madam herself. It is definitely not something that other forces can take casually. So, here is the safest place." Li Zijuan's eyes widened as she exclaimed with surprise, "Young madam also knows how to arrange arrays?" Li Tianyi said calmly, "Young madam knows more than this, you will gradually understand in the future. For the rest of the people I mentioned, go with me to the forest to search for the young master and young madam. And you must hurry up. I'm worried that something will happen to the young madam. Huang Yueli's accident itself was not the scariest thing. The most frightening thing is that if the young madam is injured, the young master will definitely be extremely angry. God knows what will happen then. Li Tianyi picked out all of Li Moying's bodyguards, and found a few other cultivators known for their agility, and the group set off quickly. As soon as they left the camp, they were attacked extremely violently. Obviously, after Li Moying rushed out just now, everyone realized that the opportunity had come, and they couldn't wait to attack the Cloudy Qilin clan. Everyone, don't get carried away in fighting, let's go out first and then talk. It took a lot of effort for Li Tianyi and the others to get rid of their attackers. By the time they left the central area, the spread of the poisonous mist was almost reaching its limit. Everyone searched around the edge of the poisonous mist, but they still didn't see Huang Yueli's figure, but they found Li Moying. Li Tianyi rushed over in a hurry. Young master, how are you doing? Has young madam been found? Li Moying didn't speak, his face was extremely gloomy, and the chill on his body was as sharp as a knife. It seemed that as long as he got close to him, he would be stabbed by his murderous aura. And his gaze fell on a charred towering giant tree in front of him. This tree was supposed to have luxuriant branches and leaves, but now, the trunk was densely covered with sword marks. All the leaves have been burned, and the trunk has turned pitch black. Not only this tree, but the ground around it had similar traces. Many small trees were directly turned into scorched earth. And in the air, there was a strong burnt smell. Anyone can see that there was a fierce battle between fire attribute cultivators here not long ago. Li Tianyi and the others all changed their expressions in shock. Almost all of this area has been razed to the ground. What kind of power was needed to do this? You must know that when everyone enters Paradise Island, their strength will be suppressed to the early stage of the Heart-Profound realm, and now these battle marks were not left by cultivators at the early stage of the Heart-Profound realm. Sure enough, it's the Sacred Phoenix clan. Everyone, let me search around carefully. If you see young madam or other suspicious people, come and report back immediately. Yes. Obey. Li Tianyi and the others took orders and left one after another. Not long after, they all came back to report. In the east, no suspicious signs. I didn't see the young madam in the south. Northeast. Li Moying's face became even more gloomy. In fact, his speed was much faster than the guards. Just before Li Tianyi and the others arrived, he had already searched the surroundings. As a result, nothing was found. Neither Huang Yueli nor Huang Sanbai was seen, both of them disappeared. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that although he didn't see a living little Lear, at least he didn't see a. Li Moying said suddenly, I'll go to the poisonous mist to have a look, and you also go back to defend the camp, and try to keep as many cultivators in the clan as possible. With that said, he took a direct step and walked in the direction of the poisonous mist. Since there was no one outside, the only explanation was that his little Lear was forced into the poisonous mist. Seeing that Li Moying was about to leave, Li Tianyi was terrified, reacted and rushed over to stop him. Young master. You, please calm down. Once you enter the poisonous mist, you will lose consciousness immediately. Even if you are strong, you will not last long. It is impossible to find someone inside, and you will be eliminated because of this. Ah. Young master. Li Moying snorted coldly, get out of the way. Being eliminated from the God Realm's grand meet may be a very serious matter for others, and it can be said that their future was ruined, but he doesn't care about it at all. There was no need to rely on a competition to prove his strength. He came here just to accompany Huang Yueli. Now that things like this have happened to little Lear, what was he still doing here? Li Tianyi also fell to the ground, and persuaded, young master, you really don't have to do this. The young madam must have run into the poisonous mist at the last moment, but she didn't die, but saved herself. I think she should have been teleported out of Paradise Island. Although she was eliminated, her life is safe. That's right, young master, even if you enter the poisonous mist, you won't be able to find anyone. The young madam must have been teleported away. Everyone tried to persuade Li Moying one after another, trying to stop him. If Li Moying took the initiative to walk into the poisonous mist and was eliminated, then the Cloudy Qilin clan's God Realm's grand meet would be useless. Before the competition, he blew out such a big cowhide and mocked the Sacred Phoenix clan for so long, but he was going to be slapped in the face. However, Li Moying was unmoved in the slightest. Seeing that they wouldn't get out of the way, he simply turned around and rushed directly into the poisonous mist. Little Patriarch. There were screams from the crowd, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. After entering the poisonous mist, Li Moying felt a tingling sensation coming from his limbs, and the profound energy in his body was also rapidly dissipating. Even though he had already made preparations before he came in, and used a technique similar to Huang Yueli's to seal off his five senses, his body's ability to respond was still rapidly declining. This surprised him very much. If even he couldn't bear the erosion of the poisonous mist, then Huang Yueli and the people who chased her would have no choice but to be teleported out. But, just in case, that black-robed man was fully prepared. Li Moying walked a few steps in the poisonous mist, but found no clues at all, but his body was about to fail. Just when he was hesitating whether to move forward or retreat to find a solution, he suddenly felt light in his body. There was a whirlwind. After he woke up, he suddenly found that he had appeared in the square of Gravity Island. Beside him, there were also a large number of cultivators gathered. These people all had expressions of surprise on their faces, and some even couldn't help cheering. Great! We've entered the next round. I'm really lucky. Just one step away, I'm about to be eliminated. Ha ha ha, it's all right now, at least I'm in the top 1,000. If I return to my faction, I will definitely become a key training target. Hearing these voices, Li Moying's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that before he found Little Lear, the number of contestants on Paradise Island had dropped to 1,000. The game was automatically over. Young master, there are so many cultivators who have qualified for the clan this time. It's all up to you to protect us. Many members of the Cloudy Qilin clan rushed towards him. Li Moying was so anxious that he had no time to pay attention to them. He eagerly looked around, observing everyone around him, hoping to find Huang Yueli's figure. Although he had already had the worst premonition just now, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart after all. Maybe he really thought too much. Maybe what Li Tianyi and the others said was correct. Although Huang Yueli entered the poisonous mist during the process of being hunted down, she still activated the signal in time and was sent out. Thinking of this, he dodged and quickly walked through the crowd. Although the square was crowded with people, it was very crowded, but it didn't hinder him much. Soon, he scanned all the people in the square. No. No. Still not there. His Little Lear just disappeared out of thin air, and was not teleported out because of the end of the elimination round. Li Moying's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he really wished to slaughter all the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. His speed was too fast, it took Li Tianyi and others a lot of effort to keep up. Seeing Li Moying's expression, they all looked at each other in dismay. The clothes behind their backs were completely soaked in cold sweat. Just now they swore in front of Li Moying that there would be no problem with Huang Yueli, and was 99% certain that she had been sent out directly. But now, the facts were not like this at all. They wouldn't be foolish enough to guess that Huang Yueli left on her own after being eliminated. After all, how could the young madam not know that the young master would worry about her? Even if there is a big thing to leave, people will definitely leave a message and tell the young master as soon as possible. Everyone understands the truth, but the guards still can't figure it out. Could it be that the Sacred Phoenix clan really has such courage? How dare you do it on Paradise Island? Li Moying's cold eyes swept over Li Tianyi. Just when Li Tianyi was so frightened that his legs were so weak that he almost knelt down on the spot, he suddenly turned his eyes away. Li Moying shouted coldly, "Stop!" His voice was not very loud, but when it sounded in this empty square, it was like thunder, shaking the ears of thousands of cultivators present. The square, which was originally full of excitement, became completely silent in an instant. Everyone looked in Li Moying's direction, and when they recognized who he was, they were even more horrified. Li Tianyi and the others stood close, and they immediately saw the person whom Li Moying stopped. The first genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Beiqing. At this time, Huang Beiqing's face was a little pale. Just now when he saw Li Moying looking for someone, he quickly guessed that he was looking for Huang Yueli. Although Huang Beiqing doesn't know who the mysterious black-robed man is, this matter has nothing to do with him. Therefore, his first reaction was to take several steps back, trying to hide in the crowd. However, how could he have imagined that Li Moying saw him at a glance, and stopped him the moment he dodged? Sensing Li Moying's gaze, all the cultivators' onlookers looked suddenly enlightened. The people around Huang Beiqing consciously moved a few steps to the side to distance themselves from him. The young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan has his eye on the #1 genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan. This is definitely not a good thing. If they don't avoid it, they wouldn't even know how they died later. Li Moying looked at Huang Beiqing expressionlessly, and said coldly, "Where is my wife?" Huang Beiqing was swept over by his cold gaze. Although he tried his best to maintain his composure, he still felt his legs go weak for a while. He was really terrified. There are countless rumors about Li Moying, but this is the first time he has met this legendary god-level genius in person. In the past, he thought highly of himself and always felt that he was already the most powerful existence among heavenly geniuses. Even if a god-level genius was born, how could he be stronger than him? But when he saw Li Moying today, he realized how terrifying a real god-level genius is. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Young Master Li, what do you mean? How would I know where your wife is? Could it be that your wife has taken a fancy to me and decided to dump you?" Ha 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 ha. In order to show that the Sacred Phoenix clan was not afraid of the god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Huang Beiqing suppressed the panic in his heart and laughed exaggeratedly. He fully expected that the people around him would laugh with him and mock Li Moying. However, he laughed for a long time, but found that there was no sound around him, and no one responded to him. All the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were shocked by the anger emanating from Li Moying. Huang Beiqing closed his mouth in embarrassment and looked at Li Moying. He is extremely talented, and his strength is far beyond that of the people around him. Therefore, under the pressure of Li Moying's profound strength, he can barely maintain his sanity. Li Moying frowned slightly. "I'll ask you one last time, where is my wife? Tell me." Following his icy voice, the profound energy in the surrounding world became violent, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning blasting, which made people tremble with fear. Huang Beiqing became more and more anxious, but still bit the bullet and refused to show weakness. "I've already told you that I don't know. Your wife ran away with someone. What does it matter to our Sacred Phoenix clan? You should." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a powerful force approaching. His breathing was stagnant, his chest was in severe pain, and he couldn't even speak. Almost at the same moment, he found himself in the air, being strangled by someone's neck, and lifted into the air. "Do you think I'm a fool?" The tragic scene of burning fire in the forest is clearly left by fire attribute cultivators fighting. "You tell me that it has nothing to do with the Sacred Phoenix clan?" Huang Beiqing's neck was almost broken, his hands were desperately trying to separate Li Moying's hand, but he couldn't shake him at all. He soon felt that he couldn't breathe, the air in his chest was getting less and less, his eyes were going black, and he was about to faint. At this moment, Li Moying suddenly threw him to the ground. There was a bang. Huang Beiqing's body fell heavily on the ground. Originally, he was seriously injured after a series of battles with Huang Yueli and Li Tian, and now he was taught a lesson by Li Moying. His internal organs were almost shattered, his whole body was limp on the ground, and he couldn't even get up. Seeing Li Moying approaching slowly, Huang Beiqing was terrified to the extreme. At this moment, he could no longer keep his composure, and yelled in fear, "You, don't come here. Come here. I really don't know about that lady Li, I really don't know. That black-robed man suddenly rushed out to assassinate her, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with the Sacred Phoenix clan." "Alright, let me change my question then." Li Moying snorted coldly, then asked, where is Huang Sanbai? Elder Sanbai? Huang Beiqing was stunned for a moment, apparently he did not expect that Li Moying would ask about Huang Sanbai. Li Moying glanced at him coldly, "Don't make me ask a third time." Huang Beiqing was frightened by him a long time ago. Although he was confused, he didn't dare to hide it. He shivered secretly, and quickly replied, I really don't know. Before we entered Paradise Island, Elder Sanbai followed the Patriarch and the others to send us here, but we stayed on the island for 7 days. Where the hell am I, how do I know? Besides, have you made a mistake? Although our Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan are rivals, it is impossible for us to do such indecent things. Elder Sanbai is a highly respected elder in our clan. How is it possible? Before he finished speaking, Li Moying flicked his robe sleeves, and a wave of profound energy rushed straight to his chest. Huang Beiqing's breathing was stagnant, and he quickly put on a defensive posture. However, Li Moying's strength is too strong, it is not something he can bear in his current state of serious injury. His body rose into the air again, and he was about to fall to the ground again. Just then, there was a burst of stern reprimands from the end of the square. Li Moying, what do you want to do to the geniuses of our Sacred Phoenix clan? Following this sound, a burst of extremely fierce fire-attributed energy passed over everyone's heads, stopped behind Huang Beiqing, and just supported his body that was flying upside down, slowing down his falling speed. With the help of this force, Huang Beiqing managed to balance his body and landed safely. Before he could stand still, he couldn't wait to turn his head back, and exclaimed in great surprise, "Patriarch!" At the entrance of the square, Huang Tianhao, the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan, stood impressively. He was full of anger, staring at Li Moying's eyes, he was about to burst into flames. Because the elimination round has ended, all the major forces rushed to the square of the Gravity Island to welcome the talented cultivators who successfully advanced to the semifinals. The residence of the Sacred Phoenix clan is the closest to the square, and they came the earliest. However, Huang Tianhao never expected that when he arrived, he witnessed Li Moying threatening the genius of his family, and even made a move so fiercely that he wanted to put Huang Beiqing to death. He hurriedly shot and saved the person, but the anger in his heart burst out suddenly. Li Moying, you're deceiving people too much. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, you dare to openly kill people in Floating Sea. Do you think that our Sacred Phoenix clan are all dead people? Are you treating Floating Sea's rules as air? As Huang Tianhao said, he had uncontrollably released his profound strength. He was worthy of being a well-known fire attribute powerhouse for a long time. He can sit on the position of patriarch, and his strength was still higher than that of Huang Sanbai. As he released his profound strength, a faint red halo appeared outside his body. The cultivators standing beside him all felt a burst of scorching heat, as if their bodies were about to burn, and hurriedly retreated to the side. Naturally, these young cultivators in the square couldn't bear such coercion. The ones who were a little weaker, already pale, covered their chests, and kept retreating. However, Li Moying's complexion did not change at all. His eyes moved away from Huang Beiqing and landed on Huang Tianhao. The coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. "I'll ask again, where is Huang Sanbai? Let him get out." Huang Tianhao sneered and said, "Do you think that an elder of the ancient god clan would be any person you can call so casually?" Although Huang Tianhao hasn't figured it out yet, why Li Moying wanted to find Huang Sanbai. But his first reaction was to sternly reject Li Moying. This is related to the dignity and prestige of the clan. No matter what it is for, it is impossible for him to obey the orders of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Moying didn't bother, the expression on his face was still cold, his thin lips lifted. "Since this old man Huang Sanbai is going to be a coward, hiding himself and not daring to see people, then I have no choice but to force him out." As he said that, Li Moying's eyes flashed, and his right hand had already drawn out the long sword at his waist. This sword was carefully refined for him by Huang Yueli, who personally went to the warehouse of the Cloudy Qilin clan, selecting the best quality materials. Although it doesn't look special on the outside, its attack power is twice as powerful as a spirit armament of the same level. The moment he flipped his wrist, the thunder attribute energy in the air quickly gathered towards the blade, and the long sword was engulfed, turning into a bolt of lightning. Li Moying drew his sword and directly stabbed at Huang Beiqing. Huang Tianhao didn't react at first, but when he saw his intention, he couldn't help but change his face, and shouted loudly, "Stop, stop." He also didn't care about putting on airs of the patriarch, and immediately flew over, blocking Huang Beiqing directly behind him. The profound strength of Huang Tianhao and Li Moying collided in the air. Li Moying's body swayed, but her expression did not change at all. Holding the long sword in her hand, she even took another step forward. Huang Tianhao was shocked to the extreme when he saw the handsome face of the young man in front of him. He knew that the god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan were very powerful, and he also knew that cultivators of his generation could not be Li Moying's opponents. Even Huang Beiqing, it was impossible to get the slightest benefit from Li Moying's hands. However, he never thought that Li Moying would be so strong. He was actually able to receive the attack of a strong man in the Dao Profound Realm head-on. Moreover, there was no sign of injury at all. Just when Huang Tianhao was in a daze, a cold light flashed in Li Moying's hand. He shifted his target, and stabbed at another target with his long sword. Arg! There was a scream, and a genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan beside Huang Beiqing fell to the ground on the spot. Blood kept coming out of his mouth, his eyes turned white, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Huang Tianhao just saved Huang Beiqing, and before he could take a breath, something happened on the other side. However, before he recovered from the shock, Li Moying raised his sword and attacked the third target. Save! This person fell to the ground before he could finish a single word. It was only then that Huang Tianhao realized that Li Moying had already torn off all face, completely trampled on the default rules among the ancient gods, and unexpectedly, in the square of floating sea, under the gaze of so many cultivators, set to exterminate all the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Even standing here as the patriarch doesn't seem to have any influence on him. Seeing that Li Moying was about to attack again, Huang Tianhao finally came back to his senses, his expression turning extremely ferocious. "Damn brat, are you going to openly provoke the entire Sacred Phoenix clan? Do you really think that you are a god-level genius and invincible? You are just a yellow-haired brat. I will teach you how to behave today." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and attacked Li Moying. Following his attack, a mirage of a sea of flames appeared behind him, sweeping across the sky and covering the sky. All the young cultivators present screamed in horror. A powerhouse at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm was already considered one of the top powerhouses in the God realm, and his strength is truly extraordinary. far surpassed a mid-stage Dao Profound Realm cultivator like Huang Sanbai. Even Li Moying felt the tremendous pressure, and the expression on his face became serious. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. He raised the long sword upwards, and the electric light on the sword became brighter, as if it was going to blind someone's eyes. Immediately, with a flick of his wrist, he directly met Huang Tianhao's attack. Li Moying was not a reckless person. Although he thinks himself extremely talented, he will never force himself to take action for the sake of face when his strength is not enough. However, today was different. Huang Yueli actually disappeared on Paradise Island. Moreover, there were various indications that the one who attacked her was Huang Sanbai, the elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Anything about Huang Yueli is enough to drive him crazy, but now, his beloved woman's life or death is unknown. It's like a sharp knife piercing his chest, making him bleed, and at the same time making him lose his mind. Now, the only thought in his mind is to find Huang Sanbai, kill him and avenge Huang Yueli. In order to achieve this goal, he will not hesitate to attack any obstacles that stand in his way. Young master! Li Tianyi and the others exclaimed, wanting to rush forward to stop them. However, the battles of Dao Profound Realm powerhouses wasn't something they could intervene in. The profound power escaping from the battle area alone was enough to make them vomit blood. They could only watch helplessly as Li Moying and Huang Tianhao fought in midair. The two strands of profound energy shot straight into the sky in an instant, and the crackling sound was deafening and lasted for a long time. All the cultivators present, who were slightly inferior in cultivation, had already vomited blood and were sent flying out. The remaining ones who could barely stand still were all shocked and frightened. Oh my God, Li Moying is crazy. He actually dared to challenge the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. That's a powerhouse at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm. I really can't see that he actually did it for a woman. By the way, when I was on Paradise Island earlier, I met Li Moying's fiancée. She is indeed a stunning beauty, and her talent seems to be quite good. However, a woman is a woman. As young Master Li, how many women can he get? Just open his mouth and various beauties will come flocking to him. Why do so? Could it be that a god-level genius who has only been born in the god realm for tens of thousands of years is about to perish here before he has time to mature? Amidst everyone's discussion, the strong battle in midair finally receded. Two figures in the center appeared in front of everyone. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Immediately afterwards, their eyes widened, and they all showed expressions of astonishment. They all thought that Li Moying was going to die this time, but who knew, he was still standing in the air. Although his face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he was obviously injured, but the injury was obviously not fatal. How is this possible? Let's go, what kind of strength is young Master Li? He can even survive under the hands of Patriarch Huang? Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. You must know that the person standing opposite Li Moying was not some cultivator who has just entered the Dao Profound Realm with unstable foundation, but the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan, who can be ranked in the top 20 among the powerful in the entire god realm. Huang Tianhao's expression sank and turned ugly. He still had some concerns. When he shot just now, he didn't use all his strength, but only used 30% to 40% of his strength. Because this was after all in the floating sea and the island master was much stronger than him, hence he actually didn't dare to kill him on the spot. He just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seriously injure Li Moying, and it would be best if he could stay in bed for a few months. On the one hand, to give this god-level genius an unforgettable lesson. On the other hand, if Li Moying was seriously injured at this juncture, he will definitely not be able to participate in the next round of competition. Originally, the position of champion of the Cloudy Qilin clan was definitely settled, but now it can be vacated. Moreover, since it was Li Moying who injured Huan Beiqing, the genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, under the watchful eyes of everyone, and provoked him first, it is reasonable for him as the patriarch to bully the small, and he will not be accused by too many people. His wishful thinking was well planned, but he never expected that Li Moying could actually block his move. Even if he only used 30% to 40% of his power, it was still a blow from someone at the top of the Tao Profound Realm. Comparing Li Moying at the late stage of the Heart Profound Realm and him who was at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm, his cultivation has spanned an entire realm. Logically speaking, one finger could crush Li Moying to death. But now, Li Moying just vomited blood? What kind of perverted talent was this, to achieve such strength? Huang Tianhao looked at Li Moying in shock, and after he realized it, a cold murderous aura suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since Li Moying is so strong, how could he let him continue to live? Otherwise, when he grows up, who else can suppress him? He's afraid his strength will soon catch up to those hidden old monsters of the Life Profound Realm. At that time, what will happen to the Sacred Phoenix clan? Was there any need to talk about it? Therefore, Li Moying must die. Moreover, today was the best opportunity. He has enough reasons to make a move, and there were no other experts present to stop him. Huang Tianhao's mind moved extremely fast, and he made up his mind even faster. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky, and another barrage of flames fell from the sky and condensed on him. Li Moying was swept by his cold eyes, and soon understood his thoughts, and was about to dodge. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. Huang Tianhao! Stop it! Immediately afterwards, a powerful lightning rushed towards Huang Tianhao's back. Huang Tianhao didn't expect someone to stop him. He was still a master, with the same level of cultivation as him, so he couldn't help being surprised. He frantically tried to dodge, but he did successfully dodge the attack from behind. However, Li Moying kept staring at him. Seeing that Huang Tianhao was about to retreat, he immediately took advantage of the vacancy and made a sudden attack with all his strength. Huang Tianhao was still aggressive just now, and wanted to kill Li Moying on the spot, but in a few breaths, the situation was reversed, and he was flanked by both front and back. His expression suddenly changed, and he tried his best to dodge. The cultivators attacking him from behind were obviously stronger, so he had to give priority to it. This way, all the weaknesses were exposed in front of Li Moying. A loud boom reverberated. Huang Tianhao's body was sent flying, and he fell to the ground unsteadily. Although he stabilized his body while falling in the air, his feet landed firmly. However, the cultivators present still showed expressions of shock. Because Li Moying actually injured Huang Tianhao. There was a big gap between the two of them. It was very, very difficult for Li Moying to injure Huang Tianhao. To put it simply, the attack power of ordinary cultivators at the late stage of the Heart Profound Realm cannot destroy Huang Tianhao's defense, so no matter how they fight, the cultivators at the Tao Profound Realm were sure to win. Now, just by looking at the movement of Huang Tianhao covering his chest, one can know how fierce and unstoppable Li Moying's attack was just now. Those cultivators who had fought against Li Moying on Paradise Island all subconsciously shuddered and suddenly realized how lucky they were. If such an attack had fallen on them, they would have been a cold corpse by now. Being able to live until now was definitely the result of Li Moying's mercy. Huang Tianhao fell to the ground, his face flushed red all of a sudden. To him, the injury was still an insignificant matter. After all, it was not a serious injury. However, as the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan and a powerhouse at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm, he was injured by a junior. This was a big embarrassment. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at Li Shihong, who was standing not far away. Li Shihong. You actually sneaked an attack on me? As the patriarch of an ancient god clan, you can be considered a respectable figure. How could you do such a despicable thing? Li Shihong's complexion was even uglier than his. As soon as he arrived on the island just now, He saw the scene of Li Moying being attacked by Huang Tianhao, and he almost died of fright. Fortunately, Li Moying's strength was good, he blocked Huang Tianhao's first attack, and he made a timely move to save Li Moying without any injuries. However, now Huang Tianhao was the injured one, this itself was a surprise. He glanced at Huang Tianhao, and said in a cold voice, "Huang Tianhao, you are really a thief-shouting thief. You Sacred Phoenix clan are really brazen villains. As a majestic patriarch, you actually attacked our clan's juniors. I never knew that you were still so shameless. Besides, this is on Paradise Island. Did you think that you are the owner of the island?" Naturally, Huang Tianhao couldn't admit his mistake, so he immediately refuted loudly. "Li Shihong, make it clear that it was Li Moying who made the first move. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to beat up our clansmen, why would I not be able to resist? If he dares to provoke our Sacred Phoenix clan first, he must be prepared to be taught a lesson." Hearing this, Li Shihong glanced at Huang Beiqing, who was sitting not far away from his wounds, with a look of sarcasm in his eyes. "Oh? The clansman you are talking about is Huang Beiqing, right? I heard that Huang Beiqing is the #1 genius of your generation of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Coincidentally, Moying is also the #1 genius of our clan. The #1 genius against the first genius, this is called a fair duel. The trash skills in your clan are not as good as others, you deserve to be beaten and killed. And as a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, how can you attack a junior?" Li Shihong spoke so convincingly that Huang Tianhao vomited. Huang Tianhao sneered and said, all right, I have learned a lot today. You Cloudy Qilin clan are really eloquent, and you can turn the truth around if you provoke first. Do you want to formally start a war with the Sacred Phoenix clan? Huh. After the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan said such words, the smell of gunpowder in the air became more intense. Everyone looked nervously at Huang Tianhao and Li Shihong, who were on the verge of sword fighting, with their hearts in their throats. They won't really want to start a war on Paradise Island, will they? Two patriarchs, don't be impulsive. Not only the two patriarchs, but behind them, the cultivators of the two great ancient god clans have already clenched their spirit armaments, ready to strike at any time. Seeing that a big battle was about to break out, at this moment, a powerful profound force suddenly shrouded Paradise Island. Immediately afterwards, a teleportation halo appeared in midair, and there were two middle-aged cultivators standing inside. It was the left and right protectors who were in charge of managing the floating sea for the Island Master. The Island Master seldom shows up. To ordinary cultivators, the two of them were the actual power holders of floating sea. Even Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao had to give face when they saw them. The expressions of both of them changed slightly, and they turned around to salute each other. Your Excellencies, I'm sorry. Hey, Patriarch Huang, let me tell you what to do with you. This is a God Realm's grand meet. How can you formally declare war here? That's right, the conflict between the two of you can't be dealt with after the grand meet is over. Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao declared war on each other. Originally, they were impulsive. Now that the left and right protectors have appeared, they still want to be peacemakers. After thinking about it, they both decided to give in. Anyway, the enmity between the two families has not lasted for a day or two. You can settle accounts at any time, and there is no need to start a war in the floating sea. Offending a peerless powerhouse like the Island Master for no reason will be of no benefit to the two families. Humph. You are lucky. If the two of you hadn't agreed to make peace, I would bath your Cloudy Qilin clan in blood today. Let's go. Huang Tianhao left some harsh words, waved his hand behind him, and signaled the clansmen to leave with him. However, he had just taken a step when suddenly, a figure rushed out from the slanting spine, blocking his way. Patriarch Huang, where do you want to go? Huang Tianhao paused for a moment, then froze for a moment. When he saw the figure in front of him clearly, his face suddenly became ugly. You brat, what else do you want? You are lucky today, and that old thief Li Shihong just arrived, otherwise, you won't be able to be so lucky next time. Why don't you get out soon? However, Li Moying did not move at all, showing no intention of retreating at all. Patriarch Huang, I won't let you leave unless you tell me exactly where Huang Sanbai is. Huang Tianhao never expected that Li Moying would dare to stop him. The anger in his heart was finally suppressed, and now it surged up again. Brat, are you courting death? I've already said that Elder Sanbai is not on Paradise Island. No, he must have come to Paradise Island, let him get out. The Sacred Phoenix clan must give me an explanation for today's incident. Li Moying's expression was gloomy, his eyes were already covered with bloodshot eyes, and his usual days were long gone. The demeanor of the personable noble young master was no longer there, he looked more like a devil from hell instead. Li Shihong was shocked when he saw him like this. Moying, what's wrong with you? Did something happen on Paradise Island? What's going on? When he came here just now, he only saw Huang Tianhao attacking Li Moying. He thought it was an all-time quarrel between the two clans, so he didn't think deeply about it. Now that he saw Li Moying being so abnormal, he realized that something was wrong. Li Moying is usually the most calm and stable, almost never when he is so out of order. Even if he loses control of his emotions occasionally, young Miss Li will be responsible for comforting him. Wait, where is young Miss Li? Only then did Li Shihong realize that a person who should have appeared here seems to have disappeared. He suddenly had a bad feeling, and quickly turned his head to look around, trying to find her. However, before he could see clearly, Li Moying's cold voice sounded from beside him. Patriarch, there's no need to search any further. Little Lear was ambushed by Huang Sanbai on Paradise Island, and she hasn't come out until now. I'm afraid something untoward has happened. What? What did you say? Li Shihong's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that he would hear such news. How is it possible? People from the Sacred Phoenix clan are so desperate? Even though he is the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he can be said to be one of the people who hate the Sacred Phoenix clan the most in the entire God realm, but for a moment he couldn't believe it was true. Doing this kind of thing is no longer a word that can be described as bold and reckless. By doing this, the Sacred Phoenix clan is already blatantly trampling on the covenant between the major god clans, and they will definitely be criticized by thousands of people. It was absolutely impossible for a person with a clear mind to do such a stupid trick. Could it be that the fact that the Cloudy Qilin clan has two god-level geniuses has already driven the entire Sacred Phoenix clan crazy? Huang Tianhao immediately yelled, "Brat, what are you talking nonsense about? How can you utter such blatant words? It's obviously you, who secretly assassinated a god-level genius of our Sacred Phoenix clan a few months ago, but you bullied us instead. There's no evidence, we have been refusing to admit it, and now we are still being accused and treated as a target. Elder Sanbai has always acted prudently, tell me, will he kill your wife? Do you think that people from our Sacred Phoenix clan are really fools? Will you believe your nonsense? What kind of god-level talented human woman, whoever believes is stupid? Will we still kill her?" From the beginning to the end, Huang Tianhao did not believe that Huang Sanbai would go after Huang Yueli. It's just that he just wanted to take this opportunity to kill Li Moying, so he didn't explain it at all. Now, the two sides stop fighting. Seeing that he can't kill Li Moying this time, and the left and right protectors of Floating Sea are also here, Huang Tianhao doesn't dare to talk nonsense, and hastened to explain for his clansmen. After hearing Huang Tianhao's words, the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan all burst into laughter. That's right. Do you really think that any lie can fool us? What is the second god-level genius? You can lie to ghosts. If you want me to tell you, it must be the bastards of the Cloudy Qilin clan who made up a nonsense story about a god-level genius. Now that the rematch is approaching, the lie can't be concealed, so they planned this out, saying that the god-level genius is dead. It's fine if you love acting so much, but you still have to pour dirty water on the heads of our sacred Phoenix clan. It's just too shameless. Amidst the discussions, no one noticed that the face of Huang Beiqing, who had fallen to the ground, was pale. Among the cultivators present, only he and his few cronies know the true strength of Li Moying's wife. However, of course he won't be so stupid as to jump out at this time. A bit of anger grew on Li Moying's face, and he snorted coldly, "Shut up." As he opened his mouth, an oppressive force swept towards the sacred Phoenix clan. Those young clansmen who were chattering immediately felt that their chests were suffocated, and they couldn't say a word. They were so shocked that they didn't dare to speak. Even if that human girl's talent was fake, but Li Moying's talent was real. Li Moying turned to Huang Tianhao again, his expression sank as his cold gaze lingered on him. "Huang Tianhao, do you think you know Huang Sanbai very well? You can't imagine why he killed someone." Huang Tianhao was disapproving, and said with a sneer, "I don't know Elder Sanbai, do you know? What a joke. Then tell me, why did he kill your fiancé?" Li Moying sneered, and had made up her mind to thoroughly expose the truth behind the scenes. Now that little Lear was dead, there was no point in keeping a secret. On the contrary, he really wanted to see if Huang Tianhao knew that what Huang Sanbai killed was a god-level genius of their sacred Phoenix clan, and the purpose was to snatch the Sky Phoenix ring and take the position of patriarch, what would happen to him? Li Moying stared at Huang Tianhao, and said word by word, "He actually killed 2 patriarchs, please stop. Young Miss Li should not be dead yet." Just as he was about to tell the truth, the Right Protector suddenly spoke out eagerly, interrupting their conversation. "I just ordered someone to count the cultivators who passed the elimination round, and found that there are only 999 people on the list. That is to say, the last batch of cultivators who were sent out just now are only 999 people. This missing person, it should be young Miss Li." Hearing this, all the cultivators present were shocked. No one thought that after the results of the competition came out, all cultivators thought that those who hadn't appeared must be dead. Unexpectedly, the Right Protector suddenly said such words. Only 999 people were sent out, which means that there is still one person in the array on Paradise Island, and it must be a living person. Otherwise, the number of people who passed the elimination round would be wrong. This kind of array that has been passed down from ancient times is extremely precise. It has been in operation for hundreds of thousands of years without making any mistakes. It is impossible for something to go wrong at this juncture. So, that young Miss Li was still alive? Li Moying also came to his senses very quickly, and quickly turned to the Right Protector, and asked incredulously, "Your Excellency, the Right Protector, are you sure?" The Right Protector nodded, "I've read the list myself, and there's no mistake. Young Miss Li should still be in it." Li Moying frowned, "But, why didn't she come out? The big array should be filled with poisonous mist now, and she must be very dangerous inside. Is there any way you can open the big array and let her come out?" Hearing this, the Right Protector showed a somewhat troubled look on his face. This is actually the most difficult thing to do. I have ordered someone to search for young Miss Li's location, but I didn't get any clear results. I speculate that young Miss Li's teleportation token should have been lost or it was damaged, so the location cannot be determined. Under such circumstances, it is too difficult to find her. Li Moying had relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief at first, but when he heard the following words, he felt his chest tightened and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Shihong was also in a hurry, and asked, "Your Excellency, can't you think of a way? We all know how powerful this poisonous mist is, and young Miss Li has been in the poisonous mist for a long time. Even if she is extremely talented, she can't bear such a poison. We must rescue her quickly, otherwise, even if she is not dead now, after a few hours, I'm afraid. Li Shihong didn't say the whole thing, but everyone could understand what he meant. Huang Yueli was still in the poisonous mist, there was no way to leave, she had probably lost the ability to move. Her current situation can be described as narrowly escaping death. If they wanted to save her, the only thing that could be done was to seize every second and take rescue actions as soon as possible. As long as they were a little late, it was very likely that they would find Huang Yueli's cold body instead. The Right Protector showed a serious expression on his face, patriarchally, "Of course I understand what you mean, but this matter is really difficult to handle. Paradise Island is so big, even if I mobilize all the stewards to find someone together, it will take quite a bit of effort. It may even take a few days. Moreover, the poisonous mist is in the big array now, even if you take the antidote and enter it, one's body will be damaged to a certain extent. I can't let the stewards of Floating Sea take such a risk for a human woman." The Right Protector's words were reasonable, but they were completely unacceptable to the ears of Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators. Even the only Right Minister who had the possibility to save the person showed his attitude and did not intend to do his best to save the person, so, are they allowed to stay here and watch Huang Yueli die in the big array, but helpless? A cold glint flashed by Li Moying's eyes as he strode out, stood opposite of the Right Protector and stretched out his hand. "Your Excellency, I heard people say that you Floating Sea has a kind of elixir that can allow cultivators to move freely in the poisonous mist. Since you don't plan to save people, can you give me a bottle of elixir? I'll find her myself in the big array, and there's no need to bother anyone else." The Right Protector was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I have the antidote for poisonous mist here. However, this antidote itself has a certain degree of toxicity, and each person can only take 3 pills. If there are more than 3 pills, I'm afraid you don't need it. If you enter the poisonous mist, you will be poisoned to death by the toxicity of the antidote itself. And this antidote, one can only guarantee that the poison will not invade for an hour. In other words, you only have 3 hours to find people. And Paradise Island is so big, finding her by yourself is no different than finding a needle in a haystack." The Right Protector was kind and tried to dissuade him. However, these words could not stop Li Moying's determination. He said expressionlessly, "Your Excellency, I will remember your advice. Now, can you give me the elixir?" Seeing the right person's persuasion was ineffective, he sighed and took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. "There are about 20 pills in this bottle, you can use them, sigh." He let out a long sigh, apparently thinking that it was impossible for Li Moying to find Huang Yueli. Even if he entered the array again, he would just do his best. In fact, the result was already preordained. Li Moying took the pill, poured out 3 pills under everyone's gaze, and swallowed them with her head raised. Then he turned around and walked towards a teleportation array behind Paradise Island. Through that array, they can be teleported back to the inside of the large array they left just now. Only then did Li Shihong come to his senses, and hurriedly chased after him, trying to stop him. Moying, you, don't be so impulsive. Young Miss Li is missing, I know you are worried, but, you can't put yourself at risk. With the elixir, I can send someone to help you find her, there's no need for you to go in person. Come back quickly." Li Shihong was extremely anxious, but it was already too late. Li Moying's figure disappeared into the teleportation array in an instant. This time even the Right Protector changed his face. He gave Li Moying so many elixirs just now, thinking that he would give some of the elixirs to his clansmen and let them help him find someone together. Although they still couldn't find the same thing, the Right Protector felt that this could at least appease Li Moying. But who knew, Li Moying swallowed 3 pills without even thinking about it, and didn't pass the medicine bottle to anyone else, just kept it and entered the teleportation array directly. What exactly does he want? At the same time, In the big array of Paradise Island, the poisonous mist has spread to every corner of the array. The gathering and dissipating of this poisonous mist had always been regular. Every 30 years, the poisonous mist will disappear for about 7 days, and then slowly condense again. And this short clear time was the time for the preliminary competition of each god realm's grand meet. Huang Yueli's petite body was completely submerged in the poisonous mist. She lay quietly on the ground, motionless. If anyone passed by, that person would definitely think that what they saw was just a corpse that hadn't decomposed yet. But in fact, Huang Yueli did not die. Although she couldn't move her body, she still had consciousness in her mind. Not only that, she also felt a strange numbness in her body, which gradually turned into a painful and itchy feeling, like countless thin needles piercing her meridians repeatedly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If she could move, she would have rolled on the ground to relieve the itching. However, now she can't even move a finger, and can only endure such pain in silence. Not knowing how long it took, but the profound energy in her meridians were completely emptied, and the poisonous mist from outside began to seep in from her skin and into her meridians. Huang Yueli knew very well that once the poisonous mist entered her dantian through the meridians, and entered her brain, she would die completely. However, even though she knew this, she had no way to prevent this from happening. For her now, waiting for death was the only way out. The poisonous mist gradually seeped into her dantian. The pain in her body became more and more intense. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strange force rising from her dantian. That was the evil qi that she absorbed into her body in Saint Iniquitous Shadow's secret realm the last time. For her at that time, these evil qi were too strong, so she couldn't fully absorb them and could only store them in a certain position in her dantian. She was waiting for her strength to improve in the future before she could slowly refine them. But now, the poisonous mist had actually triggered this evil qi, and there was actually a strong resonance between the two. With each portion of poisonous mist engaged, a part of the evil qi will be released, and this part of the evil qi, fused with the poisonous mist, had actually achieved the effect of fighting poison with poison. The energy formed by the fusion of poisonous and evil qi circulated through Huang Yueli's meridians, and was gradually absorbed by her, becoming a part of her profound energy. Huang Yueli was overjoyed. Judging from this trend, not only will these poisonous mist not kill her, but it will actually accelerate her strength improvement. After Huang Yueli realized this, she relaxed her heart and no longer resisted the invasion of the poisonous mist. Instead, she completely let go of her defenses, allowing the poisonous mist to spread freely in her meridians. As time went by, more and more poisonous mist entered her body, and the fusion with the evil qi became smoother and smoother. The transformed profound energy circulated repeatedly in her meridians, and every time it circulated, it became more pure. Huang Yueli's consciousness became more and more clear, and she could even clearly feel that strength was returning to her body bit by bit. At the same time, she also began to understand a little bit. The poisonous mist here seems to be inextricably linked to the evil qi in the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's secret realm. The two were very similar, and it can even be said that they were the same thing. It's just that these poisonous mist were very rough and had too much impact on the human lungs and meridians, making it even more difficult to absorb. But the evil qi in the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's secret realm was different. Not only is it much more pure, but it is also very pure, without so many impurities, so it will have better effects when used for cultivation. Huang Yueli speculated that the so-called evil qi might have the same source as the green poisonous mist. It's just that evil qi is purified poisonous mist. She just doesn't know whether the poisonous mist in some places has been purified naturally, or it was the result of artificial purification. Just as Huang Yueli was thinking, the strength in her body had recovered by about 30 to 40%. If she were to fight with others now, relying on this strength, the decline in strength was definitely more than one level. However, if she just wanted to stand up and walk around, there was no basic problem, she could move freely. However, Huang Yueli had no intention of getting up, she was still lying on the ground, quietly absorbing the poisonous mist around her. She even started to practice the iniquitous shadow secret manual and started refining. Although the current environment was a bit difficult, it was a very rare opportunity to have such a strong evil chi for her to practice. Usually, it was difficult to find such a place. After she chose to take the initiative to refine, her cultivation speed has indeed increased, and more profound energy has been transformed. Huang Yueli was secretly happy when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She listened carefully, and felt that she seemed to have heard a very soft voice coming from around her. Although it was very soft, it seemed to come from very, very far away. However, she was secretly surprised. Because she has been in the poisonous mist for so long, and the surroundings were peaceful, without even a little movement, as if everything had fallen into dead silence. Although this dead silence makes people panic, it also represents safety. But now, she suddenly heard the noise again, which meant that the environment she thought was very safe was actually not so safe. The poisonous mist in front of her was so thick that even she could hardly perceive things in the distance, and could not see what happened in the poisonous mist. Huang Yueli gradually withdrew from her state of cultivation and got up from the ground. No, I have to go and see what's going on. If it's not safe here, I'd better leave as soon as possible. If I want to come back to practice, there should be a chance in the future. After making up her mind, she turned around and walked slowly towards the direction of the sound. At this moment, Li Moying has also entered the poisonous mist. Moreover, he has been walking through the poisonous mist for nearly 6 hours. From the moment he entered the array, he released all his spiritual consciousness to search for Huang Yueli's whereabouts. However, this array was really too big. Paradise Island could accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators to conduct trials at the same time, covering an extremely large area. Moreover, the poisonous mist will paralyze people's nerves, affect people's judgment, and greatly reduce the coverage of spiritual consciousness. It took Li Moying a lot of effort to complete the exploration of the eastern area of Paradise Island. This was thanks to him being 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, it would have taken 100 times more time to complete it. This leaves 70% to 80% of the range to search, damn it. This island is really too big. It will take at least 2 days to search the entire area, and I don't know how long Little Lear can last. I hope my luck is good and I will be able to get close to the area where Little Lear has been active. Li Moying was extremely anxious. Although his mental and physical strength were completely exhausted, he didn't even take out a single moment to sit down and rest as he continued to head towards the southern area of the island. He must seize every moment of his time and find Huang Yueli as soon as possible. Just as he was stepping forward, Li Moying's body suddenly shook, his legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. He reacted extremely quickly. He pulled out the long sword at his waist and inserted it into the ground. Only then did he support himself without falling over. TSK. The action time of this elixir is really too short. You have to take it every hour. He cursed and at the same time took out the medicine bottle given to him by the right protector from his sleeve, poured out a pill from it, stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it with his head raised. This was already the 6th pill he has taken. If Li Shihong and the others were here, they would definitely be distressed and would try their best to stop him from taking the medicine. Because the right protector had clearly warned him sternly that this medicine must not be taken in excess, and a cultivator could only take at most 3 pills. Otherwise, there will definitely be serious consequences, which will cause irreversible damage to the body. Li Moying naturally heard these words, but from the very beginning, he had no intention of obeying the right protector's orders. Now that his little Lear, whose life and death was hanging by a thread, why would he pay heed about the side effects of the pill? Unless he would fall to the ground immediately after taking it and would not be able to wake up again, otherwise, he wouldn't take a few less pills because of some side effects and delay his efforts to find his beloved. Li Moying swallowed the elixir, and felt that the powerlessness in her body was slightly relieved, and he was finally able to stand firmly on the ground again. Only then did he take a step, and continued to walk towards the direction he had decided earlier on. In fact, because of the toxicity of the elixir, his chest had already started to ache, and he even felt like vomiting blood several times, but he forcibly suppressed it. Relying on his amazing willpower, he continued to move forward. His only goal is to find Huang Yueli and rescue her. Other things were not in his consideration. However, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, another 5 hours passed. Li Moying has almost searched the southern area, but he still hasn't sensed Huang Yueli. He frowned, planning to head over to the western region. At this moment, Li Moying suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, 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 cough. Li Moying covered his mouth with his hands, but blood still gushed out from his mouth and overflowed from between his fingers. He felt an excruciating pain in his chest. This pain came too suddenly and too violently. Even with his willpower, he couldn't suppress it. He could not help but fall to the ground and curled up in pain. And at that moment, the medicine bottle in his hand fell to the ground and the pills rolled out of the bottle. Li Moying's eyes turned black for a while, but he still relied on his amazing willpower to forcefully support the ground and prop up his upper body. At the same time, he reached out to touch the pill on the ground, intending to continue to swallow the 12th pill. However, his hands were shaking too much, and he fumbled around several times, but he couldn't pick any pill up. Damn it! This poisonous mist is too powerful. And this medicine, the side effects occur so quickly. What should I do now? Li Moying was very anxious, but in his heart, his body was not important. What was important was that he couldn't continue looking for little Lear now. Could it be that the two of them can only die here together? However, this was also good. Although very unwilling, at least they died in the same array. Li Moying finally lost control of his body and fell to the ground. At the same time, his consciousness was a little blurred. When he was unconscious, he seemed to hear a familiar voice, not far away. The sound I heard just now should have come from nearby, right? What happened here? It's strange. The poisonous mist here is so thick. I can't see anything clearly. How annoying. Ah. There seems to be a living person. Huang Yueli looked around along the way, and walked towards this side. Because of the thick fog, she couldn't see the surrounding situation, so she could only use her spiritual sense to investigate. Just near the place where Li Moying fell to the ground, she finally noticed that something was wrong nearby. The fluctuation of profound strength was so obvious, it was obvious that there were living cultivators nearby. Besides, why is this aura a bit like Moying? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Huang Yueli's feelings had gone awry. But the ominous premonition in her heart made her run towards Li Moying without hesitation. When the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, Huang Yueli finally saw the person lying on the ground, and immediately screamed in horror. Moying? Moying! It's really you. What's wrong with you? Why are you in the poisonous mist and didn't go out? You, wake up, wake up. Huang Yueli squatted down, and saw that the corners of his mouth were covered with blood. She panicked immediately, and didn't dare to push him casually, so she could only raise her hand to feel his breath in front of his nose. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Huang Yueli felt a little relieved, and started calling in his ear again. Moying? Moying? What's wrong with you? Can you wake up? In fact, Li Moying had already heard her voice at this time, but his body was extremely heavy, and he couldn't move no matter what, so he couldn't respond to her. Moreover, Li Moying was still a little confused, not knowing how Huang Yueli escaped. Shouldn't she have been corroded by the poisonous mist long ago and fell to the ground, unable to move at all? Is this lively little fox really his wife? Could it be just his hallucination? Seeing Li Moying not moving at all, Huang Yueli also understood that he was poisoned by the poisonous mist. However, she frowned, full of puzzlement. Because Li Moying was also a cultivator who has studied the iniquitous shadow secret manual. Even the evil qi he absorbed into his body was a little bit more than hers, and his own cultivation base was slightly higher than Huang Yueli's, so the effect of his cultivation in the poisonous mist should be better than hers. Even if the poisonous mist invaded his body and made him unable to move at first, he should be able to move freely within a few hours. As for vomiting blood, it's even less likely to happen. What's wrong with this? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli began to worry again. She squeezed Li Moying's wrist, checked the condition of his meridians, and found that not only was he not absorbing the evil qi in the poisonous mist, but even his own profound strength seemed to be suppressed, and even started to bite back. What's going on? Huang Yueli frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a few small pills on the ground, and with a heart move, she reached out to pick them up. She brought it to her mouth and licked it lightly. Immediately after, Huang Yueli's expression changed. I see, it turned out to be these pills. These pills have the effect of suppressing the spread of evil qi, but the side effect is that they will erode the cultivator's own profound strength. It seems that this pill should be used to dissolve the effect of this poisonous mist. I guess Huang Sanbai ate the same thing. Huang Yueli was also a spirit medicine master. Although her medical skills are not as good as Lu Baiyan's, she has learned a lot from her senior brother recently. She quickly judged that this elixir itself was very toxic, and the main principle was to fight poison with poison. Therefore, ordinary people must not eat too much, otherwise, not only will they not be able to cure the poison in the poisonous mist, but the poison of the elixir alone can poison people to death. And Li Moying has such a bottle in her hand. Damn it, is Moying desperate? How many pills did he eat to become what he is now? Huang Yueli was angry and anxious, and at the same time an indescribable sourness welled up in her heart, which made her almost cry on the spot. Li Moying took so many antidotes and kept acting in the poisonous mist. For what reason? She couldn't be so stupid that she couldn't figure it out. The news of her disappearance must have reached this man's ears. He took such a risk in order to save her. Idiot, idiot, big idiot. If I hadn't studied the iniquitous shadow secret manual, I would be dead by now. So what if you found me? Are you happy to find a dead body? It's better to live outside by yourself. You are the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If you want status and strength, you can find a second wife even if you die. Huang Yueli bit her lip. She really wanted to punch this man, but she couldn't bear it. She re-examined the situation in Li Moying's meridians. Normally speaking, these poisonous mists weren't harmful to Li Moying, but the bad thing now was that the antidote he took has suppressed the evil qi in his own dantian, preventing the two parts of evil qi from merging on their own, causing Li Moying to be no different from an ordinary person, being brought down by the poisonous mist. Therefore, in order for Li Moying to wake up, all he needs to do is to make the evil qi in his body work again. This was easy to say, but not easy to do. The detoxification pill that Li Moying ate was extremely effective. Without the prescription, it was impossible to make a corresponding antidote. Moreover, Li Moying ate too much, more than 3 times the fatal dose. To be honest, to be able to live till now, it was all credit to him being a god-level genius. His body had been tempered through 10 catastrophes, and he was 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Huang Yueli only hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. It seems there is no other way. Fortunately, this is the wilderness, and no one else is. She reached out to her chest, unbuttoned it, took off her coat, and threw it aside. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she continued to undress. Not long after, she took off her own clothes, and started to take off Li Moying's clothes. When both of them were naked, she lowered her head and kissed Li Moying's lips. At this point, the only thing that can make Li Moying's situation better was double cultivation. The Saint Iniquitous Shadow's double cultivation secret code was originally created for cultivators to refine evil qi, and it was most suitable for dissolving the poisonous energy in Li Moying's body. Moreover, through the pulling and entanglement of the evil qi in Huang Yueli's body, there was a great possibility to activate the evil qi sealed in Li Moying's dantian. The two would help each other, and the toxicity buildup caused by the pills he had ingested was not worth mentioning. He himself gradually absorbed and dissolved it. When Huang Yueli took off her clothes, the only thought in her mind was to save people, so she acted decisively. However, now that the two of them were intimately pressed together, she could feel the scorching heat on the man's body, as well as the smooth muscles on Li Moying's body under the palm of her hand. A pure masculine aura emanated from the body below her, making Huang Yueli's legs go limp for a while. The image of her and her husband entangled in double cultivation involuntarily emerged in her mind. Huang Yueli's cheeks became hot all of a sudden, and she felt a little embarrassed. However, thinking of Li Moying's current physical condition, she suppressed her shyness and moved closer. There has always been a very good fit between the two. Although Li Moying's body was weak at this time, his consciousness has not completely disappeared, and he can still feel the girl touching him back and forth. A tingling feeling rushed straight to his forehead. Li Moying couldn't help snorting. At that moment, he clearly felt that the evil qi in his dantian suddenly gushed out and merged with the evil qi that Huang Yueli imbued into his meridians. At the same time, he discovered that he could actually move. The power that was gradually eroded in the poisonous mist gradually returned to his body. He moved his body, and Huang Yueli felt it immediately, and immediately revealed a look of surprise. Moying, you're awake. Great, how do you feel now? Is there any other discomfort? Huang Yueli also woke up from the entanglement, and propped up her body with her arms, trying to get off him. However, as soon as she moved, her wrist was firmly grasped by a powerful palm. Immediately afterwards, she felt dizzy. Li Moying turned over and pressed her to the ground. "Mo. Moying?" Huang Yueli immediately felt the danger. Li Moying leaned close to her ear, and said with a low laugh, "I'm uncomfortable in one place, very uncomfortable. Little Lear, I know you care about me the most, and you will definitely help me heal, right?" The man's deep and wicked laughter rang in his ears. Huang Yueli's palm-sized face flushed instantly. "Yes, to you big-headed bastard, boo-hoo-hoo." Before she could finish speaking, her lips were tightly blocked, and she couldn't make a sound. Only intermittent gasps leaked from her lips. She did not know how long it had been. Huang Yueli couldn't help but push away the man who had been pressing on her and refused to let go no matter what. "All right, that's enough." Her voice was a little hoarse. Li Moying buried his head in her neck and muttered, "Not enough, of course not enough. It's been several months. They were first attacked by Huang Sanbai in the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's secret realm, and later Li Moying was rescued back to the Cloudy Qilin clan. The two separated, and after they met again, Lu Bian was in the way. Little Lear believed his nonsense and resolutely refused to let him touch her. Until now, he has not been able to enjoy his husband privileges. This made him reluctant to let go of his mouth, no matter what. He had to eat until he was full to be satisfied. However, Huang Yueli was so tired that she could barely open her eyelids. Moreover, she was still thinking about the situation outside, so she finally couldn't bear it anymore, and slapped the man away. That's enough, I'm warning you, Li Moying. Didn't you say that you will listen to me for all the big and small things at home? Do you want to renegade? Get up quickly, the two of us have been missing for so long, and we don't know what's going on outside. Li Moying was thrown to the ground by his own wife and he simply lay lazily on the ground without getting up. What are you in a hurry for? Chaos is chaos. What does it have to do with us? Besides, how chaotic can it be? What Li Moying didn't say was that the biggest mess was caused by him in the teleportation array before he came in. No matter how chaotic the outside is now, it's impossible to be more chaotic than before. After all, without him. In fact, the outside of the array was indeed chaotic, but it was not exactly the same as what Huang Yueli and Li Moying had imagined. After Li Moying entered the array, the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan did confront each other outside for a long time. However, at the beginning, both parties were reasonably rational, and there was no physical conflict. This is because the left and right protectors were watching from the sidelines. They represent the authority of the Island Master. Even as the patriarchs of the two esteemed ancient god clans, they dare not make mistakes easily. On the other hand, when Li Moying entered the array, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were all concerned about his safety, and they had no intention of settling accounts with the Sacred Phoenix clan. However, as time passed, the atmosphere between the two races became more and more tense. Because Li Moying never came out. The right minister said that a person can take up to 3 pills, which means that a person can stay in the poisonous mist for up to 3 hours. But when 3 hours came, Li Moying did not appear. Li Shihong's complexion suddenly changed. Damn it, Moying won't rely on his outstanding talent to just take pills indiscriminately, right? Not only did he think so, but the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan all thought of the same point, and all of them began to look ugly. They have all seen with their own eyes how Li Moying usually protects Huang Yueli. It can be seen that the young master of their family has a deep affection for this fiancée. He even said a few days ago that if the clan couldn't tolerate Huang Yueli, he would leave with her. If he didn't find young Miss Li within 3 hours, then with his usual manner of doing things, he might really continue to take the 4th pill. An hour passed quickly. The 4th hour also passed, and Li Moying still did not appear. The faces of Li Shihong and others became even more ugly, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts at the same time. If Li Moying was still inside, then he must have taken the 5th pill by now. How can this work? Even if he was a god-level genius and his physical fitness was much stronger than others, but it must be the limit to be able to eat one more. If he eats the 5th, he might really die. Li Shihong became anxious as he walked up to the right protector, cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, what should we do now? Moying has obviously been trapped in the big array, and if he doesn't come out again, his life may be in danger. Your Excellency, please find a way to rescue him." The right protector's expression also turned somber. He never expected that Li Moying's determination to save people was so strong. After he took the bottle of detoxification pills, he really couldn't come out of the big array, and he had been gone for more than 4 hours. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have given the pills to Li Moying. But now, it was too late to say these things. The right protector frowned and shook his head, patriarchally. "I understand your mood very well, but I can't save young Master Li. To be precise, he probably doesn't need me to save him either. He has a big array on him. For those who use the teleportation token, as long as the token is crushed, it will be sent out naturally. Even if you encounter danger in the poisonous mist, you can still use that token to contact the outside world, so that we can accurately find his location. Now, there's no sound inside. The only explanation is that he doesn't want to come out. How could Li Shihong not know this? But it was related to the only god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He couldn't be as calm as the right protector, and was resigned to fate. Your Excellency, is there no way to force Moing out? The Right Protector shook his head. If there was such a method, I would have used it just now. It wouldn't be just right to rescue young Miss Li directly. How could there be any need for young Master Li to risk searching himself? But. Li Shihong was extremely anxious and couldn't accept such a result. For the Cloudy Qilin clan, this was like a bolt from the blue. First, young Miss Li was chased and killed by the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and fell into the poisonous mist. Now, they didn't know whether she was alive or dead. What's worse, Li Moing had actually entered the poisonous mist in order to find her. After such a long time, none of them appeared. If something happened to the two of them, the Cloudy Qilin clan would lose two god-level geniuses at the same time. This was a devastating blow. The cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan looked ugly, but the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were all happy. Ha 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 ha, this really makes me laugh to death. You Cloudy Qilin clan actually have today. Weren't you still very arrogant a few days ago? You also said that you not only have Li Moing, but also that young Miss Li is a god-level genius? Now? Why don't you brag? So, even if you are lucky enough to get something that shouldn't belong to you, you will lose it sooner or later. If you want me to say, this is retribution at all. Li Moing killed our god-level genius, and now he is dead himself. He deserves it at all. God has eyes. The cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were already depressed and uncomfortable enough. Hearing these words, everyone was furious. At the same time, they also recalled that today's situation was all caused by the Sacred Phoenix clan, and they couldn't quell their anger. You despicable villains don't dare to face our young master and young madam face to face in the God Realm's grand meet, so you resorted to such indecent tricks. It's simply too shameful for the elders of the clan to assassinate our genius. Your Sacred Phoenix clan has no lower limit at all. It's a shame to all our ancient god clans. Damn Sacred Phoenix clan, I want you to pay for the young master and young madam's life. Many cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan pulled out the spirit armaments from their waists on the spot, and attacked towards the Sacred Phoenix clan. Naturally, the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were not to be outdone, and a fight started immediately. The left side looked at the right side, and hurriedly wanted to stop it. Two patriarchs, what are you doing? How can you fight each other in floating sea? What happened to Li Xiaozhu and Miss Li? There is no conclusion yet. Besides, even if something happens, the island master will help you make a decision. Tell your people to stop. However, Li Shihong was extremely sad and indignant at this time, so he didn't have the heart to listen to the words of the two peacemakers. His eyes were red, as if he was about to bleed. He glared at Huang Tianhao viciously, and said through gritted teeth, "Hand over Huang Sanbai to me. Otherwise, our Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely use all their strength to wash away the blood. Sacred Phoenix clan, exterminate your clan." Clan extermination? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Huang Tianhao seemed to have heard some funny joke, and immediately laughed uproariously. You are too funny. You still think you really have two god-level geniuses? Li Moing is dead, and with the rest of your clan, you can still find a few geniuses. None of them can compare to Huang Beiqing. You still want to bloodbath our Sacred Phoenix clan? I think the unlucky ones will be you Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Tianhao. Do you really think that our Cloudy Qilin clan only has this bit of power? In our clan, some are supreme elders of the fate-profound realm. Once they are dispatched, they will definitely kill your Sacred Phoenix clan from top to bottom. You hurry up and hand over Huang Sanbai. I can kill a few less and leave a few drops of blood for your Sacred Phoenix clan. Hee, Li Shihong, do you really think I'm a fool? You Cloudy Qilin clan has a grand elder, but our Sacred Phoenix clan doesn't? Elder Sanbai killed him? Just relying on Li Moing's one-sided words? In my opinion, it's just that the Cloudy Qilin clan is shameless and wants to find an excuse to start a war with us. Huang Tianhao was not to be outdone at all, and made up his mind to protect Huang Sanbai to the end. Well, one has to say that Huang Sanbai's performance to the world was so good. Huang Tianhao didn't know Huang Yueli's real identity at all, let alone Huang Sanbai's real purpose. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Sanbai is now the hero of the entire clan. This was really a marvelous move. Not only did she get rid of a suspected god-level young Miss Li, but she also killed Li Moying, who was a surefire god-level. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Everyone go to me, kill those bastard sons of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Trash from the Sacred Phoenix clan, wait for your death. The two sides refused to give in to each other and fought. For a moment, countless flashes of lightning and flames burst out in the air, and the sound of explosions continued to resound. A big battle was about to break out. Both the left and right protectors exchanged glances before they quickly flew into the air and stood between the two clans. Two patriarchs, well, how could you be so impulsive? Calm down, please calm down. Yeah, you each have your own opinions now, and we can't make a judgment, but you should trust the Island Master. There is no Island Master who doesn't know what happened in the floating sea, and he will definitely do justice to the two of you. Please follow us to meet the Island Master first, and then make a decision. The two persuaded them earnestly. However, the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan had a long-standing grievance, and all that was missing was a fuse to start a fight. Now that Li Moying and Huang Yueli were missing, this was sufficient to start a war. Especially the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan, all of their eyes were red. No matter what the left and right protectors said, they still wouldn't budge an inch. Even Li Shihong ignored their advice. The two were extremely helpless and were discussing in low voices how to control the situation and tell the Island Master about this matter. At this moment, there was a loud noise like rolling spring thunder in the sky. Suddenly, all the cultivators present felt their bodies sore and limp. The profound energy in their bodies seemed to be sealed by a strange force, and they couldn't exert it at all. Without profound strength, a fight would turn into a hand-to-hand fight, basically harmless. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the left and right protectors. They knew that this was the Island Master's secret move. They didn't know what mechanism on the island was activated to control the situation. They hurriedly directed their stewards to pull the two clans apart. At the same time, stand up and continue to persuade Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao. Don't worry, the two patriarchs, your clansmen will be fine. It's just that their profound strength is temporarily blocked. When the stewards send them back to the station and rest for a while, they will recover tomorrow. Two patriarchs, we just received a voice transmission from the Island Master. Let us take the two to the Island Master's mansion to meet. Please come with us. The Island Master will not ignore something that happened in Floating Sea. Both Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao were full of reluctance. In their view, the best way to deal with each other was to kill them all. They didn't feel relieved at all about distinguishing right from wrong and upholding justice. However, the Island Master's strength was as high as the sky, and this was his territory. The two patriarchs can't compete with him at all. Li Shihong took several deep breaths before he managed to suppress the resentment in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll go with you. I want to hear what the Island Master has to say." As the majestic master of Floating Sea, if he can't deal with things fairly, our Cloudy Qilin clan and the Floating Sea will be at odds in the future. With that said, he strode towards the Island Master's mansion. However, Huang Tianhao was a few steps behind and paused for a while, with a look of hesitation on his face. The difference from Li Shihong's magnanimity was that he actually has a guilty conscience. Li Moying's words were convincing, and he actually believed them, thinking that it was really possible that Huang Sanbai had killed someone. Although he refused to admit it, it was just to have a good reason to start a war with the Cloudy Qilin clan. In fact, he still understood it quite well in his heart. How could it be possible for others to kill the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan without incident? This can only be done by Huang Sanbai. Of course, there was no definite evidence for such a thing. Young Miss Li was already dead, and now even Li Moying's whereabouts was unknown. They could just keep their mouths shut and talk casually, and no one would be able to ascertain the truth. No one can guarantee that what they said was true. Even if everyone in the God realm can think that young Miss Li was killed by the Sacred Phoenix clan, as long as they don't admit it, no one can say anything. But now, they were going to the Island Master's mansion. When he was in front of the Island Master, Huang Tianhao was really not sure that things would go smoothly. Hundreds of years ago, there were rumors in the God realm that the Island Master knew everything that happened in every inch of the floating sea. Then, if Huang Sanbai murdered someone, can he hide it from his eyes? Besides, it's the time of the God realm's grand meet. Huang Sanbai entered Paradise Island to kill people. This is a provocation to the authority of the Island Master. How could the Island Master stand by their side and appease them? Once they go to see the Island Master, they will definitely not be able to hide what they did. Not only will the world know about it, but also God knows what the Island Master will do with them. Thinking of this, Huang Tianhao's face suddenly changed. No, I won't go. The patriarch of my majestic Sacred Phoenix clan is no worse than the Island Master in terms of status, so why should I go to visit him like a subordinate? When the left protector heard his words, his face showed displeasure. Patriarch Huang, what do you mean by this? Floating Sea was originally the Island Master's place, and you guys fought in Floating Sea. Don't you need to explain to the Island Master? If you want to put on the airs of an ancient god clan's patriarch, you can bring your clan to leave the Floating Sea together, then it has nothing to do with us. You. Huang Tianhao froze for a moment, unable to answer. If they left like this, they would be considered as withdrawing from the God realm's grand meet, and it would also mean officially declaring war on Floating Sea. Floating Sea was originally supposed to be neutral. If he didn't accept the mediation, it would be very unfavorable for the Sacred Phoenix clan if the other party fell to the side of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Once a war starts, it is really not worthwhile to have an extra enemy for no reason. Huang Tianhao suppressed his anger. At this moment, he finally calmed down a bit. By the way, this is still in the process of fighting in the God realm. Even the Island Master can't stop the competition directly to deal with the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Besides, the Island Master has always been too lazy to care about these messy things among the major god races, and generally takes a neutral attitude. Calling them over is probably to mediate. Floating Sea would not be hostile to the Sacred Phoenix clan because of the death of two irrelevant people from the Cloudy Qilin clan. After thinking about this, Huang Tianhao finally felt relieved and nodded. All right, I'll just go with you. The left protector and the right protector walked in front and brought the two patriarchs to the Island Master's mansion. Feeling that the mansion was filled with the profound power of the fate-profound realm powerhouse, even the two patriarchs were secretly shocked. Huang Tianhao, who was still arrogant just now, had to bow his head at this moment, feeling a little more anxious. The Island Master has been hidden from the world for many years and has not appeared in front of others, but his strength was stronger than when he appeared last time. Huang Sanbai's attack in Floating Sea was really a little thoughtless. However, everything has been done, and it is too late to regret it now. The right protector went in to report, and came out not long after, signaling the two patriarchs to follow. Huang Tianhao could only bite the bullet and walked over together. In the luxurious mansion, the Island Master sat on a high seat in the middle, looking down at the two of them. In front of the expert at the life-profound realm, the two patriarchs did not dare to make any mistakes as they clasped their fists in salute. The Island Master nodded, and his cold voice reverberated solemnly. The island master already knows what happened on Paradise Island. Hearing this, Li Shihong immediately became excited. My lord, you really know everything. These bastards of the Sacred Phoenix clan killed 2 god-level geniuses in our clan. They not only refused to admit it, but even threw dirty water on us. They are shameless beyond compare. Please, Island Master, you must uphold justice for us. Those 2 are the most outstanding geniuses in the god realm. They can't just die such a grievous death. Li Shihong, you better wash your mouth clean. How can you slander us like that? Why do you say that they were killed by our Sacred Phoenix clan? Did you see it with your own eyes? Besides, your Cloudy Qilin clan also killed the god-level genius of our Sacred Phoenix clan. Why didn't you mention it? Huh. Even if we fight back, it is reasonable and no one can stop it. Seeing that the 2 of them had quarreled again in front of the island master, the Right Protector showed an anxious expression. He was afraid that they would anger the island master, but he couldn't speak out to persuade him. The island master snorted coldly. With this soft sound, a powerful and unparalleled profound force was released, instantly filling the entire hall. Both Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao's breathing was stagnant, their chests were churning with blood and they had to shut their mouths. Seeing that they were silent, the island master said unhurriedly, you don't have to argue. I called you here because I want to tell you 2 things. Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao quickly looked up at him. The island master said, first thing, the god-level genius that Patriarchally just said, is not dead. Li Shihong was already extremely desperate. Hearing this, his heart jumped suddenly, as if he came to life instantly. The whole person was so excited that he almost jumped up. He widened his eyes in disbelief, shook his head and asked, what? My lord? Is what you said true? Li Moying, he didn't die? Then, where's young Miss Li? The island master said slowly, I don't know the names of these 2, but if the 2 you mentioned are god-level geniuses, then they are indeed still alive, and... Having said that, he paused, as if he didn't know what to say. Immediately he coughed twice, ahem, anyway, they are doing well now, Patriarchally doesn't have to worry too much. You just have to wait patiently for a while, and they will show up. However, I can't guarantee that they will not miss the God Realm's grand meet, and the next match's time will not be changed. When Li Shihong heard that Li Moying and Huang Yueli were still alive, he was overjoyed. At this time, how could he care about the little things such as the God Realm's grand meet? As long as they were alive, this was the best outcome. Nothing else mattered. The rank of God Realm's grand meet was nothing more than a title, so what influence could it have? What was important was that they have 2 more God-level geniuses. This joy of regaining what was lost made him so excited that he couldn't suppress his elation. Only after a moment did he remember that he was in front of the island master, and quickly thanked him, my lord, thank you so much, if you don't tell me the news, I don't know what would I do. Now it's over, with your words, I feel relieved. Speaking of which, when he glanced at Huang Tianhao beside him, he suddenly remembered something. My lord, thank you for sharing the news on their well-being. I would like to inquire, how did young Miss Li fall into the poisonous mist? Li Shihong put away his smile, and his face gradually became serious. Knowing that the 2 geniuses were not in danger of their lives, after he calmed down, he thought of more critical issues. You also know that young Miss Li is a god-level talent and her strength is quite outstanding. How could she have fallen into the poisonous mist by herself? She even almost died. Someone must have tried to assassinate her and dealt a dark hand. Besides, I don't believe that Moying would slander others. My lord, please shed some light. Is the person who attacked young Miss Li a member of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Li Shihong's voice became more and more somber. He glared at Huang Tianhao, wishing he could rush over and tear him in half. And Huang Tianhao's face at this time was even more ugly. He has been peeking at the island master's face, feeling extremely nervous. The news that the island master just said was already a fatal blow to him and the entire Sacred Phoenix clan. Li Moying was not dead. That young Nestle was not dead either. If this was the case, it means that Huang Sanbai risked his life to do such a big thing, but it didn't succeed. If it was possible to kill two god-level geniuses, it will be worth whatever price the Sacred Phoenix clan pays. But now, the two of them are still alive. Then if the conspiracy was revealed, wouldn't the Sacred Phoenix clan not get any benefits, and become street rats that everyone shouts and beats? Huang Tianhao was extremely anxious and wanted to prevent the island master from telling the truth. However, how could an expert at the life-profound realm like the island master listen to him? Huang Tianhao's complexion was pale, almost waiting to die. It was at this moment that the island master spoke slowly, "This matter. Please don't pursue this matter, patriarchally." What? What? Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao exclaimed at the same time. Li Shihong was so angry that his face was flushed, and he didn't even care that he was facing the island master, so he yelled indignantly, "Island master, you are clearly protecting the bastards of the Sacred Phoenix clan. What do they have to do with floating sea? Island master, you have always been known for being fair, but this time you are so biased." Huang Tianhao was actually 100 times more surprised than him. Because Huang Tianhao himself didn't know that there was any special friendship between the Sacred Phoenix clan and Floating Sea. After such a thing happened, the island master didn't blame them at all, and asked Li Shihong forget it? Could it be the perpetrator wasn't Huang Sanbai? Thinking of this, Huang Tianhao laughed, "Patriarchally, what else do you have to say? The island master is always fair, but he still doesn't understand what he means. It's really not Huang Sanbai who attacked your girlie." Impossible. Li Shihong couldn't believe it. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, the island master coughed heavily in time. "Enough, Patriarch Huang, your Sacred Phoenix clan is not innocent in this matter. I advise you to shake hands and make peace, for the benefit of both clans. Maybe you don't understand what I mean now, but in a few years, you will definitely thank me." "Huh, what do you mean?" The two patriarchs were at a loss. The island master did not explain, but said indifferently, "This island master is getting old, seeing the talents of the gods withering. It is rare to have two god-level geniuses appear. I am one who appreciates talents. I didn't want to take care of the affairs of your two clans, but I really don't want to see the two god-level geniuses being left in a dilemma because of the behavior of your two clans at this time. That's why I came out to be a peacemaker. Anyway, the two god-level geniuses are unscathed. Let's just expose what happened today." The island master looked at the two patriarchs, and expressed his opinion lightly. The two patriarchs were puzzled at first, but when they heard him finally say to let them expose it, they immediately became excited. "Island master, you are clearly protecting the Sacred Phoenix clan. Let it be revealed. Even if Moying and the others are fine, can it be that Huang Sanbai's assassination of young Miss Li has never happened? Island master, he entered Paradise Island formation privately, which is provoking your authority. Are you going to ignore it?" Li Shihong couldn't believe his ears. Not only was he dissatisfied, but Huang Tianhao was also very unwilling. "Island master, you say that, it seems that our Sacred Phoenix clan is afraid of those bastards. If you have the ability to slander the elders of our clan, you have to bear the consequences. Since they are looking for trouble, can't we, the Sacred Phoenix clan, be able to shrink our heads? Alright, then don't hide if you have the ability. Today's matter." Enough. Seeing that the two patriarchs couldn't help but draw their knives at each other in front of him regardless of the occasion, the island master's expression became more and more ugly and he could no longer bear it. "This island master wanted to help you resolve this enmity, but since you are not convinced, then I can't control too much. How about this, you give this island master some face, before the end of the God Realm's grand meet, you can't attack each other's clansmen and keep everything as it is. When the God Realm's grand meet is over and you leave Floating Sea, what happens will have nothing to do with me. This. The two patriarchs were still very dissatisfied. However, the island master had already talked about this point, and his words were reasonable. Moreover, the strength of the island master was also a deterrent. It was unreasonable for them to start a war on other people's territory. In desperation, the two patriarchs could only agree. All right, I believe in the promise of the two patriarchs. Go back first. 3 days later, the next match will begin. Please prepare well for the cultivators of the two clans. Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao turned around and went out. Along the way, they still glared at each other, as if they could fight at any time. The guards of the island master's mansion were all on high alert. Fortunately, the two patriarchs still had integrity. Remembering their promise to the island master, they snubbed each other all the way to the gate of the island master's mansion. After they left, the island master waved to the right protector. Go and bring me the steward who dared to play tricks under the eyes of the island master. According to the rules of Floating Sea, no one has dared to make such a mistake for many years. It must not be tolerated. Yes, my lord. This subordinate obeys. The right protector bowed to answer, but a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He deliberated for a moment and did not leave immediately. The island master looked at him. What is it? What else do you have to say? Do you want to plead for that person? The right protector hurriedly said, No, this subordinate knows the rules. This person committed such a big mistake and deserved to die. How could he intercede for this kind of person? But, this subordinate doesn't understand. Island master, you all know that someone took Huang Sanbai into the big array. Why do you want to let the sacred Phoenix clan go? The island master glanced at him, but didn't say anything else to clarify. This matter, before the end of the God Realm's grand meet, I'm afraid the truth will come to light. Until then, this island master should not be too meddlesome and disrupt other people's plans. The right protector looked bewildered, but he could only retreat. At this time, near the teleportation array, the clansmen of the two clans were still gathered, glaring at each other with hatred. However, even though they all had their weapons in their hands, after all, they refrained from doing anything because the patriarch was still in the island master's mansion. Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao took two different paths, but the time to return to the teleportation array was about the same. Seeing the appearance of the two patriarchs, the clansmen immediately became excited. The patriarch is back. That's great. Patriarch, please give the order quickly to slay these bastards. Hey, I think you will be the ones who die, just wait. Listening to the yelling of the clansmen, the faces of the two patriarchs were ashen. All right, everyone will go back with me. Today, let's let the Cloudy Qilin clan go. Huang Tianhao waved his hand, motioning the clan to leave with him. What? Patriarch, why should we be afraid of them? The clansmen were puzzled. However, Huang Tianhao's attitude was extremely firm. The island master has spoken out, we have to give him some face, let's forget about it today. On the other side, Li Shihong also said the same thing. However, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were still relentless, and they all clamored to avenge the young master and young madam. Li Shihong could only explain, the island master has assured me that Moying and young Miss Li are fine, and there is absolutely no danger to their lives. They are just trapped and will appear on their own in a matter of time. Since the young master is still alive, we are magnanimous and won't bother with them for the time being, and wait until the God Realm's grand meet is over. The clansmen were pleasantly surprised when they heard his words. Just now they thought that Li Moying and Huang Yueli had been killed by the Sacred Phoenix clan, so they insisted on finding them desperately. Now that they think about it, their two god-level geniuses were still alive. There will be opportunities to deal with the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan in the future. Thinking of this, the clansman calmed down. Li Shihong said again, according to the island master, he doesn't know when they would teleport back. Starting from now, we will send people to wait by the teleportation array in turns every day. Once you see the young master and the others, report back immediately. Yes. The Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan returned to their respective camps. This quarrel that almost turned into a large-scale battle had eventually subsided. The situation at that time quickly spread to every corner of Floating Sea, and the major forces in the God realm soon learned of the news. For a while, everyone was discussing and talking about everything. Most people think that the Sacred Phoenix clan must have done something behind the scenes, but why the island master didn't pursue this matter was beyond everyone's understanding. However, even if the island master doesn't pursue it, the Sacred Phoenix clan won't be able to please them this time. After all, Li Moying and the others are not dead. Isn't it? Now, the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan are tearing their faces apart. In the past, everyone looked at it for the sake of the God Realm's grand meat, at least it was decent. In this way, it will be hard to say in the future. The Sacred Phoenix clan has even done such a thing, yet they still haven't killed Li Moying. Are God-level geniuses really that powerful? I'm at the Dao Profound Realm, and I can't last a quarter of an hour in the poisonous mist. Can he really stay there for so long? Amidst the speculation and discussions of the major forces, 3 days passed quickly, and the next match of the God Realm's Grand Meet began. According to the rules of the God Realm's Grand Meet, most of the contestants were eliminated in the preliminary competition, leaving only 1,000 people. It seems that the number of people was not small, but the number of people who signed up for the preliminary competition has reached hundreds of thousands, so every cultivator who can advance to this round can be regarded as 1 in 100. As for the match, the 1,000 people were divided into 8 groups. In each group, the number of cultivators of various cultivation levels were kept as consistent as possible. At the same time, the cultivators of the major forces were scattered as much as possible. The top 4 from each group will advance to the finals. Since the number of contestants in a group has reached 125, it would be too time-consuming to conduct a round-robin competition. Therefore, the match adopts the competition system of the group arena. At the beginning of the match, everyone will be ranked according to their own cultivation, performance in the preliminary round, and previous records. Everyone can challenge a cultivator whose ranking is higher than their own. If the challenge is successful, they can replace the challenged cultivator's ranking, and the rankings of other cultivators will continue in sequence. Each contestant can only challenge the same cultivator once. The time for this round was also 7 days. After the 7 days are over, the top 4 in each group will enter the final. And the final was an even more cruel knockout match. The match has started, but Li Moying and Huang Yueli haven't come back yet. Li Shihong's complexion was getting uglier day by day, and his mouth was bubbling with anxiety. What is happening? The island master clearly said that the two of them are fine. Could it be that he deliberately lied to him to appease him? Li Shihong almost rushed to the island master's mansion to question the island master. However, when they were divided into groups for the match, they did not exclude Li Moying and the others. They were still divided into 2 different groups. The Sacred Phoenix clan was not convinced, and even protested to the Right Protector, saying that since they could not participate in the competition, why were they still occupying 2 spots? The 1001 and 1002 substitutes should be brought in. The Right Protector said disapprovingly, this is Island Master's intention. Besides, the match will last for 7 days. How do you know that young Master Li and the others will not be able to come back in time? What if they come back? Of course, what if they can't come back within 7 days, they will also lose the qualifications to enter the finals. The Right Protector's statement gave Li Shihong confidence again, and he continued to send people to wait near the teleportation array. The battle in the match was very fierce. Every cultivator tried his best to challenge the cultivators who ranked higher than themselves. Although only the top 4 of each group can enter the finals, everyone still wants to get a better ranking as much as possible. Because, after the match is over, Floating Sea will come up with an overall ranking based on their ranking, winning percentage, and record in the match. This ranking is very critical for heaven-level geniuses, and can determine their status in the family. Can't be careless. The competition went on day by day, and it didn't take long to enter the 7th day. The top heaven-level geniuses in the group with Li Moying were extremely depressed at first. Because Li Moying was a god-level genius, it was certain that he could get first place. The number of places they could fight for was one less than the other groups for no reason. Thinking about it, they felt really unlucky. However, as time passed and Li Moying never showed up, they were all happy again. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were even more joyous. Neither Li Moying nor his fabled wife appeared, and Jun Sihan didn't take part in the competition. The strength of Huang Beiqing was definitely one of the top few, and the possibility of winning the championship was infinitely increasing. In contrast, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were all frowning. Hey, what's going on with the young master? Why hasn't he come out of the big array yet? Oh, the young master and the young madam are not here. The strongest in our clan is young Miss Zijuan. It is almost impossible for her to win the first place in the God Realm's Grand Meet. Let's not talk about the finals. 3 of the top 4 in our group are members of the Sacred Phoenix clan. They even came to our residence to mock us that day. It made me so mad. Aren't they just bullying us since our young master and young madam aren't here? Isn't it? When the young master's here, who dares to fart? Sigh. Young master, show up quickly. I don't know if their thoughts were too strong and moved the heavens. While these cultivators were discussing, there was a sudden violent fluctuation of energy in the middle of the teleportation array. The ground trembled continuously, and some of the green poisonous mist in the array also dispersed. The cultivators panicked, fearing they would be poisoned, so they ran away quickly. The poisonous mist dissipated, and a tall figure appeared in the center of the teleportation array. It was Li Moying, who had disappeared for 10 days. After staying in the poisonous mist in Paradise Island for so long, his icy handsome face still showed no change. He was not as haggard as everyone imagined. On the contrary, he exuded a strong profound force all over his body. The coercion, the eyes seemed to be colder and deeper than before, and the strength seems to have improved again. However, the clothes on his body were very messy, most of the buttons of his coat were missing, and his belt was tied loosely. Moreover, there is still a large ball of cloth in his arms. Oh, no, it's not the just cloth, it's... Young madam? Young master, you are finally out. We have been waiting for you for almost 10 days. Young master, how are you? Also, what's wrong with young madam? Did you get poisoned or injured? Quick, go and report to the patriarch, the young master and young madam have appeared. The young madam's seriously injured. Huang Yueli had been burying her face in Li Moying's arms, but when she heard this, she became anxious and turned her head to stop him. Hey, wait, I'm not injured, so don't go back and talk nonsense. However, that young cultivator ran so fast that he disappeared without a trace. I don't know if he heard what she said. Huang Yueli's outstretched hand stayed in midair, and the expression on her face froze instantly. Turning her head, she couldn't help twisting Li Moying's waist heavily. Ah, it's all your fault. You beast. The 2 of them cultivated together in the big array, and the poisonous mist that filled the surroundings gradually transformed into the profound power in their bodies, which greatly improved their cultivation bases. However, the purity of these poisonous mist is not high after all, so, soon, the profound power absorbed reached the upper limit. Huang Yueli came out in a hurry, trying to push Li Moying away several times. However, Li Moying hasn't eaten meat for several months. This time, his little fox took the initiative to seduce him. How could he just eat a few bites? So, he ate mouthful after mouthful, mouthful after mouthful. If one didn't pay attention, he ate a little too much. The little fox was so angry that she almost exploded on the spot, and sent him flying with a slap. After experiencing his wife's violence, young Master Li didn't show any signs of anger, and soon ran back in a hurry, circling around Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli firmly stated that she must go out. In desperation, Li Moying reluctantly agreed. However, when the two of them got dressed and were about to be sent, Huang Yueli realized that her legs were actually very weak and she almost couldn't stand up. This discovery made the little fox, who had finally calmed down, run away on the spot, and almost beat up her husband again. Fortunately, Li Moying reacted quickly. As soon as he saw Huang Yueli's face puff up, he expected that she was about to lose her temper, so he quickly hugged her up, and then activated the teleportation array without hesitation. A feeling of dizziness came, the ground began to shake, and the surrounding light kept changing. Huang Yueli knew that they were about to teleport out, so she could only hold back her breath forcefully, and obediently hid in her husband's arms, pretending to be a little white rabbit. But they just saw the sunshine outside, they met such a guy, they thought she was seriously injured. He hurried back to the camp to report to Li Shihong. She was rendered speechless. And she was so ashamed, all thanks to this unrestrained man beside her. The more Huang Yueli thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help pinching him again. Li Moying twisted his face in pain and exaggeration. Immediately, it caused another round of panic and tension among the cultivators around. Isn't it? Is the young master also injured? Young master, how are you doing? Come on, sit down. Yes, someone has already reported to the patriarch. I believe he will come to pick you up in person soon. Huang Yueli's complexion became even uglier. Li Moying looked at the increasingly angry face of his little fox, and knew that if he didn't comfort his wife, he would have a miserable life in the near future. He hurriedly said, "Ahem, I'm fine, young Miss Li is fine too. Don't bother the patriarch to pick me up, we'll go back now. I'm really sorry for worrying everyone during this time. We'll be leaving first." As he spoke, he held down Huang Yueli, who was constantly struggling to jump out of his arms, and hugged her to perform profound movements. After a while, the two returned to the camp. Li Shihong had just received the news that he was taking a few people with him, preparing to go to the teleportation array to pick them up. As a result, just as soon as she went out, she suddenly saw Li Moying rushing in with Huang Yueli in her arms. When Li Shihong saw the two of them, his face was full of surprise, and he almost couldn't even speak. After staring at Li Moying for a long time, he choked out a sentence, all right. That's great. You're finally back, so I'm relieved." His eyes fell on Huang Yueli, and he asked eagerly, "By the way, what's wrong with young Miss Li? Hurry up and find Divine Dr. Lu to take a look." Li Moying felt that her daughter-in-law's little hand was already on his waist, and she was ready to pinch him at any time if there was any disagreement. He shook his head and said, "No, really, there's nothing wrong with little Lear, but she's too tired these days and needs to rest. I'll take her back to the room first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow." With that said, he turned around and left. Li Shihong suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, "Wait, Moying." However, Li Moying's footsteps were fast, and he left his sight in a few dodges. Li Shihong couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, so he could only sigh secretly. Li Yuntao, who was beside him, came over and asked, Patriarch, what should we do now? Today is the last day of the match of the God Realm's Grand Meet. If the young master and young Miss Li don't participate in the competition, I'm afraid they will be eliminated. That's such a pity. Li Shihong shook his head and said, forget it, the God Realm's Grand Meet is just a competition, it's nothing important, as long as Moying and the others come back. I'm just worried about young Miss Li's situation. Are you seriously injured? He paused, and said again, go and invite Divine Dr. Lu to take a look. Li Moying hugged Huang Yueli and returned to the room. Immediately, he carefully put her on the bed. Little Lear, I'll get you a glass of water, are you hungry? I'll send someone to get you something to eat. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a powerful energy rush towards his chest. Li Moying was taken aback, his first reaction was to block her. However, fortunately, he came back to his senses quickly, until it was his wife who was venting, and quickly withdrew his profound strength. He didn't even dare to defend himself, so he took the move directly. Huang Yueli's attack wasn't too heavy, but when Li Moying caught it head-on, he was still sent flying on the spot, and flew out directly from the door. He finally managed to find her balance in midair, and managed to land firmly on the ground. Before he could say anything, he heard a bang not far away. Huang Yueli slammed the door firmly. You can find another place to live. We'll live separately. Hearing this, Li Moying's complexion changed suddenly, and he became nervous immediately. He went to the door and begged his wife for mercy. Ahem, little Lear, don't do this, let me in. I can guarantee that I won't be unruly to you in the near future. I'll be good. Really? From the door, came Huang Yueli's sneer. Humph, how long is this near future? What's your definition? This? Li Moying hesitated, at least tonight. Alright, you can get out. Smoke almost rose from her head. What nonsense. Tonight, this could also be called the near future. Not sincere at all. Li Moying hurriedly said, then tomorrow night. No, it's been a good week, alright, little Lear, don't lose your temper, let me go in, I'm worried that you won't feel well. As long as you're not by my side, I'm fine. You go, I'm going to rest. Huang Yueli ruthlessly wanted to drive her husband away. When Lu Bian arrived, what he saw was the dignified young Master Li leaning on the bedroom door pitifully, begging his wife for forgiveness. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help laughing out loud, and almost fell down on the ground and beat the ground. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny, I really want to die of laughter. Li Moying, you have today. Li Moying's face was livid, she turned her head and glanced at Lu Bian, and said angrily, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here, you can get out. The coldness emanating from his body could almost give people frostbite. However, Lu Bian was not intimidated by him at all. He went straight to the door of the bedroom and called out, Junior sister, how are you doing? When the two of you went missing, you almost scared me to death. Can I come in to check how you are doing? Li Moying sneered from the side, humph. My wife doesn't even pay attention to me, she will let you in? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door opened. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and dragged Lu Bian in. Immediately after, the door was slammed shut again. Li Moying never expected that Huang Yueli would actually open the door for Lu Bian, and his complexion turned extremely ugly. What made him even more depressed was that just as he was about to take the opportunity to sneak into the room, Huang Yueli slammed the door shut. And it was so timely that it almost broke the hand he just stretched out. Damn Lu Bian, get out. Little Lear, let me in quickly, I made a mistake, and I will never dare again. Li Moying knocked on the door outside, and the corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched, trying to let herself ignore the noise he made outside. Lu Bian walked towards her and said, Junior sister, how are you? Just now, Patriarchally specially sent someone to my place, asking me to come over and treat you, saying that you were seriously injured? But, I think you look good. It seems that your cultivation base has improved a lot, and it is really hard to see where you're injured. Huang Yueli nodded. I'm really not injured, this is all a misunderstanding. Sorry for troubling my senior brother, to make a trip for nothing. Lu Bian raised his eyebrows. However, since you weren't injured, why did you let my cheap sworn brother carry you back? Are you guys just flaunting your affection once you leave a dangerous situation? Or what is it? Let me take a look again. Is there really nothing wrong with the poisonous mist? As he spoke, he reached out to give Huang Yueli a pulse. Huang Yueli coughed hard twice. Ahem, this really wasn't intentional, it's just, a little accident happened. Looking at Huang Yueli's slightly flushed face, Lu Bian suddenly understood. It seems that you two are, damn, I really shouldn't ask this kind of question. Just now seeing Li Moying being locked out by his junior sister, he was happy for a while, thinking that he finally didn't have to be smothered by their affection and he could still see Li Moying's struggle. In the end, before he was happy for a long time, he was stuffed with their display of affection again. Looking at Huang Yueli's reaction, and the fact that the two of them had greatly improved their cultivation bases, as a doctor, he quickly judged that this was the result of their dual cultivation. After working on it for a long time, just outside the array, everyone was worried to death for the two of them. Even the two ancient god clans almost broke out in a big battle because of them. And in the end, the two of them actually were busy in dual cultivation in the big array? And his junior sister was still so weak that she had to be carried out by Li Moying. Lu Bian's expression changed several times, and his inner feelings were indescribable. Huang Yueli also felt a little embarrassed, coughed a few times quickly, and changed the subject. By the way, senior brother, when Moying and I were in the array, what happened outside? Were Patriarchally and the others in a hurry? Lu Bian glanced at her, and couldn't help snorting. Humph. You still know that everyone was frantic outside. I'm fine, I know you two evildoers are very capable, it's impossible for you two to die so casually. However, Patriarchally is different, he regards you two as the treasures of the clan. With both treasures missing, he's been very anxious. Senior brother, you're exaggerating. Huang Yueli sweated. This is not an exaggeration at all. Lu Bian took a deep breath and described in detail what happened near the teleportation array. At that time, Lu Bian was actually among the crowd, and he was one of the 1,000 people who passed the match. Of course, with Lu Bian's strength, it was actually quite difficult to stand out among so many ancient god clan geniuses. However, he is now considered a guest of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and the members of the Cloudy Qilin clan take good care of him. He was lucky enough to pass the trial alongside the young cultivators. When the two clans were about to fight, he wanted to stand up and try to persuade him, but it was a pity that at that time, only Dao Profound Realm masters like Li Shihong made the shots, so he didn't dare to get close at all. After hearing what he said, Huang Yueli couldn't help frowning. I didn't expect so many things to happen when we were not here. Fortunately, the island master intervened, otherwise, if there is another blood feud between the two clans this time, after I return to the Sacred Phoenix clan, it'll be hard for Moying and I to be together. Having said that, she paused for a moment, feeling a little puzzled. I don't know why the island master stood up to prevent the two clans from fighting. Was it just to maintain the tranquility of the floating sea, or, know something? Huang Yueli thought about it secretly for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so she could only let go of this question first. By the way, senior brother, how is Huang Sanbai doing now? Have you found him? Lu Bian shook his head. No, after you disappeared, Patriarchally tried many ways to capture Huang Sanbai, but he couldn't find anyone. The island master does not allow us to fight in the floating sea, and he is unwilling to help us look for anyone, so. Hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. this is going to be troublesome. I can't find him for so long, most likely he is hiding in the Sacred Phoenix clan's residence. He has always been glib and eloquent, and I don't know how to explain what happened that day to Huang Tianhao and the others. Besides, they should have already figured out a way to guard against me. When she was hunted down by Huang Sanbai that day, she still thought that once she escaped danger, she would go to the Sacred Phoenix clan to expose Huang Sanbai's identity. Who knew that this time they were actually trapped in the array for such a long time? With this little time, it was enough for Huang Sanbai to cover up the bad things he did. If she ran to the Sacred Phoenix clan impulsively, it would become a self-inflicted trap instead. It seems that I can only follow the original plan and wait until the finals to reveal my identity. Lu Bian frowned, and said, if you want to act according to the original plan, at least you have to enter the finals first, right? Why did it take so long to come out? I thought you had already given up on God Realm's grand meet. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. Ah? What do you mean? Isn't the next round going to start soon? Lu Bian's eyes widened. I'll be damned, junior sister, are you confused by the poisonous mist? What hasn't started yet? Today is already the last day. What? What is the last day? How is it possible? Huang Yueli jumped off the chair all at once. How is it impossible? It has been 10 days since you disappeared. You don't feel anything at all, do you? Lu Bian was also speechless. Huang Yueli opened her eyes incredulously and yelled at him, why didn't you say so earlier? Huang Yueli had a confused expression on her face. Although it did take a lot of time for her to entangle with Li Moying in the secret realm, in her impression, it was only 2 or 3 days at most. It never occurred to her that 10 days had passed. Didn't Lu Bian deliberately make this up to scare her? Lu Bian saw her doubts, and said helplessly, you think I'm so bored that I'll lie to you with such a thing? I still thought that you and Li Moying are so relaxed that you can still flirt here. And there I was still thinking that you two are no longer interested in participating in the next round anymore. After everything, it turned out that you two didn't know anything? I really didn't know. Huang Yueli was extremely embarrassed. Lu Bian looked at the pale complexion on her little face, and clicked his tongue, I think you are too foolish. Thinking that no one can see you in the big array, so you don't have any scruples, and you can double cultivate as much as you want. Your senior brother here, as a doctor, would like to advise you, although you have good physical strength when you are young, you should not be too indulgent, otherwise, you will know when you are old. Ahem, cough, senior brother, you know too much. Huang Yueli coughed repeatedly, interrupting his lecture. She looked up at the sky, and the sun was already westward. Obviously, if the delay continues, it will be dark. Huang Yueli hurriedly opened the door, wanting to go out to find Li Moying. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Li Moying, who had been sticking to the door, got in through the gap immediately. As soon as he entered the door, he grabbed Huang Yueli's hand and said nervously, little Lear, you are finally willing to let me in. Let me tell you, Lu Bian has no good intentions, he definitely came here on purpose. Don't listen to anyone who speaks ill of me. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Bian. His voice, which was as warm as a spring breeze just now, suddenly became colder than winter. What are you still doing here? Didn't you see that our husband and wife are going to talk? Are you still planning to eavesdrop here? Lu Bian looked at him confidently, eavesdropping? I listened openly. But you, lying on the door just now, were you eavesdropping, right? A man is locked in the room with my wife. What's wrong if I listen? If you have no ghosts in your heart, you will be afraid of me listening? Li Moying's eyes turned cold, and he released his profound strength. You still not leaving? Do you have to let me throw you out myself? Seeing that the two men were quarreling as usual when they met, Huang Yueli quickly stopped them. I say, you two, that's enough. No one is allowed to speak. Especially Moying. she put on a serious face. Little Lear. Li Moying had an unbelievable expression on his face, as if he couldn't accept that he was scolded by his wife. Huang Yueli turned her head away, refusing to look at that handsome face that made her heart soften. All right, stop rambling, where is the venue for the match? Senior brother, hurry up and take us there. If any later, it's really too late. What? What match? Li Moying, who was still competing with Lu Bian for her wife's attention, finally noticed this key word. Huang Yueli grabbed his wrist and dragged him to run outside. All right, let's rush there first, and I'll tell you on the way. The news of Li Moying and Huang Yueli's reappearance soon spread to the Sacred Phoenix clan. Although the island master said in advance that they were still alive, which was expected, it was still an extremely heavy blow to the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan. When Huang Tianhao heard the news, he immediately found Huang Sanbai. Huang Sanbai had already hid in the Sacred Phoenix clan's residence, and did not dare to go out for 10 days and 10 nights, for fear that he would be besieged by Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators as soon as he went out. Over the past few days, he had been so anxious that he couldn't even sleep, and a lot of hair started falling out. The face that was already quite old now looks more like it has aged several decades, like a mortal who was dying. Hearing the news brought by Huang Tianhao, he was shocked. Even after hearing the island master's prophecy, he still had a fluke mentality, hoping that Huang Yueli and Li Moying would be trapped in the array forever and could not get out. As time passed day by day, Huang Yueli and Li Moying disappeared for 10 days, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But now, what Huang Tianhao said completely shattered his last illusion. Huang Yueli and her Cloudy Qilin clan's husband came out of the array. Even if it's the kind of poison that makes people unconscious in an instant, it still can't kill that damn girl. Huang Sanbai suddenly felt hopeless and powerless. He had heard a long time ago that the so-called god-level geniuses were all born by being favored by the heavens. Each of them was blessed with great luck, and no matter what dangers they encountered, they could turn dangers into blessings. Originally, he didn't believe in such nonsense. He felt that anyone's fate was in his own hands. As long as he had a deep enough scheming and a clever enough technique, he would definitely be able to get what he wanted. But now, he saw that Huang Yueli was able to escape smoothly in almost desperate situations time and time again. Not only did she not fall halfway, but her strength became stronger and stronger, and she grew up rapidly. Huang Sanbai couldn't help being a little shaken. If he was given another chance, he knew that he would definitely not make the same choice again, and would never go after Sky Phoenix Ring's idea. With a little bit of luck in mind, he sneaked up on Huang Yueli in the Soul Connection Ocean. But, it's too late to regret anything now. There was no medicine for regret in the world. He made a wrong first step, and then he could only continue to make mistakes step by step, sinking deeper and deeper, and there was no chance of turning back. Now he has only one way to go, that was to delve deeper into the dark. He was desperate to seize the last chance. Yes, he still has a chance. Huang Sanbai suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Huang Tianhao, then. Patriarch, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Huang Tianhao didn't notice Huang Sanbai's strange expression at all, and thought that his face was gloomy, but just like himself, he was worried about the future of the clan. He sighed deeply. Oh, this matter is indeed very difficult. Elder Sanbai, you took such a big risk and made such a feat for the future of the clan, but they turned out to be all right. It can only be said that our luck is bad. Could it be that the heavens are going to kill my Sacred Phoenix clan? Huang Sanbai shook his head and lowered his voice. Patriarch, you don't have to worry too much. I just thought of another way. This time, I will definitely let those two god-level geniuses jump into the trap on their own, and it will spell their end. Huang Tianhao had already given up hope, but when he heard this, he immediately became excited, and asked, Elder Sanbai, what can you do? You are really the #1 strategist of our clan. Other than you, I don't know who to trust. Huang Sanbai chuckled and waved at him. Patriarch, this old man will show you something. Huang Sanbai lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Huang Tianhao didn't doubt anything and followed Huang Sanbai to the corner of his room. Huang Sanbai took out a jade pendant-shaped spirit armament from the cabinet in the corner and handed it to Huang Tianhao. Patriarch, please take a look at this. Huang Tianhao took the jade pendant and asked suspiciously, what is this? Huang Sanbai didn't answer. Huang Tianhao felt a little strange, so he simply held the jade pendant closer and looked at it carefully. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that the smell emanating from the jade pendant was a bit weird, like the stench floating on a rotting corpse. Before he had time to speak, he suddenly felt dizzy in his head and his eyes darkened. Huang Tianhao suddenly felt something was wrong. After all, he was a strong man at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm, so he reacted extremely quickly. He subconsciously threw the jade pendant out, and at the same time circulated the profound energy in his body, trying to suppress this dizzy feeling. However, no matter how fast he reacted, it would not be as fast as Huang Sanbai, who was already prepared and waiting for him to fall into his trap. A bit of confusion appeared in Huang Tianhao's eyes, and Huang Sanbai made a decisive move, using all the profound energy in his body, and slashed at the back of Huang Tianhao's neck. Huang Tianhao didn't expect to be attacked by Huang Sanbai at all. Even if there was something wrong with the jade pendant just now, his first reaction was not to doubt Huang Sanbai. This gave Huang Sanbai a perfect opportunity to deal a sneak attack. Huang Tianhao's body fell towards the ground. Huang Sanbai immediately sealed his veins, preventing him from using the profound energy in his body, at the same time, took out a special rope-like spirit armament, and tied him tightly. Then, he dragged him to a corner. Huang Tianhao, as a Tao Profound Realm expert, was actually very strong physically. Although he was accidentally hit just now and fell into a coma, he woke up not long after. When he found out that he was actually sealed by someone, and was tightly bound and thrown on the ground, his eyes flared wide open in shock. What's going on? What's going on? Elder Sanbai, what are you going to do? Seeing Huang Sanbai standing in front of him, looking down at him from above, Huang Tianhao suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Elder Sanbai? Huang Sanbai looked at him, and said with a nonchalant smile, don't call me an elder, I've had it. I've long been sick of being just an elder. I've never understood why you, Huang Tianhao, can be the patriarch? Just because you are the son of the previous patriarch, and your cultivation talent is higher than mine? But, what contribution have you made to the sacred Phoenix clan, a piece of mud that can't stand up against the wall? Over the years, it is clear that I am the one who has paid the most for the sacred Phoenix clan. It is clear that my grandson sacrificed for the family. It is clear that all important decisions are made by me. However, I can only be an elder. Subservient to you, the patriarch. I've had enough. Huang Tianhao's eyes widened, his face was full of shock, and he stared fixedly at Huang Sanbai's old face. He couldn't believe what he heard just now, he thought he was dreaming. No. How come? Elder Sanbai, this must be some kind of misunderstanding? Let me go, let's talk slowly. Huang Sanbai couldn't help laughing. Patriarch, you are so naive. How about this, let me tell you a secret. What secret? Seeing the strange smile on Huang Sanbai's old face, Huang Tianhao felt uneasy. He had a feeling that the news he hears next will be particularly shocking and overturn all his cognitions. Huang Sanbai stared at his frightened expression for a while, seeming to enjoy it very much. After a while, he said slowly, I'm afraid you don't know, right? The god-level genius of our sacred Phoenix clan was actually not killed by Li Moying at all, she is still alive. Huang Tianhao never dreamed that Huang Sanbai's first words would be such shocking news. He trembled all over, and his eyes widened. What are you talking about? Huang Yueli is not dead yet? How is it possible? This is impossible. If she is still alive, why did we send so many people from the clan to search for her and we haven't found her for so long? As long as she has a breath of life left, she should return to the Sacred Phoenix clan immediately, right? Huang Sanbai shook his head and looked at Huang Tianhao with a half-smile. Patriarch, you are so naive. Huang Yueli can't show up, so there is a reason for that. She doesn't dare show up. Doesn't dare to show up? What do you mean? Huang Tianhao was still full of doubts. Huang Sanbai said slowly, because the person who sneaked up on her and wanted to kill her was not the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but me. You. Huang Tianhao stared at him, shaking his head vehemently. Elder Sanbai, what are you talking about? How is this possible? I must be dreaming. Yes, I am dreaming. Patriarch, I've reached this point, yet you still think it's a dream? Huang Sanbai snorted coldly. In that case, I'll shed some light and tell you the truth. At that time, you sent me to Soul Connection Ocean to fetch Huang Yueli back to the clan. I did receive her, but she was unconscious in the void at the time. When I rescued her, I found that there was something from our Sacred Phoenix clan on her body. The long-lost ancient artifact, the Sky Phoenix Ring. What? Sky Phoenix Ring? Isn't that the clan's artifact? However, the Sky Phoenix Ring has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, it is said that the Sky Phoenix Ring couldn't bear the war between our clan and Cloudy Qilin clan. The huge impact shattered into several pieces. Even if it could be found, it's just fragments. Huang Tianhao shook his head repeatedly. Huang Sanbai sneered and said, Do you think I'm a fool? Of course I know this history, but the Sky Phoenix Ring on Huang Yueli's body is intact. It was a complete Sky Phoenix Ring. A complete Sky Phoenix Ring? How is it possible? Nothing is impossible, this is the fact. Moreover, she managed to make the Sky Phoenix Ring recognize her as the master and integrate it into the primordial spirit. Huang Sanbai paused, his face became even more gloomy, and his voice was terribly weird. So, I became greedy at that time and secretly attacked Huang Yueli, wanting to get the Sky Phoenix Ring from her. But who knew she was so lucky? There were at least 2 big gaps in cultivation between us at that time, yet she could still escape from my hands. In order to find her, I blocked dozens of surrounding towns and checked all the ascendants from the lower realms, but I couldn't find her. After hearing this, Huang Tianhao finally understood. So, Huang Yueli didn't dare to show up because you were obstructing it. Huang Tianhao fixedly stared at Huang Sanbai, trembling with anger. The veins on his forehead popped out. If possible, he really wanted to rush up and tear Huang Sanbai into pieces immediately. However, now he has fallen into Huang Sanbai's trap and was attacked by him. Not only was he seriously injured, but his pulse was also sealed, and his whole body was tied up in a ball. In this state, no matter how powerful he was, he can't show it at all. He can only use resentful eyes to try to convey the hatred in his heart. Huang Sanbai. You wolf-hearted thing. How dare you do such a thing? For so many years, as the elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan, how much cultivation resources the clan has provided you, and how much effort the clan has given you. From the top to the bottom of the clan, who doesn't respect you very much, you, not only ungrateful at all, but also murdered a god-level genius. You are simply unworthy of being a human being. Huang Sanbai didn't panic at all when he heard his hoarse and angry reprimand, but just smiled coldly. Huang Tianhao, don't speak so grandly. It's true that I have obtained a lot of resources from the clan, but I got them in exchange for the merits of myself and the members of my clan. I deserve it all. On the contrary, you, although occupying the position of the patriarch of the clan, what have you done for the clan? If you were not timid, weak and incompetent, why has the clan withered talent for hundreds of years, and there has been no outstanding genius born? Not to mention, in the past, our sacred Phoenix clan clearly occupied many high positions in the Allied Army's headquarters, with outstanding military exploits and great reputation. But how have these years been? Our clan's power is getting weaker and weaker, while the strength of the Cloudy Qilin clan is getting stronger and stronger. Now they have firmly stepped on our sacred Phoenix clan. This is all caused by your patriarch's incompetence. The more Huang Sanbai spoke, the more excited he became, pointing at Huang Tianhao's nose and cursing him. Huang Tianhao's face turned blue and white. He was extremely depressed and angry, but for a while, he didn't know how to refute Huang Sanbai. Because most of what Huang Sanbai said was true. The once glorious sacred Phoenix clan began to decline day by day after it was handed over to him. He also thought of many ways to revitalize the sacred Phoenix clan, but due to his own limited ability, he failed in the end. In the past few hundred years, thanks to Huang Sanbai's assistance, he has saved the clan from embarrassment several times. It is also because of this that Huang Sanbai enjoys a transcendent status in the sacred Phoenix clan, second only to the patriarch in the eyes of the group, and is highly respected. No one will suspect him of betraying the clan. If Huang Sanbai hadn't confessed his crime with his own mouth, knocked him to the ground and tied him up, Huang Tianhao wouldn't have believed that Elder Sanbai would have committed the crime of murdering a god-level genius. Huang Sanbai smiled coldly. Since you were so incompetent, why didn't you give up the position of patriarch earlier, and why did you still hold on to it? Do you know that the clan has long been dissatisfied with you, thinking that you are shameless? The position of patriarch should be filled by me, Huang Sanbai. Bah! Stop talking nonsense here. Even if I am incompetent, I will at least act according to my conscience. You are a despicable villain, and you are not worthy of being the patriarch. Huang Tianhao's face turned ashen. He glared at Huang Sanbai viciously, his eyes seemed to burst into flames. If eyes could kill, Huang Sanbai would have died countless times by now. Huang Sanbai didn't back down at all because of this. Ever since he jumped the wall in a hurry and decided to attack Huang Tianhao, he had prepared for the worst. As the saying goes, if you don't do it, you will never stop. Now that you have done it, he will not have any scruples, and he must achieve his goal. Moreover, there was no room for him to repent now. Huang Sanbai knelt down and sneered coldly, "It doesn't matter whether I am worthy or not. The important thing is that I will definitely become the next patriarch." Huang Tianhao saw the killing intent in his eyes, and immediately became horrified, and the clothes behind him were instantly soaked in cold sweat. What do you want to do? Huang Sanbai, let me tell you, even if you kill me, you will not be able to become the new patriarch. You are already so old, even if the clansmen want to elect a new patriarch, it is impossible for you to become the new patriarch. They will choose Huang Beiqing, not you. These years, he has already been recognized as the young master of the sacred Phoenix clan. What's the matter? Huang Sanbai sneered. Huang Tianhao looked at him in horror. Could it be that you still want to lay a bad hand on Beiqing? You personally watched Beiqing grow up. When he was young, you taught him how to practice. How can you do such a thing? You are simply inhuman. Huang Sanbai glanced at him coldly. Huang Tianhao, don't worry about other people, I naturally won't treat Beiqing like this. After all, there are not many heavenly geniuses in the clan. There are even fewer talents. If he is killed, there will not even be a genius in the clan that can be cultivated in the future, which is embarrassing, but I am the future patriarch. Hearing that Huang Sanbai had already begun to call himself the future patriarch, Huang Tianhao was furious, and finally couldn't help it, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes darkened, and he almost fainted on the spot. Huang Sanbai stood up straight again. condescendingly looking down at Huang Tianhao, who was in a panic on the ground. Since you're going to die, I'll let you be a fool. In fact, not only is Huang Yueli still alive, but you've also seen her before, and even ordered me to kill her. What? What did you say? I've seen her before? How is it possible? If I had seen her, I would have brought her back to the Sacred Phoenix clan long ago. There are only 2 god-level geniuses in the world. You've seen them before, so what's so strange? God-level genius, too. The bewildered Huang Tianhao opened his mouth blankly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed across his face, and his face suddenly changed. You said that young Miss Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Could it be that she is Huang Yueli? Yes, the bastards of the Cloudy Qilin clan have been saying that their young master's fiancé is also a god-level genius, and I have been wondering, why are there so many god-level geniuses now? It turns out, the truth is like this. At this moment, after knowing the truth, in retrospect, every time Huang Sanbai makes a move, he targets the so-called young Miss Li. Although the excuse he made at the time was that Li Moying was a god-level genius who was more difficult to deal with, but his wife was not as strong as him, so it was easier to deal with, which sounded reasonable. But thinking about it now, Huang Tianhao felt that he was a complete fool. Being played around by Huang Sanbai. Huang Sanbai, you bastard, scum, ungrateful thing. You will definitely have retribution. Fortunately, young Miss Li was not killed by you, otherwise, I really can't rest in peace even if I die. Huang Sanbai chuckled, then I'm afraid you're really going to die. Because, I'm planning to find another chance to kill her now. And, this time, she definitely won't be able to escape. What do you want to do? A god-level genius is the hope of the entire clan. If you kill her, you will become the eternal sinner of the entire clan. Even if you can become the patriarch, you will definitely not end well. Huang Tianhao's eyes widened, his heart was filled with panic and annoyance. He really hated himself for not knowing people clearly, and being deceived by Huang Sanbai for so long. If he had known the truth earlier, he would have found Huang Yueli back long ago, and he would not have fallen into the desperate situation he is now. Huang Sanbai smiled and said, Look at what you said, what kind of talk is this? How could the sinner of the ages be me? Even if you want to say the sinner, it must be her, Huang Yueli. She flirts with that lad from the Cloudy Qilin clan and even married him. Our Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan have not intermarried for hundreds of thousands of years, and she is violating the clan rules by doing so. When Huang Tianhao heard this, he felt as if a thunderbolt struck his forehead, making him dizzy for a while. Just now, he was only attracted by the news that Huang Yueli was still alive, and he didn't think deeply about what Huang San said. Looking back now, Huang Yueli is young Miss Li, Li Moying's so-called fiancé. Doesn't that prove that she has betrayed the clan and become a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Why, how could such a thing happen? This is definitely a shameless guy like you who made it up to lie to me. I don't even believe a single word you said now. Huang Yueli is the god level of our Sacred Phoenix clan genius. How could you fall in love with the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Even if she was really confused by the appearance of that brat from the Cloudy Qilin clan, and Li Shihong from the Cloudy Qilin clan is not an idiot, how could she still agree with Li Moying to be with a woman from the Sacred Phoenix clan? Even if Huang Yueli is a god-level genius, impossible. Huang Sanbai nodded leisurely, You're right, but I really didn't lie to you this time, and there's no need to lie to you. The people of the Cloudy Qilin clan don't seem to know Huang Yueli's identity until now, I guess. This may be the effect of Sky Phoenix ring in her primordial spirit, which allows her to easily hide her cultivation and race. I once tried to send someone to Li Shihong to expose her identity, but even so, she came around later, and has always been loved by the entire Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Tianhao opened his mouth wide in disbelief. This is unbelievable. This girl is indeed quite capable and lucky. Huang Sanbai smiled coldly. The curvature of the corner of his mouth looked extremely creepy. However, no matter how capable she is, she can't cover up the fact that she betrayed her clan and embraced the man of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Don't worry, I will never let such a clan traitor live in this world, and I will definitely do my best, kill her, so as to maintain the dignity of our entire clan. Huang Sanbai's righteous and awe-inspiring look seemed to be really thinking about the sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Tianhao was too angry to speak. At the same time, he also felt an indescribable despair in his heart. The only reason why Huang Sanbai would speak so clearly and tell what he did behind his back was that he really didn't want to let himself live anymore. Otherwise, with Huang Sanbai's treacherous and cunning degree, it is absolutely impossible for him to say these words out of his mouth. Sure enough, after Huang Sanbai finished speaking, his eyes glowered ferociously, and he walked towards him step by step. Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth and looked at him. At the same time, he tried his best to execute various exercises, trying to break away the restriction Huang Sanbai left in his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break through the restriction in such a short time. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Elder Sanbai, are you in there? I heard that the patriarch has come to you. I wonder if he is still there. The voice of Huang Beiqing came from outside the door. Huang Sanbai froze all of a sudden. He never expected that Huang Beiqing would appear at this time. To deal with Huang Tianhao, he naturally arranged a lot of arrays around the room to prevent other people from approaching, and also to prevent the movement in the room from spreading. However, he forgot that Huang Beiqing grew up with him, and was trained by him, and taught most of his unique skills. In his haste, the array he arranged couldn't be too complicated or advanced, so Huang Beiqing easily passed through the array and walked in. Moreover, Huang Beiqing didn't suspect at all that Huang Sanbai was doing such a horrendous thing in the room, and thought he was talking about something confidential with Huang Tianhao, so he was so cautious. Therefore, after Huang Beiqing knocked on the door, he consciously stepped back a few steps, for fear that he heard something that he shouldn't have heard. Huang Tianhao was also taken aback for a moment, but he immediately came to his senses, realizing that this was his only chance to escape, so he opened his mouth and was about to yell. It's a pity that Huang Sanbai's reaction was faster than his. Seeing him open his mouth, he immediately used all his profound strength to smash towards Huang Tianhao. Huang Tianhao's eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground on the spot, unconscious. Huang Sanbai didn't have time to deal with Huang Tianhao's affairs, so he could only hastily kick him, kicking the deeply unconscious Huang Tianhao under the bed. Then, he strode to the door and opened the door. The expression on Huang Beiqing's face was a little flustered, but when he saw Huang Sanbai, he managed to suppress his irritability and saluted him respectfully. Elder Sanbai, did you know the news from Paradise Island just now? Li Moying and his fiancée actually came out of the array. They really came out alive. What should we do now? Today is the last day of the semifinals, and the final is coming soon. I originally thought that even if Li Moying and the others survived, they would definitely miss the match and be eliminated, but they came back in time. With them here, how could I get the first place? Let alone the first place, if you are unlucky, you may be defeated by them in the first round of the finals. Huang Sanbai glanced at him lightly, and coughed. Beiqing, you are so old, but you are still so impatient, you can't hold your breath at all. Tell me, how can you become the patriarch? Huang Beiqing has always had the most respect for Huang Sanbai. Upon hearing what he said, he immediately lowered his head. Elder Sanbai, I really can't hold my breath. I also know that I should calm down, but as soon as I hear Li Moying and the others appear, I can't calm down. With other heaven-level geniuses, I'm afraid I still don't know how terrifying the so-called god-level genius is. However, Huang Beiqing is different. 10 days ago, He was first defeated by Huang Yueli on Paradise Island, and later in front of the teleportation array, he was almost killed by Li Moying on the spot. Although at this moment, the injuries on his body have healed so much that they basically don't affect the battle. However, as long as he recalled the scene at that time, it still made him break out in cold sweat, and at the same time, he was full of doubts about his own strength. Being defeated one after another by those two god-level geniuses made him completely doubt his life and seriously destroyed his self-confidence. This is actually very fatal to a cultivator. Because practicing martial arts is against the sky, if the martial artist does not have enough self-confidence to overcome all obstacles, then the cultivation base is likely to stagnate and no further progress can be made. Even in actual combat, you will be timid because of this. Fortunately, Li Moying and Huang Yueli disappeared soon, and it was even rumored that they had died in the poisonous mist. After Huang Biqing heard the news, his self-confidence recovered a bit. As a result, within a few days, the two of them actually reappeared. The timidity and humiliation at that time immediately returned to Huang Biqing's heart again, making him panic in an instant. He also knew that his state was very wrong and would definitely affect his performance in the finals, so he came to Huang Tianhao to discuss it immediately. When Huang Sanbai saw Huang Biqing's appearance, he understood a little bit. However, he has no intention to deal with this kind of problem now. For him, the most important thing is to kill Huang Tianhao, then kill Huang Yueli, and get Sky Phoenix Ring. This is the top priority. Huang Sanbai waved his hand. Oh, in your state, it's useless for others to say anything. The most important thing is to rely on yourself. He was about to send Huang Biqing away, when suddenly, as if thinking of something, he changed the topic. However, time is running out now, and I'm afraid it's too late on your own. The old man can help you. However, this method is somewhat risky. It depends on whether you dare to try it. Huang Biqing's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words, Elder Sanbai, what can you do? Please help me. If I can get the top 3 in the God Realm's Grand Meet, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Huang Sanbai chuckled, what are you talking about repaying and not repaying? I watched you grow up, so I naturally hope that you will get better and better. Alright, come with me. As Huang Sanbai said, he turned around and left the door. At the same time, he carefully activated the defensive array near the room. Then, he took a step forward and left with Huang Biqing. The floating sea, the island and the gravity island. It's getting late, the sun is getting westward, and it's almost time for dinner. However, the central square was still crowded with cultivators, and no one was willing to leave. Because, this is already the last hour of the God Realm's Grand Meet match. Although there was not much time left, the number of challenges that took place in the square was much higher than in the previous few days. All cultivators seized this last chance and launched a final assault on the highest ranking they could challenge. The entire central square is divided into 8 areas, and each area has 10 arenas for cultivators to compete on. Except for the cultivators fighting in the arena, any other cultivators, regardless of whether they are qualified for the match, can watch the battle from the sidelines, as long as they don't come close to the circled competition venue. This is also a method used by Floating Sea to maintain the fairness of the game. At this moment, the competition area of the first group seemed much deserted compared to other groups. Out of the 10 arenas, 4 were actually empty, which was completely incomparable to the fact that the arenas of other groups were all full of people. Moreover, those who stood in the arena to compete were all cultivators with poor cultivation and strength. The top 4 of the first group were all standing on the edge of the competition field, chatting with each other in a friendly manner. We are really lucky this time. Originally, seeing that we have young Master Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan and fellow comrades in our group, I thought the competition in our group would be fierce. There are at least 5 people. They are all absolutely qualified to enter the finals. The 4 of us are similar in strength, and we don't know who will be eliminated. It really scared me to death. In the end, young Masterly disappeared. Hee, that's true. I was just like you at the time. I was very worried that I wouldn't qualify. In the end, we hit the big luck instead. Well, speaking of it, this young Masterly is really a love saint. He can't think about it so much, because a woman, she took the initiative to return to the Paradise Island array. Not only did she not care about participating in any competitions, she even lost her life. Isn't it? The poisonous mist is so powerful. It is said that as long as it touches a little, it will collapse to the ground, and it will kill people after an hour. He has been in it for so long, he must not survive. It's a pity, what a pity. A dignified god-level genius has fallen like this. It really is a womanizer who hurts people. Several heavenly geniuses were discussing with each other, shaking their heads again and again, their expressions full of regret. However, if you look carefully, there is a glint of gloating in the eyes of two people. Li Moying's disappearance is actually not a bad thing for young geniuses in the god realm. After all, with him on top of his head, no matter how outstandingly anyone performs, they will be covered by Li Moying's light and will not be able to show their abilities. Only when Li Moying disappears, the others will have their day. Let's just say now, if Li Moying is still there will inevitably be a fierce fight between them, and one of them will always be eliminated. How could it be possible to chat easily and enjoy the envious and reverent eyes of the cultivators around you like now? Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly, there was a commotion outside the central square. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and there were even various pushing situations. These heavenly cultivators all seemed a little puzzled, and turned their heads to look in the direction of the commotion. It's a pity that there are too many people in the central square. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see the outermost situation. All right, don't look, there's nothing to see. It's already about this time. There is still half an hour before the match is over. We should count the list of the finalists. I guess the steward of Hanging Island is here. A few people were talking, and the crowd outside the competition venue suddenly surged like a tide. The crowd spontaneously squeezed towards the two sides, giving way to the middle road. At the same time, all kinds of exclamations kept coming. Young Master Li. It turns out that this is the only god-level genius in the legendary god realm, Li Moying, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It really is a well-deserved reputation. And you know that your reputation is well-deserved without seeing someone make a move? Hey, see what you said. Young Master Li is famous not only for his talent and strength, but also for his unparalleled handsome appearance. Even if I haven't seen him make a move, I know that he is really handsome. It's a pity that he already has a fiancée, and he still loves his fiancée so much. So, the one next to him is his fiancée, young Miss Li, right? She really is a beauty in the world. I heard that she is also a god-level genius. God level, what god level? You can believe this. Young Miss Li is beautiful enough, but she is a human clan, how can she have a god-level talent? I don't believe this kind of nonsense. When these discussions came, the four god-level geniuses were startled. They glanced at each other, and they all saw the color of astonishment in each other's eyes. What's going on? Did Li Moying leave the array? How is this possible? The poisonous mist is so powerful, how could he stay alive for 10 days? It's impossible. Unless, he didn't go in at all. But I saw him enter the teleportation array with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Besides, if he wasn't trapped on Paradise Island, why didn't he show up a few days ago? With his strength, there's no need to use these tricks to confuse the enemy, right? The four of them were discussing with each other, and a trace of panic rose in their hearts. Especially the one who ranked fourth was extremely nervous. If Li Moying suddenly appeared, his place in the final would be lost immediately. With this little time left, it might not be enough for him to challenge the first three. The situation of the other three people is a little better, but not much better. Their strength is actually not much higher than the fourth place. If they are challenged by the opponent, it is really hard to say who will win. The four of them were praying in their hearts, hoping that the onlookers were wrong and that Limoying did not show up at all. However, such a beautiful fantasy is obviously impossible to realize. Not long after, two figures appeared at the end of the crowd, and walked slowly along the path that the crowd made way for them. Soon, the two approached, and their faces became clearly visible. It was Limoying and Huang Yueli. It's over, he actually came. All four of them had expressions of despair. The worst has happened. Limoying held Huang Yueli's hand, and the two wandered along the way. Although there was only 1 hour left, because Huang Yueli's body hadn't recovered much, her legs were still weak when walking, so no matter how fast she walked, she couldn't get up. Limoying offered to hug her, but she almost slapped her away. In desperation, the two of them could only walk over slowly. It seemed like they were taking a walk along the way, and it took half an hour to arrive. This time, there is less than half an hour left before the end of the match. Fortunately, the two looked at the grouping situation outside the arena, and found that the two of them were actually in the same group. This point surprised both of them. However, after thinking about it carefully, I can understand it. The basis for grouping Godrealm's grand meet is the most important thing is race and power, followed by cultivation, and finally age. Huang Yueli is now a human being, moreover, she still has no influence. In this regard, there is a huge difference between Limoying, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Moreover, she is now at the middle stage of the mind-profound realm, and Limoying, who is at the late stage of the mind-profound realm, is also a small realm behind in terms of cultivation. Therefore, the two of them do not meet the conditions for being split into different groups at all, so it is not surprising that they will meet. In this way, it saves a lot of trouble. At least, Limoying didn't have to send Huang Yu away from her group competition, and then came back to participate in her own group competition. Although my wife is super powerful, no one can pose any threat to her, but if she can't stop his wife and slave, young Master Li, just don't worry. The two came to the competition venue and stopped. Limoying courteously led his wife to a cool shade, let her sit on a big rock, then touched her face, and said, "I'll deal with those guys now, you are not feeling well, just rest here and don't run around, you know?" Huang Yueli rolled her eyes, understood, you are the most considerate, alright. What's the use of being considerate now? Why don't you know how to be considerate when you are doing double cultivation? Man, your name is hypocrisy. Limoying gave thousands of instructions before turning around and walking to the nearest unmanned group arena to Huang Yueli. In that instant, he changed from the gentle and kind man just now to a ruthless and powerful cultivator. He coldly swept across the audience, and asked in a deep voice, who is number one in this group? Stand up, and I will challenge you. Ever since Limoying and Huang Yueli appeared, everyone in the central square has surrounded the competition area, and the surrounding crowds have already been packed to the brim. Hearing Limoying's words, everyone was looking around, looking for the number one in the group. The number one genius's complexion instantly became very ugly. From the moment Limoying appeared, he was already mentally prepared, knowing that if Limoying wanted to challenge, he would definitely pick him. It is true that even if he was defeated by Limoying, his ranking would only slip to second place, and he would not be eliminated immediately. However, facing the challenge of such a strong man, who can say that he is not nervous or afraid? In the past few days, he has performed well in the match, and he has already boasted about his performance to many people. If he is defeated by Limoying with a few tricks today, he will be ashamed to go back. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Limoying repeated again, who is the number one in the group? Don't waste time, stand up quickly. The number one in the group could only bite the bullet and walk slowly onto the ring under the watchful eyes of everyone. He raised his hands and cupped his fists to salute. "Young Master Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am a cultivator from the Fanyu clan. My name is..." Li Moying waved his hand. "Don't be so wordy, you are defeated anyway. I'm not interested in what your name is. You just go ahead." There was an extremely embarrassing expression on this person's face. He is also a well-known genius cultivator in the God realm. Usually, when encountering this kind of battle, the opponent doesn't need him to introduce himself to recognize who he is. But when he was in front of Li Moying, didn't he even have the qualifications to let Li Moying take a look? The faces of the Fanyu cultivators became very stiff. But the other party was Li Moying. Even if he was angry, he couldn't vent it. He could only forcefully suppress his dissatisfaction, cupped his hands at Li Moying, and said, "Then, young Master Li, I will strike first." Li Moying didn't have any expression on her face, she just waited quietly. His attitude made the Fanyu cultivators feel even more uneasy. However, under the current situation, it is impossible for him not to make a move, and it is even more impossible for him to back down. Even if you know it will be embarrassing, you can only do it. The Fanyu cultivators took a deep breath, still gaining momentum. The condensed profound energy on their bodies became stronger and stronger. The surrounding cultivators felt the profound energy fluctuations around him, and all exclaimed. This person's name is Pei Yifei, and he is also one of the first-class young geniuses in the God realm. His strength is not far from that of Jing Xiaoyuan and the others. Usually, when he fights against ordinary cultivators, he seldom uses his full strength. Even if he fights against a genius of the same level as Jing Xiaoyuan, the opponent will not be able to give him a chance to gather momentum. Get a head start. Only in front of Li Moying can he be so cautious, and he has so much time to slowly gather momentum. This is actually a very foul behavior, but who made him face the legendary god-level genius? Not only him, but even the onlookers and the referees didn't feel that there was anything wrong with doing so. After all, it was Li Moying who asked him to make the first move. Li Moying naturally did not interrupt him, but a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He also wanted to hurry up and finish this meaningless match, and go back to coax his wife as soon as possible. How could he have so much time to play with them? Finally, the time for the Fanyu cultivators to accumulate power is limited. Before Li Moying lost his patience, he had already reached the limit of the energy he could gather, and shot at Li Moying with all his strength. The main attribute of the Fanyu clan is space. As soon as he made a move, the surrounding space became distorted, and with a flash, he flashed behind Li Moying from the other side of the ring. Cultivators with space attributes have a fighting style that is hard to guard against. They can easily tear apart space and create teleportation. If they are not careful, they will be defeated in an instant. This time, he also used his full strength. As soon as he circled behind Li Moying, he blasted all the condensed profound energy towards Li Moying's back. Wow! This is too sudden. I'll go. How could he appear in that position? Space cultivators are too perverted, aren't they? Young Master Li is still motionless, didn't he react? This time he won't really be tricked, right? The cultivators in the audience were all amazed, their hearts were in their throats. Only Huang Yueli, who was sitting under the big tree, raised her eyes, casually, and glanced at the man on the ring. There was still a bored expression on his face. A hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the Fanyu cultivators. It seems that Li Moying has never been in contact with cultivators of the Space Department before, so he doesn't know how elusive they are. This is his chance. If he can take advantage of this opportunity and defeat a god-level genius once, even if he just took advantage of a surprise, that would be a remarkable achievement. If you take it out, you can brag about it for several years. However, it turned out that he was definitely just thinking too much. The moment he was about to touch Li Moying's back, Li Moying's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from his eyes. The faces of the Fanyu cultivators changed abruptly, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. Because Li Moying's teleportation movement method obviously also uses the energy of the space system, but whether it is the speed at which the afterimage disappears or the proficiency of the movement method, it is even better than him. Isn't Li Moying a cultivator with thunder attribute? Why can he even master the profound skills of the space system? It was already too late for him to close the move, and the whole person was already terrified and desperate to the extreme. Now, he doesn't even know where Li Moying is. Moreover, he has already released all the energy he has accumulated. If Li Moying gets behind him and gives him a fatal blow, he can be killed immediately. In fact, his guess was not wrong. At this moment, Li Moying was standing behind him. It's just that Li Moying's speed is really too fast. At this critical moment, even most of the cultivators in the audience didn't react. Occasionally, there were a few cultivators with high eyesight who could see the subtle changes, and they couldn't help covering their mouths in horror. No sound is produced. Li Moying glanced at the Fanyu cultivator, raised his leg, and kicked his ass. In this kick, he actually didn't use any profound strength, not even 10% of his physical strength. It could only be regarded as a leg swing at best. However, the position he stood in was too tricky, and when the Fanyu cultivators made moves, their entire body was already tilted. So, after being kicked by him, the Fanyu cultivators immediately rushed forward and flew out of the ring. With a bang, the person fell face down and fell to the ground. The onlookers around the arena, many of whom hadn't realized what happened until now, were suddenly silent. They all know that Li Moying is very strong, and they also know that it is absolutely impossible for this cultivator of the Fanyu clan to defeat Li Moying. However, no one expected that Li Moying would win so easily. You must know that before the Fanyu clan cultivators made a move, they had accumulated momentum and raised their own strength to the limit before making a move with all their strength. On the other hand, Li Moying seemed to be taking a walk on the ring. First, he watched the opponent with a cold eye while he was fully prepared. When the opponent made a move, he leisurely walked around to the back and casually raised his legs. The speed and strength of that kick are unrecognizable, and there is no technical content at all. But it was just such a kick that directly kicked a top-notch genius off the ring. At this time, the cultivators of the Fanyu clan had already got up from the ground, and hid behind the crowd with their faces flushed. In fact, if Li Moying kicked like that, he would be considered a shitty fall, but it's not even a flesh injury, at most a scratch. As for the benefits, he has changed from the first place in the match group to the second place in the group, and there is no danger of being eliminated. The one who should cry is actually the fourth place in the original group. Having said that, the trauma he suffered this time is very, very serious. After all, Li Moying was much younger than him, but when he hit him, it was so easy. Such an astonishing gap made him doubt his life. The self-confidence he had built up over the past 30 years was almost destroyed today. Li Moying stood on the ring, looking around, her thin lips slightly parted. According to the rules, I am now the number one in the group, am I not? Hearing his question, the stunned referee suddenly woke up, and hurriedly responded, that's right, young Master Li, you are now the number one in this group, and you can successfully qualify for the match. Li Moying nodded, and said again, is there anyone who wants to challenge me? If you want to come, you can come on stage now. His voice was not very thoughtful, and his tone was very calm, without any obvious emotion. However, upon hearing his words, the fellow cultivators present couldn't help shivering, and they didn't even dare to chat, for fear that Li Moying would think that they were challenging him and would drag them onto the stage. Just kidding, it's not like they took the wrong medicine. How could they not figure out how to challenge such a perverted genius? Li Moying and them are obviously not on the same level. Who likes to go up to seek abuse? That is to say, just now, The cultivators of the Fanyu clan were too unlucky to take the first place. That's why they had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes and bit the bullet to play. If possible, he doesn't want to lose this person. Li Moying waited for a while, and glanced at the hourglass used for timekeeping not far away. In less than a quarter of an hour, the match will be over. He turned around resolutely and walked off the ring. Everyone let out a long breath when they saw this scene. Although, everyone knew very well that if they didn't want to challenge Li Moying, it was impossible for him to catch them on the ring and beat them up. However, seeing his tall and straight figure standing there gave one a sense of aloofness. He was under heavy psychological pressure and felt very nervous. After Li Moying stepped down, she walked straight towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli also patted her buttocks and stood up, nodded to him, "Are you finished?" "There is still some time, it's my turn." As she spoke, she wanted to walk towards the ring. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took a step, she felt her waist tighten. Immediately afterwards, with a light step, she was hugged horizontally. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, then kicked her legs and struggled. "Li Moying. What are you doing? Let me down quickly, I can walk by myself." "No, you can't go, aren't you tired? Wouldn't it be easier for me to carry you up?" Li Moying's face was expressionless, and he had the image of a dignified nobleman, but the words he said were so shameless that Huang Yueli can't wait to slap him away. Relax your size. I'll say it one last time, let me down." Huang Yueli emphasized viciously. Li Moying dodged and quickly ran to the ring before letting her down. Still coaxing her, all right, little Lear, don't be angry. Am I going to let you down now?" The surrounding cultivators looked at the two of them dumbfounded the whole time. Although I have seen the love of this young couple before, seeing them again now still makes people vomit blood secretly. Especially when I saw Li Moying swaying freely in the ring just now, defeating his opponent with just raising his hand, and now looking at him clinging to his fiancée like a little wolf dog. The contrast is too great. It's completely unacceptable. I always feel that I saw a fake Li Moying just now. Huang Yueli finally calmed down a bit as she landed on both feet. She told herself repeatedly in her heart, calm down, must be calm. Now she's outside, not at their house. Even if she wants to beat her husband, she can't do it in front of outsiders. After all, Li Moying is the young master of the clan, so she has to save him some face. However, she finally managed to control her temper, only to find that although Li Moying put her down, he still put his hands on her waist to support her, as if he was afraid that she would fall. Huang Yueli's eyebrows twitched, and she turned her head to stare at Li Moying. "Hurry up and let go of your hands, I still have business to do. Didn't you see that it's already this time? Time is running out." Li Moying is not the only one who wants to qualify through the match, she also needs to find someone to beat her up, alright? This is the last time. Li Moying let her go now, so she can challenge for the second place in the group and get a spot. No, isn't the second in the group now the first in the group just now? She was kicked by Li Moying just now, and she probably hurt her heart. She should stop adding fuel to the flames and play third in the group. Huang Yueli made some calculations in her heart and chose her opponent. However, Li Moying remained motionless, showing no sign of letting go. Huang Yueli immediately made an effort. "Li Moying, are you going to let go? If you don't let go, I'll hit someone." As she spoke, she stretched out her small fist and hit Li Moying's chest all at once. Li Moying was hit by her, and immediately let out an exaggerated scream, her body flew upside down and landed under the ring. However, he didn't fall down. After balancing in midair, he stood firmly. Huang Yueli didn't react for a while, she stared at Li Moying for a long time, and even raised her fist to look at it. Although she used some strength just now, her husband is not an ordinary person. This punch is not so much domestic violence as flirting. Li Moying probably didn't feel it. But, today, he was just blown away by himself. In the audience, Li Moying walked towards the stunned referee. Is that all right? My little liar beat me, so she is now the first in the group and can qualify. Hurry up and change the final ranking. Ah? What? The referee was still unable to recover. Li Moying frowned. What's wrong? You can't even judge the winning or losing of a game, how can you be a referee? When the referee heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Of course he will judge the winning or losing of the game. But, was that a game just now? Obviously he was the one who hugged his fiancée, went to the ring to show off his affection, and then was beaten by his fiancée. Hey, no, how could he, a majestic god-level genius, be blown away with one punch by such a weak human girl? The key is that the fist was swung without even a little fluctuation of profound strength. Any martial artist can't be weak like this, right? It took him a long time to realize that this was a play deliberately put on by Li Moying in order to let his fiancée appear. Moreover, the acting is so exaggerated, so carefree. The referee immediately burst into tears. All right, I'll change it. For a long time, they did come to the ring to show their affection, and the way of showing their affection was so fresh and refined, out of the ordinary. At this moment, all the cultivators watching from the audience also reacted. For a moment, everyone's expressions became very exciting, as if they were choking on dog food. During this period of time, it has been widely rumored in the god realm that the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan has a fiancée of a human clan, and he dotes on her very much, almost to the point of spoiling her. Most cultivators don't quite believe this kind of words, and think it's mostly rumors. However, seeing the two of them show up with their own eyes today, and seeing Li Moying's performance from beginning to end, people can't believe it. Especially those young women who secretly love Li Moying are full of jealousy and hatred towards Huang Yueli. How could this be? Young Master Li has such a status, yet he has a fiancée so early. This woman must have seduced young Master Li by some indecent means. Otherwise, based on her background, how could she be able to sit in the position of the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan? That's right. I also heard that she has been declaring that she is a god-level genius. I saw it today, and I know how this so-called god-level came about. Isn't it? Even the god-level young Master Li was defeated by her, isn't he a god-level? These women sneered and sneered, looking at Huang Yueli. They wanted to quench the poison, wishing they could poison her to death on the spot. These words attracted some male cultivators to look sideways. However, after hearing some words at the end, they also aroused their approval. That's right, young Master Li actually let his fiancée beat him up on his own initiative. Can this really count? If the results obtained like this can be counted, then, the original third place is too unfair, isn't it? Inexplicably, she was squeezed out of the final list by a woman who has no strength and relies on a man to be the top. If it were me, I would be depressed to death by now. That's the truth. The original third place, I always felt that I occupied such a position, which was already very secure. Even if Li Moying appeared and challenged the first place, he didn't feel any sense of crisis. The most unlucky must be the fourth place, but luckily he is slightly better. However, before he could finish rejoicing, Li Moying carried Huang Yueli onto the ring and staged such an exaggerated scene. The third one didn't react for a while, and only realized after hearing the discussions of the cultivators around him that he was actually out. He immediately jumped up and rushed to the side of the referee. Referee, is this game unreasonable? Why can she qualify? She didn't beat her opponent by strength at all. This game can't be counted, it can't be counted, ah. However, the referee just smiled wryly, shook his head and said, calm down. What evidence do you have to prove that she didn't defeat her opponent by strength? I want to know. Her opponent is Li Xiaozhu. God-level genius. How could she win Li Moying? The third place was so anxious that he almost grabbed the referee's neck and shook it. The referee still shook his head. I understand your feelings, but this is just your own speculation. Who dares to say that she will not be able to defeat a god-level genius? This kind of thing needs evidence, and you can't just speculate. You either come up with evidence, or you can only accept this result. The referee actually knew very well that Li Moying definitely flopped. However, he must also maintain the basic order of the God Realm's grand meet. He said it was impossible to accept reports without evidence. Hearing this, the third person's face turned red with resignation, but he couldn't say anything. After a while, he suddenly remembered something, and said, by the way, then I can challenge her, right? She is ranked higher than me now, so I challenge her. Although, even if Huang Yueli loses, she will only be squeezed out of the ranking, and the second place will still not affect her place in the final. However, at least he himself will not be eliminated. The third person looked at the referee with piercing eyes, but the referee shook his head for the third time. No way. What? This doesn't work? What does floating sea mean? Are you deliberately covering up the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Why am I not even qualified to challenge for the first place? He was so angry that he almost pointed at the referee's nose and scolded, stand up. Because the time for the match is over. Now, it's all right for you to challenge young Miss Li. As long as she accepts, you can compete. However, even if you win, you won't be able to qualify. What? What did you say? The third person suddenly turned his head and looked at the hourglass used for timing. Sure enough, all the sand inside had leaked out, which also meant that the match had officially ended. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept such a result, but it was useless. Huang Yueli glanced at him, seeing the blank and disappointed expression on the third person's face. She didn't feel anything special in her heart. She is not a kind-hearted person, and she will not feel guilty at all for taking other people's places. Although her husband's way of getting her to qualify was a bit too simple and rude, but with her real strength, she should qualify as a matter of course. Although the process was a bit deviated, the result is still the same, isn't it? Hearing the referee announce the end of the game, a smile appeared on Li Moying's cold face. He walked back to Huang Yueli. All right, little Lear, let's go back. Huang Yueli nodded. Seeing that Li Moying bent over and wanted to hug her again, she quickly stepped back a few steps and stared at her husband threateningly. I've said it 100 times, let me go. Otherwise, I'll turn my back on you. All right, whatever you say is what you say. Li Moying looked at her wife's angry little face. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only compromise. However, he still stretched out his hand, wrapped Huang Yueli's little hand tightly in his palm, pulled her, and prepared to leave together. Just then, a loud cry came. Young Master Li, young Miss Li, please stop. Immediately afterwards, the third person appeared in front of the two of them, with an expression of anger still on his face. He stared at Huang Yueli, and said unceremoniously, young Miss Li, don't you feel that you are too spineless? Don't you feel blushed to be able to enter the finals only by relying on your fiancé? Huang Yueli paused, looked at him, and shook her head calmly. Of course I don't think so. You. The third place didn't expect Huang Yueli to be so upright and confident. She didn't have any pride and integrity that a cultivator should have, so she almost couldn't bring herself to speak up. You can be considered a cultivator like this? The Cloudy Qilin clan is also amazing enough to agree to let a woman like you be engaged to young Master Li? Hearing this, before Huang Yueli could speak out, Li Moying's face darkened, and she stopped sternly. You're looking for death. Who allowed you to talk to my wife like this? Although Li Moying didn't release his profound energy directly, his anger rose, and his body naturally exuded a powerful aura. The third person shivered subconsciously. However, when he came back to his senses, he still stood in front of the two of them, refusing to back down. After all, it's not just about his face, it's also about the quota for the finals. In order to be able to make a big splash in the God Realm's grand meet, he has almost been in retreat for the past 10 years, and he has never slackened up every day. His talent is already quite good, and with such hard work, he can stand out in the match. Entered the final as the third place in the group. This kind of achievement, even in his family, is considered outstanding, and he will definitely receive key training when he goes back. However, what he never dreamed of was that within such a short period of half an hour, the situation took a turn for the worse and he was directly out of the game. The hard work of the past 10 years has all assisted Dong Lu. His chest was full of unwilling anger, and he was unwilling to back down even if he was facing a god-level genius that he could never defeat. Young Master Li, I'm just talking about the facts. We can understand that you dote on your wife, but you should have a limit in everything. You ignore the rules of the competition and use such means to send her to the finals. You are losing face to the Prodigiously clan. Please think twice. All the cultivators present gasped. No one expected that the third person would dare to talk to Li Moying like this. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Li Moying's eyes, and the profound power fluctuations around him also became violent. My woman, of course you can get what you want, who dares to put your beak on it? Besides, who said she is not qualified to enter the finals? Li Moying's character has always been arrogant, not to mention Huang Yueli has such strength, he just doesn't want his wife to be troubled. Even if she didn't, he would still send her to the finals. His woman is naturally right in whatever she does. The third place suddenly felt that the temperature around his body had dropped a lot, and there was a burst of coolness behind him. Li Moying was so angry that he suddenly felt scared. Seeing the expression on Li Moying's face getting colder and colder, Huang Yueli quickly tugged at his sleeve. Moying, that's enough. Don't do this. Li Moying glanced at her, but did not speak. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the sword. Huang Yueli grabbed his wrist and stopped him from drawing his sword. All right, since he was eliminated, it's normal to have some resentment, just ignore him, let's go home quickly. Seeing that Li Moying was still silent, she quickly added, I'm tired, my legs are so sore. Hearing this, Li Moying immediately forgot about the person who provoked him, and immediately turned around to hug Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli took a step back to avoid it, and at the same time, turned to the third place. Whether I have strength or not is not for you to judge. If you think we made a foul, you can appeal to the referee. But, the referee said. The referee said that there is no evidence, right? Then you have to follow the rules. The third place was still full of unwillingness. You said you have the strength, do you dare to compete with me in the ring now? Competition? Now? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. The third raised his chin. That's right, if you win, I will be convinced and admit that you are better than me, and you deserve your name to qualify for the semifinals. If you lose. What if I lose? I can't give you the spot either? Huang Yueli couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, the third person seemed even more depressed, because what Huang Yueli said was right. He held back for a long time before choking out a sentence. If you lose, you should admit that you are a fake match. How about it, do you compare? Huang Yueli shook her head, and said slowly, no comparison. You. Are you afraid? Huang Yueli glanced at him, I'm doing this for your own good. Being eliminated is already pitiful enough. If you are still unable to break through because of your damaged self-confidence, then aren't you too unlucky? Most of the young warriors who have been beaten by her will doubt life, which will hinder their future cultivation. Because she is really too young, and her strength is so strong, her talent is even more exaggerated than Li Moying. What do you mean? The third was still chasing them relentlessly. But Huang Yueli had already hooked her husband's arm, and the two left together. For a while, all the warriors present were talking about it. At that moment just now, everyone thought that Huang Yueli should accept the third-place challenge and prove her strength. But who knows, she flatly refused. Are you really afraid? You must be scared. If it weren't for the presence of young Master Li, why would she have entered the finals? She thought everything would be fine if she made it to the finals? Just wait and see, she will definitely be ashamed in the finals. The night gradually darkened. The residence of the Holy Phoenix clan. Huang Sanbai walked ahead, took Huang Beiqing to the door of another room, opened the door, and entered. Beiqing, come here, I'll give you something. Huang Sanbai walked to a two-person high cabinet, took out a yellowed classic from inside, and handed it to Huang Beiqing. Huang Beiqing took it, and flipped through a few pages, his face full of bewilderment. Elder Sanbai, what the hell is this? This booklet looks really shabby. The paper is not only yellow, but also tattered. Some places are already brittle, and a piece will fall off in a handful. Moreover, on the cover, even the name of this classic is not written. And the real peerless skills in the God realm are absolutely impossible to be so dilapidated. They must all be written on high-grade sandpaper, and various patterns will be drawn so that they can be preserved for a long time. Huang Sanbai smiled mysteriously, and said, "This is actually a book of Demon Clan exercises that I got on the Demon Clan battlefield many years ago." What? Demon Clan cultivation technique. Huang Beiqing shook his hand and dropped the book on the ground. Huang Sanbai's words are really scary. You must know that the God race, the human race, and the demon race are absolutely incompatible. Things from the demon race are taboo on the God race side. Not to mention, this is a book about the cultivation methods of the demons. If this kind of thing is seen by the people of the coalition army, not only will the classics be confiscated on the spot, but all those who have read the exercise will be arrested and severely tortured in the prison of the military headquarters. That's why he was so shocked. Huang Sanbai shook his head, said with a smile, "Look at you, how dare you be so timid at such a young age?" Huang Beiqing's face turned blue, with a terrified expression. Even Huang Sanbai's words failed to appease him in time. "Elder Sanbai, it's not a matter of courage, this is the practice of the demons. This is forbidden. If people see it, we will all be ruined. You should quickly find a way, let's deal with it. If you can't think of it for a while, then I will find a way." Huang Beiqing believed in Huang Sanbai wholeheartedly, and took the initiative to take responsibility. Huang Sanbai said with a smile, "You really don't need to be so nervous. Young people are impatient, and they only listen to half of what they say. Can't you listen to me?" You said. Although this technique was obtained from the demon race, after I read it, I feel that its operation method is also applicable to our Protoss, but some places are indeed crooked and unreasonable. I specially made modifications to get rid of all these problematic places, and now, it is very suitable for the cultivation of the Protoss. Huang Sanbai talked eloquently. Huang Beiqing still had a nervous expression on his face, but, Elder Sanbai, this is still a book of Demon Clan cultivation technique. Huang Sanbai bent down, picked up the classic book himself, opened the pages, and handed it to Huang Beiqing again. "After my improvement, if you don't take the initiative to tell it, who will know that this is a demonic exercise? I guarantee that no one will be able to see it. If you don't believe me, you can see it for yourself." Huang Beiqing hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the exercises. Seeing this, Huang Sanbai showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Thinking about it, you have already seen that the main function of this exercise is to stimulate the potential of the body, so that you can exert your strength beyond your original strength at critical moments. The strength of cultivation. Of course, this kind of exercise is also in the collection of our Sacred Phoenix clan. However, no matter how good the exercise is, it can only raise you to a small level. This is different. It can inspire you 3 times in a row. Potential. In other words, you are currently at the middle stage of the Mind Profound realm. If you use this exercise to the extreme, you can reach a combat strength close to the middle stage of the Tao Profound realm. Hearing this, Huang Beiqing couldn't help but feel a little bit moved, even though Huang Beiqing had a psychological barrier to the demon clan's exercises. The strength of the middle stage of Daoxian realm. I'm afraid even Li Moying himself may not have such strength, right? If he can really reach this level, he will definitely be able to sweep away all the geniuses in the finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet. Maybe, Li Moying can be trampled underfoot and successfully ascend to the throne of champion. Huang Sanbai had been observing the expression on his face, and saw that he was a little moved, and felt even more proud, so she immediately opened her mouth to add fuel to the flames. Beiqing, you are not fighting on behalf of yourself alone. Standing behind you are all cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. If you lose to Li Moying, it will not only be a shame for you alone, but also for the entire Sacred Phoenix clan. The shame of the Phoenix clan. You have to think about it clearly. Huang Beiqing frowned, thought for a while, and then suddenly said, Elder Sanbai, are you sure that this exercise will not be seen as a demon clan exercise by others? Hehe, of course I am convinced. Could it be that I will harm you? Huang Sanbai smiled very kindly. Huang Beiqing felt uneasy. However, he really wanted to win the finals, so he wanted to stand out. Moreover, Huang Beiqing never imagined that the respected elders of the clan who watched him grow up would plot against him. Therefore, in the end he nodded, all right, thank you Elder Sanbai, I have accepted this exercise, and I will definitely study it when I go back. Don't worry, as long as I am here, I will definitely do my best to get rid of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Win the championship. Huang Sanbai twirled his beard and said with a smile, that's good, it's not in vain that I value you so much. Seeing Huang Beiqing's back disappear, he raised the corner of his mouth, coldly. This exercise has indeed been modified by him, and it is already difficult to recognize it as a devil's exercise. However, what Huang Sanbai didn't say just now is that although it can stimulate people's potential to the limit, this kind of stimulation is at the cost of burning vitality. The dominance of the demon clan's exercises lies in the fact that it burns life force 10 times faster than the normal god clan's exercises. The demons themselves have strong vitality, and their physical strength is far superior to that of humans and gods, so they can barely bear it. But this burning speed is fatal to the Protoss. If Huang Beiqing really stimulated his potential 3 times in a row and reached the middle stage of the Daoxian realm, then he would be able to persist for an hour at most. In the end, what awaits him is everything is fate. Beiqing, I am also reluctant to sacrifice a top-level genius like you, but who made Huang Yueli so strong? If you want to blame it, blame your own talent for not being strong enough, otherwise, I don't have to work so hard. Huang Sanbai sighed secretly, then turned and returned to his room. This time, he refortified the surrounding defensive array very carefully, making sure that even Huang Beiqing couldn't break in, before he came to the bedside. Drag Huang Tianhao out from under the bed. At this time, Huang Tianhao was sweating profusely, his face was flushed, and his eyes were covered with dense red bloodshots. Seeing this, Huang Sanbai couldn't help but let out a sneer. It seems that you, the patriarch, have been trying to find a way to escape. It's a pity that you can't undo my unique restraint in a short period of time. You struggled hard, and the final result was that you could only suffer internal injuries. It seems that you were already on the verge of madness. Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth and stared at him, but couldn't make a sound. He had indeed been working hard to mobilize the profound energy in his body just now, trying to break away from Huang Sanbai's restriction, But in the end, just like what Huang Sanbai said, he almost lost his mind. As one of the top masters in the god realm, he is well informed and knows the common god clan exercises, so it is impossible for him to have such a weird effect. This kind of restraint method is so evil, but it is very close to the legendary demon clan technique. Could it be? Huang Sanbai stepped forward and squeezed his shoulder hard. Huang Tianhao couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. He found that he could make a sound, and immediately glared at Huang Sanbai, yelling and cursing, "Huang Sanbai, you villain! Kill me!" Huang Sanbai smiled coldly, "Huang Tianhao, you are too naive, aren't you? If I kill you casually, how can I control the sacred Phoenix clan? I don't have the seal of the patriarch, the key to the treasure house of the sacred Phoenix clan. I didn't get it either. How about this, you hand over these things, and I can let you die quickly." Huang Sanbai, you are dreaming. I would rather die than hand over the sacred Phoenix clan to someone like you. Tisk, Huang Tianhao, I'm not a kind-hearted person. It's because we've known each other for many years that I talk to you properly. Since you're so ignorant, you can't blame me. As Huang Sanbai said, a icy chill flashed in his eyes, and he slowly approached him. Under the dim light, Huang Sanbai's wrinkled face looked extraordinarily gloomy. Huang Tianhao broke out in cold sweat behind his back, and said in horror, What do you want to do? Look at how hard your bones are." Huang Sanbai sneered. Outsiders have no way of knowing what happened in the sacred Phoenix clan's residence. During the 3 days after the match ended, the gate of the sacred Phoenix clan was closed, and there was no movement inside. Not even a cultivator from the sacred Phoenix clan came out to move around. Everything was eerily quiet. Many cultivators have noticed this and discussed it in private. However, most people guessed that the sacred Phoenix clan was afraid of another conflict with the Cloudy Qilin clan and saw Li Moying returning safely, so they had some scruples and did not dare to go out. Only Huang Yueli and Li Moying realized that something was quite wrong. Even if we leave the array, the people of the sacred Phoenix clan can't just hide in fear, right? With Huang Tianhao's temper, what he can't stand the most is when others say that the sacred Phoenix clan is afraid of the Cloudy Qilin clan. At a time like this, he should let the cultivators in the clan come out to do activities. Huang Yueli frowned, feeling puzzled. Lu Bian, who was sitting by the window, raised his hand and stretched his waist, and said disapprovingly, "What's so strange about this? They are just scared. 2 god-level geniuses. If you and Li Moying grow up, enough to scare them to pee their pants." "You can't say that. Husband, what do you think?" Huang Yueli looked at her husband. Li Moying nodded, poured a cup of tea for Huang Yueli, handed it to her, and then said, "Something is really wrong. Our eyeliner in the sacred Phoenix clan hasn't heard from us in the past few days. I will send someone else." When I went to check their garrison, I found that the perimeter of the garrison was covered with defensive arrays, as if facing a big enemy. "Isn't this just to guard against you?" Lu Bian was puzzled. Huang Yueli shook her head. Clan Chief Li promised the island master that he would not tear himself apart with the sacred Phoenix clan in the floating sea. It is impossible to repent. What are they doing with the Cloudy Qilin clan? That's right. Lu Bian frowned suspiciously. Then, what are they afraid of? Who knows? Anyway, nothing good will happen. Seeing the solemn look on Huang Yueli's face, Li Moying walked over and brought her into his arms. "Little Lear, don't worry, no matter what the sacred Phoenix clan wants to do, it's impossible to hurt you. Besides, they can't keep silent like this. When the day of the finals, people from the sacred Phoenix clan will definitely show up, and they can't give up. Match? When the time comes, we will know what they are thinking." Huang Yueli sighed. "I hope so." For some reason, she always felt uneasy. Logically speaking, things should develop as Li Moying said, and there is nothing to worry about. However, she just felt that another accident happened. With no result in the discussion, Huang Yueli could only temporarily put this matter aside and, together with Li Moying, concentrate on preparing for the final stage of the God Realm's grand meet. From the preliminaries, the semi-finals to the finals, it was a process of scouring the sand. The 1,000 people who can enter the semi-finals are already the elite among all cultivators, and almost all of them are heaven-level geniuses. And in the 7 days of serial killings, 32 people had to be selected from among them. Among the strong ones, the stronger ones must be selected. Those who can be included in the final list are definitely the first-class talented cultivators in the God Realm. Even Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't dare to deal with it casually. This time, the Cloudy Qilin clan has quite a number of cultivators shortlisted. Apart from Li Moying and Li Zijuan, there are 2 other people, including Li Moying's guard leader Li Tianyi. Although it sounds a bit small to add up to 4 people, you must know that there are 12 ancient gods in the God Realm alone. In addition, there are also some small races such as the big forces of the human clan and the monster race. It is not easy to get 4 places. Besides, in the eyes of the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Huang Yueli is also one of them. In this way, there will be 5 places. The strength crushed other Protoss. On the day of the competition, Huang Yueli got up early and set off with the team of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Except for a few people who entered the finals, all other cultivators who were eliminated were dispatched to watch the most important event in the God Realm live. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were sitting together in the carriage and were talking when the carriage stopped suddenly. Moreover, there was a loud noise from ahead. "Go away, go away. Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Can't you go to other places to beg for food?" "That's right, didn't you see that we were in a hurry? Aren't you begging for a fight? Hey, forget it, don't make trouble today, just give him some money." Hearing these weird conversations, Huang Yueli showed a puzzled expression, opened the curtain of the car, and popped her head outside, wanting to see what happened. As a result, at first glance, a ragged beggar was sitting on the ground directly in front of the Cloudy Qilin clan convoy, blocking their way. This person's hair is disheveled, his body is dirty, and his clothes are still stained with blood. Huang Yueli's gaze shifted to his face, and she couldn't help but gasped. Because this beggar's face has been completely scratched. The top is in a mess, and I don't know how many times it has been cut, and even the nose has been cut off. Looking at it from a distance, it makes people feel extraordinarily terrifying. What's going on here? Huang Yueli couldn't help shouting. "Ah, young Miss Li." A guard came over and reported, "I met a beggar in front of me. He probably wanted to take advantage of our hurry and extort more money. We will send him away. Isn't that right? Where is Floating Sea? How could there be beggars?" Huang Yueli frowned, feeling something was wrong. Before the guard could speak, the beggar also heard Huang Yueli's voice, and immediately became excited. While the guards were not paying attention, he suddenly passed through them and rushed towards the carriage. At the same time, with his mouth open, he made a hoo-ho sound towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli was taken aback, only then did she realize that this person's tongue had been cut off. No wonder she was unable to speak. This beggar looked very miserable, but his skills were astonishingly fast. The guards of the Cloudy Qilin clan were all above the mind-profound realm, but they rushed forward together, but they couldn't stop him, allowing him to rush all the way to the front of the carriage. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hem of Huang Yueli's clothes. Before Huang Yueli could react, Li Moying's expression changed on the spot. He raised his foot to kick the beggar down. "Let go of her." Li Moying kicked out her feet extremely fast, and there was a sharp whistling sound, which made everyone who heard it tremble. If he is kicked for real by this kick, half of this person's life will be lost if he doesn't die. However, this is what he deserves. Everyone knows that young Master Li is most nervous about his fiancée. If this beggar dares to touch young Miss Li, isn't he courting death? However, at this moment, a streak of profound energy flew across the air, just blocking Li Moying's feet. Hey, wait, Moying, don't be so impulsive. Huang Yueli stopped him in time. Li Moying frowned, and looked at her in surprise. Little Lear, the finals are about to start, we don't need to waste time for a beggar. Huang Yueli shook her head. No, I always feel that something is wrong. The profound energy fluctuations emanating from this person give me a familiar feeling. Mysterious power fluctuations? Li Moying asked, strangely. It is true that this beggar has some fluctuations in his profound strength, but that is too weak. Any of the guards present is stronger than him. I don't know if this person only has such a poor cultivation base, or because of a serious injury, his cultivation base plummeted. But no matter what, it's none of their business. Huang Yueli said, just ask and you will find out. You all let him go, and let this old man get on the carriage. Hearing this, Li Moying frowned, obviously unwilling. However, he never refuted the decision made by his wife. So, even though he was dissatisfied, he immediately directed the guards to help the beggar into the carriage. As soon as the car curtain fell, this person became agitated again, and almost threw himself on Huang Yueli. Looking for death? Li Moying snorted coldly. The profound force came out through the body, and the beggar couldn't bear it, and almost vomited blood on the spot. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, Moying, sit down first, don't worry so much, you can see that his cultivation level is not high, so he can't hurt me. Let me ask a few words first, alright? Hearing this, Li Moying glanced at the beggar coldly, and gave him a warning look. Then she sat down beside Huang Yueli. Only then did Huang Yueli smile, and said, this old man, I don't know why, but I always feel that we should know each other. The beggar opened his mouth, eager to say something, but he could only make a vague cry. Huang Yueli thought for a while, took out a pen and paper from the space, and pushed it in front of him. Do you have something you want to tell me? It doesn't matter if you can't say it. You can write, right? It's the same when you write it down. The beggar took the pen and paper, and immediately buried his head in writing impatiently. Huang Yueli sat aside and watched, noticing that several nails on his fingers had been pulled out. She couldn't help frowning. Although I don't know this person, it's too miserable to see him being tortured like this, right? Although she is not a very sympathetic person and usually kills demons and enemies without mercy, she also resents using this method to torture others. It is obviously difficult for the beggar to pinch the pen. However, he still worked hard to express his meaning. The first sentence made Huang Yueli gasp. I am Huang Tianhao, the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli stared at this line of words, but did not respond for a while. Because she thought she was hallucinating. However, when she subconsciously turned her head to look at Li Moying, she found that her always aloof and calm husband also had a shocked expression on his face. You are Huang Tianhao? How is it possible? The beggar made a whooping sound from his throat, as if he was smiling wryly, and the pen in his hand began to move again. I know, you are Huang Yueli, the god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Seeing these words, Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely serious. Huang Yueli frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I am a human clan, not a Sacred Phoenix clan at all. I don't believe you are the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan either. Huang Tianhao is a strong man at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm. Floating sea, unless the island master takes action himself, otherwise, it is impossible to be caught and tortured like this. Besides, if you were Huang Tianhao, would you go to the Cloudy Qilin clan to stop the carriage? Huang Tianhao would rather die than do this kind of thing? Li Moying folded his hands on his chest and said lightly. It was impossible for them to easily admit Huang Yueli's identity. This is their biggest secret. If someone cheats them casually and they get out, what's the deal? However, beggars have long expected that they would answer like this. The pen in his hand didn't stop for a moment, and he continued to write quickly. I mistakenly believed in the elder Huang Sanbai. A few days ago, he came to me to discuss with me under the pretense, but secretly murdered me, sealed my meridians, tied me up, and even tried to kill me, so that he could ascend to the position of patriarch. However, the patriarch's seal and the key to the clan treasury are with me. In order to obtain these things, he didn't kill me, he just tortured me repeatedly. Fortunately, I also saved a hand. Since yesterday, his restraint has been loosened, but I didn't let him notice. Today, he took the Holy Phoenix cultivators to the finals, and I found a chance to escape. I don't want to come to the Cloudy Qilin clan, but Huang Sanbai told me that you, Huang Yueli, are not dead, but are with Li Moying. I had no choice, so I came here. These few paragraphs are quite clear. The cause and effect can all confirm each other. The expressions of Huang Yueli and Li Moying were a little loose. However, Huang Yueli still did not let go, but asked, then, what about the evidence? What evidence do you have that can prove your identity? Huang Tianhao wrote, the Patriarch's Seal. Huang Sanbai doesn't know that the Patriarch's Seal is also an ancient magic weapon, which has been fused in my sea of consciousness, so he can't find it no matter how hard he looks, only I can force the seal out of the body. He put down his pen, closed his eyes in front of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, and began to exercise. Apparently, his current condition is really bad. Even such a small movement as mobilizing a magic weapon is very difficult for him. Huang Tianhao's face was flushed red, and it took a lot of effort for a small seal-shaped thing to appear in front of the two of them. This is the seal of the Patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows and asked, can I take a closer look? Huang Tianhao nodded, and threw it towards her. Huang Yueli caught the seal, held it in front of her, and observed it carefully. Li Moying was worried that there was something wrong with the seal and would hurt Huang Yueli, so she stood by her side with a serious expression all the time, not even daring to blink her eyes. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Huang Yueli read the seal letter several times, and said, this is really a magic weapon, it's the first time I've seen a real magic weapon. I just don't know how to use it. Every magic weapon has a unique driving method, if you don't recognize the owner, you can't drive it at all. She said, and handed the seal to Li Moying. Moying, have you ever seen the seal of the Patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, does it look like this? Seeing that Huang Yueli didn't even think about it, she handed over the township treasure of the Sacred Phoenix clan to the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Tianhao almost fainted from anger. If Huang Sanbai hadn't sworn several times that Huang Yueli had betrayed his family and was about to marry Li Moying, he would have thought that he had admitted to the wrong person. It took tens of thousands of years for the Sacred Phoenix clan to produce such a god-level genius. How could he be abducted by the Cloudy Qilin clan brat without staying in the family for a day? Moreover, it is obvious that the elbow is turned outward. Huang Yueli didn't pay attention to him at all, but Li Moying saw Huang Tianhao's expression. However, he had no intention of restraining himself at all. Instead, he unceremoniously signed the letter and held it in his hand for a while. He thought for a moment, and said, I've seen the seal of the Cloudy Qilin clan family. It's a little different from this one, and the driving method is probably different. But it's indeed a magic weapon, and it should be used as a family seal. After hearing his words, Huang Yueli was relieved. She handed back the seal letter to Huang Tianhao, and said at the same time, all right, now I believe you are Huang Tianhao. However, I really can't imagine that you are a strong person at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm anyway, and you are actually a strong person at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm. Huang Sanbai, that old man who is full of lies, is playing around. No wonder the Sacred Phoenix clan has been reduced to this in the past few years. Hearing this unceremonious complaint, Huang Tianhao almost vomited blood on the spot. Huang Sanbai also said this to him a few days ago. But now, when Huang Yueli said it, it felt completely different, and it was even more shocking. If it was different from normal times, Huang Tianhao might have to refute even if this is the god-level genius of the family. However, at this moment, he no longer wanted to justify anything. Huang Tianhao knew clearly that Huang Yueli, in front of him, was the only hope for the family now. His goal is to bring Huang Yueli back. He cannot let her marry Li Moying and become the young wife of the Cloudy Qilin clan for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Huang Tianhao quickly lowered his head and continued to write vigorously. I don't think I can live long in my current state. Even if I can survive by chance, my cultivation base is not as good as before, and I can't fully drive this magic weapon to fight. So, why don't I pass it on to you first? I have already cut off the magic weapon. The spiritual connection on this seal, if you hold it and drop your blood on it, you can recognize the Lord. What? What? Seeing these words, even Huang Yueli couldn't help being surprised. What do you mean? This is the seal of the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. If I let it recognize the master, then I will become. Shi and Li Moying looked at each other in blank dismay. Huang Tianhao wrote, Huang Sanbai has already revealed that you have Sky Phoenix ring on your body, plus your talent is so heaven-defying, becoming the patriarch is only a matter of time. It doesn't make any difference if this seal is delivered to you first. After finishing writing, Huang Tianhao sighed heavily. Hundreds of years ago, when he got this seal from his father, he was so happy and excited. I also made an oath to bring the Sacred Phoenix clan to the peak and become the most powerful family force in the entire God realm. At that time, he never dreamed that in the end he passed on the seal, it would be under such circumstances. Huang Yueli was speechless for a moment. Because, what Huang Tianhao said was not wrong at all. If he fails, then Huang Yueli is definitely the most suitable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch, no matter what the conditions are. The only disadvantage may be that she is too young, and her cultivation time is too short. As a result, her cultivation is still not strong enough, and she has not yet broken through to the Tao Profound realm. However, in the current situation, there is no way to think too much about it. Anyway, it will be a matter of time before Huang Yueli breaks through the Tao Profound realm, and when the time comes, she will naturally become stronger. If it was a hypocritical person, I'm afraid I would have to be modest and evade a few words at this time. But Huang Yueli didn't take this effort. She took the seal, looked at it carefully, turned to Li Moying and said, Husband, you seem to have sat on the throne of the patriarch's wife before me. Li Moying smiled, but did not speak. But I was thinking in my heart, after the game is over, I will go back to the room and let this little girl know who is the madam. Huang Tianhao looked at the two of them lovingly and affectionately, and felt a burst of despair in his heart. For a moment, I didn't know whether my decision was right or not. This brat of the Cloudy Qilin clan, relying on his good looks, actually seduced their god-level genius. Shameless, shameless. Forget it, let's trap Huang Yueli now, and it won't be too late to drive this unsightly man away later. Huang Yueli used her profound strength to force out a few drops of blood from her fingertips, which dripped on the seal. The blood dripped on the surface of the seal, and immediately turned into a red light, wrapping the entire seal in it. Huang Yueli only felt that her primordial spirit seemed to be being pulled, as if it was about to be pulled out of her body. She quickly calmed down, stabilized her soul with willpower, and pulled the seal towards her instead. Because of her fusion with the Sky Phoenix ring, her primordial spirit was extremely stable, and the shaking just lasted only for a short time. That's right, Xianxia turned around and flew towards her eyebrows. In the end, it merged into her forehead and disappeared. Huang Tianhao was stunned watching from the side. Only those who have personally experienced it can understand how dangerous it is to fuse a magic weapon forged by a strong man in the life-profound realm. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed physically and mentally. Therefore, when each patriarch succeeds to the throne, even one or two elders who hide from the world will appear to protect the Dharma and ensure that they can successfully integrate. He just handed the seal to Huang Yueli just to express his sincerity, and didn't mean to ask her to integrate on the spot. He never imagined that Huang Yueli would be so courageous to fuse the magic weapon in the carriage. The key is that she successfully merged so easily. A god-level genius is really too perverted. However, after the shock, Huang Tianhao became a little excited again. With such a powerful genius here, no matter how insidious Huang Sanbai is, he might fall into her hands. After Huang Yueli integrated Yinxin, she originally wanted to ask Huang Tianhao for advice on how to use it. Although she could figure it out on her own, Huang Tianhao, the former master, must be more experienced and save her a lot of detours. Unfortunately, before Huang Tianhao could slowly write out the driving method, the carriage stopped. Li Tianyi said respectfully outside the carriage, "Young master, young madam, the final match has arrived, please get off the carriage." When Huang Tianhao heard the words "young madam," his face twisted again. Just because he was temporarily blinded by Huang Sanbai, their god-level genius almost died. People are alive and kicking now, but they were all abducted by the brats of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It really couldn't be more frustrating. Huang Yueli raised her voice and told Li Tianyi and the others to wait a while, then turned her head and said to Huang Tianhao, "Patriarch, we are going to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. It is obvious that you are not suitable to enter the competition. Huang Sanbai will definitely come today. If he recognizes you, there will be some trouble. You'd better wait here for us. I will let Moying leave a few guards to guard you." Thinking about it, Huang Sanbai didn't expect you to run into the team of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so your safety should be no problem. Huang Tianhao nodded, but when Huang Yueli turned around and was about to leave, he stopped her with a few hoo-hoo. He wrote furiously, "You must be careful. Huang Sanbai will definitely not allow you to expose his true colors. Maybe you have already prepared. He has vicious methods, you must be careful." Huang Yueli smiled, "Don't worry, I know he won't wait to die so easily. No matter what means he has, I'll just wait." Huang Sanbai even dared to murder the patriarch in order to achieve his ulterior motives. What else could he not do? However, Huang Yueli is confident that she is strong enough and has her husband backing her up. No matter what kind of conspiracy or trick, in the face of powerful strength, its effect is actually very limited. Huang Yueli lifted the curtain and got out of the car with Li Moying. Seeing Lu Bian getting off from another carriage, she thought of something and stopped him. "Senior brother, can I trouble you to help me get to the carriage, to see the man's injury? If it can be cured, don't miss the best time for treatment." Lu Bian was stunned for a moment. "What? You said, that beggar just now? You actually let him into your carriage and asked me to see a doctor for him? What's the origin of this guy?" Huang Yueli looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them, so she sent a message to Lu Bian, "This is Huang Tianhao, the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan." "What? What did you say? How is it possible?" Lu Bian couldn't help crying out. Huang Yueli quickly glared at him, motioned him to shut up, and then said, "Anyway, I'll explain the details to you after the God Realm's grand meeting is over. Now you go and give him a diagnosis and treatment. Anyway, you didn't make it to the final either, so you can't delay." Lu Bian was obviously reluctant. He is Huang Sanbai's accomplice. He almost killed you several times. What can you do? Besides, today is the final battle of the God Realm's grand meet. I specially went to Floating Sea Come, just to watch this game, alright? If you are like this, what else should I watch? Huang Yueli glared at him angrily, "Isn't it just a few games? The final will be held for a whole day, and it may not be finished by night. You can only see a doctor for an hour at most, so what's the matter? The games are definitely not exciting, just don't miss the final championship and runner-up finals. Lu Baiyan's face was hesitant, and he glanced at her. What's so interesting about the championship and runner-up finals? That's the most boring thing. Who wants to watch you show off your affection? I usually get sick of watching it. I also know that the final match must be between Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Does Li Moying dare to compete with his wife for the first place? Certainly not. In a game without suspense, the world is full of dog food. He refused. Huang Yueli kicked him in the back. Stop rambling, go. Seeing Lu Baiyan got into the carriage, Huang Yueli followed the large army of the Cloudy Qilin clan and entered the final competition. The circular arena is very large, surrounded by densely packed seats, and many seats are suspended in mid-air. It is not a problem to accommodate 200,000 people. But right now, there wasn't even a single vacant seat in the auditorium. Even the outside of the arena was crowded with spectators who were not qualified to enter the infield, wanting to sneak in and take a look. As one of the most powerful forces in the God realm, the Cloudy Qilin clan was arranged in a suspended private seat with a very good view. And the best seat in the middle of the private seat was deliberately vacated and reserved for this young couple. Huang Yueli and Li Moying sat in the middle. Not long after, they saw the Right Protector appearing in the middle of the arena. The Right Protector is the spokesperson of the Island Master. He made a brief speech on behalf of the Island Master, and then announced the official start of the God Realm's Grand Meet Finals. The rules of the final are very simple, it's just a knockout match. Everyone already knew it very well in their hearts, and the Right Protector didn't bother to explain. The official competition will begin immediately. Under the organization of the referee, the contestants will enter the competition one after another according to the order of drawing lots. Those who win will enter the next round, and those who lose will be eliminated. Huang Yueli sat in the private seat, watching every game seriously. In the past, she didn't know much about geniuses in the God realm. She only knew that Jun Sihan was a very powerful genius, and she didn't pay attention to others. As a result, after watching the finals, many talented cultivators had their shining points that caught her attention. It seems that we should not underestimate them. Like the move of the Ice Snake Clan cultivator just now, it is too weird. If I encounter it unpreparedly, I will inevitably be injured because of it. I must raise my spirits to deal with it, yes. Huang Yueli pondered secretly. Just then, the referee called Li Moying's name. All the audience at the scene immediately turned their heads in unison, and looked towards the seat of the Cloudy Qilin clan's private seat. During this period of time, the only god-level genius in the God realm has been rumored to be miraculous and completely invincible. If there were still doubts about his strength before the God realm's grand meet, at this stage, Li Moying has already proved that he is a well-deserved strongman with practical action step by step. In response, he jumped off the seat and landed firmly on the ground. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams and exclamations from around. However, it's not because it's difficult for him to jump down. Any cultivator above the mind-profound realm can do it so well. It's because his floating grace is really outstanding. The first geniuses of the major Protoss, including Huan Beicheng, saw this scene and felt sour in their hearts. In the past, they were also the objects of love for girls from the God realm. There was not much difference in strength between them, and they could compete for first and second through their own efforts. But now, come on, they have all become cannon fodder under Li Moying's light, so why fight? Li Moying's opponent had already stood in the center of the arena. However, facing such a formidable opponent, he actually never thought of winning. As soon as he saw Li Moying, he cupped his fists. Young Master Li, it's really an honor for me to fight against you this time. I hope you will be merciful and give me some advice. Li Moying didn't say anything, but just nodded. Reach out and don't hit the smiling person. Besides, with so many people watching, Li Moying was more or less scrupulous about the image of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so she patiently went through several tricks with this person. After seeing that the performance was almost done, they were swept away from the stage. This game of 32-16 was easily won. There was admiration all around. Li Moying, however, acted as if she hadn't heard anything, and immediately returned to the private seat, and sat down next to his family's little Lear. Next, several more games were played. The next game is Li Yue Huang, a cultivator from the human clan, and Li Guangshuan, a cultivator from the Cloudy Qilin clan. The name Li Yue Huang is extremely unfamiliar to most people. Besides, the word human clan was added in front of the name. The human cultivators who can enter the finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet can definitely be counted on one hand. For a while, many people showed doubts on their faces. What's the situation? Who is this Li Yue Huang? I don't know. I don't seem to have heard of this name before. It's strange. Is this a genius from a major force in the human clan? Or a closed disciple, secretly cultivated by a hidden powerhouse? Amidst the discussions, Huang Yueli had already jumped down from the private seat. Everyone was taken aback when they saw her graceful figure floating down from midair like a cloud. Then suddenly realized, damn it, it turns out that Li Yue Huang is Li Moying's fiancée, the legendary young Miss Li. Rumors about Huang Yueli have been circulating in Floating Sea recently. Unfortunately, not many people know her real name. Seeing her appear on the stage, many people showed a bit of ridicule. Hee, it turned out to be her. She still dared to appear in the finals. The match depends on young Master Li's help in order to successfully qualify. Could that rumor be true? In order for her to qualify, young Master Li took the initiative to lose a match to her? Of course it's true. Otherwise, with her strength, how could she qualify? That's right, she's just a human clan, and she doesn't come from those big powers. How could she compete with the God Clan cultivators? Everyone cast contemptuous glances at Huang Yueli. Actually, there's no need to cheat like this to get out of the semifinals. Wait a minute, and being beaten into a mess isn't embarrassing enough. That is, since young Master Li can marry her and come in, she just hugs the man's thigh tightly, and it's over. Why come out and pretend to be a genius? Wait a minute, there will be a good show. Some people shook their heads in response to this argument. That's not necessarily the case, don't you see who her opponent is? When everyone heard this, they all froze for a moment. Everyone turned their heads and found that Huang Yueli's opponent was actually from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Guangshuan is also a very outstanding god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but compared with Li Liyun and Huang Beiqing, he is still a lot worse. With his strength, people in the original family did not think highly of him. Being able to enter the finals this time is definitely an extraordinary performance and has become a dark horse. As a god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Guangshuan naturally knows better than outsiders what kind of a heaven-defying existence their future patriarch's wife is. Seeing her end, Li Guangshuan shivered involuntarily. Huang Yueli saw that he was nervous, so she quickly smiled. Well, I know you. You performed well this time and you made it to the finals. It's a pity that the lottery was not drawn well. Hey, don't be so nervous, I won't eat you again. Ahem, I'm not nervous. Li Guangshuan didn't want to be so nervous, but he couldn't control his body at all. This is the natural reaction of an ordinary cultivator when facing a strong one, and it is the same when he meets the young master. Huang Yueli said helplessly, all right, I won't say anything. Let's compare quickly, don't waste other cultivators' time. Hearing this, Li Guangshuan quickly took a deep breath, intending to adjust his breathing and start the official competition. However, the more he wanted to calm down, the more he couldn't calm down. Seeing him like this, Huang Yueli sighed inwardly. It's no wonder that Li Guangxuan couldn't enter the first echelon of the Heavenly Genius team. This psychological quality will definitely be a huge obstacle in actual combat in the future. It was useless for Li Guangxuan to calm down for a long time. In the end, he simply bowed abruptly. Young Miss Li, I don't think I'm your opponent. There's no need to compete in this match. I'll just admit defeat. After speaking, he hurriedly ran off the arena with his head covered in cold sweat. Oh? Wait, don't run away. Just compare, I won't really beat you. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and by the time she realized that she wanted to stop him, it was already too late. As long as both feet step out of the field area, it is considered a loss. The referee also stared at this scene dumbfounded. In the end, he could only raise his hand to signal, the 13th match of the first round, the winner, Li Yuehuang, a human cultivator. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. This is indeed more time-saving, but I always feel that something is not right. Her intuition was not wrong. Because of this sudden abandonment, the audience were stunned. However, after a short period of silence, fierce opposition and doubts followed. Damn, what's going on? Can this be considered a win? Shadow, there is definitely a shady here. Li Guangxuan is one of the top 10 strengths of the Cloudy Qilin clan after all, and he has also made meritorious service in the coalition forces. How could he not be able to defeat such a waste? Of course it's not that you can't beat him, but you dare not beat him. That's the favorite of the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Guangxuan is just a heavenly genius. Can you afford to offend him? How could such a thing happen? First, relying on the fiancé to enter the finals, and now forcing fellow cultivators to abstain to enter the second round. This is simply a shame for the cultivators. Only then did Li Guangxuan realize that he had done something stupid. He wanted to explain, but no one would listen to him anymore. Huang Yueli frowned slightly upon hearing these discussions. However, she didn't bother to explain anything. For this kind of thing, even if you talk about it, it is not as effective as showing your real strength. There are still several games to come, and she can always show her normal level. Suddenly, she thought of something, and hurried back to the private seat of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Sure enough, her husband was already on the verge of fury. He had already stood up and was about to jump off. Huang Yueli hugged his arm and whispered, "All right, Moing, don't be as knowledgeable as these ignorant people, they will know my strength after the next round of competition." Li Moing's complexion was still very ugly. Huang Yueli looked around and secretly kissed him on the cheek. Li Moing's complexion turned cloudy. Lu Bian, who had just trotted over to watch the game after Huang Tianhao's diagnosis and treatment, happened to see this scene in his eyes, and was speechless for a while. Before seeing the match, someone stuffed him with dog food again? Why is he the one who gets hurt every time? The voices condemning Li Yuehuang continued for a while. However, no matter what the onlookers said, everything Huang Yueli did in this game was completely in line with the rules of the game, and there was no violation of the rules. Among the cultivators, they feel that the difference in strength between each other is too great, so they will be ashamed and give up the competition. This kind of thing is actually very common. Because of this, no one can say that Huang Yueli is not eligible for the competition. Therefore, everyone can do nothing but gossip. As the next game started, the discussion gradually subsided. The God Realm's Grand Meat contest continued to proceed in an orderly manner. After more than an hour, the 16 matches of the first round were all over. Congratulations to all the young cultivators who have won, for being able to enter the top 16. You can definitely be called the strongest cultivators of this generation. The remaining 16 cultivators are all above the middle stage of the Mind Profound realm, and there are even a few at the late stage of the Mind Profound realm. Among them, which one is better? Let us wait and see. The competition was suspended for half an hour. Then, it entered the second round. There are a total of 8 games in the second round, 16 to 8, and 8 people to be eliminated. It can be seen that the second round of competition is several times more exciting than the first round just now, because the strength of the cultivators who can get here is one level higher than that of the top 32. Huang Yueli became more focused on watching. Li Moying's match was still the same as last time, without any suspense. The cultivators who got Li Moying were in a state of giving up. Like the cultivators in the previous round, they asked Li Moying for advice very politely. Li Moying played another teaching match, and then calmly returned to sit beside Huang Yueli. It attracted bursts of admiration from the girls in the stands. Huang Yueli pursed her lips, raised her eyes and glanced at the man beside her, a little sour. Why are there so many girls who adore you when you leave the stage, even those men praise you? And as soon as I play, so many people scold me? It's simply too abnormal. Li Moying raised her eyebrows, her dark starry eyes fell on her arrogant little face, and there was a slight smile in her eyes. Why do you want so many people to worship you? I just need to worship you. Huang Yueli's face turned red all of a sudden. You. When did you become so good at talking? It's always been like this. When I see you, I know everything. Li Moying curled his lips. The gentle smile on the handsome face can easily touch the heart of any girl. However, he only had her in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, there was only her. Huang Yueli was stunned for a long time. She didn't even notice that the referee called her name. Li Moying gently pushed her. Get down quickly, it's your turn. Huang Yueli suddenly came back to her senses, and quickly jumped down from the private seat. At this moment, because she was in a daze just now and delayed the time, the audience was full of curses again. Many people thought that Huang Yueli knew that this match would definitely be embarrassing, so she didn't dare to play at all. This time, the opponent is not from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Even if her fiancé is Li Moying, it's useless. She knows she's going to wear clothes, so she's hiding, right? Hey, what's the use of hiding? It's really naive. If we hide, won't we know her true strength? Everyone talked enthusiastically, so when Huang Yueli suddenly fell from the sky, they couldn't recover. Even Huang Yueli's opponent felt that she would not make an appearance, and had already begun to rejoice in her heart for her good luck. Unexpectedly, she suddenly appeared on the field again. You. The other party was tongue-tied. Huang Yueli gave him a strange look. Lin Yongfei, right? Are you a stammer? Who is stuttering? Lin Yongfei's face froze for a moment. I mean, if you want to give up the game, you can tell the referee right now. I shot very fast. If you say it again at the start of the game, I may not have time to close at hand. At that time, it would be bad to hurt you. We are all human, and I don't want to hurt a beauty like you. Lin Yongfei was born in a powerful force of the human clan Qianxia Palace. The number of heaven-level geniuses in the human clan is very rare, and each of them is the wealth of the entire human clan, so they are still united with each other. Especially, Huang Yueli was so beautiful, which aroused his feelings of pity. Subconsciously, Lin Yongfei didn't want to leave the match with Huang Yu, thinking that she would voluntarily abandon the match. But who knows, after hearing this, Huang Yueli looked surprised. What did you say? You asked me to forfeit the match? After finally making it to the second round of the final, why should I forfeit the match? But. Lin Yongfei didn't expect that his kindness would be rejected outright, and he felt a little embarrassed. Well, I've already said the ugly things I said earlier. If you don't give up the game now, I won't be responsible for being injured by me later. The fiancé of your young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan can't come to trouble me either. Huang Yueli was speechless for a while. You can hurt me before you talk. Alright, don't waste time, let's do it. However, Lin Yongfei remained motionless, and said, "You're a girl, I'll let you make the first move." Don't men like to pretend to be gentlemen in front of beautiful women? This thought flashed across Huang Yueli's mind, but she didn't push it any further. Anyway, it was Lin Yongfei who wanted to let her get beaten up by her, and he asked for it himself. She stepped forward abruptly, clenched her right hand into a fist, and powerful profound energy gathered towards her fist, forming a dazzling ray of light. Then, she swung it towards Lin Yongfei's chest without hesitation. Lin Yongfei still had a smile on his face when he saw her make a move. She was still thinking about how to make a beautiful dodge movement, and let Huang Yueli see what a real human genius looks like. Although the physical talent of the human clan is much lower than that of the god race, they also have other advantages. The understanding of the human clan is generally a level higher than that of the god race. Therefore, although the cultivation base of human geniuses is slightly inferior, they are all good at various fighting skills, and various mysterious skills emerge endlessly, and they can often achieve unexpected results in battle. Lin Yongfei is the best at all kinds of dodging skills, and he just wanted to show off to the people on the opposite side. But he never dreamed that Huang Yueli's speed would be so fast once he made a move. It's so fast it's unimaginable. At the moment when Lin Yongfei was still in a daze, her profound strength had already gathered together, surrounded by an ear-piercing whistling sound, and struck towards his chest. Only now did he realize that something was wrong, and he was so frightened that the hairs all over his body lost. However, it was only at this point that he wanted to dodge. With his strength, there was nothing he could do. Lin Yongfei received the punch abruptly, was sent flying by Huang Yueli, and fell below the arena. The whole stand was silent for a while. Even the referees on the field stared wide-eyed and couldn't say a word for a long time. Lin Yongfei is one of the best talented cultivators in the human clan, even compared to the top heavenly geniuses of the Protoss, he is not inferior. In the eyes of everyone at the scene, Li Yuehuang must not even be able to compare with Lin Yongfei's finger, as he is also a human clan. But who would have thought that the match had just started, and before everyone could even blink, Lin Yongfei had already been sent flying by Huang Yueli. This accident happened too fast. Until Lin Yongfei landed, many people were still discussing how embarrassing Huang Yueli would be if she waited a while. Even seeing someone being knocked into the air on the field, many people thought it was Huang Yueli who fell. It wasn't until they took a closer look and found that Huang Yueli was still standing in the middle of the arena that they realized the result of the match was completely opposite to what they had imagined. How is it possible? How is this possible? Damn it, I feel like I must be hallucinating. Could it be Lin Yongfei who flew out just now? Is there anything wrong? That Lin Yongfei is so powerful, he won't be able to beat such a delicate girl? Isn't Li Yuehuang a good-for-nothing who relies on his fiancée to get a job? Did she think of a way to deal with Lin Yongfei again? Speaking of which, Lin Yongfei and her are both human. Human clan shit. Even if it's the same race, who would give up the ranking in such a field? It's not a fool. Lin Yongfei doesn't need to be afraid of Li Moying. Everyone was discussing and talking about everything. However, even though they racked their brains and came up with all kinds of weird arguments to prove that Huang Yueli used improper means to win the victory, in the end, they still couldn't convince themselves no matter what. Everyone clearly saw the match just now. Huang Yueli really knocked Lin Yongfei away with one move. It's impossible to say it's fake. However, if this is true, then it would be even more unbelievable. Even a genius like Lin Yongfei couldn't stop her move. How strong is this young Miss Li? Not necessarily, is it really a god-level genius? On the stands, in the private seat of the Xuanwu clan, an old man stood up from his seat in shock, staring at Huang Yueli's position without blinking. The so-called young Miss Li, could it be? That's right, it should be her. The patriarch of the Xuanwu clan turned his head back in surprise, and looked at the old man. Elder Nine Ling, what's wrong with you? You also know Li Moying's fiancé? Xian Jiuling is one of the most prestigious elders of the Xuanwu clan, and also has a high status in the coalition army, holding the post of God General. It can be said that he is a pivotal figure in the family, second only to the patriarch in influence. He has always been known for being calm and steady, and it is rare to see him lose his composure like this. Could it be the identity of young Miss Li? Is there any other great secret? Xian Jiuling regained his composure, sat down again, and thought flashed in his eyes. That's right, it turned out to be her. I should have remembered it earlier, but, after hearing that young Master Li was attacked by the Sacred Phoenix clan and fell into a coma, he woke up and betrothed the doctor who treated him. I thought that he divorced his wife and married another, and I sighed quite a bit, it turns out. The cultivators of the Xuanwu clan all looked blank. Elder Jiuling, what are you talking about? Xian Jiuling calmed down, and then recalled, I met this young Miss Li in Yuan City. At that time, young Master Li and young Master Jun had just returned from the front line of the demon clan and killed the demon Ruiz. The God General's mansion held a celebration banquet for them. At that time, young Master Li brought a woman over, saying that this was his wife. At that time, Jing Xiaoyuan and Li Moying were a little at odds, and even asked his fiancée Lan Mengqing provoked young Miss Li, but in the end, she easily defeated her. The elders of the Xuanwu clan had a shocked look on their faces. Lan Mengqing? I have the impression that she is also a very outstanding genius in the Tianhu clan, a second-class genius. It turns out that she had easily defeated a god-level genius so long ago? However, Elder Nine Ling, why didn't you get young Miss Li out? Even I almost thought that she really relied on young Master Li to enter the finals. Xian Jiuling shook her head, because this young Miss Li looks completely different from what I saw last time. What? How is it possible? Xian Jiuling said, that's true. Not only is her appearance different, but even the aura of profound energy on her body seems to be very different from last time. Even if the same person can use the disguise technique to change his appearance, he still wants to hide himself. The aura of profound strength is not so easy. Therefore, I didn't think about it at all. Now that I think about it, young Miss Li must have a spirit armament that is more than a treasure, used to cover up her identity and aura. In addition, the news from the Cloudy Qilin clan that Li Moying was engaged to a female doctor also misled me. I remember that this girl Li is a very good spirit weapon master. Why did she suddenly change? Became a doctor? If this is true, what can she do wrong? Martial arts talent is so high. After hearing Xian Jiuling's explanation, the cultivators present understood. At the same time, he was even more shocked than before. It turns out that not only is she not the waste they imagined, but she is also such a perverted genius. It's no wonder that young Master Li fell under her pomegranate skirt. Xian Jiuling was not the only one who recognized Huang Yueli. At that time in Yuan City God General's mansion, several young cultivators who participated in the celebration banquet also came to Floating Sea to watch the battle. Seeing Huang Yueli's attack so fiercely, defeating Lin Yongfei with one move, and thinking about her relationship with Li Moying, many people had guesses in their hearts. However, they don't have Xian Jiuling's knowledge and cultivation, so they are not sure that their guess is correct. Therefore, I can only think about it silently in my heart. Although not many people knew Huang Yueli's real identity, it didn't affect the warm atmosphere at the scene. Just a quarter of an hour ago, everyone thought that Huang Yueli must be in trouble, that she would definitely make a fool of herself. But in the blink of an eye, the situation was instantly reversed. There is nothing more shocking than this. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the Cloudy Qilin clan's Yajian, and their hearts were extremely shocked. So that's it. Let me just say, How could such an astonishingly talented person as young Master Li find a vase to be his wife? That's right, that's right. Who said just now that young Master Li is obsessed with women? Is this a slap in the face? By the way, I remember there were rumors that young Master Li's fiancé was also a god-level genius. Could it be true? Hee, you're overthinking this. How can there be so many god-level geniuses? It's not bad to have one in every 10,000 years. Don't think about it. However, this young Miss Li is at least a top heaven-level genius, plus with such a beautiful face, it is not surprising that young Master Li can fall in love with her. While everyone was shocked, their evaluation of Huang Yueli was much higher. It's just that almost no one thinks that she is really a god-level genius. Two god-level geniuses appeared at the same time, and they were still husband and wife. This kind of thing is too outrageous. Most people don't even think about it, they just intuitively think it's impossible. Huang Yueli didn't listen to what others said, because she could guess it just by thinking about it. Today, she came to the God Realm's Grand Meet Finals to express herself and to return to the Sacred Phoenix clan with the strongest posture. Therefore, she has no intention of concealing her strength. Defeating a mere Lin Yongfei is just the beginning. Thinking of this, she couldn't help raising her head, and glanced at the private room of the Sacred Phoenix clan. The perimeter of each private room is covered by a defensive array, so that people outside cannot clearly see the situation inside. So, after looking at it for a long time, she couldn't see who was inside or what was going on. However, there is one thing she is sure of, Huang Sanbai and the others must be here. Moreover, Huang Sanbai has come to this point where even the patriarch of the family has been arrested and tortured by him. He will definitely not allow himself to return to the family easily. I don't know, what else can he do in the finals? Huang Yueli squinted her eyes, and sat down beside Li Moying again. Although there were only 8 games in the second round, it took much longer than the 16 games in the first round combined. The top 16 contestants are closer in strength to each other. Except for the 2 games between Li Moying and Huang Yueli, who were quick to decide the winner, out of the remaining 6 games, 4 of them were tug-of-war. The strength of the 2 sides is equal, each has a chance to win, and various methods emerge endlessly. In the end, the winner was successfully decided. And Li Moying's bodyguard commander, Li Tianyi, was unfortunately defeated in this round of competition. Li Zijuan, on the other hand, narrowly won the promotion with a very slight advantage. After the second round, there was another half-hour break as usual. At this moment, Li Shihong was overjoyed with a smile on his face. When the competition enters the third round, it is already 8-4. Among the top 8 young cultivators in the entire God Realm, there are actually 3 cultivators from the Cloudy Qilin clan. You must know that among some ancient Protoss, none of them entered the top 8 or even the top 16. And their Cloudy Qilin clan. Not only are they destined to win the first and second places, but now Li Zijuan is so competitive that he has taken the third place all of a sudden. This time, the Cloudy Qilin clan is definitely the biggest winner of this God Realm's Grand Meet. Li Shihong walked over purposely and greeted the 3 finalists. Moying, young Miss Li, and Zijuan, you are really outstanding, the whole family is proud of you. Haha, I am so happy, our Cloudy Qilin clan has not been so elated for many years past. And all of this was brought by Li Moying. The influence of a god-level genius on the family should not be underestimated. Wait until the game, don't be nervous. Being in the top 8 is already a great thing. At this time, the pressure should not be too great, and a little relaxation may have a miraculous effect. You must not rush for success. Do you know? Li Shihong couldn't help exhorting repeatedly. However, he mainly said these words to Li Zijuan. In his opinion, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had nothing to tell them. In the face of absolute strength, any skill would appear insignificant. Therefore, the 2 of them, will surely win the first and second places for the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Yueli listened to Li Shihong without saying a word, and said nothing from the beginning to the end. To be honest, Li Shihong treated her fairly well, especially after knowing that she had a god-level talent. He wanted to confess her. It's just a pity. After today, Li Shihong will probably be very, very disappointed. I hope that the old man will be able to withstand such a blow when the time comes. The rest period ended, and the game entered the third round. The remaining 8 cultivators will compete for the 4 spots in the semi-finals. The competition has entered a fierce stage. Both the participating cultivators and the audience in the stands are full of enthusiasm and passion. Huang Yueli looked at the match arrangement, and couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Li Moying looked over. Little Lear, what's wrong with you? Huang Yueli pointed to the underline next to her name. Look, according to the tournament arrangement, my opponent in the next round, is it Jing Xiaoyuan? The order of the competition is determined according to their ranking in the semi-final group stage. Li Moying thought for a moment, then nodded. That's right. Jing Xiaoyuan seems to be the #1 master of the White Tiger clan. We met him last time in Yuan City. Huang Yueli said with a smile. I just said, this one seems to be an acquaintance. By the way, during the preliminary round, I even beat up his younger brother and knocked him out of the game. Tell me, will he be new? Combined with old hatred, the attack is particularly vicious, isn't it? Li Moying glanced at her. From your tone, you seem quite excited. Are you afraid that the world will not be chaotic? Huang Yueli pouted, and twisted hard on his arm. What are you talking about? It's as if I'm deliberately going to bully others. It's too much. Li Moying raised her eyebrows amusedly. Isn't it? Of course not, I just hope to have a good match. Huang Yueli gave him a blank look. Soon, Li Moying was gone. This time, his opponent was a bit special, a cultivator from the Chaos race. The Chaos clan is the most special branch of the ancient gods, because their main attribute is the dark attribute. The dark attribute, because of its special nature and astonishingly destructive power, was once a taboo for the Protoss for a long time. Because of this, the Chaos clan was not recognized, and even like the Demon clan, they became a powerful race that everyone called out to fight. However, later, in the face of the Demon race's pressing force, a peace treaty was signed between the major god races, and the Chaos race was also united, sitting at the negotiating table for the first time. Since then, the Chaos clan has developed tremendously, becoming stronger rapidly, and there are more and more masters in the clan. However, the dark attribute is still very dreadful. Therefore, the Chaos race is relatively low-key and rarely walks outside. Because of this, before the God Realm's grand meet, the major god clans did not know who the young masters of the Chaos clan were. This time, there were also 4 cultivators from the Chaos clan that entered the finals. If Huang Yueli was not counted, they would be on the same level as the Cloudy Qilin clan. This is quite remarkable. However, 3 of the 4 had already been eliminated in the previous 2 rounds. There is only this last person left, and the opponent he faces is Li Moying. It seems that it is impossible to enter the semi-finals. When the Chaos cultivators saw Li Moying, they looked stern, but they didn't immediately admit defeat like the cultivators who faced young Master Li in the previous 2 rounds. On the contrary, he cupped his hands and said, I am Xianxia, Chaos clan. I know that young Master Li is powerful, but our Chaos clan skills are not ordinary. Your Excellency, please be careful and fight with me with all your strength. Li Moying raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but look at him more. In front of him, he has not seen such a confident martial artist of his generation for a long time. However, he doesn't dislike such people, on the contrary, he still has a bit of appreciation for them. After all, the Chaos clan's skills are weird. If Xianxia chooses to attack secretly, maybe he might be caught off guard. However, this person still wanted to sound a reminder. It can be seen that he can be regarded as an upright person. Li Moying nodded. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the game started, he started to attack. The cultivators in the stands were full of anticipation, waiting to see Xianxia's performance. As a result, as soon as the game started, he was slapped away by Li Moying. However, the Chaos Clan's skills are indeed a bit weird. After his body flew out, he seemed to be supported by a force, and fell in time. He fell to the corner of the arena, and did not fall out immediately. In this way, although his landing posture was a bit ugly, at least he was not eliminated immediately. Li Moying was a little surprised, raised her eyebrows, and looked at him a few more times. He paused for a while, and shot again. This time, Xianxia learned his lesson and didn't dare to accept his tricks at all, so he simply dodged around the arena desperately. Relying on the profound skills of the Chaos Clan, he narrowly escaped danger time and time again. A few times, he was even about to be photographed out of the arena by an inch. At first, the audience in the stands were amazed. After all, being eliminated by young Master Li without a move is already a great achievement for the younger generation of cultivators. However, after 3 or 5 moves, everyone couldn't stand it anymore. What's the matter? Why has Xianxia been hiding around? Your question wasn't too deep? Facing a strong man like young Master Li, what else can he do besides hide? Are you going to attack him? That will definitely kill you faster. I know it too. The question is, what's the point of him hiding like this? This is a competition, and the winner must be determined, so he will definitely lose. Why don't you waste time and step off the stage quickly? What is this? Not only is it impossible to win the game, but there are a lot of ugliness, which is not worth it. Indeed, Xianxia was beaten into the air several times by Li Moying, and his landing posture became uglier each time. It would be considered light to throw a dog and eat shit. Going on like this is nothing more than embarrassment. Who can enter the top 8, who is not the most outstanding genius of the Protoss, who has a very high status in the family, who can afford to lose this person? Huang Yueli sat in the private seat in midair, resting her cheeks, and was also seriously watching the game. At first, she also thought it was a bit funny, but after a few more glances, she suddenly widened her eyes and let out a "huh." Lu Bian, who was beside her, heard it and looked over. What's wrong? This Xianxia seems to be quite capable. What ability? The wrestling posture is particularly creative? Huang Yueli smiled without saying a word. And Li Moying on the field also sensed something was wrong. He respected the opponents who dared to challenge him, so, several times when Xianxia fell to the ground and insisted on getting up stubbornly, he didn't take the opportunity to knock them down, but showed mercy and gave him a chance to stand up again. But after a few strokes, he felt that the surrounding air seemed to become extremely stagnant. When he made a move, he could have easily mobilized the profound energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding environment, but now, the speed of absorbing profound weapons has obviously slowed down. Although this change is still very weak, it made Li Moying alert. He immediately let go of his consciousness and looked around. In the sea of consciousness, a faint black mist floated around the arena and gradually gathered towards him. Li Moying shuddered suddenly. This is the energy of the dark attribute. The dark attribute does not exist in ordinary heaven and earth profound energy. Therefore, it is necessary for chaos cultivators to use their own profound energy as an introduction to gather it from the void. Li Moying has never encountered a dark attribute cultivator before, so although she has heard rumors about the dark attribute, she has never experienced it personally. Only now did he understand. The reason why the dark attribute is considered very strange is precisely because it is silent and invisible, and will quietly invade the meridian and spiritual consciousness of the cultivator. After being eroded by the dark attribute, the cultivator's reaction ability will gradually slow down, and even hallucinations will appear in the brain. This process is very slow, and many cultivators can't react at all. In the end, they lose their minds and become the defeat of the dark attribute cultivator. Even a god-level genius like Li Moying almost fell for the first contact. Fortunately, he quickly reacted. After taking precautions, Li Moying began to consciously circulate the profound energy in her body, trying to force these dark attribute energies out of her body. However, with the flow of profound energy, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The dark attribute energy that first invaded his body has already entered his dantian along his meridians. After staying for a while, it quickly mixed with the evil qi in his dantian. Li Moying's whole body was shaken. She only felt that at the moment when these two energies merged, a tingling sensation came from her dantian and spread throughout her body instantly. This caused his movements to freeze for a moment. Originally, Xianxia was forced into a corner by him, so he had to run for his life. At this time, Li Moying suddenly found that his movements slowed down, thinking that he was being entangled by his own dark attribute energy, and he was overjoyed. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately stood up from the ground, and struck out with both palms. The dense dark attribute energy formed a stream of black energy, which erupted suddenly, covering the arena with a layer of dark mist. Cultivators who sat far away could not even see clearly what was happening on the arena. However, just looking at this astonishing aura, everyone knew that Xianxia had launched a full blow. And what about Li Moying? Li Moying, the majestic god-level genius, and the young Master Li, who seemed too strong to be defeated, seemed to be immobilized at this time, unable to move at all. Xianxia's speed was very fast, and the palms he struck out with all his strength quickly pressed on Li Moying's chest. Two groups of dense dark attribute energy bombarded into his body. Li Moying was actually tricked. Moreover, it was the front that was hit by such a powerful energy. Not to mention that he is only at the late stage of the mind profound realm, even if he is a martial artist at the Dao profound realm, if he has no defense at all and takes these two palms abruptly, he will definitely be seriously injured. For a moment, there was an uproar in the stands. What's going on? Why is this happening? Young Master Li was actually hit. What happened to him? He won't capsize in the gutter and lose to Xianxia, right? I'm going, this Chaos Clan is really evil. Even young Master Li was defeated by him. Almost all the audience couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up one after another, staring at the arena with wide-eyed eyes, trying to see clearly what happened on the arena through the thick black fog. In the private seat of the Cloudy Qilin clan, the clansmen of Li Moying were in a mess. Li Shihong and the others were all pale, full of disbelief. It's over, it's over. Moying lost to this kind of guy. It's all my fault. Although chaos people are rare, they are indeed very difficult to deal with once encountered. I should have warned Moying earlier. Patriarch, don't blame yourself. Even if the young master loses, it's alright. As long as he doesn't suffer any fatal injuries, he will not be afraid of the chaos race after he learns his lesson. Well, even though that's the case, that Xianxia hit him so hard just now, I'm really worried about Moying. Among the waves of anxious discussions, only Huangyueli remained calm. Seeing Li Shihong and the others running around in a hurry, she thought for a while, and said aloud, Lord Patriarch, elders, you really don't have to worry, I believe Moying will be fine. Seeing her like this, Li Shihong thought she was comforting them, and hurriedly said, I know, Moying won't be seriously injured, and the people in Floating Sea are watching. Huangyueli shook her head, that's not what I meant. Lord Patriarch, don't you believe in Moying's strength? There is no way he will lose. She has been with Li Moying for 2 whole lives, and she has never seen this man lose. No matter how difficult the moment is, he can miraculously turn defeat into victory. What's more, in such an arena, facing an opponent whose strength is far inferior to his. It's impossible for Li Moying to fall here, but it's a fact that he was hit, but I don't know what this man is paying attention to. Just as Huang Yueli rested her chin in thought, another exclamation came from the crowd. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the black mist. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, and they rushed forward, wanting to see who the person who fell off the field was. If it's really young Master Li, then they have really witnessed history. It's a pity that there are too many people in the stands. Most of the people sitting in the back row can't see anything even if they push forward as hard as they can. And the black mist on the field finally dissipated at this time, revealing the man standing in the middle of the stands. Li. Young Master Li. The winner is young Master Li. What? What's going on? I saw him being hit by Xianxia just now. Why was Xianxia flying out instead when he was fine? How do I know this? But, how could young Master Li lose to a heaven-level genius of his generation? Everyone was discussing, and they were all at a loss. Not to mention the spectators, even the referee, who had been sitting in the corner of the arena, was already the closest person to both sides of the match, so he didn't understand what happened just now. The only thing that could be seen was that after being hit by Xianxia, Li Moying was indeed sluggish for a while. However, just when Xianxia was about to make persistent efforts and knock him out of the arena, Li Moying suddenly moved. With this movement, his figure was like a ghost, and it was astonishingly fast. Xianxia didn't react at all, so he flew out directly. Until he fell to the bottom of the arena, he still had a dazed expression on his face. Although there are too many puzzles, this match did end with Li Moying's victory. Sensing Li Moying's impatient gaze, the referee hurriedly stood up and announced loudly, the second round of the third round, the winner, Cloudy Qilin Clan, Li Moying. Hearing these words, Li Moying didn't say anything, and returned to the private seat with a flicker of her figure, and sat next to her wife. All discussions and speculations were left behind by him. However, when he returned to the private seat, he couldn't clean himself up. Li Shihong and others immediately surrounded him and greeted him with care. At the same time, they couldn't help asking curiously why he suddenly turned defeat into victory. Li Moying narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and said slowly, It's the first time I came into contact with dark attribute energy, and it was indeed affected. However, Xianxia's cultivation base is somewhat different from mine, so his mysterious strength didn't seriously injure me, instead it made me wake up. Then I defeated him easily, that's it. These words always sounded a lot unreasonable, but Li Shihong and the others couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation, so they could only accept it. However, Huang Yueli knew very well that her husband was not telling the truth, so she couldn't help but secretly glared at him. Seeing this, Li Moying curled his lips slightly, and winked at her. There are many people here, I will tell you when I get back. Huang Yueli glanced at him, and secretly sent a voice transmission to him. I guess, there is a problem with the dark attribute energy? Li Moying couldn't help chuckling, and said in the same voice transmission, as expected, the person who knows me best is my wife. Dark attribute energy should be related to evil qi. Let's talk about it when there is no one else. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and did not speak again. Although sound transmission is secret, in theory others cannot hear it. But, after all, in today's arena, there are too many people with higher cultivation than the two of them. No one can say for sure whether someone has mastered some secret technique and can eavesdrop on other people's sound transmission. This kind of secret technique exists in Soaring Heaven's continent, let alone God realm. Although there was no further discussion, Huang Yueli's thoughts drifted a long way along this point. Now they already know that the poisonous energy of floating sea has the same origin as the evil qi, and it should be evil qi with relatively serious impurities. Now, Li Moying also said that the dark attribute energy is related to evil qi. I always feel that behind this, there are some secrets waiting for them to discover. Just as she was thinking, someone called her name suddenly. In the fourth match of the third round, Li Yuehuang from the human race faced Jing Xiaoyuan from the white tiger race. Huang Yueli nodded towards Li Moying, then flew down to the arena below. Jing Xiaoyuan soon appeared on the field. Seeing the appearance of both sides of the battle, the audience in the stands were all excited. After entering the quarterfinals, every game is very interesting, and this one is no exception. One side is the long-established number one genius of the White Tiger clan, Jing Xiaoyuan, a young powerhouse who was once thought to have a chance to compete for the champion of the martial arts championship in the God Realm. Jing Xiaoyuan not only performed well in various God Realms grand meets, but also, among the younger generation of cultivators, he was the most experienced in the army, and made countless military exploits. Although he doesn't have Li Moying's midterm record of killing demons, he has been in the army for many years and has very rich actual combat experience. It is definitely more than enough to deal with other heavenly geniuses. The other side of the competition is the only god-level genius in the God Realm, the fiancé of young Master Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The name Li Yuehuang is very unfamiliar to most people. Even before the end of the second round, everyone thought that she was just an idiot who relied on men to get her position. After she easily defeated Lin Yongfei, the peerless genius of the human race, her strength surfaced in an instant. Of course, everyone can see now that she is stronger than ordinary heaven-level geniuses, but it's hard to say how strong she is. Therefore, regarding the outcome of this match, the audience present had their own guesses and opinions. I think the winner of this competition must be Mr. Xiaoyuan. Mr. Xiaoyuan has been famous for many years and has been trained in the army. How could he casually lose to a human race of unknown origin? You can't say that? Lin Yongfei is not an ordinary genius. Young Miss Li slapped him away. How strong is that? I don't think Mr. Xiaoyuan has the strength to defeat Lin Yongfei. The scene with Lin Yongfei was obviously due to luck. If her previous behavior was not too confusing, Mr. Lin wouldn't underestimate the enemy, would he? You're right, I think so too. Mr. Xiaoyuan already knows that young Miss Li is a master, and he will definitely take it seriously. In this way, it is impossible for young Miss Li to take advantage of it. That's right. Both parties should be in the middle stage of the mind-profound realm, but Mr. Xiaoyuan has rich experience, so there should be no suspense about the outcome. The vast majority of cultivators are on Jing Xiaoyuan's side. This is because they really couldn't imagine Huang Yueli's strength, and in the end they could only attribute everything to luck. But Jing Xiaoyuan, who was standing in the center of the arena, had a serious expression on his face. Because, after Huang Yueli's last match, he also recognized Huang Yueli's identity. He was definitely impressed by this beauty who disgraced him at the celebration banquet of the general's mansion. Of course, in Yuan City, Huang Yueli's real strength was still not as good as Jing Xiaoyuan's. However, she easily made fun of Jing Xiaoyuan's fiancé Lan Mengqing, and later revealed that she also had the record of killing demons. Jing Xiaoyuan has been on the battlefield for a long time, so he naturally knows how dangerous the demon battlefield is, and the situation will change every moment. No matter how powerful a cultivator is, he dare not say that he is absolutely in a safe state. It's not easy to survive, not to mention, this little girl can kill demons with her cultivation at the Yixuan realm at the time. No matter what method she used, as long as she did it, it would be very terrifying. It's worth his 12 minutes to deal with it mentally. Young Miss Li, I didn't expect that we would meet again. I heard that young Master Li had another marriage. I thought you guys, I didn't expect it to be you. Huang Yueli saw that he had guessed her identity and didn't bother to hide it. She shrugged and said calmly, after we returned to the Cloudy Qilin clan, some things happened. In short, being able to see our old friends on the field made me happy. Very pleasantly surprised. Jing Xiaoyuan snorted coldly, and said, "Actually, I would rather fight young Master Li than to fight you, but now it seems that if I don't beat you, it is impossible to meet young Master Li. In that case, young Miss Li, please be careful." Although Jing Xiaoyuan was very wary of Huang Yueli, he didn't think at all that Huang Yueli could really defeat him. After all, the last time Huang Yueli killed Tianma Ruishuan, she mainly relied on the poison prepared by Xianxia, so her frontal strength was absolutely insufficient. Even though her cultivation base is advancing by leaps and bounds now, Jing Xiaoyuan believes that he has also worked hard recently, and his strength has also improved a lot. Moreover, since he came to participate in the God Realm's Grand Meet, he came for Li Moying from the very beginning. After being humiliated by Li Moying in Yuan City last time, he has been trying to win back. "I've been waiting for this opportunity to fight in the God Realm." And Huang Yueli was not in his consideration at all. Even if Huang Yueli defeated Lin Yongfei, Jing Xiaoyuan thought he also had this strength, so he didn't take it seriously. Looking at his contemptuous eyes, Huang Yueli understood in her heart, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. "Alright, then, let's get started." Jing Xiaoyuan nodded. "I'm as famous as your husband, and I'm a martial artist of the same generation. When I see his wife, I can't bully you, so I'll let you take the lead." Huang Yueli almost laughed angrily. There is such a thick-skinned person who dares to say that she is a martial artist of the same generation as her husband. Then I won't be polite, let's see. Huang Yueli shot extremely fast. Even before the words fell, her profound strength had already come out through her body, turning into a ray of fire, and rushed towards Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan said it very grandly, but in fact, he was still somewhat wary of Huang Yueli in his heart. "Therefore, I have long raised my spirits and waited." However, Jing Xiaoyuan never expected that Huang Yueli's speed could be so fast. Even though he had made some preparations, at such a lightning-fast speed, nothing could be done at all. The fierce and overbearing fire attribute energy broke through his defense in an instant. In an instant, Jing Xiaoyuan broke out in a cold sweat, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Fortunately, his basic skills are fairly solid, and he reacted in time at the last moment, and pulled back suddenly. This time, he barely missed the vital part of his chest, but his shoulder was directly pierced by the phantom of the fire sword that Huang Yueli condensed with the fire attribute. A stream of blood gushed out immediately, and sprinkled on the ground in front of the arena. The blood on Jing Xiaoyuan's face disappeared in an instant, and he stretched out his hand to cover his shoulder, but he couldn't stop the bleeding so quickly, and the blood continued to overflow from between his fingers. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You. The fight between the two happened extremely quickly, in the blink of an eye. The many fighters in the stands didn't even have time to react. There are quite a few people who are still talking freely, discussing Jing Xiaoyuan's record, analyzing the reason and probability of his victory. Unexpectedly, just halfway through the conversation, such a scene happened on the field. "I'm going. What's going on? What did I see just now? Blind, I'm really blind. How is this possible? Young Miss Li actually beat Jing Xiaoyuan to serious injury just by meeting him? It seems that Mr. Jing is also underestimating the enemy. He thought the other party was a woman, and he was not famous before, so he took it lightly." "Why take it lightly? It's clearly because you're not as skilled as others, right? Otherwise, even if you're not cautious, you can't just be beaten like this, casually?" "But I still can't figure it out. Where did young Miss Li come from? It doesn't matter if she is better than Lin Yongfei, but how could she be so much better than Mr. Jing?" After a short period of silence, the stands erupted in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by the scene. Only the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan had the look of as expected. Li Yintao couldn't help laughing and said, TSK, look at Jing Xiaoyuan's shocked expression. look how frightened he is. As I said a long time ago, our Cultivation clan has 2 god-level geniuses. Everyone thought we were lying. Alas. These days, no one will believe the truth. Ha ha ha, good. That's great. Young Miss Li's attack, who else can doubt her strength? Let these cultivators see how strong our Cultivation clan is. Li Shihong laughed even more. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Li Yunhai said, however, these fighters still don't seem to believe that young Miss Li is a god-level talent. What does it matter if you don't believe it now? After a few more games, you have to believe it if you don't believe it. The strength is here, and you can't deny it. Li Shihong turned to Li Moying, Moying, you really found a good wife. When Li Shihong looked at Huang Yueli, he became more and more satisfied day by day. As long as he thinks that the Cultivation clan has 2 god-level geniuses now, and that their babies will probably be god-level in the future, he will wake up laughing at night from his dreams. Li Moying looked at the overjoyed expression on Li Shihong's face, and couldn't help but secretly sighed inwardly. It is estimated that soon, everyone in the Cultivation clan will stop laughing. Although I feel sorry for the family members, there are some things that must be done. He and Huang Yueli have made a lot of preparations for today, and he can imagine how chaotic the scene will be and what kind of frenzy will be set off when the truth is revealed. Jing Xiaoyuan covered his wound and stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Seeing that he was not moving, Huang Yueli couldn't help but frowned, and urged, "What are you still doing? If you want to fight, hurry up. If you don't fight, just admit defeat. Don't waste everyone's time." Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyuan's brows twitched, and a look of humiliation appeared on his face. He never dreamed that he would be defeated by a girl who looked so delicate in front of him with one move, and even suffered such serious injuries. Words can't even describe the feeling he felt the moment he saw Huang Yueli make a move. Quick. Too fast. Isn't this girl a human race? Human cultivators have poor physical talent, how could they be so fast? Hearing the buzzing discussions in the stands and sensing the strange gazes of the audience, Jing Xiaoyuan thought of the big words he had just said, and wished he could find a hole in the ground and go down there. He also said that he would let others do a trick, but in the end, this move almost killed him. Jing Xiaoyuan forced himself to calm down, gritted his teeth and said, Of course I can't admit defeat. Let's continue the competition. According to the competition rules of the God Realm's Grand Meet Finals, only those who are knocked out of the competition area, or who take the initiative to admit defeat, can be regarded as a real loser and will be eliminated. Otherwise, even if his whole body is bruised and his 7 orifices are bleeding, as long as the contestant is still conscious and refuses to admit defeat, he still has the qualifications to stand up and continue fighting. Then come on. Huang Yueli shrugged, completely indifferent. Jing Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and made another move. Intense metallic profound energy rushed towards him frantically, and behind him, a phantom of a white tiger was formed. Moreover, this white tiger is different from ordinary tigers. In addition to its white body, it also has a pair of large wings, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters on its back. With the appearance of wings, Jing Xiaoyuan's body also rose into the air. The cultivators in the stands couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Such a clear phantom of the white tiger. It's not much different from the real one. Mr. Xiaoyuan can actually cultivate the phantom of the white tiger to such a level. I'm also a cultivator of metal nature. The moment Mr. Xiaoyuan shot, I felt that the profound energy in my body was about to be taken away by him. His energy-gathering skills must be very extraordinary. It's amazing. You really deserve to be the #1 master of the White Tiger clan. Now, young Miss Li is probably going to be miserable. Oh, such a beautiful girl, don't be beaten too badly. Seeing Jing Xiaoyuan's power, the onlookers who thought Huang Yueli might win changed their minds and supported Jing Xiaoyuan. However, Jing Xiaoyuan, who was present in the field, was suffering at this time. This move can be regarded as his ultimate trick. Once used, more than 90% of the profound energy in the body will be consumed. So, after running out, it means that it is almost impossible for him to win the next few games. Jing Xiaoyuan originally planned to hold back his big move and wait until the finals or when he met Li Moying to use it, so that he could catch the unexpected and seal the victory. How would you know, now that he has neither entered the finals nor met Li Moying, he used this trick in front of a delicate little beauty? Even if they win, there is no glory, and they will stop at the semifinals. But if he didn't use it, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Huang Yueli. In a dilemma, he could only choose to win this match first. Jing Xiaoyuan was condescending and swooped down from midair. As he fell, the phantom of the white tiger transformed into metallic energy, let out a roar towards the sky, raised its strong claws, and swooped down on Huang Yueli's head. "I'll go, what a powerful force! Miss Li, run away. The metal is so strong that it can't be blocked. It's over, I can't bear to watch anymore. If someone is really killed, Mr. Jing will be disqualified from the competition even if he commits a foul. Isn't it worth it?" Amid the bursts of exclamation, the expression on Huang Yueli's face did not change. Even when she saw the mighty giant flying white tiger, she didn't blink a second. Seeing that the white tiger had already rushed in front of her, Huang Yueli swayed, stepped forward, and jumped up. Her body seemed to be extremely light. With a light jump, she flew into the air, and even passed directly by Jing Xiaoyuan's side, and came directly behind him. When Jing Xiaoyuan saw this scene, his expression changed in horror and he turned around hastily. Just in time to see a fire dragon rolling towards his head. Jing Xiaoyuan stretched out his hand to block it, but was shocked and flew backwards. He quickly stabilized his body and drove the white tiger's shadow to rush towards Huang Yueli. This white tiger phantom composed of metallic energy was so powerful that it was like thousands of sharp knives, piercing towards her at the same time. However, Huang Yueli only raised his eyebrows slightly, and the fire attribute energy around him suddenly surged. The flames suddenly rose up, and with overwhelming power, they crashed towards the white tiger's shadow. Although the metal attribute is famous for its powerful attack power, the fire attribute is not far behind. Both types of energy were mainly used for attack. They suddenly collided together, causing a deafening violent explosion. When the energy collided, the force shot out was too much for many weaker warriors to bear, and they covered their chests with pale faces. After the strong light receded, a figure staggered down from the air, like a kite with its string broken. The spectators in the stand stood up excitedly and looked down. "It's young Master Xiaoyuan." It was young Master Xiaoyuan who fell. What? How could this happen? His offensive was so powerful just now, but he was defeated head-on like this. Strong attack against strong attack. The only one who can completely suppress Mr. Xiaoyuan is the thunder attribute young Master Li. Miss Li was able to confront him and win. Oh my god, it's terrible. Everyone was feeling chills behind their backs as they recalled the scene just now. If they were the ones who were attacked by Jing Xiaoyuan just now, they would have been cut into pieces by now. How could she still dare to face the opponent's edge? Most importantly, he directly defeated Jing Xiaoyuan. That's right. Where's young Miss Li? Why didn't I see anyone? Everyone suddenly became nervous again. The explosion just now was so violent, it didn't seem like a contest between the martial artists of the mind-profound realm, it made people tremble with fear. Could it be that although young Miss Li severely injured Jing Xiaoyuan, something happened to herself too? However, such a guess was quickly proven to be unreasonable. Huang Yueli's figure gradually emerged from the smoke, she leaped down from midair lightly, and landed at Jing Xiaoyuan's feet. Jing Xiaoyuan failed to attack her. At this time, there was nothing good about his whole body. There were wounds all over his body, and blood flowed non-stop. However, the most serious injury to him was not his body, but his mind. When he came to participate in the God Realm's grand meet, he always aimed at Limoying himself. He made so many preparations, and even practiced such a powerful nirvana, all in order to face Limoying. But now? Before he even met Limoying's people, he was defeated by Limoying's woman. Still, he was defeated head-on by the opponent when he used all his unique moves. Even the powerful attack he was most proud of was no match for that little beauty's attack, and was directly defeated by her strong attack. How did that happen? Huang Yueli didn't bother to care what he was thinking. She came here today to target Huang Sanbai and the Sacred Phoenix clan. She didn't intend to hate the other Protoss cultivators so much. But who made Jing Xiaoyuan ignorant? First of all, with an arrogant look, how dare you look down on her husband? Later, he used such a fierce and vicious ultimate move. When the Phantom of the White Tiger pounced down just now, if she hadn't been strong enough and reacted fast enough, she would have been cut into countless pieces by this time, and died a miserable death. To put it bluntly, Jing Xiaoyuan just wanted to kill her out of embarrassment. She has no intention of being merciful when dealing with this kind of person. However, Jing Xiaoyuan is also very faithful. He seems to be wearing some very precious treasure, and his defense is astonishingly strong. Even in the violent explosion just now, he managed to protect his heart veins, leaving him with a sigh of relief. Now Jing Xiaoyuan's people have all fallen in the middle of the arena, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Huang Yueli can't do anything to him. She curled her lips, walked to Jing Xiaoyuan, and said, "Master Xiaoyuan, you are still on the field. According to the rules of the competition, you have not been eliminated. Do you admit defeat?" Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyuan's blood boiled for a while, and he vomited several mouthfuls of blood on the spot. If he could make a sound, he must have yelled and surrendered at this time. After all, although winning or losing a game is important, it is not as important as his life. If the fight continues now, it is obvious that Huang Yueli can kill him with just a casual wave of his hand. He only continued to fight when he had a brain twitch. But the problem is, the meridians in his chest are all shattered, and he can't even make a sound when he wants to speak. This woman is still asking such obvious questions from the sidelines. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to kill him? Huang Yueli glanced at him and muttered to herself, "If you don't admit defeat, then I will." Jing Xiaoyuan's hairs all stood on end, terrified. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from midair. "Young Miss Li, stop. Are you speechless without seeing Xiaoyuan? What else do you want to do to him?" Hearing the sound, Huang Yueli frowned slightly. When she looked up, she found that Jing Huabin, the patriarch of the White Tiger clan, couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up suddenly and glared at her condescendingly. There was no panic on Huang Yueli's face, and she said slowly, "But, according to the rules of the competition." "What rules of the game? Isn't it just admitting defeat?" "I admit defeat on behalf of Xiaoyuan. I am his elder, so it should be all right, right?" Jing Huabin saw that Huang Yueli would not enter, so he could only turn to the referee sitting beside him. The referee hesitated for a moment. It was originally against the rules to do so, but in the current situation, there seems to be no other way. Fortunately, the Right Protector said in time, "Forget it, this match will be considered as Jing Xiaoyuan's loss, and the match is over." The Right Protector has already spoken. If Huang Yueli tries to force her to do so, it will be her fault. She shrugged and stepped aside. Anyway, she is not a bloodthirsty person, and she has no intention of killing Jing Xiaoyuan. Being able to make him lose such a big person in front of everyone has already taught him a lesson that he will never forget, and he has achieved his goal. From the private seat of the White Tiger clan, several cultivators jumped out, lifted Jing Xiaoyuan, who had fallen to the ground like a puddle of mud, and left the arena in despair. There was a silence in the stands. It wasn't until Jing Xiaoyuan was rescued by members of the White Tiger clan that the audience came back to their senses. The scene just now was really shocking. No one thought that a heaven-level genius like Jing Xiaoyuan, who had just entered the late stage of the mind-profound realm, would be able to explode with such a powerful strength. However, what is even more unexpected is that Jing Xiaoyuan is so strong that there is still someone who can defeat him. Just by raising his hand, he defeated Jing Xiaoyuan head-on and seriously injured him to such an extent. As for Huang Yueli herself, although she didn't know the extent of her injury, at least on the surface, she was still very calm and could move freely, so she definitely didn't suffer any serious fatal injuries. This kind of strength comparison is really astonishing. The cultivators present thought about it carefully, and they couldn't help feeling chills behind their backs. Because many people suddenly realized what the strength of Huang Yueli meant. Oh my god, wasn't I really dreaming just now? Young Mesli actually defeated Mr. Xiaoyuan. How is this possible? Mr. Xiaoyuan's strength has far surpassed that of ordinary heaven-level geniuses. It can be said that he is the strongest heaven-level genius I have seen since the beginning of the God Realm's Grand Meet. However, young Mesli still defeated him, and it seemed that she was not affected. What kind of injury? Could it be that she is actually? What is it? I can be sure that young Mesli is also a god-level genius. Ahem, how is this possible? Didn't you say that only one god-level genius emerges in tens of thousands of years? How could two appear at the same time? It's not impossible, is it? It's not like the two god-level geniuses of the same generation have never appeared in history? Besides, do you still remember the rumors on the day when you signed up for the God Realm's Grand Meet? On the day of registration. By the way, it is said that young Mesli and young Master Li went to the registration site to register, and they both filled in that they were god-level talents. The manager at the registration site didn't believe it at all. It's all ruined. That's right, it seems to be true. However, at the time, everyone thought that young Master Li loved his wife too much, so he allowed her to lie and wanted to protect her face. Thinking about it now, is it true? Damn, if this is true, it would be too scary. I feel like a fool. And on the last day of the match, young Master Li carried his wife to the stage and asked her to beat him to advance. How many people said that he bewildered by womanizing? Now think about it, that young Mesli is a god-level talent, so what's wrong with being too lazy to fight with these trash? No wonder, no matter what bad things we say about young Mesli, the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan will firmly defend her. I said, Li Shihong and the others are not stupid, how could they accept such a young lady? Look now, the Cloudy Qilin clan is too shrewd. Without making a fuss, you have surrounded the two god-level geniuses in your own clan. Up to now, the facts are in front of my eyes. All knowledgeable cultivators have to admit that Huang Yueli should really be a god-level genius. None of the things she said before were exaggerated, they were all true. And these mortals, the reason why they think it's impossible is because they are too weak. Waste materials limit their imagination. After figuring this out, looking back at the storm that Huang Yueli and Li Moying created in the floating sea, everyone was amazed. I finally understand that whether it is Li Moying, Huang Yueli, or the Cloudy Qilin clan, they are all winners, but they, the people who think they are smart, are all stupid. The scene was very chaotic, and the competition stopped for a while. Because even the referee was stunned by this accident, unable to recover, naturally forgot about the next game. At this moment, the most proud people are not Li Moying and Huang Yueli. The two of them have long been used to being amazed and admired by others. Today's situation is also expected, but they don't feel much. The most excited ones are actually the members of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Especially Li Shihong and the elders, don't mention how proud they are now. A group of elders surrounded Li Shihong, all kinds of compliments. Patriarch, you are so wise. If you hadn't managed to keep young Miss Li, how could our Cloudy Qilin clan be where we are today? Haha, those guys without eyes actually scolded young Miss Li before, they are so stupid. Congratulations to the patriarch. Now that young Miss Li's identity has been revealed to the world, after this God Realm's grand meet is over, she should be able to organize a wedding with young master, right? Isn't it? You have to hurry up. Even if you don't get married right away, at least you have to make a formal engagement. Several people discussed excitedly, and their joy was beyond words. Li Shihong was proud of himself, but he also retained a bit of reason, realizing that something was wrong. Just now, when young Miss Li fought Jing Xiaoyuan, she seemed to be using a mysterious skill of the fire attribute. But, isn't she a cultivator of the wood attribute? How could this be? Last time he was instigated by a traitor, thinking that young Miss Li was a spy of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and even went to spy on her practicing. In order to be able to confirm her attributes, Li Shihong had a brain twitch for a moment, and secretly did something embarrassing. In the end, the two god-level geniuses almost ran away from home. This incident left a deep psychological shadow on Li Shihong, which is still fresh in his memory. At that time, he was very sure that young Miss Li majored in the wood attribute, and those who reached the god-level talent were also wood attributes. But now, she unexpectedly exploded with fire attribute talent. It is true that young Miss Li is a spirit medicine master, and it is very normal to cultivate both fire and wood, so it is not worth being surprised. However, her fire attribute strength is a bit too strong, right? Being able to use fire attribute profound skills to attack Jing Xiaoyuan and defeat the attack of metal cultivators head-on, this must be a god-level talent. Young Miss Li's fire attribute is also god-level? If this is the case, wouldn't the words that the steward said that day become true? But why before this, she never saw young Miss Li fight with fire-attributed black power? However, at such an exciting moment, it was naturally impossible for Li Shihong to think deeply. These thoughts just flashed through his mind, and he secretly decided to find an opportunity to ask Li Moying, then put this question aside, and excitedly discussed it with several elders. Li Moying sighed secretly, and returned her gaze to the arena. The third round of competition is over. However, his little Lear had no intention of returning to the private seat. He is the one who knows Huang Yueli's next plan best, and he also knows what earth-shattering things will happen today. So, even though he trusted the strength of his family's little Lear very much, at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little more nervous. He didn't even dare to blink, and looked at Huang Yueli with all his body on guard. Always ready to help her in case of accidents. Even though he knew that his little Lear probably didn't need it, as her husband, he really couldn't rest assured. On the field, finally, the quietness gradually returned. Seeing Huang Yueli still standing on the field, the referee cleared his throat, and said cautiously, "Ahem, young Miss Li, your match is over, the next match is young Master Li versus." "Don't be so troublesome, isn't there only 2 games in the 4th round?" Huang Yueli interrupted the referee, "Since I'm already on the field, it would be too troublesome to go back, so let's compete against me first. My opponent should be Huang Beiqing from the Sacred Phoenix clan, right?" The referee was stunned for a moment. Yes, that's right, it is indeed Huang Beiqing. But, the order of the competition is also arranged in advance, so there is no need to change it? You have just experienced such a big battle, take a break, wouldn't it be better to go on to the next game? Huang Yueli said, "There is no need to rest, I think the current state is just right." The referee didn't know how to persuade her for a while. It's not a big deal for the 2 games to be reversed. However, he has never encountered it before. Someone would make such a request. Seeing that he was silent, Huang Yueli simply walked to the center of the arena, raised her head in the direction of the Sacred Phoenix clan seat, and said, "Huang-sanbai, have you come today? How is it? How do you feel when you see me? Or what the hell are you planning again? Has the genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan arrived? If he arrives, don't waste time and let him come down to compete." Hearing Huang Yueli's words, all the cultivators present turned their heads in unison, and looked towards the private seat of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli would challenge the Sacred Phoenix clan, and none of the cultivators present were surprised. In their view, as Li Moying's fiancé, Huang Yueli is already equivalent to a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Given the relationship between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan, it is quite normal for the god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan to despise the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. When the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could jump down to fight in person. Damn it, what are you? Even if you are a god-level genius? Are we still afraid of you? That's right, we're still pretending to be provocative. Even if we lose, we, the Sacred Phoenix clan, won't be timid. Master Beiqing, hurry down and show her some color. Huang Beiqing nodded solemnly, and was about to end. In fact, he had already fought against Huang Yueli in the preliminary round, and he lost at that time. However, at that time, he didn't have too many entanglements. He didn't think that he was really worse than Huang Yueli, because at that time he was attacked by Li Zijuan and others and got injured. He always felt that Huang Yueli was lucky, will win him. It wasn't until now that he realized that he had once fought against a god-level genius. It is quite normal for Huang Yueli to defeat her. Of course, in today's situation, he would still lose 90% of the time. Fortunately, he has the skills to stimulate potential given to him by Elder Sanbai. If you're lucky, you might be able to beat that young Miss Li by surprise. Defeating a god-level genius, that is definitely a remarkable achievement. You can even slap the Cloudy Qilin clan in the face severely, extinguishing their arrogance. Just as Huang Beiqing got up, Huang Sanbai suddenly grabbed him. "Wait, Beiqing, I have something to tell you." Huang Beiqing was stunned. "Elder Sanbai, what's the matter with you? Let's talk about it after the match is over." Now is the critical moment, and that young Miss Li is shouting from below. "If I hurry up to fight, our Sacred Phoenix clan will lose face. It's gone." Huang Sanbai insisted on pulling him, walked to the corner, and then lowered his voice, and said, "I have to tell you a secret. That is, that young Miss Li on the field, she is actually not someone else, but our Sacred Phoenix clan, the god-level genius Huang Yueli." Huang Yueli? Huang Beiqing didn't react for a while. After repeating the name, he was startled and almost screamed, "Elder Sanbai, what did you say? Who do you say she is?" "Hush." Huang Sanbai sealed the surroundings with profound strength, preventing the sound from coming out. At the same time, he glared at Huang Beiqing, "Calm down." Huang Beiqing then lowered his voice, but his eyes were still full of shock and confusion. "How can this make me calm? Elder Sanbai, are you making a mistake? Hasn't Huang Yueli already been given by Li Moying? Was she killed? Why is she still alive? Even if she escaped by chance, how could she be in the Cloudy Qilin clan?" Huang Sanbai had already thought up his speech, and at this time he avoided the seriousness and said lightly, "Oh, this is all a scandal of our Sacred Phoenix clan, and I only found out a few days ago. It turns out that Huang Yueli is not only not dead, but has become the traitor of the family, has joined the Cloudy Qilin clan. By the way, have you noticed that the patriarch has been missing for several days?" Hearing this, Huang Beiqing was stunned for a moment. Of course he noticed that the patriarch was missing. Not only him, most of the clan must have noticed this. However, even Huang Sanbai kept acting as if nothing had happened, so the others didn't worry much at all. After all, Huang Sanbai is the most respected elder in the clan. If the clan leader is not around, he is the backbone of everyone. Since he behaved so naturally, it means that the patriarch must have left for some urgent business, and there is nothing serious about it. Now, hearing Huang Sanbai say such words, Huang Beiqing was puzzled. Elder Sanbai, what do you mean? The patriarch is missing. Is it related to the Cloudy Qilin clan? Huang Sanbai's face was full of anger. Yes, this matter is of course related to the Cloudy Qilin clan. To be precise, it is related to Huang Yueli. What? How could this happen? Huang Beiqing thought of something in his mind, couldn't help shivering, and looked at Huang Sanbai in disbelief. Huang Sanbai said quickly, now that the matter has come to an end, I can't hide this matter from you. A few days ago, the patriarch secretly talked to me and told me that he found Huang Yueli, the missing god-level genius of our sacred Phoenix clan. It's just that Huang Yueli seems to have something in the hands of the Cloudy Qilin clan and cannot leave, so I asked him to go to a secret place to talk. I felt something was wrong at the time. How can a majestic genius fall into the hands of others? Moreover, it is obviously abnormal to ask our patriarch to go out to a secret meeting as soon as he opens his mouth. This is too dangerous. If this is Cloudy Qilin clan, the trap set by the clan, isn't it the end of the patriarch? After Huang Beiqing listened, he also became anxious. Isn't it? What is the patriarch thinking? Did he really go? Huang Sanbai nodded. That's right, the patriarch refused to listen to my dissuasion, and went his own way. In fact, I still understand him very well. After all, Li Moying put too much pressure on our entire family. There is an urgent need for a god-level genius to sit in the town. The news of Huang Yueli is too important to our sacred Phoenix clan. So, even though he knew it was risky, he still went and told me that if he did not come back, he must host good clan affairs. Having said that, he listened for a while, and the expression on his face became more serious. The more Huang Beiqing heard it, the more flustered he became, and he couldn't help but ask, what happened next? Elder Sanbai, what happened afterwards? The patriarch didn't even appear in the finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet, so something really happened, right? Huang Sanbai sighed heavily. I'm not sure yet, but he hasn't shown up for so long, it must be a bad luck. Even if he didn't die, he was caught in the trap of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Moreover, this matter is definitely related to that Huang. It's related to Yueli. She betrayed the family. Not only did she help Li Moying deal with the geniuses in our clan, but now, she actually murdered the patriarch. She is really vicious and vicious. After hearing this, Huang Beiqing couldn't help but gasped. There was a burst of panic and anger in my heart. How could this happen? How could there be such a vicious woman in the world? Even if she didn't grow up in the clan, she still has the blood of the sacred Phoenix clan in her body. How could she betray the clan and do such a thing? What the hell is she thinking? Huang Sanbai sighed. The old man couldn't figure it out at first, but later, after contacting the various rumors in Floating Sea, I roughly guessed it. As the saying goes, girls are not allowed to stay. Young girls are dazzled by emotions. It's not surprising to do anything. I have to admit that the young Masterly of the Cloudy Qilin clan is indeed extremely talented, and he is also handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. It is not a miracle for any woman to fall in love with him. Huang Yueli is only 20 years old. Not until she fell in love with young Master Li at first sight, and was coaxed by his sweet words, would she betray the family. What he said was actually all speculation without any evidence. However, there are too many rumors circulating in Floating Sea during this period. It's all about how loving Li Moying and his fiancée really are. Even today, Huang Yueli and Li Moying showed their affection in front of everyone. Anyone with eyes can tell how good the relationship between the two of them is. So, after Huang Beiqing thought about it, he easily accepted Huang Sanbai's words, and felt that what he saw was believing, and he did not wrong the other party at all. Damn it, women are too superficial. Even if they are god-level talents, they betrayed their own family for a man? I don't understand. What good is it for her to stay in the Cloudy Qilin clan? Go back to the Sacred Phoenix clan. Come on, she can also get all the resources of the family, and be cultivated by the patriarch. Isn't it much better than looking at a man's face? Huang Sanbai smiled wryly and said, then how do I know? Young Master Li must have some means to keep her. We have sent so many people and searched for her for so long. If Huang Yueli really wanted to come back, it would be easy. She can return to the family, but she has concealed her identity until now, which has already shown her determination. She has no intention of repentance at all, and she only wants to listen to that man's command. What Huang Sanbai said was extremely ingenious. Obviously, he set up a net to hunt Huang Yueli everywhere to prevent her from returning to the family. However, he first pinned the matter of Huang Tianhao's disappearance on Huang Yueli, and poured a large basin of dirty water on her, and then he told the matter of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. With these two things as the foreshadowing, the reason why Huang Yueli has not returned to the family can be successfully attributed to her relationship with Li Moying, completely cleansing himself, and eliminating the last trace of Huang Beiqing. Doubt. Huang Beiqing was so angry that he slapped the table and stood up. Damn it. I'll go down now and expose her true colors. Why does this kind of woman show off her might in front of cultivators from the God realm? There are still so many people chasing her. Wait. Oh, why are you so impulsive? Can you calm down? Huang Sanbai hastily pulled him back. You have to figure it out. What's the benefit of us exposing Huang Yueli's identity now? She can also get the protection of the Cloudy Qilin clan, without any loss at all. The Cloudy Qilin clan must be even more proud. Their tails are going to the sky. Even if it is ordinary cultivators from the God realm would only laugh at our Sacred Phoenix clan's incompetence, and they couldn't even keep God-level geniuses, so they were taken advantage of by the Cloudy Qilin clan. Exposing her now, besides making our Sacred Phoenix clan the laughingstock of the entire God realm, what good will it do? Huang Beiqing was startled, but after thinking about it, he had to admit that what Huang Sanbai said was quite right. He barely suppressed his anger, stopped, and turned to look at Huang Sanbai. Elder Sanbai, what should we do then? Are we just going to swallow this breath like this? Isn't that too aggrieved? I can't help it even if I am beaten to death. Besides, the whereabouts of the patriarch is unknown. Whether or not he is alive is also unknown. Only by falling on Huang Yueli can we find him. Huang Sanbai said repeatedly, how can I not know these things? So, we must pay attention to strategy. Huang Beiqing hurriedly asked, what strategy? What should we do now? I have to seek Elder Sanbai for advice. Huang Sanbai had laid the groundwork so much before, and what he was waiting for was his words. Seeing that Huang Beiqing had completely fallen into his trap, a smug look flashed across his eyes, he coughed twice, and then spoke slowly. Ahem, let's face it, whether it's difficult or not, it's all going to fall on you. Huang Beiqing was stunned. On me? This? How can this junior have such a strong ability? Let's put it this way, right now, the only chance for our Sacred Phoenix clan gain some pride is in your hands. Wait for you to end, first defeat Huang Yueli, and then announce her identity. In this way, our Sacred Phoenix clan will regain our dignity. Because you have proved with your strength that you are stronger than a god-level genius. Our clan is not obsessed with flattering god-level geniuses, but disdains such indiscriminate tricks that only pick up what we don't want. Of course, if you are stronger and can kill Huang Yueli in one fell swoop after proclaiming her crime, it will be even better. We should let all cultivators of the God clan see how powerful and united our Sacred Phoenix clan is. Even a god-level genius, as long as one betrays the clan, we will definitely execute that person according to the clan rules. Huang Sanbai's words were sonorous and forceful. Huang Beiqing seemed a little hesitant. do I really kill Huang Yueli? She is a god-level genius. Besides, how could I defeat a god-level genius? Huang Sanbai snorted, and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. You don't have the heart to kill her? I know, you are a pity, but think about it, how innocent the patriarch was killed by her. Our sacred Phoenix clan is about to be destroyed by her hands. Besides, don't underestimate yourself. Don't forget that you have already learned the set of exercises I taught you to stimulate your potential. With your current strength, when you stimulate your potential 3 times, you will be able to reach the cultivation level in the middle stage of the Tao Profound realm. Wouldn't that be easy to kill her? Seeing that Huang Beiqing was silent, Huang Sanbai added another sentence. If you can kill the clan traitor, you will become the greatest hero of our sacred Phoenix clan. Besides you, is there another candidate for the position of our clan's young master? What if the patriarch has encountered a disaster, then you will directly become the patriarch. Hearing such words, no one cannot be moved. Anticipation inevitably welled up in Huang Beiqing's heart, and his blood boiled with enthusiasm. That's right, he worked hard to cultivate, not just for today's occasion. Under the eyes of everyone, defeat a powerful opponent and win honor for the whole clan. If he could do it, everyone in the clan would follow him. Such an opportunity was usually impossible to appear. He must seize the opportunity. Sacred Phoenix Clan's Huang Beiqing, the match between you and human clan's Li Yue Huang is about to start. This is the 3rd reminder. If you don't appear within 10 seconds, you will be judged to have surrendered in this match. The countdown begins, 10, 9, 8. Because Huang Beiqing and Huang Sanbai spent a lot of time talking, the referee had urged him several times on the field, and gradually became impatient. The audience in the stands were also discussing, guessing the reason why Huang Beiqing refused to leave. It's not necessarily true. Is it because you are scared when you see a god-level genius? Is this going to admit defeat? But, it's too ugly to admit defeat without even being able to compare. That's right. Didn't the cultivators who met young Master Li before have all gone up to compete? I think it's an honor to lose. God-level geniuses don't bother to hurt people intentionally. In fact, it doesn't matter if you compete, right? Hey, other people have no problem competing with god-level geniuses, but the Sacred Phoenix clan is different. They are sworn enemies with the Cloudy Qilin clan, and maybe the god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan took advantage of the opportunity of the competition to kill them. Then they have no place to cry. Because they are mortal enemies, they can't avoid fighting, right? Otherwise, the Sacred Phoenix clan will lose all face. 3, 2, 1. The referee counted down to the last breath, and Huang Beiqing suddenly jumped down from midair. The audience at the scene immediately became excited and let out an exclamation. Huang Beiqing stood opposite Huang Yueli. His expression was full of resentment, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, he stared at her viciously, looking extremely ferocious. Huang Yueli was a little surprised and raised her eyebrows. TSK, why do you look so bitter? Although she did hurt Huang Beiqing's self-esteem during the first round, but for the sake of being her fellow clansman, she didn't beat him to death, did she? As for this? At this moment, Huang Beiqing said suddenly, I already know all the things you did. Don't think that you are a god-level genius and do such shameless things without paying the price. Today, I will let everyone see the strength and dignity of our Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli was confused. What are you talking about? Could it be that Huang Sanbai was playing tricks again? A thought flashed through Huang Yu's heart. However, Huang Beiqing didn't intend to talk too much to her. The aura on his body suddenly rose, and the strong fire attribute energy rushed towards his body. Behind him, a huge manifestation of a phoenix gradually formed. There was another exclamation from the stands. Being able to use energy to condense into phantoms of ancient divine beasts to fight was a talent unique to all the ancient god clans. Looking at the lifelikeness of the phoenix behind Huang Beiqing, it was no worse than Jing Xiaoyuan's white tiger just now. This is amazing. With this move alone, Huang Beiqing's strength seems to be stronger than Jing Xiaoyuan's. Isn't it? But, he just wanted to defeat young Miss Li with just this one hand, isn't he a little too naive? Young Miss Li just defeated Jing Xiaoyuan head-on, which shows that there is a huge gap in strength between the two. Jing Xiaoyuan's strength is limited, after all, isn't he going to lose? Maybe they just want to show off before losing. Wait, something's wrong, look at that Phoenix Phantom. Everyone looked in the direction of Huang Beiqing and gasped.